No, but how close are the lubricant solutions that you provide to me when I top up my 992 to what is out here at the weekend?
John, it might be a surprise, but actually a lot of the cars running on the track today use our commercial products.
So you're not building something specifically?
Well, we do. You know,
Yeah,
what we have done, we've developed this platform that is really road to track ready, and that's reversible. So if you like racing on a weekend and commuting in the same car during the week, it's track to road, but it's also road to track.
Nice.
If you know what I mean. So,
yeah.
And it is also engineered against the requirements of an everyday vehicle, stop and go traffic, you know, repeatedly starting at low temperatures, etc. We could package it in a single bottle for you, and some of the teams take advantage of it because they didn't find any compromise there. As you know, they measure everything. So you're not there for any other reason but for a reason of performance against your prior product, against the competitor.
And what we've got to look at now is the future as well. The solutions for personal mobility. We can't get rid of personal mobility, particularly in the Western world. Whole cultures and infrastructure have been built up around people not being able just to walk to their high street, but to go to a shopping complex or whatever. So we're still going to need personal mobility. There is a change to hybrid technology, to full battery technology. Where does Mobil 1 and ExxonMobil fit in with that? Now, I appreciate that you're coming at it from a motorsport point of view, but we've got hybrids here. We may have hydrogen-powered cars at Le Mans in the next few years. So where do you guys fit in to that part of the equation?
Innovation is something that excites us the most. So none of these things that you've mentioned are things that we haven't thought of. And
they don't frighten you?
No, why would they? You know, new challenges are something that we embrace as a corporation and as individual scientists. And you've mentioned, you know, hydrogen, you mentioned electrification. We have solutions for these new types of powertrains already. And you know, we've been testing in hydrogen ICE engines, and actually the engine oil does make a difference. And actually it does need to be a bit different. And
is that about temperature as well as lubrication in terms of being able to provide, because everybody thinks that engine oil just lubricates, but there's an element of engine cooling. I mean, I've got an old car that is cooled by the oil in an oil to air radiator rather than an air to water radiator. So engine oil has a part to play there.
Yes, and hopefully we have a good percentage of people who are interested in these technical topics. But indeed, in an electric vehicle, you think that doesn't even have a radiator, but actually you do need to cool it. There's even power electronics that converts the energy from that battery to a voltage and power that's useful for the motor, and you need to cool it. And it's a new type of cooling with new materials. It could be some yellow metals, power electronics, inverters. We can do this. We can do this with the mobile EV line that our team in Hamburg has worked on.
And this is because you've got all of that experience from working in motorsport and with manufacturers down the line. Are we going to see something groundbreakingly different in terms of what you guys do? Or do you just keep applying the knowledge, perhaps in slightly different ways?
Oh, no. We are going to see something dramatically different. I remember 15 years ago when I started with the company, I was in an assignment that involved motorsport. And when I was leaving the team, because I got some other opportunities, one of the colleagues said, Tomek, I'm going to now go and endeavor and create this new concept. And he told me what he's going to use. I cannot disclose it. And I said, I didn't say it, but I was like, good luck.
Really?
And 10 years later, I come back.
Yeah.
And not only the concept has been developed, but the product is winning championships. And
wow,
this is really a testament to human ingenuity. And I firmly believe that the future is going to be different. And you know, we are speaking about oil, but I think there's probably an opportunity also in materials, in composites, that's going to bring cars that are perhaps a little bit more nimble.
Yeah.
Let's call them maybe a bit smaller, which could afford us some pretty exciting racing.
Right. Okay. You're excited about this, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, you work in motor racing. This sounds an odd question to ask. This is a personal question. Are you a motor racing enthusiast? Because it's your job. You've got to look at it in a scientific way, in a particular way. You've got the BMW number 15 in at the moment, and that car just taking Raffaele Marcello taking some new tyres. Jensen Button in as well for energy replenishment. The BMW's all the way at the end of the pit lane. You have to look at motor racing in a different way than we do. We're enthusiasts. We get excited about it. We get emotional about it. Are you allowed to do that? You've almost got to have two sides to you. So do you like motorsport? I know you're an enthusiast, but then you've got to be cold and look at the data and look at it in a different way. Does that spoil your enthusiasm, or does it add to it?
Oh, I think it adds to it. You know, I look at life as something that's all about emotion and, you know, maybe the chemistry in the battle, but also body chemistry and how I respond to it. On a race weekend, you know, my pulse definitely increases as we... and also, you know, it is so important to maintain that type of emotion and passion as you're doing your work. Otherwise, you're not going to go
You're not going to get it right, absolutely. A car with a Mobil 1 decal absolutely on cue, making up a position is Spike the Dragon there, just going through. Louis Delatraz into second position, leading the Pro-Am class in LMP2, and some 10.5 seconds away from Oliver Gray in the VDS Panis Racing. Tomic, it's an absolute pleasure always to speak to you. The amount of knowledge, the amount of skill, the amount of cleverness that you and your team have is great, but I love to hear that genuine emotion and excitement when you come here and talk to us at Le Mans, and long may that continue, because I do think that influences the end product. I really do.
Well, I appreciate you having me, and I would like to say hello to all of the race fans who are listening to us. On behalf of Mobil 1, you know, we are wishing you an amazing rest of this race weekend. And
thanks to Mobil 1 for the hashtag #WhatMovesYou program that we've been doing. Over 30 people are here at Le Mans, having had tickets in association with Mobil 1, and we've got some goodie bags to go out as well after the race has been completed. We gave out some stickers and all sorts up at the First Tickets campsite as well. It's been great for you to support the radio station and support the fans this year. Tomic, enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, my friend. Paul Truswell, well, Tomic with us there. A couple of things that we stayed across on the racetrack, but there was that number 20 BMW, Sheldon van der Linde. Was that a little bit early?
It was, yeah. We had both BMWs in, but Sheldon van der Linde came in after a stint of just 10 laps, whereas the other BMW, which came in, the number 15 car, Raffaele Marcello, did a more reasonable 12 laps on his stint. So that was a slightly early one. Other things I just quickly will mention, the number 60 Mercedes back into the pits and has now been there for 40 minutes. So,
oh, wow.
They had an hour pit stop when they changed the drive belt. But the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes back in again with further problems, it would seem, for the car that's shared between Andrew Gilbert, Lorca Hannafin and Fran Rueda. Rueda went out after the drive belt change and did just 2 laps and brought the car straight back in again. Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota has taken his 50-second stop-and-go penalty, and as a result of that, he's dropped down to 16th place in the rankings. So he's obviously pretty disappointed about that. On the positive side, Valentino Rossi is out of the Team WRT 46 BMW. An amazing stint from him, in fact, and Johnny Molan mentioned the fact that they'd given him new tyres for the third of his triple stint, and he rewarded them because at the end of that triple stint he did an average lap time in the 3 minutes 59s, so it was a pretty impressive stint from Valentino.
An average lap time under 4 minutes?
Yes, yeah, so his first on his first 2 stints he averaged 4 minutes 4 minutes 0.3, and then on his final one it was actually 3 minutes 58.4 was the average lap time for 10 laps in.
GT3 car? Wow.
In a GT3.
No wonder they were clapping in the background when he got out of the car. He's handed the car over in the lead to Kelvin van der Linde.
Yeah, and I mean, again, a team with a very good range of drivers, silver, gold and bronze, but also one that's able to turn in similar lap times to one another.
We should remind everybody that Valentino is graded as a silver driver. He's still relatively early on in terms of his motor racing career at this level. Bring Johnny Morland back in a minute, but I just want to get an update from down at United Autosport. Peter Snowden is down there. That number 95 car pulled off the track very quickly by our hard-working marshals and track services. Any more news from Darren? It just cut out, and you could kind of see that. It looked like he couldn't even get it out the gear and kick the clutch in as it was coming to a halt, Peter. What do we know?
Well, they're still trying to analyse it at the moment, and they're being rightfully cagey, shall we say, because they're not really sure themselves. What they are saying is that it's not necessarily terminal. It doesn't appear to have any drive, whether that's engine or gearbox. I'm not sure which side it is, whether the engine has stopped and therefore not providing the drive, or whether the drive has failed and the engine's okay. What they are doing is analysing it on this side in the pits, and they've sent, of course, it's Le Mans, it's endurance, you can't just bring the car back. They send a couple of technicians out there to go and shout messages to and instructions and advice and moral support to on the side of the track.
Fair point, well made. Thank you, Peter. Peter Snowden, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter in this portion of the race. That is pretty impressive stuff from Valley. I think we can say that he's getting to grips with this type of racing now. And any silver driver, you'd be happy with that kind of stint.
I totally agree. I mean, they've got the fastest bronze, they've got probably the fastest silver, and they've got a really fast gold. So they haven't got any weak links in the chain there.
Yeah.
If he carries on like this, he probably won't
It'd be
silver
gold
for much longer.
I was going to say it'd be gold next year.
He's
I wonder how old he is.
He's got the mental capacity to cope with everything that's thrown at him.
That's a good point.
He probably he's learnt to read the traffic very well. You know, they talk, don't they, about the greats, that they can be driving around with 10% of their brains and 90% thinking about everything else that need to think about. That sort of additional mental capacity. You hear the likes of Martin Brundle mention that Michael Schumacher had it, etc. All the greats seem to have it, and Valentino is clearly one of the greats in his field, and so it's transferable. So in terms of
he's got a racer's brain. I think it was you that said it earlier in the week. He's got a racer's brain. You don't
100%.
Lose that.
No, I mean, absolutely. And that's not what slows you down on a bike either. It's the risk assessment. So his risk assessment's probably gone on a bike, was kind of going up a little bit, which is why he was getting slower on a bike and had to retire from that. But in a car, he probably feels like he's safe as houses. So his risk assessment's probably gone right back to where it was for him 15 years ago, you know? So
how can Valentino Rossi be 46? He's 46.
It's a puppy.
Absolutely.
To me.
Well, Johnny, but you'll never be that in your mind.
No, that's true. I feel like I'm 26 at most.
Do you know, I said that to somebody today. Somebody said, you know, we talk about age being just a number. I don't think in my brain I've changed that much since 26. I was just starting to get a bit more sensible at that point. Not much more.
You forget that I knew you then.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely true. Just something that I was thinking about there. We talked to Tomic Young there from Mobile One. And you've been involved in motor racing for a very long time. How big a part do those type of suppliers, whether it's Mobile One or anybody else, but Mobile One will use because it was Tomic that was in, and they're a partner of us this year.
Well, I was sponsored by Mobile.
I was going to say, weren't you sponsored by Mobile?
I was sponsored by Mobile, and then when I did Super Cup for the first time, it was a Mobile One Porsche Super Cup.
Yeah.
And then I remember being very proud that I was given a Mobile One patch to sew onto my team shirt, and I went to an event that had David Coulthard, a Mobile event, that had David Coulthard and Mika Hakkinen when they were driving for McLaren, which was sponsored by Mobile at the time, the Formula One. And I was in Porsche Cup, and I went to the same event. And in 1996, 97, I remember being very proud about it. So Mobile One, to me, is synonymous with motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. And oddly, all my cars have got it in, and I'd buy it. I've never had a bottle. We've got two in there. One of them is we've got a 20-litre box outside. They're all empty, unfortunately. Otherwise, they would have been going home with me. Paul, we're coming up to 6 hours. We'll do the weather in just a second, but 6 hours, even by my working, is a quarter of the way through. So what are we on on target for if we were to carry on as we have done for the first quarter of the race?
It's a big if. Miguel Molina is currently on his 99th lap.
Right.
Do the maths yourself.
6:16, 96.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. Coming up then to 2200, 10 o'clock at night, Central European Summertime, 91.2 FM, is Radio Le Mans for 2025. Well, going down to around about 14 degrees tonight. It was supposed to be clouding over. I don't think it is that much, having only been back in for half an hour. At the moment, the air temperature is still 21 degrees. Tomorrow, Sunday, the chance of rain actually is going up a tiny little bit. Top temperature 24 degrees, overcast, and a 25% chance of rain. That means a 75% chance that it's going to stay dry. Let's look on the bright side here at Radio Le Mans. And it is just now past sunset. Sunset officially was 2200. It's 22:02 at the moment. And we're into the 7 hours and 59 minutes of time between official sunset and official sunrise, which is a minute before 6 o'clock in the morning. We're not actually as close as we often are to the summer solstice. That's not this year till the 20th of June. And we had the full moon 3 nights ago, so it's a waning gibbous moon at the moment, down to around about 90%, I think, of its normal brightness. We had a beautiful strawberry moon on Tuesday night, maybe, and it was huge in the sky and very, very red. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane as we've just had a change at the front of the field. Ife now going to the front as Miguel Molina has stopped last time around.
Just to say, if is just on his personal best lap of the race.
Right.
Just a few tenths outside the actual best lap of the race from the BMW of Dries Van Toor.
Joe Bradley, what have you got for us?
Yeah, so the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes been in the pits for quite a while. We had an alternator belt that came off, and as it came off, it took out an oil pipe, which the engine lost a lot of oil. They're not quite sure how much damage has been caused to the engine. We're about to find out because the car has just left the pit lane and it's gone out on an exploratory lap. We'll see, well, the car fired up, and that's always a good sign. We'll see how long it lasts and see what damage, if any, was caused by that lack of oil. They just don't know how much damage has been caused. You know what? It's probably going to make the finish now.
I seem to remember one of the RML winning years in LMP2. They boiled the engine on the it was either the warm-up lap or the first lap, and they were all race. They were just waiting for it to go pop, and it never did, and they won the race.
It's funny how that happens here at Le Mans sometimes. It's like that Lotus year. We never went more than an hour without an engine blowing up.
Yeah.
I mean, James Rossiter and I were saying, right, I'm starting the race, so 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5, 6 o'clock we'll be out of here, and it lasted.
Yeah.
And we finished.
Johnny Morlam, John Hindorf, and Paul Trustwell. We're going to grab another guest in this hour as well, and Johnny, if you don't mind, I'll ask you to step aside again just for a wee moment as we have the team principal of Genesis Magma Racing, Cyril Abiteboul. Please, sir, make yourself comfortable and sit yourself down, and welcome, and I'm going to say this, welcome to the world's greatest motor race, and of course you're going to be here in the very near future with Genesis Magma Racing.
I hope we will. That's the plan.
That is the plan.
That's the plan, yeah.
How far advanced are the plans for that glorious racing car that we've seen in renders? I'll ask you more about that in a moment, but how is your plans going, and when will that car be on its wheels and doing some testing? Because you haven't got a lot of time before the start of next season.
No. We didn't have a lot of time full stop. I mean, decision was made last summer, So for an entry in WEC at the start of 2026, that was always going to be 18 months process, which is frankly very, very tight, in particular when you are like we are, which is frankly almost starting from a clean sheet of paper, because despite the fact we have 13 years of WRC experience, obviously it's very different. So we had to really build a lot of things together. But no, to get to your questions, how far are we? We're good. We're on track. We're on schedule. Chassis being developed with Oreca, in partnership with Oreca, who are doing well and having good season so far in both WEC and IMSA, so they should be able to do also a very competitive car. Powertrain will be an ICE V8 twin turbo developed in Frankfurt area from our group of people based on our WRC engine. So that part is frankly, I believe, under good control, and then there is a team side. It's always going to be the most important, because you can see that the gap between cars is very marginal. So it's really a team game now, which is what we are focusing on right now.
I'll come back to that in a moment, because I think it's very interesting the way you've gone about it. How significant, Cyril, is the LMDH rule set to allow you to hit that very truncated design development possibility, because you know that there are certain things that you can basically, I know this sounds easy, but it's not, take off the shelf. So things like the spine of the car, like the hybrid system. Of course, you have to find an engine, but you've got that experience in-house, as you said. But does that really bring that development time down a lot, differently to if you had to design your own spine, etc., etc.?
Yeah, because I think we're really talking about two things. I would struggle to really put timelines or time difference between the two, but it really depends who you are and where you're starting from again. Because two things. First, the rule set are simpler, and therefore you don't have too much to do in order to move from a spine for an Alpine, for instance, to a spine for our car, to give an example. But the more important thing is that, again, in order to develop a car according to the set of rules of LMH, you need an awful lot of facilities.
Yeah.
You need a wind tunnel, you need a composite department, you need a hybrid department, you need to do your own battery, your own hybrid kit, and so on and so forth. So that's extremely complex.
And the software that goes with it, the control software, that's really important.
The software is also big in LMDH, actually, because actually LMDH is very prescriptive, but the one thing where they struggle to prescribe a bit less is obviously the software side. So I don't, I mean, system-wise, software-wise, I'm not sure that there is such a big difference between LMDH and LMH. But for all the rest of the point that I've mentioned before, it would have been difficult, because for us, we're talking about, if you want to build a wind tunnel, it's 2 years. It's a 2 years process. So if you want to build a composite department, it's probably a year or so. So that would have been very difficult if you want to do it, talking about doing it right, state of the art. So Ferrari level, with Dallara, or Toyota level, and they've got F1 facilities out from Cologne. So that's the sort of level that we would have liked to do. And frankly, I mean, that's attractive. The rule set in LMH are attractive, but it's simply that we were not in a position to go that route, and therefore LMDH was absolutely critical for us.
The engine, we mentioned you've got a huge amount of engine experience from WRC, from TCR as well, 4-cylinder turbocharged engines. Is it not as simple, but is it a case of getting 2 4-cylinder engines and putting them on a common crank and using something like the similar architecture you used to, or do you have to start from scratch?
No, it's exactly that. I mean, everything.
Really, it is.
No, it is. I mean, every single choice that we've made are really in relation to the timing that we had. That was your first question, and that's absolutely the right question. How do you get to that 18-month process? And one of the things was to start it from a known engine base, which is at L4 from WRC. In particular, all the sort of top engine, the cylinder chambers and so on and so forth, is extremely well known. Ignition timing, so camshaft and so on and so forth. All these parts is perfectly under control, and frankly, I don't know what's your perception or people listening to us perception of WRC engine, but I can tell you it's really state of the art.
Yes.
Really state of the art, both in terms of fuel efficiency, in terms of durability, obviously, but also in terms of engine technology. I mean, most of the stuff is very similar to what you find in an F1 engine of today, except for the hybrid kit, obviously. So yeah, it's great engine, and that was a great base to start from. And indeed, it's more or less from you take the upper part, and obviously we design the block, but redesigning a block is not too complex, and for us it's been the work of 4 or 5 months. Absolutely,
Wow.
hats off to the guy in Germany, and frankly, obviously, Germany is a great place for that. You find lots of very competent people when it comes to engine design. But having said that, we still need to demonstrate that the durability, the reliability is here, as we are just going through the endurance cycle of the engine on dyno right now.
You mentioned the team side. That's another tremendously important part of this. You've taken the route, not unique, people have done it before, but I think it's interesting and it should be mentioned that you're actually here as Genesis Magma Racing.
Yeah.
You've got a nice area over the far side. I've seen people wearing the same logos that you have, and you've got a car in the race that people are learning the rule set and learning this type of racing. That seems intensely sensible to me. It's an LMP2 car, of course, but they're not necessarily here to learn the car. They're learning something else.
Yeah, they are learning the sport. I mean, learning the sport, learning the regulation, learning the process, the procedures, learning the strategy. Well, not all of them are learning, because you would think if I say that we are only taking rookies or newbies to the sport, which is absolutely not what we're doing. For instance, we have Justin Taylor doing the strategy of the cars 18 and 28 of the LMP2 class. I can tell you he's anything but a rookie. He's done a lot in Cadillac, in IMSA, with Ferrari, also lots of experience.
We're used to hearing his voice on the team radio. He used to talk to James Collado. He was Jim Collado's engineer.
Absolutely. He's got a good voice. We have Mathieu Leroy also sitting on the pit wall, race engineering the car number 18. Probably 50% of the staff on car 18 will be staff that you'll find in Genesis Magma Racing. So it's at the same time a bit of a learning platform for some individual, but it's also for the collective to be put in place for people to start working and building bonds together. We know how important that is, team culture. I mean, we all talk about team culture. What does that mean, particularly if you start? So that's what we are trying to build here, because as you mentioned, we are doing something a bit unique in addition to the LMP2 field, which is that we are going to race the car ourselves. We are not going to use one of this team. Great team, WRT, Penske. So it's a bit of a different model. It actually goes back to your question about LMDH and LMH. We are very authentic also as a car maker. Hyundai, Kia, Genesis. I think Asian car makers in general are very authentic. They want to have skin in the game. If you look at the way Toyota does it, everything is really made by Toyota. Yeah. And obviously, I made that comment about the fact that we can't right now get into the LMH rule sets. But one thing we wanted to do in order to learn about the sport, to learn about the technology, in order for one day maybe to go the next step LMH, was to actually race the car ourselves, because in my opinion there is nothing better than the experience of the race, to have skin in the game, and therefore to learn what it takes to build one day maybe a full bespoke racing car.
But you have experience of that, because that's exactly how you've run the rally team in the past.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, and we still run it, by the way. It's still running, and it's still operated by us. And again, if you look, Ford was subcontracting the team to M Sport. Yeah. No disrespect to M Sport, but again, it's a different setup. No, it's our philosophy is to do every single thing that we can do it by ourselves.
What advantage do you think that gives you? Is it just the directness of communication and the back and forth between the brand and the team? Because there's the point of doing this. There's a point of doing this. And the point of doing it is brand recognition, and ultimately, it's the old American saying of "win on Sunday, sell on Monday." So the connection between the brand and the team is closer. It's more important.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's two reasons. I mean, the first one is probably the one that you're mentioning, which is the fact that we want to feel home. If we are doing that, indeed, there will be corporate hospitality, there will be advertising, there will be social media activation, and so on and so forth, content production, and we want to be fully embedded into the team. We don't want to ask the permission in order to come to the race, if you see what I mean.
Yes, I do. It's actually a very sensible way of putting it.
That's a very real-life problem, but yes. I think you see what I mean. But the second thing is also from a sporting perspective, because we also want to do that for targeting win. No, we don't want to sound arrogant, because I think it's going to take probably a couple of years before we are capable of fighting against at least the Ferrari of today. But we want to do that for win, and I think that doing that ourselves makes the whole setup a little bit simpler. To have one less party, one less stakeholders into the mix, we know that when it's difficult, there is always going to be a bit of finger pointing. It's chassis, it's drivers, the engine.
Yeah.
If you add to the mix also an extra stakeholders in the team side, makes things a little bit more difficult, I believe. So there is going to be another challenge, which is to ramp up in expertise, in people, and so on and so forth. But I prefer to do that now, such that when we are properly up to speed and competitive, we are one group, one team, no finger pointing, and stability.
I like that, because it's being able to feel that you can take responsibilities for your failures as well as your successes. I like that, as you say, no finger pointing, and this is all kind of making sense to me. I hope it is to our listeners as well. A couple of final questions, because I know how busy you are, and we're just keeping an eye on what's going on. We'll catch up with a few pit stops at the moment, but we're still running quite nicely. EFA is back in the lead for AF Corsa ahead of Miguel Molina and Alessandro Perguidi. So it is the 3 Ferraris with the AF Corsa yellow car running in the Cup class leading out at the moment. Matt Campbell just made a pit stop and he's on his outlap in the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Cyril Abiteboul, if you hadn't realised, is with us in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre here at the end of the Bugatti circuit. So a couple of things then. Why now for Genesis in motorsport, and why this form of motorsport rather than anything else?
I think it's a good time for us. It's a good time for endurance racing, as you mentioned. I mean, obviously, talking about endurance racing, there is this fantastic dynamic. I don't know, I mean, it's difficult to hold count of manufacturers involved, 12, 11, 13, it depends on the day. But we know McLaren's going to arrive, Ford's going to arrive, so it's a great platform. And as we are a global company, we are also interested both in WEC and in IMSA. So we think that respect, they nailed down something with a set of rules which are also very good from a cost perspective. In terms of also of differentiation through styling and through powertrain technology, we can come with our own stuff. Why now? Why now? Because after 10 years of existence, decision was made also to accelerate on the expansion of the Genesis brand in 2 directions in terms of market expansion, so new markets. It's very clear that Genesis is very close from being unknown completely in Europe. I know it's distributed in UK, but it's not big yet. It's not as big as it is, for instance, in US. In US, it's really big. Product strategy is good, great product, but simply the brand doesn't have the marketing platform that it needs, and we hope it's going to be obviously helping both for existing market and new markets. For instance, we'll open obviously retail in France. That's obvious when you have Le Mans from next year onwards. Second dimension is we are also going to go in towards the performance segment with more sporty car, and there will be some news to share in relation to that in a few.
And in fact, Magma is going to be the halo sporting brand of Genesis. Genesis already a brand in its own right, and a very high level premium brand. And as you know, if you've listened to our real world road test, both the GV60 and the GV70 we have driven in the past. In fact, this time a couple of years ago we did the trip that we're going to do later on this week and took one down to the Nürburgring for the 24 hours, and the car was exceptional. But Magma is going to be the top of the top of Genesis. And started off almost as a concept brand, Magma.
Yeah, I think it started almost as a gimmick, as a code name internally, and actually we started to, it started to snowball, and more and more ideas, more and more concept cars. Quite a few concept cars have been shown, the Grand Berlinetta, X-Racers, and there will be more of those, but not just concept car. There will be also actual car. We have on show here on the booth a GV60 concept car, which is quite exciting, but even more exciting product to be announced in a couple of months.
The final question I want to ask you is about one of the leading lights of Genesis, and that's Luke Donkavoulka. I've followed his career through a number of different car companies. I've seen his work. I've read a lot about him. Never met him. I would love to. And this is a guy who looks at every aspect of a car, which is quite unusual nowadays. People tend to look at one tiny little aspect of a car and spend 20 years of their life maybe just doing door handles. Luke is a big picture person, and he's been involved in the race car here because Genesis and Magma as a brand want to look like the car, which is what the ACO want, Cyril. So that's great. So has Luke been involved in the race car?
Massively.
And I saw what you showed at the auto show in New York. How close is that? Because I see the influences from some of those concept cars you've talked about and some of the straight cars, the road cars. How close is that going to be to the final car that you roll out and get homologated later on the year, and has Luke been involved in that?
So absolutely. Answer to that is absolutely. I mean, Luke has not just been involved; he's been a driving force. Luke has
does not surprise me.
Absolutely, massively. I mean, he's a car enthusiast, but not just a car enthusiast. He's a motorsport enthusiast. He's got a motorsport culture that is probably can maybe rival yours, and I'm sure you could very easily invite him. So we can fix that for the next time. But yeah, he's been driving for us. He's been having absolutely the attention to all the details as well as the big pictures that you mentioned. And yes, answer to the other question, absolutely. The cars that can be seen on the booth that was presented in New York just before the auto show is very close from the final cars that you get to see when we arrive out. I was with Hugues de Schonac just before coming here. Actually, we were talking about the development. It's really the final tweaks to get into the performance window, the aero performance window. But we're really talking about really small details, flickers and things like that. But the general concept is very close from what we'll get to see on the track.
Wish you well.
Thank you very much.
This is my 36th Le Mans. The sport, Paul's been even longer. The sport has never been in a better place than it is right now, and it's thanks to manufacturers, some new manufacturers like yourselves, having the confidence of this rule set, of this form of racing, understanding what the fans, the 350,000 fans here and the fans in IMSA, why they want to come here. We thank you for showing the confidence in our little part of motorsport, and that is very genuine. We're all very excited to see what you come with, because we're excited about what you've done with your road cars in the last 10 years. 10 years is nothing in automotive or in motorsport. Thank you for coming to see us.
And thank you for telling our story.
Will you keep us informed with what's going on?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I'd love to come and see you down at your base in the south of France.
Let's set it up. Absolutely. We'll do that.
It's not the worst place to set up either by the race trail.
No.
That was smart too.
That's also smart. Tactic.
Thank you, sir. And the very best of luck in what you have to do. Cyril Abiteboul joining us here from Genesis Magma Racing on Radio Le Mans for 2025. Paul Trustwell's been keeping a watch on what's going on. There's a couple of penalties as we're starting another set of pit stops. Norman Nato in for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Loic Duval for Peugeot Total Energy. They're taking their pit stops pretty much on time. Yes, on time. But I did notice a couple of, at least one penalty that came through recently, which was for a yellow flag offence.
Yes, that was a drive-through for car number 193 when it was being driven by Eddie G with the third. So he's going to have to do a drive-through penalty. On the subject of penalties, remember the number 7 Toyota, which was pinned for speeding in the pit lane. It was actually Nick de Vries on his way out of the pits that was caught speeding, 79.8 kilometres an hour in a 60 zone. So that was why the stop and go was as long as it was, 50 seconds. And as I say, that has dropped the number 7 Toyota. It's still on the lead lap, but Nick de Vries in number 7 is now down in 16th position, unfortunately. News on the retirement side, the number 60 Mercedes from Iron Lynx, the car which was a relatively late entry with Andrew Gilbert, Lorca Herrenfin and Fran Roeda, the drivers. That car has now been officially retired, I'm afraid, so hardly surprising. It had already spent 2 hours in the pits, but they've decided to retire that one. Darren Newell is also retired, officially retired in the McLaren, the United Autosports car. So we've now got, by my count, 3 retirements, those 2 to add to the number 88 Proton Mustang.
Have you got your bingo cards ready? Car 311, Fred Vesti, 38, Jensen Button, 199, Spike, that is Delatraz, the 61, the 50 Ferrari, the 81 Charlie Eastwood car, Mikkel Jensen in the 93 Peugeot, the Simonar number 34, 5 of Michael Christensen, all under investigation for yellow flag infringements at Marshall Post 18, which is just coming out of the second chicane. And that actually is only 8 minutes ago. So that's come through fairly quickly. Johnny Morland rejoining us about that. When you're getting investigated for yellow flags like that, that's not going to go very well, is it? It's very rarely you get away with that.
The only thing I would say, a caveat to that, because normally you're absolutely right, Hindhoff, there's so many of them that it would seem that for them all to make the same mistake, so there could be mitigating circumstances in that. And also it's getting dark now, and sometimes with flags, that I know they've got the lights out there as well, but that can be potentially marshal reports coming in that may not be 100% accurate. And obviously one of those cars, I believe, is the leading car. No, it wasn't the leading car, second place car.
Second.
But I absolutely agree with what Johnny was just saying on that one. The thing that's happened in terms of the lead through the pit stops, they've all made pit stops now, all three Ferraris, but FIA has come out ahead of Miguel Molina. So number 83 now leads from 50, the privateer car from the two Ferrari AF Corsa cars, the two red ones. So what I can't quite work out is how the change happened, because the pit stops were identical length. The in-lap times, actually Molina's in-lap time was a little bit quicker, so I can't quite work out how it happened, but it has, and now Miguel Molina would really like to have the lead back and frequently closes right up onto the tail of FIA, but then has to drop back again. So what the Ferraris were able to do to the Porsches in terms of catching up and drafting past, they're not able to do to each other. Now that may just be caution, because we saw that earlier on with the 51 not pushing his way through. Anyway, Maliga in the 50, quite happy to stay in second place for the moment.
I'm going to take a quick pit report from Joe Bradley, who's with Antares Au down in the lane.
Antares, the number 90 Porsche, is going well. GT3 is such a competitive class. Hard to say where things will end up.
It's not been going too bad. I think for a first-time effort, we're on pace to at least staying on the lead line. Put it that way. It's a very competitive field, and we're running against people who's been doing this for multiple years. So very respectable competitors. We're not going to give them an easy time. Obviously, we need to mind our own shift, and we still have a lot to do.
Thank you, Antares. Thank you. I'll not keep you any longer. Thank you for that quick chat.
Joe Bradley with a CrowdStrike update as we're heading towards another half an hour of race having been completed. Hello to all of you listening and tweeting in. We're watching. Hello to Andy Blackmore, who I know is listening in Canada. No blocks, no breaks, and of course if you're in North America, we are on Sirius 137 XM 202, as we always are, for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship races as well. And the next one of those is not next week, is next weekend, excuse me, and that is the Sailing 6 Hours of the Glen, and we'll be on Sirius XM as well for that, as well as in sound and vision on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, and the streaming video on our IMSA radio sites and YouTube as well. That's all to come next weekend, along with the Nürburgring, Nordschleife, and the 24 hours, the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring, the magnificent endurance month of June coming at you thick and fast. Now, on the track, before we do our update, Alpine Paul-Luc Chatin in the battle of the French brands. Oh, did he hit him there?
Yep, contact under braking there. He was running.
It's like Duval in front of him in the Peugeot, Johnny.
Yeah, and he was taking a wider line in to get a good run coming out of Mulsanne.
Yeah.
And it caught him unawares, and I think there's probably a little bit of extra regen caught him unawares, and it just slowed the car in front, the Peugeot, more than he was anticipating. And at that point, you can't just brake a bit harder and slow down. You're on the limit of your braking anyway, and it's quite bumpy into Mulsanne, and it just tagged the back of the Peugeot and spun him round. Yeah, and Loic Duval whisked off around the roundabout. There is a recharge station just off that roundabout, actually, if he wants to pop in and stick a bit of energy in. A rather nice baker's shop
is there. They do very good coffee. And like deciding that it was better to go out of the firing line on the outside of the corner.
I've seen a few actually go the long way around and come back and loop on themselves. I didn't even know you could do that, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was a big shot.
He was fully locked up. He was desperately trying not to hit him, but yeah, caught unawares. I don't know, Paul will be able to tell us, was the Peugeot on an outlap?
I cannot avoid him, he moved back. I have a bit vibration front right. Please check.
Well, Paul Hubschat saying that Loic Duval was moving around. No, he wasn't on an outlap on that one around. It is just another half an hour racing completed just after 10:30 in the evening, Central European summertime. Let's take the hourly update. So here's how it stands with 6.5 hours of the 2025 93rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. We'll start in GT3, just for a change. Kelvin van der Linde is on his outlap for Team WRT in the number 46 BMW M4 GT3 after a stunning set of stints from Valentino Rossi. That car resumed in the lead as that car was passed over and leads now by about 18 seconds from Ryan Hardwick in the first of the Porsches. That's the Manthey first form car, the blue number 92. Accordis are third and fourth, and they are in number order, which I'm very much in favour of. The 78 from the 87. That's nice and neat and tidy. Arnold Rabat and Petru Ambarescu are around about 20 seconds apart or so, 25 seconds apart. And the top six made up by Simon Mann in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, the number 21 car, and the remaining Ford Mustang, Bernardo Souza, the Proton Competition number 77 car. Their team car went out early on after an accident at Tertre Rouge. In LMP2, it's a Pro-Am car that leads. It is Louis Delatraz, very much the pro in the Pro-Am category. The AO by TF 199 car, by about 10.5 seconds from the VDS Panis Racing number 48, Esteban Masson. All these cars are the same. Orica with the Gibson engine. Congratulations on Gibson, by the way, in getting the nod for the new engine contract, the turbocharged engine contract for new LMP2. In third place, it's Kuba Smirkowski for Inter Europol number 43. And he's about 6 seconds ahead of Jonas Reed for Proton Iron Lynx in the Orica number 9. Then it's the two E-Deck Sport cars, Sebastian Alvarez, number 28, and the 18, Mathis Jobert, separated by about 25 seconds. And they make up the top six. At the top of the shop, it is Eyefe for AF Corsa, and the Ferrari 499P, the mostly yellow car, has a 1.8 second lead. And just as I'm doing this, news coming in from race control, and here are those yellow flag infringement, and the 199 AO by TF leading LMP2 will have to come for a drive-through. Now, if he's got it, all of the rest who I read out earlier on will probably have it as well. So let's wait for those. Yes, 199 and 61 being pinged for that. We'll keep you in touch with that after the rest of the update. So Eyefe leading by 1.5 seconds from Miguel Molina and Alessandro Perguidi. They're about half a second apart in the 50 and 51. The rest of the top six who aren't Ferraris are Matt Campbell in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport from the back of the Hypercar grid, of course, after losing all of their times in qualifying for being underweight. It's Ryo Hirakawa now behind the wheel of the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing. That's the GT1 Tribute livery, the red, white and black car. Stunning car that was in its time, and that livery looks just as good on the GRO 10. And the top six made up by Frederick Vesti in the 31-1, 31 being its number in IMSA. They've added a 1 to both of the IMSA substantive cars, and that car is in 6th position. There are 107 laps completed, 6 hours and 35 minutes gone, and the gap between first and second is 1.7 seconds. Well, it's not dropping is the answer. It's still right in the middle of the 20s, 25 Celsius at the moment, and we're expecting it to go down to somewhere near 14 overnight. It's not happening quite yet. Straight to Joe Bradley for the Alpine number 35, and an update on that car that's been running towards the sharp end of the field. Just been taken out by Fernie Habsburg, Joe.
Yeah, a little bit of damage on the front right corner, so they've had to change the front deck. But I think what was more significant was the vents on the front of the car that they've removed and replaced with a completely clear one. All the vents were clogged with what looked like flies, and there's going to be a bit of rubber in there. But the majority of the vent was completely blocked. There's no air getting through the front of that car because of dead flies, which is quite significant, I think. That car, very quickly, the nose takes a matter of moments. It's 2 bolts, and it was off 2 bolts, and it was a new one was back on. So they haven't been delayed massively for that one.
Unfortunately, the number 33 Corvette from TF Sport has been delayed massively. It came into the pits for a nominal pit stop right about the time the hourly update began, and unfortunately, it is still in the pit lane, actually now behind, well, not behind the wall, but in the garage, I should say. The problem appeared to be with the left rear wheel. Try as they might, the crew members simply couldn't get any purchase with the air gun. They could not get that wheel off. They actually brought out a tool that they then were hammering, trying to break the nut off, and couldn't do it. So they put the car on the dollies, they wheeled it back in the garage. Now it looks like they have the wheel off, but there might be some bigger issues for them to contend with, and that car has been stationary now for the better part of 5 minutes.
That was Ryan Marine. Before that, Joe Bradley with the CrowdStrike pit lane reports. Just over a WEC race completed here, Johnny, and we're starting to settle in now. It's full dark, sunset, what, half an hour, 40 minutes ago, and this is Le Mans. This is the meat of the race for me.
I always feel that when you get the headlights sort of glowing on the tarmac, reflecting off the tarmac as they go down the Mulsanne Straight, and watching the brake discs glowing through Indianapolis, although actually you don't anymore because they don't brake, do they? But it's just incredible to watch these cars at night, and it's kind of the tradition of Le Mans, isn't it? It's what brings that sort of hairs stand up on the back of your neck, and it's fantastic to watch. And I've been following the first three Ferraris in a little league of their own at the moment. I'm still awaiting to see what happens to the 50 Molina car with the infringement in the yellows, but really exciting battle. 2 seconds covering the top 3.
And the 199 AO by TF Spike, the dragon car, Louis Delatraz has been through for his drive-through and is now back on the track. What was the other car that I said that was going to get that? I think I said it was the 61 car, Martin Berry, yes. Correct. And that car has done exactly the same. And by the way, that contact, it will surprise you not at all to know, Johnny Bolam, the contact at Mulsanne Corner has been looked at by race control.
It's a tricky one though, because
really,
I don't think it's just Luc Chatin's fault. It's not cut and dry. It's not 100%. Normally, if someone runs up the back of somebody else and spins them out, yeah, it's a drive-through or a penalty, time added. We saw it with Ben Keating with the Corvette hitting one of the Ferraris earlier on in the race. But in this particular instance, I think he was quite wide, and the Peugeot did come back across onto the racing line and did slow an incredible amount. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what they reckon to that.
On the subject of Ben Keating, who Johnny just mentioned, that Corvette, the number 33 car, now back out on the circuit. So if they did have to go at the wheel nut with a hammer, then...
I think that was the other car, though, wasn't it? The 33 Corvette.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The 33 one. Sorry, yes. That's the...
yes.
The Ben Keating one, which Johnny Edgar had been driving, and he brought it in, I suspect, to hand it back to Danny Juncadella.
It is indeed Daniel Juncadella.
And the car back out on the circuit, so good news for them. The other thing, just a change since the update that John gave in LMP2, the LMP2 pit stop window was open again, and so the 45 car, the Algarve Pro Racing, which was in the lead of the class, not the 45, the 43, the Inter-Europol competition car of Kubis Miskowski, and he is back into third place, but we're expecting a pit stop from both the VDS car and the Purple Dragon car, Spike the Dragon, 199, Louis Delatraz. They'll be coming in for their pit stops, and that'll put the Inter-Europol competition, I think, back into the lead of P2 within the next 2 laps.
Fred Vesti's just brought the Whelen 311 or 311 Action Express car into the pit lane. That's the best place of the Cadillacs and has been for quite a while. And I don't mean any disrespect by this, but I've been quite surprised. I think they're doing a really good job, because you look at how Cadillac Hertz Team Jota qualified and the fact that they are the Works team. I know they are Works supported and blessed from the IMSA Championship, but both they and Wayne Taylor Racing are private teams as opposed to the Works effort in the World Endurance Championship. I think those guys will be pretty happy with how they're going at the moment.
Oh, incredibly happy.
Right in touch.
Absolutely, and we heard, you weren't on air at the time, John, but Vesti getting support from his American engineer, who was really pumping him up and saying, right, there's traffic ahead. He was tracing Pascal Wehrlein at the time, and only a few seconds behind Sebastian Bourdais in one of the
It's because I'm not here. Don't think I'm not listening.
I know, you're like Big Brother, aren't you? And he's done a superb job, Vesti, in that car. He's really, really... is this his first Le Mans?
No.
But he's really, really got to grips with that hypercar and been really throwing it at the track and bringing the times down. Very consistent. The way he was working traffic in particular was very, very good.
Yeah, the reason that the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars have dropped back is purely because of those early stints when we had a couple of stints of 11 laps, one of 10, whereas the 311 has been able to bang in 12 laps on every stint. And the pit stops at the end of each stint have not been any slower. So my suggestion perhaps that the Cadillac team the Team Jota cars were running a little bit short of fuel in, I don't think was true. I think it's purely that they chose to come in a little bit earlier. Fred Vesti, just for information, raced here last year in LMP2 in a Cool Racing Orica.
It's Jack Aitken who has taken out the 31-1. Neil Janney in the Proton number 99 Porsche. And Marco Sorensen, Magic Marco, and he was in Hyperpole for Aston Martin for the Heart of Racing Valkyrie. He's back out as well, as into the pits comes Ryo Hirakawa for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Here's Alessandro Pergidi on the phone.
Okay, copy, box.
Box at the end of this lap. Noticed earlier on, actually, I was listening into the radio whilst we were doing the interview with Cyril Abitaboul, I think. And by the way, what good value both of our guests have been there. Tomic Young from Mobile, Dave Alcock saying, please tell Tomic we'll have as much of the technical stuff as they want to give us. He's fascinated by that molecular engineering talk about oil. Cyril Abitaboul, Genesis Magma taking this very, very seriously, Johnny.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, that goes without saying, really. You see a program like that, the partners that they've picked, the people that they've hired. I think it's going to be... It is incredible, actually, how this good news story about the class structure now of sports cars has just grown and grown, and the good news seems to be getting bigger and bigger.
Paul?
Yeah, I've just seen some soft tyres.
For the first time?
Well, I saw some in the back of the paddock, actually, because I needed to make sure I knew what they looked like.
Yeah, they are soft.
Yeah.
The number 8 Toyota then going out of the pits following a routine pit stop for Ryo Hirakawa. He's got out of the car. Sebastian Buemi getting in. Now, Toyota tried the soft in a free practice session at night, and I can't remember who it was who spoke to whom, but it wasn't a happy tale.
No.
But anyway, they're taking them out now. It's a lot cooler now than it was on that occasion, though.
It's mediums set aside for the Porsches. In has come the number 5 car, Julian Andlauer.
It was really interesting to see as Buemi came out of the pits on the Toyota then in the Hypercar, and then an LMP2 car on track with hot tyres.
Yeah.
Even on the soft tyres coming into Dunlop, he was nowhere, and the LMP2 was coming past him. And I was speaking to Oliver Jarvis earlier on, and he was saying it takes a long time, even with the hotter temperatures, to get the tyres in, a good half a lap to really start being able to get some temperature into them.
It was Ben Hanley actually in the second of the United Autosport. That car had problems earlier on, running in 16th position in the category. So that's the first team to jump our Mobile 1 track temperature, 24.7 Celsius. We are forecast to get down to a low of 14 overnight. It's not really a low, let's be honest. That would be a warm spring day in the UK. I'd still have my shorts on at 14. I know, before you say anything more, you're giggling away. That's not saying anything for Hindhoff. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
You wear the shorts all the time. The Porsche, wasn't it, that just came into the pits, the number 5 car, wasn't due a tyre change anyway.
So they were just standing there in
case.
Yeah.
But by the time they are due a tyre change, then maybe the softer tyres will be suitable.
Well, Felipe Nasr's just put the Cadillac Hertz Team Jordan number 12 car's fastest lap of the race in, 3:28.057, possibly stung by the fact that I was pointing out their relative lack of performance to the customer car. And Felipe must be coming to the end of his stint. Yes, he is, on his 12th lap, I think, at the moment in that car.
Just gone through onto his 13th.
Oh.
He's done 12, so he's going on to his 13th.
Right.
13 seems to be what you have to do. As Johnny and I were surmising earlier on, the 50 and 51 were quite happy doing 12s until they realised what was going on at Porsche. And they already knew what was going on with the number 83 car. But they then increased their stint lengths to 13 as well.
Sorry, Paul, go on, just finished.
Yeah.
I've got the radio, don't worry.
Right. I think what the problem is going to be is that the 13 lap stints mean that the tyres have to last 39 laps when you triple stint them.
In for a pit stop, we've just been in and out with Ferrari AF Corse, Alessandro Perguidi in now for Felipe Nasr, the additional Porsche, the American Porsche, of course. Felipe Nasr paired up with Nick Tandy in the American Series. Interesting pit radio there to the leading GT3 car, Kelvin von der Linde. How are the tyre pressures? And by that, says the engineer, I mean, are they too low? What will the driver feel, and what will he be feeling to be able to feed back from that, or is he just looking at a display on the dash?
Well, they have TPMS, so he'll be able to see what his tyre pressures are, which is quite useful.
And temperature?
And probably temperature. I'm not sure in the GT3 cars.
Right.
Paul will probably be able to tell me one way or another whether they will. I know in the Hypercar they can.
I can only say about 992 cars, but telemetry systems tend to do temperature and pressure.
We'll certainly get it on the road car.
I'm talking about in the car, though,
yes,
in terms for the driver.
Both.
So I know anyway he'll be able to see pressures, and he'll be able to feed back information on what the pressures are. They'll see them as well, but it will normally be slightly better grip with lower pressures. But with lower pressures, when you're starting lower, you've always got the risk of curb strike lower down, which damages the sidewall of the tyre. But there will always be an optimum pressure. If it's too low, you're lacking grip. If it's too high, you're lacking grip. You need that little sweet spot.
Just before I go to Joseph, Thomas Pitts is saying the Toyota the number 8 Toyota ran a single soft tyre on the front right in one of their earliest stints, according to the graphics on the TV. Now, they're not always 100% accurate, but it's not a tyre that gets worked that hard around here, so that might not have been a bad idea.
Well, it sounds like maybe they had an understeer issue, a balance issue, and they were trying to help the balance by changing
on the front axle,
compound of the tyre.
Which
yeah,
is, don't forget, a driven axle as
yes,
well
absolutely.
on the LMH cars. Joe Bradley with Petru Umberescu.
Yeah, Petru, you were in the car, the Cordis Lexus, when the sun went down, yes? That is called the romantic time.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I mean, for me, it's a surreal experience since I got here. I get like moments in which I realize the whole magnitude of the event and the privilege I have to be here. But yeah, it's unbelievable. I live every moment and I enjoy it to the maximum.
I've got to ask you as a new driver as well. There's your team car going. How was the experience of the driver parade? Everyone says it's incredible.
Yeah, it was really nice. I mean, it was the last proper interaction we got with the fans before the start of the race. So definitely something special and definitely something new for me. But I enjoyed it. I mean, it was nice.
And you have to get the mind back to work. When, if any time, when do you think we can put the soft tyres onto this Lexus?
I don't know. It's still too early to say.
Well, you don't have a choice, of course. They're all the same tyre. You don't have, yeah.
Yeah, basically we say we have just one compound, but we don't know yet where we're gonna be tomorrow or closer to the end of the race. It's still too early to say. But I've got a good team behind me, some really fast teammates, so yeah, fingers crossed we're gonna fight for a win.
Let me rephrase that question. With the longer fuel window for the GT3 car, can you go twice on the tyre?
Yes, definitely. We double steam the tyre, sometimes even triple steam the tyres.
Thank you, Petru. I'll leave you to cool off.
Mathis Gilbert from the Genesis Magma Racing team just got out of his car a moment ago. One of the stars of the European Le Mans series so far this year, but taking in Le Mans here, what has the experience been like? The car's been in contention all race.
Yeah, it's an incredible experience. With all this stint, it's quite hard. It's completely different to LMS when we are pushing from the first lap to the end. Here it's more a consistent race. With the night, first time for me also. But yeah, we are struggling a bit in terms of pace, but at the end we are in the fight for the podium with consistency.
You've got the big boss, Cyril Abiteboul, this year. He's watching over every little bit of this program with eyes on what is to come with the Hypercar program in the future. I'm sure you have your eyes on that too.
Yeah, for sure, but I'm more focused race after race on the LMS and here to learn a lot in Le Mans.
How much of a break do you get now?
Sorry?
How much of a break do you get now?
Well, I don't know.
All right, well, we'll let you figure it out. Thank you so much.
Ryan Moraine, before that, Joe Bradley. Leaving the pits a moment or two ago, Nicholas Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari AF Course of the Works car with the white sidewall soft tyres, at least on the front, at least on the front left, which is what we saw. I presume they put all four on that there, GMO.
I would assume so. It's quite interesting to see that when they're up in the air changing tyres, they're clearly in neutral, because you can see when they select first gear, the rear just moves ever so slightly. Which is
Why is that unusual?
Well, normally you would have your foot or hand on the clutch and leave it in gear. Even during pit stops, you wouldn't put it into neutral, and then sometimes you can get when you're you can get a little dog to dog when you're trying to select, because you've got a detent on these cars that you press a button to release and then have to select first gear. And when it goes dog to dog, you have to rock it backwards and forwards in order to get it to go into gear. So you tend to leave it. Certainly, in my experience, you tend to leave it in gear.
They did have a system whereby you took it out of gear and you only put it in gear when you were told to by the car controller, and the act of putting it in gear dropped the car on the ground and started the engine all in one go. And those systems have been outlawed now.
Well, even the GTE cars had a system where you would be in gear in the air with your foot on the clutch, your foot flat on the throttle, and you had launch control engaged, and as they dropped the car, it would fire as it sensed the pressure dropping in the line, and so by the time you hit the ground, you were already going.
Yeah. all of that's been outlawed now. You've actually got to push the button.
I used to love that.
Yeah. What, just less work for you to do?
Well, no, just launching.
VDS Panis Racing in the pits with Esteban Masson, their team manager, to the race director immediately, please. I heard you talking about that earlier on. That doesn't sound
The fact that
good
they say
news.
please makes it worse, I think.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Well, that's the Alcohol
It's
guys
like
making
an order.
making it very nice for them on the circuit. So 17 hours and 4 minutes to go, and the Hypercar battle continues at the front of the field. Porsche Penske Motorsport on the rotation on lap 113. 113 was my dad's old collar number. Leading by a minute and 1 second, but owes us a pit stop.
I'm absolutely fascinated, and Paul alluded to this earlier, and he's trying to work out why. And I'm going to ask him again. How is it that the 83 car, every time they pit like a second apart, and they do all their pit stops,
this is the
they both
EF
take
course
tyres,
83, yeah.
and then they come out, and there's like a 7-8 second gap between them, Paul?
I don't know. So
neither do I. I can't work it out.
So I have 3 crucial numbers, which is how we work it out. The one obvious number being the time spent actually at or in the pit lane, going from pit out, from pits in to pit out, and that is on that last stop for FEA, 1 minute 27.2. Now, admittedly, on both of those last stops, the 2:50 and 51 actually did lose 2.5 seconds because they were in the 1 minute 30s for their pit stop. The previous one, where the 83 car actually took the lead, there wasn't a difference, but that last pit stop was a quicker one for the number 83 car than it was for the 50 or the 51. The other 2 numbers that are important, just to finish the thought, of course, the in-lap time and the out-lap time, which on the lap on which the 83 took the lead, the in-lap time was a 3:28.4 for the number 83, a 3:29.1, so half a second of a gain made there, and the out-lap time was actually slower for the number 83 car, and that's what's puzzled me, because I don't see how it could have happened otherwise.
Hello to Todd Baker. Last year, I was listening on the way from Minneapolis, St. Paul to San Francisco. This year, I'm watching over the Pacific Ocean from LAX to Sydney, listening to your race call. I can't work out which airline you're on there. LAX to Sydney could be a number of different airlines. AA 99 maybe, or 73. No, that's a bit early for that, sorry. Zip.
Where are you going with this?
No, that's Todd Baker who's listening in. Sorry guys, a little bit of a mistake by Hertz team, Cadillac Hertz team Jordan Jensen Button being pinged for overtaking under yellow, and we'll have to do a drive-through. Whilst we mentioned earlier on that car number 5, Michael Christensen, was under investigation, that now is not under investigation. That was misreported on the timing screens above us, but they're going through that bingo card set of numbers that I put out earlier on and working their way through them, and so far everyone that I mentioned has had a drive-through. 3 of the 6 or 7,
well, the 50,
I think.
It's the 50 we're worried about.
That's the one we're
yeah.
waiting for.
Yeah.
Absolutely, with Nicholas Nielsen sitting at the sharp end of the field. Matt Campbell due his pit stop in what, Paul? A couple of laps time. They're just slightly off kilter with the rest of the guys, and
end of this lap for Matt Campbell.
Right. Okay.
They lead generally for 1 lap.
Yeah.
In every turn. The last time, actually, the last pit stop, they led for 2 laps.
I think it's going to be 2 here as well, actually.
Should be in at the end of this one, so yes, it will be 2 laps because they will lead across the line because the pit in actually includes the start-finish line.
Aston Martin 007 into the pit lane, 54.5 seconds outside of its box, and then moves on. The rear diffuser shaped like the Batman logo.
Very pretty from the back, isn't it? The
I
Aston?
think it's a great looking car.
Yeah.
It evokes so many cars from the past and so many cars from now. And when you look at the aero around the front of that, it's a thing of beauty. It really is. You get a chance to look at that from the 3/4 looking forward. It's magnificent the way they've styled that. And the rear end with that, as I say, that bat-shaped diffuser. Quite a simple looking diffuser at the back, but it's clearly working very, very well indeed. Coming to the end of another racing hour. You're listening to Radio Le Mans for 2025 on 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1 as part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Tonight dropping down to 14 degrees at the moment, 22 degrees in the air, 19.4 degrees in the air. Air quality fair, not too much wind to talk about. And as we look forward into Sunday, it should be around about a top temperature of 24 degrees. Hello to Alan Prosser as we just go past 11 o'clock here in north central France. Hello to Alan. He says, the dining customers at the pub have all finished. I'm now sitting for the first time since I've started a day with some campers and some locals, sharing an adult beverage and listening to you guys watching as well. Thank you very much indeed for being tuned in, Alan, at Lanzarote Camel, the king of the replay. Johnny Morland taking his leave for a little bit of shut-eye. So it leaves John Hindhaugh and Paul Trustwell in the booth. And another Porsche stop right on the money for Matt Campbell, Paul.
Yes, and again, it looks like this should be it was a driver change, I think, wasn't it? Matt Campbell had done a triple, so that's the full set for the number 6 car. Kevin Estra should be getting back into it. As he did a triple stint at the beginning of the race, handed it over to Lawrence Van Toor. He did his triple stint, and now Matt Campbell has done a triple as well. But of course, with 2 laps now in the lead, the 6 will drop to 4th place, and Yee will take over the lead again. I should say Phil Hansen, because he's now in the driving seat of the number 83. Phil Hansen with a lead of 5.4 seconds over Nicholas Nielsen's red Ferrari, and then James Collado is a further 6 and a bit seconds behind that. So I don't know what. It wasn't a surprise to see the Ferraris bubble to the top, and what I'm trying to work out is, if I were in a Porsche or in a BMW, how you can do anything to catch up with them, because as Johnny and I were saying earlier on, it just seems that Ferrari just have a little bit in hand, not very much, and clearly because of the way they're battling amongst themselves, none of them have the advantage over the other. So whilst the 3 Ferraris are doing what they're doing, as a consequence, they're drawing slightly ahead of the Porsche behind, and again slightly ahead of the BMW behind that, although Norman Nato with the number 12 Cadillac Hertzstein Jota V Series R has now moved into 5th position ahead of the BMW, but I think we'll be seeing Norman Nato into the pits at the end of the lap that he's currently on. That's car number 12. Yes, he's due to come in at the end of this lap, but the difference is that the Cadillacs very definitely can't manage 13 laps. They can only do 12 laps on each of their stints of energy allocation.
Jack Aitken in the 31-1 Cadillac, looking at the back of Loic Duval's car. Loic Duval 4 seconds further back from Jenson Button, who needs to do his drive-through. I wonder if there's a bit of chat going on about that, because he hasn't come in yet. The lead still held by Phil Hansen by about 5.3 seconds. Time we took another CrowdStrike pit lane report, this time from Ryan Marine at Alpine.
That's right. Just saw a pit stop for the number 36 car. There was a driver change as well as fuel and tires. Fred Makovicky, I believe, now aboard that machine. And interestingly enough, at least on the left-hand side, they went to the soft compound of the Michelin tires. I didn't get a chance to see what they put on the right-hand side, and you can mix and match in the World Endurance Championship, but that's one thing to keep an eye on as we get to these cooler temperatures. Will the team start to go to that softer tire?
Well, 1 or 2 have made that jump, Paul, and that means that they're the trailblazers in that effect, and people will be watching the lap times here.
Well, yes, it's not as simple as that. I mean, it never is.
You shock me, Paul, saying that. Of all the years you and I have sat or stood together around these environs and other places.
Yeah.
Here, just before you go to that, here is the next of those yellow flag infringements for a drive-through, and it is Ferrari number 50. Nicholas Nielsen will have to come down pit lane. Remember that list of cars that I read out earlier on. Paul is making a note of it, and that car will have to head into the pit lane. This is the second place car at the moment, and the drive through the pit lane is going to drop that car down to, I think, 4th or 5th position.
It'll cost you about 25, between 20 and 25 seconds.
Okay, well, maybe only drop one. Yeah,
is the net loss between driving down the pit lane or carrying on around the circuit. The problem with this soft tyre principle is, yes, it will give you faster lap times. The problem then is that it may not be able to triple stint it. So if you can't triple stint it and you end up having to come in and change it after a double, then you're going to end up running out of tyres before the end of the race. So it is a bit of a risk. John Hindhaugh said a moment ago that it's a journey into the unknown. We can go down to the pits, though. Information, a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, the number 12 has come in, that's Norman Natto, and it looked like a pretty ordinary stop.
That's the Cadillac team
Jones car, yeah, absolutely. Looked really dull and uninteresting until they put a white sidewall tyre just, I think, on the front left only.
Front left?
Yeah. Now, it might have been, again, the inability both, it might have been the whole of the front axle, but definitely the front left and definitely not the rear left.
Okay. So we're getting creative now. Here's Nick Nielsen on the phone.
No lift and coast target.
Maximum push, no lift and coast target is what his engineer has just told him. 8 minutes past 11. 93 Peugeot gets its drive-through for the yellow flag infringement. That car currently sitting in 20th of the 21 machines. Paul de Resta in his class. Into Europol, the 43 LMP2 has cycled back to the lead ahead of Esteban Masson. He's 35 seconds further back in the VDS Panis racing car. Edex Sport, Proton Iron Lynx in third in the 9 Edex Sport. Job von Eutet in the 28 in fourth, and the 199 EO by TF PJ Hyatt next up.
Jenson Button still hasn't taken his drive through.
No, he has not. Now, I haven't seen that rescinded, but I've got to tell you, he must be on his third lap now. So there's something going on there about that penalty for the mighty 38, or as it is this year, the 3Bs. Button at Bourdais and Bamber. Kelvin van der Linde still ahead in GT3, ahead of Simon Mann for Vista AF Corsa and Hardwick first form. And here comes Kuba Smirkovsky out of the lead in LMP2, and our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Ryan Marine is there.
fuel going in right now for the Inter-Europol team. And again, as we've talked about all race long, these crew members working feverishly on the windscreens of these cars. So much detritus as usual, but also with all the flies in the air unusually for this time of year. Trying to make sure that's cleaned off for the drivers, especially at nighttime, is crucial. It does not appear to be any tires going on, so the same set of Goodyear Eagles set to stay aboard for Kubisz Mikowski. He's just waiting on that fuel. It is disengaged, and there he goes. Great pit stop.
Just a little off there at the Mulsanne corner a moment or two ago, and a gravelly moment for, I think, one of the P2 cars. I caught out the corner of my eyes. I was trying to crunch some numbers. You can tell me at RSL_studio. These yellow flag infringements from earlier still coming in. And the latest car to be pinged is the TF Sport Charlie Eastwood from 7th in the LMGT3 class. Nick Damon has been watching the pit lane and can give us this report.
Yes, Jensen Button trundled down, and he did his drive-through in full trundle mode, and I'm sure swearing under his breath and saying it's not fair, I didn't do it, Gov. But he has now served his drive-through.
Well, in fairness, I don't know whether it was him at the wheel when it happened. Thank you, Nick.
It was.
It was. Paul unequivocally, it was. Okay, thank you, Paul.
What's his circus? The other one, 94, Loic Duval. Now he's in for a. Oh no, it's the 93 that was given the drive-through. 94 is in for a routine pit stop, and this should be Loic Duval getting out of the car for the second time. He started the car, and he's now completed his second stint in the leading of the two Peugeots, the other one having been delayed. I said it was had a penalty, but it had a bit of a delay, having had a relatively major impact with the barrier at the entrance to the Porsche curves early in the race, but a situation which was dealt with extremely efficiently by the marshals and by the Peugeot mechanics, and they managed to get the 93 on its way again relatively quickly. The situation at LMP2 is interestingly because we just had that pit stop as you described from Schmitkowski, and he is on a slightly different schedule from the other cars in LMP2. So the 48 car has gone through into the lead of the class now, the VDS Panis racing car in the hands of Esteban Masson. Jonas Reed is in third place.
Another penalty, Paul, this time for the 31-1 Cadillac Whelan. Jack Aitken will have to come down the pit lane again. This is the drive-through penalties being issued for yellow flag infringements coming out of the second chicane, or partway down between the second chicane and Mulsanne corner at least. This was a little while ago. Now, good evening to Dave England, who is about 5,000 miles into his road trip in Munich tonight, and unexpectedly finding himself being able to watch as well as listen. You got the pictures on the TV in the hotel and synced up perfectly with our sound, where the remaining time is 16 hours 46 and 10, 45, 59, 58, 57, 56. Yellow flags at the entrance, double yellow flags at the entrance to Mulsanne corner. And who has gone off there then?
Possibly
removed immediately. So that must have just been a very quick spin or an issue for somebody. BMW number 20 in the pits from the Hypercar class, Nick Damon.
Yes, and right behind it, the number 46 from the GT3 leader with Kelvin van Linde staying on board. Round of applause for putting the fuel in. No tyres on either car. They are bringing some tyres out for the other BMW M car, whether Hypercar, whether it actually does anything, I don't know entirely. All the tyres they brought out so far, potentially, with one more to go down, are all yellow-sided. So the ones they brought out, if they decide to use them, are all mediums. But that's our excitement now, isn't it? The yellow to white ratio on the Hypercars.
Kevin Magnussen driving the number 15 BMW. That's the V8 engine you can hear in the background in the hypercar class. 6th position. He's just 1.1 seconds away from the back of Seb Buemi. And just hitting the curb on the inside of Mulsanne corner. And now heading down that lovely long run to Arnage, Indianapolis.
Yeah, Seb Buemi, he went out on the soft tyres, didn't he? And I'm not entirely sure that he's going as quickly as, well, he's not going as quickly as Kevin Magnussen. Kevin is closing in on him. But unfortunately, from Kevin's point of view, he's going to have to come into the pits for a routine pit stop at the end of this lap. It'll probably be a fuel-only stop for him. But Buemi's times on this stint so far on the softer Michelin tyre are not any quicker than he went on the hard tyre at the beginning of or the medium tyre at the in the middle of the race, in the beginning of the race.
So Kevin Magnussen, engine completely switched off, rear right locking, and that put him off the circuit. René Rast is under investigation for speeding in the pit lane in the BMW number 20. As we continue in the darkness here, one or two little mistakes beginning to creep in, and Magnussen is in the pit lane. Magnussen then in the number 15 BMW and comes in from 6th position. Nick Damon is near that car.
Yeah, just about to arrive at the gates of the WRT pit lane. He's going very, very slowly up the pit. I don't know if this is just an optical illusion because that particular car looks slower, but the other cars seem to be quicker. He comes in with the 50. He's not throwing any gravel off after he's off down at the bottom of Mulsanne straight. Kevin staying on board. They're having a check of the rear brakes. Now, obviously, that's where the regen happens as well, so they're just concerned about that. Having a bit of a look to see what's happening at the back end of the car. Mechanics with torches, just seeing if there's a problem. No other part of the car being looked at. There's a big examination of the rear discs on the left-hand side. The Michelin man is happy. It's not Bendham, it's just a man who works for Michelin. Is happy with the information he has in the rear right. Looking down again, I wonder, are they going to do something? See a bit of fuel going in. They chipped away. I think they're going to look and have a think now and let him go. They aren't quite sure what the problem was. He's gone away on just a pure fuel stop. I'm wondering whether on this pit lane speeding, which has just been called on his teammate, they are very, very, very close to pit exit, the last garage. And I wonder whether they worked out if they actually got it. They don't actually quite reach the maximum speed before the light, and then unfortunately they perhaps got a super launch and did.
It's an interesting thought for sure. Here on my end, just a moment ago, we just saw the 35 Alpine Ferdinand Habsburg. It was a fuel-only stop. I thought we might learn a little something about the soft tires, because if you'll recall, the sister car came in a couple of laps before and put the softs on. They had a set of softs laid out for Ferdy Habsburg, but elected not to change tires at all. So he's back out on a used set of the mediums. Now, the bad news for the 35, in addition to the fact they've been running outside of the top 10 for quite some time, there's a drive-through penalty coming for that car. They were judged to have caused a collision, so that will set them back even further.
Yes, that would have been the collision with the Peugeot, which Paul-Yves Chatin was the Alpine driver at the time, and we did look at it. Johnny Molam decided it was all right, but for once the stewards disagreed with him.
He didn't say it was all right. He just said it was difficult to call one way or the other. I mean, the amount of factors nowadays, as we've got the yellow and red flags out at Marshall's post 21, and that's just exiting the Mulsanne corner. I don't think that's. It says slippery surface. I think that's gravel there. There's been a couple of cars through there recently, and Yeah, there's so many factors for race control to take into consideration now, particularly with the hybrid cars. When you are regenerating and slowing down that way, the brake lights still do come on, but it is a different type of braking than if you're using the friction brakes. And, you know, there's so much to take in.
Yeah, and I'm pleased that team managers, drivers are invited to go along to the stewards to explain themselves. We do get these situations where the message comes up, so we will hopefully not get any more serious penalties, but it's funny, keep monitoring lists of things here, one of them being retirements, haven't had very many of those, another of them being full course yellow slow zones, neutralisations of various sorts, haven't had very many of those. Penalties, I think we're already up to 20 or so of penalties, either drive-throughs or stop and goes, which have to be served and do affect people. And in terms of the leading hypercars, we've had a penalty of 50 seconds for the number 7 Toyota. That's been in a service penalty. We've had a drive-through penalty for the number 50 Ferrari, a drive-through for the 93 Peugeot, and now this drive-through that's been assessed for the Alpine number 35. So we were talking about the way to win this race, and yes, luck is going to play its part, but not being pinged for penalties is going to be a significant factor of the matter as well.
22 minutes past 11 here at Circuit de la Sarthe, and we have a little change around in the staff members in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Johnny Palmer here, joined by Bruce Jones and Paul Truswell, staying with us, of course. CrowdStrike Pit Reports as we go as well. But this is 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. We're around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.com. In the background, the glorious sound of the 6.5 litre V12 of Marco Sorensen's Aston Martin Valkyrie. I was called into the booth slightly earlier than I might have expected, and as I said to Bruce on the way in, it wasn't as if I was down at Tertre Rouge watching or anything. I was led astray by you, Bruce, because you suggested that was a good place to go and watch.
Quite right. So what you can't pick out on radio, of course, is a slight glow to your face, Johnny. You have shifted to get back here.
Yeah,
good stint, though. But it's added to your experience.
I upped the pace, folks. So there's now a little dribble either side of my forehead, but that's all right. Makes it slightly more intense, doesn't it?
Exactly. You'll cool down. Actually, thank goodness it's now not Thursday night. It was so humid you wouldn't have cooled down at all right then. And certainly for a lot of the teams, not just us as commentators, last night was very, very sticky. So the night that everybody wanted a proper bit of kip, it was very tricky indeed. A lot of people lay on their beds and didn't get the sleep in.
Let's head to the pit lane then, to Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike Pit Report.
Yeah, we just had the 7 Toyota in. That's the car with the, it's the Conway machine. Came in, it's got a lovely set of softs on. It hasn't been saying they're on their second stint of these softs, at least, and also it has a little bit of damage on that side pod. It was mentioned really early on they clipped the side pod there, but it's quite a big kind of gouge out of it. They fixed it with tape. Normally those sort of bits of damage on the side pod of Formula 1 cars, that's the end of the aero, which just goes to show it's a bit different in WEC, because it seems to be doing relatively okay. But yeah, it has been in the wars, but it's not just the wars, it's on softs as well.
That was always the big question, wasn't it, Nick? Whether teams would, well, I'm sure many of them were always planning to head to the softs, but at what point in the evening? So several teams starting to make them work now. Remember, as was explained to me earlier on in the week, it's not as if you go to the tyre supplier and say, right, these are all the tyres I want from the off. You can chop and change as long as you don't use more than the 56 allocated to you. And it's the point where you leave the pit lane with a new set of tyres. They're recorded by the RFID chips, and that's then in your allocation.
And you just hope that your team notes keep up with the number of tyres you put on the car. Imagine the embarrassment if you got to the final couple of hours and found the cupboard was nigh on bare. Let's not go there. Right, what we can talk about though, Johnny, we started the race with 62 runners. We appear to have 59 still circulating. I know they were fighting for a long time at United Autosports to get the number 95 McLaren that Darren Young pulled off at the side of the circuit with. There was some question. It's listed on our screens now as retired, but I know for a long time they were fighting, trying to work out what it was, sent a crew out to sort of see if they could see from the outside. But anyhow, certainly Lorcan Hannafin was the last driver aboard the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes. That went out. And Gianmarco Leverato, first driver out of the race, Proton Competition Ford, and that was a big blow up the rear going in between Forest S's and Tête Rouge. The rest, they still circulate.
They do indeed, and the incident for the 88 was the only crash, the only accident. The mechanical issue which stopped Darren Young, there was a shot on the TV screens of him taking off his helmet, taking off his balaclava, walking away from the car. And of course, at that point, regardless of what the team may have done to try and help him, he's out of the race. And the number 60 garage door has been closed following suspected engine damage following a water pump drive belt failure, which they replaced. But the car went out in Lorcan Hannafin's, in Fran Rueda's hands, and Fran did 2 laps, brought it back in again, and they decided to call it a day before night had even fallen on that car. But yes, down to 59, then 3 retirements so far. And the other thing which we're doing, Bruce, is we're looking at number of laps completed and divided by the number of hours completed, multiplied by 24, just to see where we get.
Carry 394 laps is the current prediction. Who knows?
394, and we need 397 to equal the
397 to equal. But it's impossible to get to that with a hypercar, purely because the power is so restricted on them that that it won't get to that record. The record I'm really looking at is to beat the existing hypercar record, which is 380 laps, which was completed in 2022 by the Toyota GR10 hybrid. That was 380, as I say, in 2022. That's the highest number by a hypercar.
And there have been 4 races so far under hypercar rules. 21, 22, 23, 24. This is the 5th,
This
right?
is the 5th, yes, sorry, yes.
Yes. Completed races.
Yes.
So, okay, interesting record to try and aim for. There were whispers earlier on throughout the Radio Show Limited collective with a hope we might get to the 2010 record, but sorry to pop that balloon.
As long as we beat the wrong type of record that we had last year.
Well, yeah, precisely.
For the lowest number of laps completed. I mean, obviously, the march of progress means that we're going to get higher than that. But in modern times, the lowest number of laps completed was by the McLaren in 1995, which didn't even get to 300. They completed 298 laps that year. Partly because they were GT cars, partly because it poured with rain all night.
Yeah.
Last year's race was 311 laps, so I think we should be able to beat last year.
Well, Ferrari are experiencing a 1-2 at this stage, but we have had the 50 car. Has that one come in to drop it out of that top 3 to shuffle things around a little bit? I'm just going from what I was witnessing.
That's because Miguel Molina had to come in for a drive-through penalty for a yellow flag infringement. And so he came in, did that stop, and as a result of that has dropped down to 4th place.
Thank you. And therefore Kevin Estre skips up back into the top 3 in the number 6 Porsche. Couple of, well, in fact 3 more cars making their stops, including Sebastian Buemi's number 8 Toyota, which runs in 8th place. The 311 or the 31-1, if you go by the normal IMSA number for that Cadillac Wayland V Series R, it normally runs as 31 in the States, but they've added an extra number to make sure that we can identify it from the BMW that runs in the GT class. That's Jack Aitken, and the 99 Neil Jarni Proton Competition Porsche that is in 15th position. Exactly 11:30 on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. let's get an hourly update. Seven and a half hours now completed, so 16 and a half still to go. It's 11:30 at night, Saturday evening, and the AF Corsa Ferrari, the yellow and red car of Phil Hansen, currently leads number 83 by virtually 10 seconds over James Collado's number 51 Ferrari AF Corsa 499P. So it's a 1-2 for Ferrari, although in very different livery. And then Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s back up to third because of a drive-through penalty that Miguel Molina had to take. And his co-driver, Nicholas Nielsen, now drives the number 50 car, another Ferrari, in fourth position. Then two more Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s, the 4 ahead of the 5. They're in 5th and 6th places for Felipe Nasr and Julian Andlauer. Then it's René Rast's BMW, the number 20 car, which is in 7th, ahead of the rejoining Toyota number 8 after a pit stop for Swiss Sebastian Buemi. Kevin Magnussen in the second of the BMWs, number 15 is 9th, and Norman Nato runs 10th in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz team Jota V Series R. LMP2, the top 4 positions are now the non-Pro-Am lineup, so the cars with the silver drivers. VDS Panis Racing, Esteban Masson leading the way in car 48 by 54, nearly 55 seconds over Kuba Śmiechowski's Inter Europol competition car number 43. Then it's the 9 Iron Lynx Proton of Jonas Reed. He's a further 25 seconds back. And a couple of seconds behind Jonas is Job van Outert in the EDEX Sport number 28. The leader in Pro-Am is the 199 AO by TF PJ Hyatt-driven Orica. Second in Pro-Am and 7th, when you group the LMP2s together, is Proton Competition's Bent Viscal in number 11. And then in number 34, third in Pro-Am, it's the Inter Europol competition car of Luca Giotto. LMGT3 sees the 46 team WRT BMW of Kelvin van der Linde leading by 55 seconds over Ryan Hardwick's Manthey First Form number 92 Porsche. The 78 Arnold Robin-driven Lexus from Acodis is third, ahead of Vista AF Corsa's Ferrari Simon Mann number 21. Pit-stopping Clemens Schmidt is 5th in another Lexus number 87. And 6th place, the 27 Heart of Racing team Aston Martin of Mattia Drudi. I'm slowly cooling down after that run back to the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. The track temperature is sort of hovering roughly around 24 and 25 degrees Celsius at 11:30 at night. So, the stranglehold that Ferrari seemed to have in the early stages, or the last few hours really, of this race has just been disrupted very slightly with that drive-through penalty for car number 50. The Porsches are sitting in wait. BMWs, which from certain sources you might have suggested that I thought the BMWs would be doing a tad better than they are to this point, but there's still plenty of time left. We always try to remain neutral, but it's fun to try and guess who might win it. But it does appear that Ferrari are having a strong race to this stage as the 51 car from second place comes into the pits, Bruce.
Yeah, and I was also just looking, you just mentioned the BMWs fleetingly, and the number 15 one, driver Kevin Magnussen, is under investigation for pit lane speeding. So that could really sort them out a little bit. And the number 15 BMW, by the way, is down in 8th place, but the sister car, number 20, René Rast, is at the wheel of that. So he's in 6th. Let's go down to Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yes, just out of the 193 Ziggo Sport car. Hey, Jonathan. Jonathan, you look quite relaxed for managers driving around Le Mans in the dark.
No, I wouldn't say that. Looks can be deceiving. Obviously, it's very, very tough out there. My first Le Mans, and of course dealing with hypercar and P2 traffic. Faster cars. and just trying to stay out of trouble and do my own race. So it's hugely challenging, but I managed to keep it clean, and I think that's the goal, survive the night.
They always say that the slower car should just stay on its line and the faster cars will go past quite nicely. Is that what's actually happening?
No, I mean, it's honestly, it's tough for everyone, but I reckon the guys from behind with the light shining and flashing us, they can see more ahead. And of course, for us, looking in the mirrors with all the vibration, it's not exactly 20/20 vision, so I'm trying my best.
Does the flashing lights do anything, or does it just annoy you?
No, I mean, it is useful to a degree when you're some distance away. Of course, then it alerts you. But I guess if it's constant flashing right behind you, it's not really going to do anything. But in any case, because the closing speeds are so fast with the LMP2 and the Hypercars, that it's more a case of trying to judge the distance and find the best way to let them through.
Do you have any idea, can you actually tell from the wobbly lights whether it's a P2 or a Hypercar, or is that just the speed they go past you?
Frankly, no. Frankly, not at all. So it's a case of looking at the warning screen that we have, which highlights if it's LMP2 or Hypercar. Sometimes getting assistance from the team. Otherwise, frankly, maybe something wrong with my eyes, but I cannot decipher them in the dark.
I think you've done very right, Jonathan. Fantastic. Well done. Great stint.
Thank you.
Back to Ryan.
Pit stop underway for the number 78 Akotis ASP Lexus, pitted from the 3rd position. Actually, just a lap ago, we saw the teammate Clemens Schmidt come in and pit from the 5th position. Both cars taking fuel only. There'll be multiple stinting their Goodyear Eagle tires here at this point. It's been a remarkable run to this juncture in the race for Jerome Polican's team, Akotis ASP. Both cars in the top 5 at this stage in the race. Clean pit stops for both cars, and they continue on. It's still Schmidt and Roban behind the wheel.
That's Ryan Marine with another CrowdStrike pit report, and prior to that, Nick Damon chatting to Jonathan Hui from the 193 Ferrari of Ziggo Sport Tempesta. Who else is this coming down? Well, James Collado had pitted, and the 51 Ferrari returning to the race in 4th. Felipe Nasser's just been in as well in Porsche number 4, so that's dropped him a few places to 9th spot. And the LMP2's perhaps about to begin a cycle of stops as well, Paul.
Yes, the one Hypercar still to come in is going to be Miguel Molina, and he will be followed in by Phil Hansen in the 83. Maybe Phil Hansen gets there first. Where's he, in fact, on the circuit? No, Phil Hansen, it will be Molina in first, followed by Hansen. As far as the LMP2 story is concerned, somehow the Inter-Europol competition car has got itself onto a slightly different pit stop strategy from the rest of the LMP field. Kuba Schmitkowski in the lead at the moment, but he will be into the pits in just about 2 or 3 laps, whereas the rest of the LMP2 field will be in kind of straight away. So the lead of the Inter-Europol competition car is actually a little bit greater than it looks.
Let's go back to Nick to see a pit stop for another Ferrari.
Yeah, it's the 50. It's the Miguel Molina car. He's not getting out. I don't know whether we were aware of this, but they are on softs all round. So this car has 4 white sidewall soft tyres on. They're not replacing them. They're getting a second stint, or even maybe a third one. I've no idea how long he's been in the car. But yeah, so the Ferrari have already gone to the white sidewalls. And of course, as always, it's normally the fueling, of course, is by far the longest job, but with the amount of black flies around, a large amount of cleaning, enough goes the Ferrari, and he's probably calmed down from the drive-through by now.
Nick Damon with the CrowdStrike pit report, and we'll keep a keen eye, therefore, on the leading Ferrari, which has done 9 pit stops in the hands of Phil Hansen, who's been through the full complement of drivers in Ferrari number 83. So Ye Fei, Robert Kubica with time spent in that car as well, and a 25-second lead over Kevin Estra's Porsche. So slowly working its way into the Ferrari top 3, but of course that Porsche's got to stop at some point as well, so it will all equal itself out.
What I'm trying to keep track of is Nick says it is quite easy, trying to work out how long those soft tyres have been on Miguel Molina's car, the number 50 car. which had to do that extra pit stop for its
2 seconds, Paul.
The sixth
yes,
car
it's
with Attrition
James Collado,
is 2
sorry.
seconds back. You might be seeing some blue flags. We'll wait till they're closer. Their last lap was a 3:29.4, just for information.
So that's some chatter to the Cadillac WTR driver, Ricky Taylor. 1:01 in 17th position, but always important that drivers are kept up to speed with cars they're fighting with, whether they've got visual on them or not, as the Ferrari heads back into the race. Yeah, that's going to be tricky to work out then. Do you do that on lap times to work out what tyres they're on?
No, how long they are in the... So, no, not rely on Nick to tell us whether they're on soft or mediums, but in order to know how long they've been on the soft or mediums, all I can say is that James Collado, it is, isn't it, in the 51, Nicholas Nielsen in the 50, and that car has been on its soft tyres now. It's going on to its second stint. Now, in order not to overdo the allocation, you're going to need to do triple stinting on the soft tyre.
Yeah, which is going to be potentially very tricky, although they're going to hope that the temperatures stay as low as possible. The Mobil 1 track temperature is currently 24 degrees Celsius. It's a little bit cooler in the air at 19, nearly 20. Let's go back to Nick Damon. The race leader is in.
Yep, getting the refuelling and the fly cleaning done. But this car, which Phil Hansen is staying abroad and there's no tyre changes, is on mediums all round. So there is a slight divergence between the Works Ferrari and the almost Works Ferrari.
Thank you for that. So now Porsche lead Le Mans again on lap 127. Good to see that the cars are close enough so that we get plenty of lead changes when each leading car then next needs certainly fuel/energy and possibly tyres as well, Bruce.
The thing that stays in my mind before it turned from day to night was every time I saw the Porsches in contest down the Mulsanne Straight, they lost out to the Works Ferrari as well, and the AF Corsa Ferrari. However, the second half of the lap, the Porsche seemed to be stronger. But, you know, imagine you've got to that. It's a bit like in the Italian Grand Prix up to 1971, before they put the chicanes in around the track. You didn't want to lead onto the last lap, but you know, if you could get ahead down the Mulsanne and just become slightly wide if this was the final lap and you had the last half of it, that would surely put the advantage Ferrari's way. But I think that's getting a bit ahead of myself, don't you, Paul?
Indeed. The way I try and do it is to kind of split the race into chunks of 13 laps. And in every chunk of 13 laps, the Porsche leads either one or two of them. And, okay, you then project 13 lap stints towards the end of the race and you see which is going to be in front. It's too early to be doing that. But if the Porsche starts to lead 3 laps in every chunk, then you can say, okay, it's catching up in some way. But because everybody is doing 13 lap stints, and by everybody I mean all of the leading runners, because there are significant hypercars who are not doing 13 laps, including the Cadillacs and including the BMWs, that's why those cars are dropping back, because they're only doing 12. So the 13 lappers are the Ferraris, the Porsches and Toyota. Actually, Toyota are more of a 12-lap car as well. So it's really just Ferrari and Porsche that can manage these 13-lap stints on their, I'll call it a tank of fuel, but it's not. It's the amount of energy that they're allowed to use in a stint.
Whilst I was away from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, it was interesting to see Peugeot do pretty well, as in lead the race at certain phases. What was one of their maximum stint lengths, laps completed? Because I think they only got there, didn't they, by extending their energy window?
Yeah, they've been doing 13 laps per stint. So yes, Peugeot is the other one who can do 13 laps. They got themselves into that position again because they're running on a slightly different schedule from the other cars in close proximity to them, and it is only the 94 Peugeot which is a factor in the race, because of course the 93 hit the barrier quite early on with Stoffel van Dorn driving it. Now's perhaps a good time as well to recognise the fact that we have 15 cars on the lead lap. The first car which is not on the lead lap is the number 7 Toyota, which Mike Conway is then driving. Ricky Taylor is off the lead lap in the 101 Cadillac for the Wayne Taylor Racing Team, and Ferdinand Habsburg in the Alpine is also off the lead lap. But apart from that, and the 2 Aston Martin Valkyries have also dropped off the lead lap. But such has been the pace of this race and the lack of significant interruptions that if you're not fast enough after 7 3/4 hours of the race, it's very easy to drop off the lead lap.
Just to pick up on the Peugeot driver, it was actually Paul Di Resta who caught the barrier.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Not at all. Just so that we're not blotting Stoffel van Dorn's copybook. He's actually in the 94 car, but not driving that at the moment. It's his Danish teammate Malte Jakobsen instead. Kevin Estre zigzagging his way through the Michelin chicane now and out towards the right-hand kink, which will line the road up towards Mulsanne corner then. He is leading the race by almost a minute. Kevin Magnussen's going to come into pit lane now as well from 7th position in his BMW, which is number 15. As from 5th place, Bent Viscal's Proton Competition LMP2 car, which wasn't the Pro-Am leader when I read the update. That was the AO by TF Sports car of PJ Hyatt. But Bent Viscal will now make another pit stop to even matters up there in the LMP2 Pro-Am field.
I'm just sort of looking up and down the timing sheet to see, you know, some of the cars that were slightly delayed. And the Algarve Pro Racing, number 45, it's down in 12th position in P2. But British racer Alex Quinn is putting in some really, really quick times. Gained a few positions in the last lap or so because others ahead of him pitted. But, you know, we have time of plenty in this race remaining, 16 and a bit hours, but if Quinn and the gang in 45 can keep that sort of pace, they will be getting back into the reckoning. It's always so difficult, isn't it? You have a setback in the first hour or two, you are quite invisible to other people in the race because you're chipping away. You may be gaining even a second, 2 seconds a lap, but it's a long haul back, and likewise for many of the penalties that so many of the teams have received.
So the BMW I mentioned is into the pits, and Nick Damon's watching the stop.
It's out the pits.
Oh, that quick.
Well, yeah, they did a full service. Kev Magnussen got in. Another driver got in.
Dries Vanthoor it was.
Yeah, I think it was, because he looked quite short and Rafael Marcello's quite tall. But they did put a set of tyres on, but they were mediums, so they've not gone the soft route. They're still mediuming it up.
Which is definitely a phrase from now. It is now. Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit report there. And the Porsche of Kevin Estre choosing this moment, or probably being instructed to take this moment as a pit stop. So with the purple headlights as it hits the limiter, 60 kilometers per hour in pit road, so that the team can tell them apart from the others. So the mechanics hopping onto this car to service it as quickly as possible, but Estre's going to stay on board. The Michelin tyre technician just peering through the holes in the top of the wheel arches there to see how this set of tyres is faring, and also checks in the rear as well, right around the diffuser. So mechanic was just down on all fours there, trying to pull out maybe a bit of debris or just do some measuring as the fuel's still going in, Bruce. But all very calm down at Porsche.
All very calm, and you don't waste a single second in the pit stop, because if you know the car's going to be sitting there with a bit of refueling, you've got to check everything. And at this point already, there's going to be a lot of tyre build-up. And now it's darker. If a driver runs a little wide, they're going to pick up a whole lot more. They can't see what they're about to hit. It's only been, 2 hours of darkness so far, maybe two and a half, but it just seems to have settled down. But what we have is stable weather conditions. Humidity, 62%. It sort of rose into the evening, and certainly I know the CrowdStrike pit crew are feeling the effects, and there's something about working in the pit lane at Le Mans. And the last few days have been very hot indeed. They'll be so fortunate today. It's about 7 or 8 degrees Celsius cooler, because even though it goes dark, that heat just is held in all that concrete. It's a massive concrete structure. The grandstand opposite the pits as well hems it in, so the teams will be mightily relieved that it's dry, tick, but mostly it's down to the fact it's much cooler than it has been earlier in this meeting.
LMP2 still led by Kuba Śmiechowski, the Inter-Europol competition Orica, number 43, by 23 seconds over Esteban Masson, who has impressed in an LMP2 car so far, and the number 48 VDS Panis Racing crew. Esteban previously having raced with Kessel Racing in the Car Guy GT Ferrari.
Kuba due in for his routine pit stop at the end of this lap, though, Johnny, so he should get one more stint in this shift. If you split your driving shift into stints, so he's done a double. He should be staying in the car to do the triple, but of course by coming in he'll lose the lead, and Esteban Masson will take over the lead in the 48 car, and Rob Van Outert would also go through into second place in P2. Both the 48 and the 28 on similar refueling strategies, the VDS Panis Racing car and the EDEX Sport car, number 28.
Also into pit lane, the number 12 Cadillac of Norman Nato, and he stayed aboard, says Nick, so heading back out again. That was a very efficient pit stop at 1:16. If you're doing minute 15, minute 16, then it's really very good indeed. And those pit stops then, in the mid-teens and a minute, Paul, are they the ones just fuel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 1 minute 30 will be a tyre change.
Okay.
And Norman Nato, actually, Nick tells us he stays behind the wheel, staying aboard for a fourth stint, and that number 12 car, Will Stevens did a quadruple at the beginning, followed by a quadruple for Alex Lynn, and Norman Nato also a quadruple. So they've used 3 drivers, but they've yet to cycle the first driver back into the car.
Let's get to Ryan for a CrowdStrike pit report. You have the LMP2 race leader.
I do indeed, and as Paul suggested, they do plan to triple stint their driver, Jakub Spikowski, Kuba as he's known, and it looks like they'll also be triple stinting the Goodyear Eagles. I've been here for successive pit stops for this car. They have not changed drivers, they have not changed tires, just cleaning off the windscreen and putting in the Total fuel, and that is all for the Inter-Europol team. Clean stop.
Yeah, they're a very efficient squad, having a couple of cars in the European Le Mans Series, but they've had success in the States, they've had success in the Asian Le Mans Series as well. They've had a victory here in class at Le Mans too, so they started off as what feels like a pretty small team in LMP3 really, and then progressed into the quicker prototype categories and have never looked back.
No, they haven't, but you know, they sort of just grew into the role. It wasn't an enormously quick graduation, but just year on year they've become more and more secure. And Le Mans seems to be a stage just suits them so well. I mean, their success in the class 2 years ago, Kuba, we mentioned Fabio Scherer and Albert Costa, was really well deserved, but they didn't go into that race as favourites, and yet they rose to the occasion with their yellow and green races, and they've become really very much the backbone of sports car racing, both in Europe, but as you pointed out, Johnny, success stateside as well. So they've got big ambitions, and it's not bad for a team entered by a Polish bakery, is it?
No, not at all. With Kuba Śmiechowski fairly high up in the ranks of organisation as well as driving, so he's staying at the wheel, burning that crucial silver graded time. Got to do a minimum of 6 hours, and onward he goes then behind the wheel of the number 43 car. Job van Outert now running in 3rd position in the EDEX Sport car. LM GT3 still sees that whistling BMW. It doesn't make a great deal of noise as it comes through Terre Rouge, I've noticed. It's turbocharged these days, of course, so the 46 BMW is one of those polar opposite to the Aston Martin, which That's the first time I've actually heard it for real, full chat, and that is glorious. And the two of them were circulating together as well, so if you sort of missed a little bit, through would come the second one about 10 seconds later.
Yeah, in the early stint of the race, when I was the one out trackside, they were running almost nose to tail at the back of the Hypercar pack. But tell me, down at Tete Rouge, did you close your eyes and listen as the field came through and try and pick them out?
Of course it did.
Good man.
Yeah, yeah. And the other fun thing to do is when you... Oh, 2 seconds. Well, that was Sebastian Buemi being somewhat aggravated, perhaps, about something. He does seem to get quite stressed about lots of things.
He
it's fair
cares.
to say. Yeah, he's very passionate, isn't he? So that's not unusual to hear Sebastian Buemi chatting to his engineer like that. But I can imagine those at Toyota not being particularly happy with how the race is panning out in its early stages. We've not yet had a third of it, remember. And the best placed Toyota is that number 8 car of Buemi, running in 6th place. Way better story than the number 7 GT1 red livery car of Mike Conway, which is all the way down in 14th position. Remember, the 7 car didn't actually get out of normal qualifying and into the hyperpole sessions midweek.
No, and it also had a 50-second stop-and-go penalty, which necessarily would have dropped it a handful of positions. But yeah, the number 7 car seems to be the one with a bit of a jinx, or relative lack of stars in alignment in the Toyota Gazoo racing camp. However, you look at the quality of the driver lineup, well, for both those crews, but Mike Conway is always an absolute flyer, particularly at Le Mans. Kamui Kobayashi, I think he was the driver who picked up the penalty, and Nick De Vries. You know, there's no weak point in that lineup, but, you know, it just hasn't worked for them, Paul.
No, it hasn't. The penalty, I said it dropped them off the lead lap. As a result of pit stops, they're now back onto the lead lap. But just to correct a small point, although Kamui Kobayashi was called for the pit lane speed limit,
it wasn't him.
It wasn't actually him who did it. It was Nick De Vries on his way out of the pit lane. So Kamui Kobayashi brought the car in, and Nick De Vries took it out. Was timed at 79.8 kilometres per hour. And remember, that's a 60 kilometre speed limit, so very nearly 20 kilometres per hour over the speed limit. My speculation is, and only because Red Camel did this once by accident, the incoming driver, Red Camel, is supposed to leave the pit lane speed limiter switched on so that the outgoing driver has it set on. Now, I just wonder whether in the pit stop the pit lane speed limiter got knocked off somehow, because Kamui Kobayashi clearly had it on when he came in, but Nick De Vries going out exceeded the speed limit. And remember, Toyota now, with their new position up at the top end of the pit lane, are closer to pit out. So if Nick just floored the throttle expecting the pit lane speed limiter to look after him, it clearly didn't.
Yeah, good explanation there, Paul.
There's messages about James Collado. We take the time, you recover. So they're just asking him, I think, to be patient about this particular stint, whether he's lost a bit of time here and there. I can't think for a moment he's been off the track. Just checking the sector times on the last lap through. It's a 3:30.7, so there doesn't appear to be an issue for the number 51 Ferrari.
All the laps, to be fair, Johnny, have been good in this stint from James Collado. In fact, if anything, he's going quicker now than he did in his first stint.
Okay, that's good news. It's 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans, almost midnight at Circuit de la Sarthe, and it's time to check the weather. So, conditions at the moment, 19 degrees Celsius, with the 0 chance of any passing rain. Although, as I say that, actually, I'm just checking my app, and there might be the odd chance of a shower over the next hour. That could be interesting. Lows of 15 degrees Celsius, and tomorrow, slightly cooler day again, thankfully, with a high of 24. It's 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2025. You're tuned to RS1 at radiolemans.com as well. We're on Sirius 137 and XM202. And this is fascinating because there was no rain on the forecast whatsoever for pretty much all of the race. And now I have a 77% chance of rain as we go into Sunday morning officially. 77% chance of rain for the next 45 minutes. So if this race wasn't already fascinating enough, we've got a chance of maybe some changeable weather, Bruce Jones.
Well, yes. About an hour ago, I was just outside and I felt a tiny spot of rain. Mind you, then again, I felt one on the opening lap of the race and it didn't manifest. It may have been beer, that one, but definitely the humidity has continued to rise. It's, actually, it's sitting at 62% where it's been for a while, but I suppose we should ask someone who's just about to, just coming into the studio, last man outside, Davey Uwema.
Well, just before we get to you, Davey, just the LMGT3 race leader's been in. We'll give you a build-up. Let's get to Nick Damon first, though.
Yeah, it came in. Kelvin Van den Linde parked the car up. They changed the tyres, put the fuel. They put Ahmad Al-Harti on it. So that has either going to get burned through some more of their bronze time now and try and stay in the lead. It hasn't got any note to be any more muggy here. It's just muggy, and it stayed muggy, and it's still quite humid.
Okay, so no sign of the precipitation that I am suggesting.
I can tell you nothing. If it starts to rain on me, you'll be the first to know.
Okay, thank you for that, Nick. Of course, this track is such a large place that very often, more often than not, you get it raining at one end of it and not at the other. So it could be creeping in potentially. I'll have to check the radar, actually, to find out which direction it's likely to arrive in. Anyway, Johnny Palmer, Bruce Jones, and now Davey Uwema. I can say officially good morning to you.
Are we saying good morning? Yes,
Good
you
morning,
can.
yeah.
Oh my God. Yes, good morning, I suppose. Hello, gentlemen.
You're from Sportscar 365, are you not?
Yes, correct. Yes, very much.
And a busy boy there, I'm sure. Although, do you find that once the race starts, everything just starts to cool off a little bit? Because yesterday, in terms of announcements, was absolutely crazy, being Friday.
Probably my busiest morning of the year, to be honest, with everything that was going on with that one. Yeah, it kind of, once you kind of get the race on the way, things do settle down and you sometimes get a chance to take a bit of a breather like I'm having in this case, and get to enjoy the atmosphere at the Circuit de la Sarthe as well. You walk around a bit, you always sort of get that feeling again of, oh yeah, this place is really rather special, and I'm enjoying it a lot again.
There are a lot of people here this year. I mean, I don't know whether it's any more than normal, but I was working my way through crowds through pretty much the first sector, so Dunlop Bridge and then Forest Esses, and it's really tricky to move.
It's very busy out there, yeah, exactly. I was just up in the village about, 10, 15 minutes ago.
So, Davey, what's caught your eye if you're just imagining the first quarter of this race?
Well, from what I've been able to see, I've been away from the screen for a little bit, but so far it's all pretty clean, you know. So
yeah.
Especially we were kind of surprised as to how long it took us to have a full course yellow, and even that was not for something. Well, it was a relatively major with the Ford at that point, but I can't really ignore this any longer what's going on in the background, I think. But yeah, we seem to have the traditional fireworks going on in the background, which is a bit of a distraction in the background. But
not least because they're being set off right outside our full performance studio. So that's not thunder, folks. That's not my rain arriving. That is the traditional fireworks. It happens at Dubai at the start of the year. It happens, I think, at Daytona as well. But midnight for fireworks. I think the big concert's still going on as well, with a huge crowd in front of that. And meanwhile, if you're a racing driver, you've got to try and put all of this out of your mind.
Yeah, you have, but I mean, the massive percussive effect as they were going off, you could almost feel the walls of the studio shaking and the floor beneath our feet. I could feel the vibration.
I think you can leave out the almost in that part, Bruce. It was noticeable. But again, I think this is not a part of the atmosphere. Oh, there we go again. Not a part of the atmosphere at the Circuit of the South. It's great.
And it is something, if people come to Le Mans for the first time, they go, oh, the spectators stay up all night as well. Well, it's their choice, but so many people do. And I think when you come for the first time, you get so caught up in it you just want to go to every corner you can possibly make your way to. So certainly planning your visit and how you go around. Bring an old hand. That's always a good bit of advice for your first visit to Le Mans. But it is something. It's all too easy for us to be sitting in the commentary box, you to be sitting in the media centre or whatever. But going out, as you say, for an hour or so just to see what everyone's experienced is great.
We are close, we can go back.
Stay focused on traffic to come. Stay focused as soon as we are close. We can go by is the message to James Collado in Ferrari number 51. So 3.5 seconds behind Phil Hansen. Oh, Hansen's off the road. Oh. Phil Hansen's made a mistake at Mulsanne corner. And that's the lead change, folks. James Collado was applying the pressure. Amazingly, Phil Hansen got back onto the racetrack very quickly indeed, but he ran really deep through the gravel trap and has slipped to second place in the yellow Ferrari.
And I was about to say, as we were getting that message to James Collado, he suddenly was 2 seconds further back. He'd been just over a second off the tail of Hansen, but Hansen maybe, don't know what unsettled him, but that is a big slip up. But what is the degree of damage? Ran wide through the gravel, continued. All he could see is that tyre wall in front of him had managed to steer just enough to the right to skip past it.
Huge rear with the full, that doesn't make any sense at all. Have a look, the front just completely locked, I think he said, into Mulsanne corner. So the racetrack turns right, and he was very close to tagging the tyres actually on the other side of the gravel trap. I think he just about had that under control. But the Ferrari guys are going to burst into action here in readiness for potentially Phil Hansen coming in. His radio message rather suggests he wants the car checked sooner rather than later.
Yep, so out of the garage deck chairs they get, and you can't fall off the track. This is a car I tipped for possible victory.
Then your fastest lap. Stay cool, mate, stay cool. It's fine.
Brake 20 metres later than your fastest lap. Stay cool, mate, stay cool. They're happy to keep the car on the racetrack, so it's not torn any bodywork off. It's gone for a skate through the gravel, but these cars, in a way, are sort of designed to take a bit of punishment like that. You know, the odd gravelly moment. Jack Aitken this morning in warm-up cleaned out one of the advertising hoardings, and he was still able to carry on in his Cadillac. So their team at AF Corsa are perfectly happy just to keep the rhythm, as long as Phil Hansen is happy to do that, David.
Yeah, exactly. And this is another one of those examples of a driver, of an engineer, Also, sometimes of being a coach as well. Just you've made a slight mistake, but you know there's still 15 hours to go. Steady on, get the car on the track. You'll be fine.
Yeah, so it may have taken a few corners for the Brit just to clean up those tyres as well. And well, what a worrying moment when you're turning in at Indianapolis at fairly high speed to know how much or little grip you've got beneath you. Might have been a slightly more tentative run. He actually only lost, in comparison to James Collado.
He lost 5 seconds with that run through the gravel. He was 3.5 seconds clear. He's now crossed the line to start this lap 1.4 seconds behind. So clearly confident enough to press on at unabated pace. But again, I'm sure there are some other messages going into the AF Corsa pit, because for the 83 Ferrari, you never know where that gravel ends up with a run through it like that.
True.
But he was within a metre of the tyre wall as he rejoined. The tyre wall came in to meet him, but he just managed to get the steering enough to the right to rejoin the track. And at that very moment, through went Collado.
And there was an element of James Collado being slightly delayed as well, because he did a 3:31.2, and if you compare Kevin Estre and Nicholas Nielsen's times, they were in the mid 3-minute 30s. So Collado cost him maybe half a second or so, but a far bigger delay for Phil Hansen. Those fireworks are still heading into the sky at much velocity and volume, and hopefully entertaining the crowd. And also a drone show, which is the thing I really loved in 2023, celebrating the centenary. I don't think I'd ever seen a drone show before, but these fabulous animations actually in the sky with hundreds of independent drones. That's a sight to behold, and you can't quite work out that it is loads of little tiny machines buzzing around in the sky.
No, absolutely phenomenal. Those drone shows have just come on in leaps and bounds in recent years. Fireworks are fireworks. I still adore them. Doesn't really matter where they are and when. Actually, middle of the night if you're trying to sleep, not so handy. But the concert's still raging on. And meanwhile, the track is still occupied by cars going round, which, of course, is the main attraction.
Of course it is, yeah. And there's lots to see. The funny thing about fireworks, I remember in 2023 when he had the centenary fireworks show, and it was relatively close to my lodgings, and I was peeking my head out going, guys, I'm trying to get some sleep before the race tomorrow. But ultimately, it's all part, like I said, it's part of the attraction. And yeah, even though it's maybe a bit distracting at the moment, but we'll pull force through it.
Tell us about some of the stuff that you're frantically writing up on Friday then, because the ACO have an annual press conference where they announce plans. First of all, the calendar's out for next year in the World Endurance Championship.
Yeah, no surprises, as we kind of...
Well, there weren't. And in a sense, I was a bit disappointed by that, but that was always going to be the case.
Yeah, it's this stability that you're looking for, I suppose. You never change a winning team. Vincent talks about certain fixtures. Much speculation. Silverstone's going to get in the mess round. Will they get a wet round? Well, clearly at this point the answer is not yet. The one thing that sort of caught me out, and I think will be a bit of a headache for more than a few teams and manufacturers and drivers on the grid, is the fact that we have the prologue on the same weekend as the Mobil 1 12 Hours at Sebring, which might be a bit of a problem for some, potentially also, I guess, for us.
So there's the Sebring 12 Hours on the Saturday, the middle of March, and then the prologue's the Sunday and the Monday of the same weekend.
I believe so, but I haven't exactly got those dates in my head. Entirely at the moment, but
you could fly between the two.
Well, you
could make the second day of prologue.
You need a very quick plane, I suppose. Maybe pull a Concorde out of retirement somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that is. But other than that, I think we've got the races as we know them, and as we're having them this year. And then there was a lot of other stuff. We have the extension for Hypercar until 2032, and I suppose the one that kind of surprised me, even though we knew they'd been talking about it, was the addition of Hypercar to Asian Le Mans Series in a Pro and Privateer format, which is very intriguing, I have to say. I'm very curious to see how that is going to play out exactly, who the takers are going to be, both in terms of the teams, drivers, and potentially even some manufacturers.
Does that signal the end of privateer entries into the World Endurance Championship?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was a cause and effect, because we've seen it dwindle anyway. The fact that
there's no space.
No, that's one big problem. We've seen, Hertz Team Joe's move to factory status. Essentially, we only have two privateer or World Cup cars, I'd like to call them now. The 83 from AF Corsa and the 99 Proton. And you'll make a very good point, Johnny, with. We have up in the village, we have Genesis with their car, we have McLaren unveiling a car, we have Ford making plans. If you're just thinking, okay, so each of them brings two cars, that's 6 cars. Where are you going to leave any privateers that are left? So yeah, maybe this does seem to me like a way to keep the privateer market alive, and offer potentially go into an entirely new market, because we know that there are some, Asia is an untapped market for lots of racing, I think. A growing market, a market that's found its feet again after the pandemic, and there's lots of very good teams out there that maybe would like to have a stab at this.
And then the other story was about LMP2, which is pretty good numbers this year. And again, I think that's about as many as we can squeeze into the race, and not a part of the FIA World Endurance Championship. But we know now when the new cars will arrive and who the chassis manufacturers are going to be.
Orica and Ligier were ultimately the two brands that were chosen through this tender process that was launched back in April, off the top of my head. We understand there were multiple parties that sort of put some bids in, the likes of Lola, famous prototype chassis manufacturers of days gone by. Tattoos, the most known for single-seaters in various markets, is believed to have also entered the tender, but ultimately two chosen or known quantities were chosen, with Orica, well, needs no introduction. Ligier, even though they're not as present as they used to be, obviously have a very successful track record in LMP2, and also worth mentioning that the powertrain supplier, another known quantity, we're going to keep Gibson on board, although this time it's been confirmed it will be a forced induction engine, so no more naturally aspirated V8. It's going to be a turbocharged engine from 2028, and currently that track course set to run until 2032, but further extensions, of course, possible, maybe even likely, depending on how things go.
Just in case you're wondering, I just wanted to see if Phil Hanson could keep up, having crossed the line a couple of laps ago, 1.3 seconds down on race leader James Collado after his little slide off at Mulsanne corner. Answer to that question is no, not really. He's dropping back a little bit. He lost a second to the last lap, so he's now 2.4 seconds down, but it seems to be stabilising. So clearly the car is near enough fine. He's obviously just concentrating again. Kevin Estra had been matching his pace, but actually falling back a little place in the best place of the Porsches from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Car number 6 running 3rd overall, but really it's Ferrari predominance at the moment. Are we going to have changeable conditions that may change it? You mentioned, Johnny, there was the possibility of a little shower of rain. Nick poo-pooed that from down in the CrowdStrike pit reporting crew, but unless track conditions swing enormously, Ferrari just seem to have this one covered. I know we're dropping down a little bit at night. We're sitting here at 24 degrees. I think it's going to go down to 16 degrees overnight, so it's a swing, but it's not enormous.
No. And the thing is, even if one does have a disrupted run, i.e. Phil Hansen a few moments ago, because they're running with 3 cars consistently at the head of the order, then the next Ferrari will just take over. So they certainly have the strength in depth, if you like, out front. And the number 6 Porsche has been pushing like crazy from the off. I mean, a word from you, David Wemer, on Kevin Estra's opening stint when he came from the back of the field.
So possibly the most entertaining opening stint I might have ever seen. It reminds me of his Nürburgring antics, actually.
Which ones?
The one where it's still on the internet, I think, that onboard where he goes from the back of the grid to like first place in like a stint, I think. It reminded me a lot of that, including the kind of hair-raising moment coming out of Terre Rouge, where it could have been all very different, but yeah, amazing stuff. Petition to have Kevin Estre start some hypercar races more often. We know that Lawrence Vanthel's kind of the usual starter in that car, because they had to put Kevin in the car because the car got disqualified.
Yeah, so you're going to put the fastest driver in.
But I'd like to see Kevin start some more races in the future, because that was very entertaining.
I thought you were going to add more to that sentence and say Kevin Estre has to start from the back.
Oh, yes. Yeah, sure. If we can make
time.
that happen, absolutely, let's do it. Why not?
Yeah. I think he'd be up for that as well. Doesn't seem to have halted his progress necessarily, and he has led this race in the pit stop cycle. 14 seconds behind Phil Hansen, and there's just 2 and a bit seconds that separate the first and second placed Ferraris. VDS Panis Racing leading in LMP2 by about a minute and a half now over Kuba Śmiechowski. So VDS Panis Racing ahead of Inter-Europol competition.
The soft mate with 13 lap target. We are thinking to triple with 13 laps target. What's your view?
Yeah, that's right.
Thinking about tripling to Nicholas Nielsen with a 13-lap target is the message on the radio. So Nick Nielsen just said, yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, I like the simplicity of his reply. In control, all fine, yeah, you're asking not too much.
Don't ask me the question in the Porsche curves.
Yes, exactly. Timing is all in life, isn't it, apparently?
Well, here comes Collado heading down pit road. And this is the race leader, therefore. Phil Hansen stays on the racetrack and will go back into the race lead. That would have been the order they were running in prior to Phil's minor error at Mulsanne Corner, which has now all been forgotten. His engineer wanted to get that out of his mind as quickly as possible as well. LMGT3 is led by the 46 BMW of Ahmed Al-Hati, who is ahead of Richard Leitz. Leitz is taking about 5 seconds a lap, well, that time through from the Omani, as we head to Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit report on the Ferrari.
Yep, and it's going to be a standard stop. They are not doing anything beyond cleaning the windows and having a quick look at the various wear on the tyres, left, right and centre. The Michelin man, that's the engineer, is illuminating that. They are on medium, at least on the right-hand side. Just going to walk into the Valley of Death, have a look on the left-hand side. And there are mediums there as well. Interesting, they have had a little bit of kind of something's gone slightly wrong, because the daytime running lights, for what their terminology, on the left-hand side of the nose, they're not working anymore. So it's presenting a less dynamic visual as it comes towards you. But James Collado staying on board for another run. Just one quick aside. Did we know that the 60 had officially retired? That's for the Iron Lynx Mercedes. They pulled the garage down.
Yes, we did.
Oh, well, you see. Well, I'll just leave then.
No, we want you to update us, even whether we know it or not. That's absolutely fine. Not the first time you've told me stuff I already know, frankly. Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit report. So 3 retirements to this point. 88 Proton Competition Ford from GT3. The other 2 are from the same category. The Iron Lynx Mercedes, number 60. Remember, they started the race with 3 of them. The other 2 are still running. And the 95 United Autosports McLaren that Darren Young was trying to get some bronze time burned, and he got stranded out on the racetrack, didn't he? And then walked away from the car, I mean, he wouldn't have been able to drive it any further, but as soon as you walk away from the car by a certain amount of meters, you are out of the race officially.
Yeah, it's been actually an incredibly clean race, as Paul Trustwell pointed out a while ago. That first retirement, Gianmarco Leverato, I'm not entirely sure it was his fault, but that was the only car that's had a clash with the tyre walls that's sufficient to take a car out of the race so far. We've had a few others with a bit of damaged bodywork, but by and large, it's been bodywork that's been removed, replaced, and cars continuing. But keep our fingers crossed. But it's great to have so many cars. We've expired a third of this race. We've gone past 8 hours into this race, 8 hours and 20 minutes. But it really is Ferrari all the way at the front of the field. Porsche, Penske, Motorsport, however, apart from until Julian Andlauer brought in number 5, the early race leading car for a pit stop. He's in the pits at the moment. 3 of the top 6 were still those Porsches. So it's Ferrari against Porsche, as it has been in the past. And if they go on to take a third win in a row, that'll be half the run they had at the start of the 1960s, of course, when Ferrari was absolutely in its pomp until a certain mark with the blue oval. It's various attempts, and they eventually got it right in 66.
Nick Damon could tell me what he could see of the number 5 Porsche. It was a little in the distance, but they've done a full service, so fuel, tyre change, Mathieu Jaminet's taken that car over, and from what he could see, with a CrowdStrike pit report, they were the white sidewalls on the Michelin Pilot Challenge tyres, so that's onto the softs again. And it's a question of how many softs might you be able to use through the course of the night, Davey, and then how many stints you can get out of each set.
Yeah, it's also supposed to keep an eye on temperature, because there's going to be a point again where, I think we're going to sort of see maybe it's going to get colder now. But there will be, of course, a point where the temperature starts going back up again, and then you're going to get that crossover point where you can't use them anymore. So, use what you have now and use it well. That's basically, I think, the best thing you can do. And it's the decision you have to make. And I'm very glad I'm not a tyre strategist, that's for sure.
Well, Buemi, about 4 laps ago, began his 3rd stint on soft tyres, so the number 8 Toyota is clearly making them work. Now side by side in the pit lane, and the 50 car wanting to get onto the operating area just as a United Autosports LMP2 car was being released, so that meant that Nicholas Nielsen had to get off the throttle briefly, and Nick Damon's watching his stop.
I am interested that the front left running lights on that car aren't working as well, so I'm now wondering if it's some sort of indication of something when they come in, that they know that it's the Ferrari. You might want to, rather than having the colours of the Porsche, just he's got one side doesn't have its running lights, and exactly. Car going in, they haven't done a driver's change. The tyres, a brand new set of mediums, are lying on the tarmac. They almost certainly won't be used unless there's a problem somewhere. The very long before it happens, and away goes the Ferrari. So no driver change there either. So they're putting some mileage on those 2 drivers.
Certainly is the case. I'm going to check those Ferraris when they're out on the racetrack, because I've never seen that in the pit lane before, where they just dropped to 1 headlight. And I think I remember seeing the car circulating when I was away from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Oh, now Nick says it's a running light, not a headlight. Well, there was at least 1 Ferrari running with only 1 headlight on the racetrack. But Nick's actually talking about the running lights instead, so perhaps that is a pit lane feature. The Porsches have different lenses, if you like, or their LED lights, and they change the different colours depending on which car it is. So the 6 car has purple headlights. The number 4 car from Penske Motorsport that's just come in, the red headlights, so that the team looking after the 4 know it's their car arriving. And the number 4 car is the pit stop for it, is being watched by Nick as well.
Yeah, I'm going to walk from left to right to left. Now I'm not right now. I'm not. By the time I get there, they put the tyres on, which is irritating, because when they spin them up, and trying to tell them between yellow and white when they're spinning really fast, they go past you, is more difficult. I've got a sneaking suspicion that at least the ones on the left-hand side there were actually the mediums. So they're mixing and matching on the with the various Porsche cars, but I can only see a couple of them each time, because I'm sort of chasing up that pit lane at the moment. On the whole, failing miserably to get anywhere, but you know what you're doing. It's one of those evenings.
It is. At least it's not raining.
So far. Admittedly, somebody else has read your, the EDEC team have read your report, because they've just pulled up all their plastic covers for their pit perch.
Okay. Well, then maybe they're just listening to us and being led astray by incorrect information. But Edex Sport have clearly spotted something on the radar. But, I mean, it was suggested that it might start raining at about midnight and continue on to about 1:45, 10 to 1, and then be clear after that. But it might be that the rain has been slightly delayed. We have had the... Here's team radio, Robin Fry.
Just a heads up that because of the penalty, we've got the leader who's lapping quickly. He's 20 seconds behind us. We think in the next cycle of stops, we risk going a lap down.
So that's to the number 20 BMW of Robin Frines. They're concerned and warning him that they may be heading a lap down in the 11th placed V Series R. The 83 Ferrari is now making a stop, and a CrowdStrike pit report again from Nick.
Yeah, as I walked down towards Porsche, I turned back to walk the other way, but the remaining McLaren, Autosports McLaren, the 59 turned up and then blocked my view. They're certainly not changing tyres. In fairness to the AF Corsa team, they spend a lot more time cleaning off bugs than the Works Ferrari team. So they're much more bug averse in the AF Corsa semi-Works team than they are in the Works team. So, read into that what you may. But yeah, so it's interesting that I can't confirm that they've not changed tyres. They're still the medium before, and then there's a blast of heat from the McLaren as it whipped away from the United Autosports pit there, the 59.
So on it goes, back into the night. It's nearly 26 minutes past midnight, and we've had just over a third of this race now, verging on 8.5 hours. And now the number 22 car of 22.
United Autosport.
Yeah.
Right, Renger van der Zande, thank you.
P2.
For some reason, my eyes I must be glazing over because of the middle of the night, and I was reading a Van der Linde there rather than a Van der Zande. And I thought,
it's not that many letters different, is it? So.
Well, maybe not, but neither of the Van der Lindes are in a LMP2 car, so hence my confusion. But that's Renger van der Zande now under investigation because of an unsafe release. I saw that at the time, in fact, because the United Autosports car was coming out. The 50... The James Collado car, so it's a 51 Ferrari was trying to get in, or was it Nicholas Nielsen? One of the 499Ps, anyway, the red ones. And yeah, you're not United coming out, Ferrari coming in, and there was a chance there, Nick, that that Ferrari got delayed.
Yeah, the Ferrari got delayed, but I don't think it was unsafe in any way. I think that it's a very wide pit lane here. Off they went, and then building up the speed they had to get to. And don't forget the P2s do not accelerate particularly quickly out of the pit box. They've got quite a high first gear with the stack they've got for Le Mans, and also not a huge amount of low-down power. So they don't ripple off to 60 miles an hour, kilometers an hour. So he got there, I thought, on time. And I thought, well, I'm not a steward, but it's not unsafe release as far as I'm concerned.
They were two abreast for a bit of time down pit lane, but maybe that's allowed. Strictly speaking, you're not supposed to overtake, but they were side by side. We'll let the stewards deal with that as the 83 Ferrari returns to the racetrack, as does Nick Boole, who's just taken over the third side. We'll let the stewards deal with that as the 83 Ferrari returns to the racetrack, as does Nick Boole, who's just taken over the 34 into Europole competition.
I think we just had a position change, I believe. Yeah, Robin Fines has gone past Makawiki. He's got to 10th. He's gone past Makawiki. He's got to 10th position away from the Alpine driver because he was behind him for a while, because you can see the very clearly distinctive A's on the back of the Alpine.
Yeah, they're very cool, those tail lights.
Yeah, I suppose this is Robin also going back to the message you got earlier from his race engineer Adam Hardy, saying, okay, we've got the Ferrari behind you in the next cycle, potentially going a lap down. Obviously, this is putting a buffer in, isn't it? There's always, when you've got an extra car between you and the car that is in danger of putting you a lap down, that is only useful because ultimately, blue flags here don't work the way they do in a Formula 1. It's not get out of the way immediately. If Makawiki in any way can hold up that Ferrari, then it can only work in Ferrari's favour. So in that way, more a little bit more to get that move done.
True. More team radio.
Okay, copy. We are fine. We can keep pushing and box.
That's the message to Fred Makavicki on this lap, to pit at the end of it then for the number 36 Alpine A424, car 36, and the 20 BMW ahead of it. Robin Freins running in BMW's 10th, and the Alpine is in 11th position. Meanwhile, the other BMW of Dries Vanthoor comes into pit lane from 6th place, car number 15. It's 12:30 on Sunday morning, with 8.5 hours now completed of the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And let's pause for an hourly update. The Porsche Penske Motorsport, Kevin Estre driven Porsche, number 6, is on lap 140 and leads by 62 seconds over Phil Hansen's number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. In fact, it's Ferrari 2nd, 3rd and 4th, with the yellow and red car in front of the two scarlet red 51 and 50 499Ps. So the drivers in those, James Collado and Nicholas Nielsen, staying on board. Then it's Sebastian Buemi's number 8 Toyota GR010 Hybrid, 5 seconds away from Nick Nielsen, but a total of 1 minute and 45 seconds behind the race leader. First of the Cadillacs from Hertz Team Jota, that's Norman Nato driving the 12 car in 6th. Then in 7th place, another of the Porsches from the American squad, Penske Motorsport. Nick Tandy driving the guest car, if you like, the non-World Endurance Championship car in 7th place. 8th position for Cadillac Wayland's Jack Aitken in the 311. 9th spot for BMW. In fact, it's BMW's 9th and 10th, with Robin Freins ahead of Dries Vanthoor. In LMP2, the top 6 are all now non-Pro-Am cars, so with the silver drivers, Kuba Śmiechowski leading in number 43 by 25 seconds over gold-graded Franck Pereira in the VDS Panis racing car with the VDS Lion on the side. Whether you can see that in this level of darkness, not quite sure, but the cars take on a very good look nevertheless in LMP2 at this time of day. That's number 48. Then the two EDEC Sport entries for, first of all, Joop van Uitert in 28, and the 18 car of Andre Lotterer is 4th in P2. Ahead of Iron Lynx Proton's Massimo Capietto, car number 9, he's 5th. Renger van der Zande, the man who I completely had forgotten his name or got it confused with the Van der Linders. Apologies, Renger. United Autosports 22 in 6th. Pro-Am top 3. Well, that's 7th in the LMP2s as your race leader. AO by TF and PJ Hyatt, number 199. Proton Competition's Giorgio Roda is 2nd in Pro-Am, car number 11, and 3rd in that subcategory, Mathieu Vaxivière, who drives the 183 AF Corsa P2 car. LMGT3 has the BMW out front of Ahmed El Hati, still in the 404s or thereabouts. So he's driving for Team WRT, ahead of the 21 Ferrari of Vista AF Corsa and Simon Mann. Manthey first form, Richard Lietz in the 92's just done a pit stop and stays on board, feeding back in to 3rd. 85 Iron Dames, Rahel Fry running in 4th position. Ahead of Clemens Schmidt's Acodis ASP Team 87 Lexus, and then it's Timur Boguslavski in the Bend Team WRT, another BMW therefore, car number 31, and that is in 6th. -19 °C in the air, and the track temp is currently 24 °C. As Kevin Estre works his way out of Indianapolis, the left-hander into the braking area for Arnage. He is leading the race then by just over a minute. And again, Davey Avema, this fluctuation of Ferraris in each of this cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it might even come down to who pits well when there is a a stoppage or a safety car or whatever coming, if you time a pit stop well, that can swing things in your favor. A bit of housekeeping. 5-second time penalty added to the next pit stop for car 22, Renger van der Zande, for that unsafe release. And Paul Truswell, he's standing by me. We decided to both pull out our weather apps to try and have a look. Mine does say something actually, but it's very tiny. I think only local amphibians might be happy with that, but I don't think it's going to be something to affect procedures on track.
Okay.
So as actually now comes in, so I did see fuel alarm very briefly pop up on the steering wheel of that Porsche, and he immediately sort of clicked the button to get it out of the way because there was probably some other stuff that he needed to read. But he is now, his virtual energy run is depleted, so he's going to have to come in and fuel up, or the virtual energy up, I suppose we can say.
Let's get to Nick Damon. First of all, you've got the overall race leader, the 6 Porsche, and also in the pit lane currently is the leader in LMP2.
Yeah, I was having a look at the number 12 car, the Jota car. It was a full service. Will Stevens got in, Norman Nato got out. And Norman, very quick word. He's got to go. They're all just running at the back now. This is the night-time situation. So we've got the Porsche itself is getting a service. I'm not sure whether this is the one they haven't changed the driver, because they also changed the driver in the 4 and the 5.
Yeah, Estra has been at the wheel for quite some time now. Last stint, and that's where my data runs out. But Troswell's on it, don't worry.
Yeah, so it's a kind of a very weird situation in the pit at the moment. You trace people there, they're all running away straight away. I think they probably heard they've got an issue. The 6 comes away from us again. That car looks like it's running whites, but it's very hard with the spin of the tyres. It's a little white, but they are out and away. And you see to my right the car with the best paint job in the entire event. That's the Francois Perrodo run, of course, LMP2. That's got a fantastic combination of a zebra and a snake. The obvious combination, obviously, for any gold-based advertising situation.
That was a triple for Kevin Estra, and so 3 stints that he's just done, or that going on to his 3rd now. Right, so it will be a 3rd stint for Kevin Estra. If you're wondering who I'm talking to, it's Paul Truswell with minus microphone, who's over my left shoulder, but he's always here. He's on a break. He's not, though.
But he hasn't left. Had a sniff of a mug of tea or something was proffered his way, but our mighty man keeping an eye on us. One thing I've been noticing actually is the increasing pace in GT3 of the Porsches. It just had a pit stop, but the Manthey first form entry, Richard Leitz, had been taking great chunks out of the class lead of Ahmed Al-Hati, the Team WRT number 46 BMW. And another driver going well is Klaus Bachler, but he's somewhat further down the order. But at this point, certainly the Manthey first form crew just been chipping their way up they go. We're past the 1/3 distance in this race. Constant flicking at screens to see what's happening. Is the rain on the way? Humidity, by the way, it's gone up, but only from 62 to 63%.
Together ahead, and I would expect the Alpine behind to box next lap.
Messages to Sebastian Buemi. So LMP2's bunched together, and as he threads his way out of the Daytona chicane, Sebastian Buemi will be able to see that for himself. Get this sort of advice very much at Daytona, at the International Raceway there for the annual Rolex 24. You know, spotters high up in the tower telling their drivers what they're next to see around the corners. And a very similar thing has started to come into fashion now, especially with this GPS tracker here at Le Mans. So the drivers can't see the tracker, but the engineers are keeping a keen eye on where this traffic is bunching and where it might next cause a problem for their pilot. So Buemi will be grateful for that information. I'm sure he doesn't reply most of the time, just takes it on board.
Now, one car that has shown good pace but is actually last in LMP2 is the CLX Pure Racing entry. Christian Vautier is at the wheel at the moment, and he's cracking some really fast laps. Can anyone remember, it had a suspension problem, did it not, when it came into the pits about? Waggling, I thought as much. Thank you, Nick. In fact, we were discussing it over supper now I think about it, but you still weren't entirely sure. Did you say they popped the torsion bars off?
Let's get Nick on the air for a CrowdStrike pit report.
Absolutely, yes. Something kind of stiffed up, I think, because they did indeed start fiddling with the torsion bars. They pulled them out, knocked them out with a good old-fashioned back hammer, And then they were trying to move everything, trying to get freed up again. I wasn't totally sure at the time, but they thought it might have been a power steering issue. It's almost like I think it was probably the driver was reporting that it was locking up the steering was locking as it was turning, and that could be obviously either suspension or it can be steering. So they were just trying to see if everything was free, and by taking the springs out, of course, you could move the whole of the suspension quite easy, check the roll bars and everything else. But they obviously fixed it because it's back out again.
Excellent, thank you for that. 37 LMP2
That's
car.
what we're discussing.
Right, fine.
And Paul's just shown us a message saying, was that a 27-minute stop and go? Well, that could
No, pit stop.
No, I was going to say, pit.
It'd be an unusual number.
I thought he must be going through the pits at 1,000 kph. Again.
So 27 minutes stop, not a stop and go.
Yeah.
They were fixing the car as Nick was detailing. And it is now back in the race. So all the LMP2s that began at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon are still in the fight. But 37 is going to be tough from here now with being so many laps down.
Well, effectively it lost 7 laps.
There you go. Yeah, in that period of time. I mean, a phenomenal record through the course, through the years, really, David Vamer, from 2017 when this Oreca 07 came into being in its current iteration. The Gibson engine particularly has been so reliable. They've got a lot to live up to when these new rules kick in 2028.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I may remember they nearly won the race overall when that car debuted here in 2017. So, and it's gone on to become the undisputed #1 pick in LMP2 ever since this Oreca 07. And yeah, the Gibson engine has a reputation for being almost bulletproof. Not just here, obviously. This car is this platform has a huge footprint all over the world, not just here, but for the European Le Mans Series, Asian Le Mans Series, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as well. Also, no longer the World Endurance Championship, but even there, it was a huge factor, and it also helped a lot of teams and drivers work their way up into what is now the hypercar class. We had another example of United Autosports to make the jump in 2027. You look at some of the top teams in the class right now. AF Corsa, BMW, Team WRT, Jota Sport, Proton Competition, all teams that in some form or fashion come from LMP2 racing. It is ultimately a breeding ground. In that sense, it's very good that we're going to see it continue in 2028, although with a different car. We already know what the Ligier is going to be called, by the way. They've already announced that. Yeah, it's called the JSP228. 228 being 28 being 2028, of course. They already just dropped the name already when they said, like, oh, yeah.
So we have an LMP3 JS25, is it now? The LMP3 with the twin turbocharged Toyota engine.
Yeah, 325.
325, yes. Hence 3 and 2 for the LMP2. Can I offer you a new fastest lap of the race?
I was queuing up top of that.
Sorry.
Previous lap was the second fastest lap of the race by Earl Bamber in his Cadillac, number 38, as he was chasing, and he just improved on that and finally toppled that lap. Set very, very early in the race by Dries van Tor, and improved on it by about 0.4 of a second. So suddenly the Cadillac's finding their form a little bit more, albeit running in 10th and 11th positions at the moment. 38, which is Earl Bamber ahead of Will Stevens. The margin between them 20 seconds or so, but 2 consecutive really quick laps. So the mojo's back, but don't forget this was the team that locked out the front row, and there they are outside the top 10.
Well, conditions pretty good at this stage, and let's hope that the wet stuff that 1 or 2 had predicted, including me, stays away. Not bad to get a fastest lap of the race 8 and nearly 3/4 of an hour into this one, but sometimes happy hour comes a little bit later at maybe 4 or 5 in the morning, so that might not be all she wrote. Phil Hansen in his Ferrari leading on lap 144 by just 1.6 seconds over James Collado. So it's formation flying for the 2 different colours of Ferrari 499Ps, with Kevin Estre at reasonable close distance behind at just 10 seconds, trying to keep these 2 Ferraris ahead of him honest, or as honest as he can manage, which is tricky, but you've got to rely on the Frenchman to do his level best at his home race. One of the Alpines makes a pit stop. This is Charles Milesi in the number 35 car, in from 17th position in the hypercar category, and a CrowdStrike pit report back to Nick.
Yes, after being in the wrong place at the right time for the last 10 minutes consistently, I'm actually standing right by this Alpine pit stop. I think they're probably quite disappointed the way things are going at the moment. I know we're only just over a third of the way through, but they haven't really burst the top at any point whatsoever.
They were both at the race. So at least there's that. In that way, Alpine's performance at the SS 24 Hours Le Mans is already significantly better than what we saw 12 months ago.
There's definitely some. Let's hear the steam radio.
Around 30.5 or 31.0. So we're losing a bit of ground to them. 43.6 is the gap. This Ferrari ahead of us is a bit slower.
So a little bit more coaching, or just generally useful information for Sebastian Buemi piloting the number 8 Toyota. Nicholas Nielsen's right in front of him now, 4th and 5th places. Yeah, it's changeable weather. We haven't had anything just yet, but 2 to 3 o'clock now might see a passing shower, possibly just after 1 o'clock. There's a 35% chance of some precipitation, but it shouldn't, I wouldn't have thought, cover the whole of the circuit. Just something for all of the teams to keep their eye on. I wonder whether even they might have sent some team personnel to other parts of the circuit to try and, just judge it by hand in the air. There's nothing beat the old techniques, I suppose, Bruce.
Yeah, but so many times when it's being quite fluky like that, by the time you've understood that your hand is getting a little bit damp, it has moved on. But I think any extra source of information you can get is welcome. Yeah, humidity is creeping up, but that's also possibly because the air temperature is slightly falling. So it's as the temperature goes down by 1/4 of a degree, up by 1%. 64% humidity at the moment. Rain, it's possible.
Let's go back to Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike vignette. You like that word?
Well, yes, I do. Now, this is the age of technology, RFID chips and total information being shared by everybody. However, Alpine have, from what I can see permanently throughout practice and now through the race, had an engineer who's got some binoculars and is actually watching the other team's pit stops. They're writing down on the phone what they're actually doing. So they actually do manual observation by binocular. So they've gone right back to World War I for that, really. And then they're working out what's going on next with everyone else's car. I haven't seen that for years.
Thank you for that. Nick Damon. Incidentally, Nick is now on the solo shift for the overnight stint, so we've trimmed out our CrowdStrike pit reporters just to enable them to get a little bit of shut-eye here and there. We double up again the early hours of this morning, we can say, in a few hours' time at least. This is a period of time sometimes where you can say the 24 hours of Le Mans is won and lost, because when conditions are good, as they are at the moment, the air quality is good for the race engines as well. A lot of the fans, well, they're probably still out there at the moment, but the next few hours they'll be maybe drifting back towards the campsites, and the stints outside of the spotlight, if you like, Davey, beneath the radar, so many times are the heroic ones.
Oh yeah, I can think of more than a few examples where this was this is the period of the race where the difference is made. I remember my first Le Mans 2018, I think it was a stint in and out from Fernando Alonso when he was still a Toyota Gazoo Racing that made the difference in that particular race. So yeah, like I said, often it flies under the radar, sometimes quite literally, because there's only so much you can see in the darkness out here.
Yeah.
That if you put in a good showing here, or you lay the foundations for putting your car in a position on Sunday morning, then it could very well be this is where you decide things, or start to decide things.
Interesting, Bruce, that we can compare in very close quarters the speed of this third place Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen with Sebastian Buemi's Toyota, and try as he might, it's just disappearing further down the road in front of him.
It is, but my mind, I cast my mind back to probably several hours ago. We were talking with Paul Trustwell, and he was extolling the virtues of Porsche and particularly Ferrari be able to do 13-lap stints, and then dug through the facts and said, oh, and Toyota. So they're staying in the ballpark, but Ferrari, in terms of natural pace, clearly their 499P seems better suited to the circuit at the start. But as we've said over the years, we always talk about how this race is more and more a 24-hour sprint. You've got to stay in it to have a chance of winning it, and that is precisely what Buemi's crew is. The sister car, of course, was given a 50-second stop-and-go penalty quite early in the race. That dropped them off the lead lap. But there's something, Davey, very dispiriting about not being on the lead lap.
Yeah, you've got a long way to go at that point. I did, by the way, I think we might have a lead change because it popped up on the screen, lead change 51. 83 may have gone out front of them, may have something to do with it had a slightly quicker stop last time around. So maybe it had sort of jumped back into the lead, but now Collado is clear again, and he is about 7/10 back up. So he continues to sort of go back and forth at the head of the field. But to get back to your point, Bruce, yes, especially when it happens this early, and you're thinking, what are we doing here? Why are we here for? It's a mental test at that point.
Was the lead change not Kevin Estre coming in from car number 6?
That could have been.
So the Porsche number 6 was out front and has now come in and is dropping down the order, but this is what tends to happen as car 6 then, as we've said. Nick Damon's very close to it. Here's Nick.
And there's a nice set of medium tyres. Drivers stayed on board though, so they are leaving Kevin there to carry on racing around the start. But they have decided he needs some new boots, but they are medium, so even though the weather's going, well, it's definitely getting cooler on the track. They've gone for the mediums again for Paul Hinsley Motorsport number 6.
Oof. That was a close call there. There was a Cadillac coming up behind the Porsche, and he had to go quite far left.
He did, and Estre didn't cross the blend line, but precisely where the Cadillac wanted to be, the Porsche then was re-emerging from pit lane. Remember that the blend line is invisible for those already on the racetrack. It's only when you're coming out of pit lane and up the hill that you've got to adhere to that. But for me, Kevin didn't do anything wrong. It's just that the Cadillac wasn't quite expecting car to be coming out of the pits.
I just got a message from a colleague, Jonathan Grace, back at base camp. 51 was passed on track on 83, so my theory was
fair enough.
Have been correct.
Yeah, spot on.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I just looked at the lap times, and it was the Collado's car was 2 seconds a lap faster on that lap, and he just pulled ahead by 0.8 of a second. So, yeah, job done. But Collado, I think Paul was saying he wasn't just doing quick laps; he was doing consistently quick laps. A really, really good stint. And that was before the last pit stop, but clearly carrying on in a similar vein.
Meanwhile, Richard Leeds is ahead of Ahmed Al-Harthi.
Just about to mention that, yeah. I had spotted that the Austrian had been reeling in Ahmed Al-Harthi by a considerable amount of time, although Ahmed has just been in the pits for a stop. So the last time around was an out lap, therefore 5 minutes. So Richard Leeds, I'm not sure whether he passed the BMW on the racetrack or it was because the 46 car came down pit lane. But nevertheless, Leeds, who is the pro, you would have expected him to be consistently faster, although Ahmed Al-Harthi was an absolute star on Wednesday afternoon in the qualifying session to do that superb time and be the fastest car then heading into the first Hyperpole session in GT.
There was a change in position. Lauer in the LMGT3 here just as well, with Jack Hawksworth in the Codas ASP Lexus fighting his way past.
Let's hear Jack's team radio.
Yes, the car behind is for position, the car behind is for position.
Or it might have been the other way around. Either way, there was an overtake.
There was an overtake. That was for 4th position. In the darkness, when you've got so many GT cars in this race, you have to be telling your drivers whether the car in front is on the same lap as you, and therefore whether it's important for you to get through, or it's just a bit of meaningless lappery as Hawksworth just tags the gravel trap coming out of Indianapolis, kicks up a load of dust in the darkness, but the Lexus will continue on.
Yeah, and I thought it was a very interesting interview with Jonathan Hui, who got out of the Ziggo Tempesta Sport Ferrari. He's asked, how can you be sure if it's a hypercar coming up and catching your GT3 car or an LMP2, of course, the speed differential. But he said, maybe it's just my eyes. No, I can't really. And of course, my mirrors are vibrating so much. It's not the world's easiest task, but just stick to your line. That was obviously what the message is for GT3 drivers, but it is a thought. It's an extra mental strain in the dark here at Le Mans. We have many, many hours of darkness as well, so it is something special. I remember we had one driver who wasn't going to be allowed to race in the darkness hours, which is Stephen Grove.
Yes. That was a result of quite a few bit of bad luck on behalf of the 63. Had a crash, which was then forced them to do a chassis swap, and as a result it missed the first night practice, and then finally got the car back running. And then in the second night practice, 5 minutes in, I think it stopped, so that was that. Although I think Brenton Grove said earlier that the plan was not to have Stephen not do much night running anyway, so it doesn't hurt them that much. On that stop for the 6, maybe I'm wrong and seeing something that isn't there, but wasn't that a bit early for Estre to come back in again?
Yeah, possibly. I'm wondering whether the data, well, according to my information, it was a 4-lap stint.
We have just had confirmation in Aachen Peitsmeyer Porsche, slow puncture.
For Kevin Estre.
For Kevin Estre in the 6 Porsche.
Right.
So he was off schedule for that one.
Indeed. And that, could be soaked up in the strategy later on in the race, but they really did not need that, considering that they're having to fight with the Ferrari so much.
We think to go back to medium with Antonio. We will go back to medium, we think.
Okay.
So that's precisely what Nick Damon reported, that Kevin Estre's car going back to the medium tyre, and that was Nick Nielsen's radio, was it not, in the number 50 Ferrari. And the suggestion then, well, I suppose if a Ferrari pit stop is going to happen in the next few laps and the Porsche one's just happened, then they can copy the Porsche if they think that's a good idea. On the other hand, Ferrari versus Porsche, they might think that a completely different route is the solution, but it's always good to monitor the opposition and precisely their mindset.
Well, it is, and we sort of had a slight grin earlier about the very short reply from Nicholas Nielsen, but he's absorbed the information. Okay is the answer. Yeah, whatever you think from the pit wall, you've got the feel, and we are drivers. We will do, our bit for you. But clarity of message. Yeah, message received. Yeah, go for it. Because they're fully aware, of course, that they only have the information they're getting coming through the palm of their hands and the seat of their pants. But of course, there's so much telemetry for the pit crews to look at. And again, he's not someone who's just going to argue. He'll say, "Yep, you've got the analysis. We'll go with that." It's good. It's clear.
Good final sector for Robin Freins. That's the quickest that the 20 BMW has managed that run to the line in all race. So a personal best for that particular car, and he's ahead of Fred Makovici by 20-odd seconds. Fred in the number 36 Alpine. Then further back, closer actually, Earl Bamber and Jack Aitken in their Cadillacs are starting to hustle Fred Makovici a little bit. 11th, 12th and 13th places. Collado to Hansen, potentially going to get bunched up again at the Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill and underneath the bridge, because to the high side Phil Hansen will go, with still James Collado in his sights. In fact, the gap creeps back to less than a second now as they're going through traffic. So a GT car first of all to bypass, then an LMP2, and that means that Phil Hansen can't get the hammer down quite as early as Collado in front of him.
The car in front will box this lap. We stay out for 2 more laps.
So the car in front, being James Collado's Ferrari AF Corsa 499P, is going to come in at the end of lap number 148. Phil Hansen due to stay out for 2 more laps with 26% energy on board, whereas the Collado car's down to single figures now on that energy marker. The amount of information we get real time to us, the fans, at the end of the day is absolutely phenomenal, telling us how old each tyre is, how much energy's on board, and therefore when the next pit stop's going to happen. Paul Trustwell's been able to tell us this for about 30 years, but it's wonderful for us to now have access to it.
It is one. Just simply, sometimes you feel there's information overload, but there's no such thing as too much information from Paul, and he consumes it, but more to the point, turns it around, makes it palatable for all of us less talented members of the crew. I think I addressed that. So say all of us. I think
fair, agreed. Yeah, no.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans 2025. It's the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, funnily enough, and it's a minute to 1 o'clock. Well, this rain still hasn't arrived, has it? But it's in the air, in the vicinity, perhaps. Rain possible now at 1:15, so in the next 15 minutes, and perhaps more likely from 2 a.m. After that, we should be in the clear with a low of 15 degrees Celsius, and tomorrow should be sunny and cloudy with a high of 24 degrees Celsius. Thank you, Davey. Almost 9 hours into this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1, the RadioLeMans.com website. We're also on XM channel 202, Sirius 137. And as Davey Avema of Daily Sports Car, Sports Car 365, it's early, very early in the morning. It's not normally me that makes that error, in fairness. That's the first time for me. Put a big tick in the box. Sports Car 365's Davey Avema. And we've got, 15 hours to go. And the leader in LMGT3, number 92 car of Ricard Leitz, from anti-first form, is out front by 18.5 seconds over Amel Al-Hati in the Team WRT 46 BMW. I'm glad Davey had left the room as I uttered that. I think he has. Or is he coming back with a big mallet?
No, he's just got your voodoo doll and he's put some pins into it. That's fine. It was already there just in case.
Other sports car websites are available, I'm told.
Yes.
But he works for Sports Car 365. Go on, Bruce, say something quick. Change the subject.
What I'll say is we're suddenly getting a flurry of much quicker laps coming in, and most notable in LMP2, albeit down outside in 13th position in class, RLR M Sport, but they have put a certain Patrick Pilet on board. He's chasing after Clement Novalak, the TDS Racing Orica driver, but that's several quick laps from the French. I think I can call Patrick a veteran. He's probably north of 30, north of 40, I'm sure, but still very, very quick indeed. Races all around the world, but doing a good job here. Is it the start of a comeback drive? Yes, most certainly, but he is a lap and a half down on the class lead, so all he could do is just keep on chipping away. That's all that they can ask of him, but that was a car damaged early in the race and has been fighting back.
So tyre change for the 51 Ferrari of James Collado. Phil Hansen leads the race by 39 seconds over Nicholas Nielsen in the 50 car. Porsche Penske Motorsports is in fourth and, actually make that third now and fifth because of the stopping Ferrari. Kevin Estre in his number 6 car, and the 4 is in fifth. The best BMW currently running in 6th place, number 15, ahead of the number 8 Toyota of Brendan Hartley. 7th place, Aston Martins, the 009 and the 007 hypercars. These are the non-hybrid Valkyries, remember. They're still in the race. Marco Sorensen and Harry Tinknell running in 19th and 20th places, and about a minute and a half apart, just slightly more than that. Shown as, well, the first one is a lap down, the second one's 2 laps down, but that might be just because they're spread either side of the control line. At the moment, the mission to finish this race with one and hopefully both of the Valkyries is on course, and they've managed 9 of the 24 hours. So that will have no doubt made British Aston Martin fans, and from further afield, let's face it, very, very happy to this point.
Yeah, they'll fully understand the way that the team is at their first attempt. So they're looking, they're learning, they're sounding fabulous, but the Valkyries will be quicker next year. You can be sure of that. There's no shortcut to finding pace. You've just got to get it right across all circumstances, all track conditions or weather conditions, and racing mileage is everything that is required.
Patrick Pilet, you were just talking about, Bruce, currently participating at Le Mans for the 17th time, so very much a veteran. By my reckoning, is the third most experienced driver in the race this year, behind Ricard Leitz and Sebastian Bourdais, who have done 18 and 17 races respectively. Reflecting on those faster lap times as well, you were just suggesting, soft tyres are supposed to go faster, aren't they? And I'm still trying to get to grips with whether we're getting triple stints on the soft, but they seem to be able to do comfortably 2 stints on the soft tyre. And I think whilst Davey Raymer was here, they were going on to their 3rd stint on the Michelin soft tyre for the hypercars. Those of them that are using the soft tyre.
Yeah, we had Nicholas Nielsen being told, that's what we think you could do, and he clearly was feeling his tyres were good for that and said, yeah, okay. So let's go for it. Track temperature 23.7, humidity now 65%. So again, as the track temperature drops a little bit, air temperature likewise, certainly it almost makes sense humidity is going to go up. But 65%, well, if it gets to 75%, we'll send people out with umbrellas.
Nick Holland is en route to Arnage, and he said it's spotted at Parking West, but not enough to moisten a sparrow, as he puts it. But no, it's the swallows that we're short of. I'm not sure how the sparrows are doing, but that's the part of the reason why there's so many flies in the ether, we were told earlier on, because the sparrows have not arrived from Africa yet.
At the moment,
the swallows, you meant? You've fallen into the trap of the
swallows,
those pesky sparrows.
And the sparrows. Sparrows eat flies, and do they even live in Africa? Probably not. Paul?
There was a moment at the Porsche curves there for the 93 Peugeot, I reckon. We had a brief yellow flag. It's now been withdrawn again, but the Peugeot 93 is about to come across the line. And I think when we look at its lap time, when it does come across the line, we'll see it was a slower one, but not by a huge amount slower. In fact, it's come into the pits. So Jean-Eric Verne was on an in-lap anyway in the troubled Peugeot, the one that Nicky Jensen, Paul di Resta and Jean-Eric Verne are sharing, Paul having crashed the car early on. Clearly it's a bit of a handful.
Yeah, I mean, that incident was about going around the outside of some traffic and then getting out in the marbles, and he couldn't get it back in time. But maybe the Peugeot is a bit of a struggle on certain tyres of an age, and also it's indicative perhaps of how weathered the track's becoming as well, particularly offline. That's always tough when you are heading into the marbles to get through traffic. Here's Jack Aitken.
Okay, Bud leader's not too far behind us. Clear track in front. Leader's pitting in 2 laps. Go crank some out.
He got me back. He got me back. Just hold on.
So the latest update from Jack is that, no, the car's got back in front of me, and we're into Porsche curves now. So the 311 hunting down Fred Makovici for a second time. Makovici looked like he might be a bit sideways coming out of Porsche curves and through Corvette corner as well. Past the karting track to their right, and now to the braking area for Ford chicane. So the Alpine with those very snazzy tail lights in front in the shape of the Alpine A on the right hand side, and the mirror image on the left hand side. Jack Aitken able to really fight hard with Fred Makovici, but also produce that fairly simple and collected radio message. They're multi-talented, these guys.
They really are. At this point, it just seems as though Jack Aitken's got a little more grip in his Cadillac, the 311. Again, I have to go back and just double check where they are in their stint lengths, how tired their tyres may be. Also, the section of track where we picked them up, I was really hoping we'd get some onboard cameras so I could see if there was enough to wet the said Sparrow down as they came out of Arnage and went towards the Porsche curves. And also, at this point in the race, are the drivers sensing it, just backing off a tiny little bit? I don't think so yet, but it must be a factor. Just aware of it, picking up any messages, any little bit of spit. Is it getting more intense? That's the question. I think the answer is it's hardly there, but these things, Johnny, start to play a few tricks in your mind. Right, now here comes a move from Jack Aitken. He did have more acceleration. He gets alongside and back past Fred Makovici's Alpine. Great scrapping. Clean move, pulls it off very nicely.
Yeah, and I wonder whether that's where the overtake was made the previous lap as well. The Cadillac's always very strong coming out of Tête Rouge, and if you can get the hammer down plus the toe from another LMDH car ahead of him at the time. So similar chassis makeup. We had learned yesterday that there are more LMDH cars on the way, some from the Orica manufacturer or chassis maker, one from Dallara as well. That'll be the McLaren in 2 years' time. Exciting times with Zach Brown here at Circuit de la Sarthe. John Hindhaugh catching up with him yesterday with that Hypercar launch. Very excited. But of course, there's also a Grand Prix this weekend in North America for Zach to be paying close attention to.
Pit stop for the number 83 Phil Hansen car. Nick Tandy as well in the third placed car number 4, the Porsche. So these are scheduled stops for those cars. And I've got another question, because the Porsche number 6 that now leads in Kevin Estre's hand, coming towards the end of his stint, but he had an extra pit stop in the middle there, which I missed while I was munching my way through a hamburger. What was that about?
Can you remember, Bruce?
Slow puncture.
Oh, yes.
Right, so they did refuel it. It wasn't a drive-through. They refueled it and sorted out the puncture. Thank you for that. So Kevin Estre will be staying out for a little bit longer this time on his fuel, which will mean that instead of just being out of sync from the Ferraris by a couple of laps, he's now out of sync from the Ferraris by about 6 laps.
Yeah, and as I described at the time, they just had to keep thrashing out those stints incident-free in a hope to hang on to some of the, well, all of these Ferraris that are looking a threat. It's now Robert Kubica back at the wheel of the number 83 car, running in second place from the 15 BMW of Dries Van Toor. Dries is putting in some good sector times at the moment. He's just gone through sector 1 quicker than that car has managed all race.
And an interesting message comes up on the race control messages screen that Antonio Giovinazzi is under review for pit lane speeding. Now, we've already had a penalty for the number 50 Ferrari, which was a simple drive-through, but that dropped him, I won't say out of contention, but it dropped him away from that leading battle. If there's one coming up for the 51 as well, then all of a sudden that Ferrari 123, which we had 3 or 4 hours ago, is looking slightly less impregnable.
And it suddenly means that the one that isn't the full works car, the yellow, the banana, the 83, is there or thereabouts at the top of their pile. But it gives the other manufacturers some succor there, some cause for optimism. But, you know, whenever I think of penalties in sports car racing, I always just go, yeah, it's inevitable, but when they come, they
so
transform your race.
Well, quite. I mean, it's all about the discipline of long-distance racing, but I mean, what was one of the features of the Spa 6-hour race as well, which was riddled with penalties, and you just think, well, yes, it's important to abide by the rules, and yes, you have to blow the whistle against people who break the rules, but it kind of destroys the purity of the race, and it becomes a bit like one of those rugby games where all the scoring happens as a result of people kicking the. You know more about rugby than I do.
Indeed. But small elements that where things are going well and you somehow foul it up, but here it's because it's so clear. By and large, if you've made a penalty, I mean, obviously in rugby a lot of it is sort of out of the referee's eye, but there are other officials. Anyhow, we're moving from sport to sport, but
yes,
you're totally right.
I could sort of more understand a pit lane speed limit being breached if Ferrari were under more pressure, but it doesn't feel like they're being hugely pressurised by their rivals, so they don't have to take that sort of risk. So it strikes me as a genuine mistake. But you could rein that speed back a little bit and do pit lane at 59 kph or 58 kph. I suppose a limiter is a limiter, but it's when you go into and out of it, which normally it's where it's broken. And why take this risk?
No, I think it's exactly what you describe. It's the coming into the pits and leaving your braking just a tiny bit too late, or going out of the pits and starting to accelerate before you get to the de-restriction zone. And how many of us have done that, where we see the de-restriction zone up ahead of us and start accelerating. But anyway, it's not a penalty yet for Giovinazzi, but it is an accusation of pit lane speed, and it's under review.
Let's get to the pit lane for a CrowdStrike report, and here is Peter Snowden.
Yeah, I'm just outside the Ford Performance Proton competition, Gareth, the number 77 entry. Ben D'Souza's just got out of that car, and Ben Barker's just got out of the car, and Souza's just got into it. First thing I want to say is that Ben Barker's unfeasibly large to get out of a Mustang. I don't know how they fold him in there in the first place. but there was ages on the pit stop, and they were fiddling around with the belts to the point they had to move the car backwards because another car came in front, and he actually rode shotgun on the sill whilst the car was on its dollies, basically because the seat belts got stuck down the side of the sill of the seat. So that's all it was, simple as that. But all these, fat fingers late at night, it all just cost time. But that's why the 77 had such a relatively long pit stop.
Ben Barker's 6'4", which is not quite as tall as you, Bruce, or about similar height?
Oh, same height, less hair. That's all.
It's got another inch, folks.
I've had it trimmed. It's fine.
No, you have actually, but very smart as you arrived at Circuit de la Sarthe on Thursday. We all look very dishevelled at this point of the race, mind you, except Paul, who's still resplendent after his hamburger.
Absolutely. I'm not bragging. Can anyone tell me if the 83 Ferrari is on soft tyres? I'm assuming it is. I'm sure Nick Damon told us before he came in, but now he's come in, I'm not quite sure whether we can track him down.
I can't remember either. No,
right.
We'll investigate.
Part of the reason I'm asking is that...
Nick's saying no. Nick's saying no, it's not on soft tyres.
It's not on soft tyres, thank you for that, Nick, because the last two Phil Hansen stints were 12 rather than 13 laps. Now, one of the features of the 83 has been its ability to achieve 13-lap stints more often than the 51 and 50 Ferraris. And I just wondered whether by going onto the soft tyre, they've reduced the stint length. But if they're on the hard still, or not the medium, I should say, if they're on the medium still, then that's a bit of a surprise. We'll see how Robert Kubica gets on, because he's now the driver of that number 83. But as I say, he's going to have a bit of a charge on his hands, because Kevin Estre in the Porsche is going to be out for quite a few laps yet.
Let's go back to Snowy for a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, I did try and keep hold of Ben Barker for a minute, but we couldn't quite because he's done quite a long stint in the car. But just to prove that teams do listen to our show, you mentioned Ben Barker's height being 6'4", and somebody advanced to me very quickly and just said he's 6'5", and it's pretty credible because it's his mum, Carolyn. So you can't really argue with that, can you? So that's a real pit lane live update for you.
Well, thank you, Carolyn, as well, for obviously tuned into us for some info about the Ford Mustang now being piloted by Bernardo Souza, but her lad has just got out after several stints back-to-back. Make sure he has a chat to us at some point, though, would you? Maybe in the morning, because it would be great to catch up with Ben Barker. But delighted to hear that we've got 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans fans up and down pit lane as well.
I'm not always sure if you've just done a triple stint in the night, that when you get out of the car you're actually standing at your full height anyhow, as your body is slightly cramped, and then a lot of the drivers of course come out and according to whether they need to sleep immediately have a rub down, have a massage, because the last thing you want is your muscles cramping, and just to help relax them. But yeah, anyhow, whatever it is, for a driver of knocking on 2 metres in height, 6'5", getting in and out of a car. And certainly, Johnny, over the years, when we've looked at some of the hypercars and the LMP1 cars before them, some of them are tiny. It was like posting a driver into a letterbox. I always felt when Alex Wirtz was racing for Toyota that, he's another driver of suitable height. And putting him in, it wasn't like putting a Pedro Lamy or an equivalent on board.
Certainly the way that Alessandro Pierguidi clambered out of the Ferrari last time he got out of that car, I thought for a moment that he was in difficulty, but it wasn't. He was just trying to extricate himself from the car. And once he'd straightened himself out, he walked purposefully back into the garage. But as he was getting out, you could see that it was a bit of a difficult exit procedure from the Ferrari 499. Trouble with closed cars, they look good, they perform well, but they are tricky to get in and out of. One of the reasons that the Audi R8 open top, the Roadster, was such a success was they did the calculation and they reckoned that they would save more time in the pits by being able to do quick pit stops than they lost by virtue of the fact that it was an open car rather than a coupe-shaped car.
Clever. But, so many little details make the world of difference. And I think now, with the hypercar class, it's going to get closer and closer and closer. So, yes, keep the boffins on board.
Tidy little overtake from Earl Bamber on Michael Christensen's number 5 Porsche. So that's the 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Earl Bamber's team radio.
At the next stop, question.
Yes.
So they're discussing the next pit stop at the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota crew, the mighty 38, and that was all down to a good exit out of Terre Rouge, using Michael Christensen's car to generate the tow. And to be honest, Christensen didn't really fight that in the braking area for the Daytona chicane. Caddy later on the brakes, but Christensen, I think, doing a bit of lifting and coasting into the first chicane on the Mulsanne, and 9th place is now in the hands of the Kiwi. Christensen ahead of Malte Jakobsen by a good half a minute or so in the Peugeot Total Energies car. The 94 by far the better placed of the two 9X8s. And for Peugeot fans, we're looking at 11th place at this stage as its best position, a car that had earlier led the race in the daylight hours. But that was by virtue of the pit stops more than actual true speed. Also down to Peugeot's good energy mileage, in fairness. One of a handful of hypercars that have been able to do 13 lap stints consistently. Ferraris, there's a bit of a traffic jam actually at the Ford chicane, and the BMW number 20 Robin Frijns, the hypercar, just had to take a breath there before jinking to the right and clearing two of those 296s that were side by side on the main straight.
Appeared to cost him best part of 1.5 to 2 seconds there, which is rather frustrating because Robin Frijns will be getting closer and closer to Nick Tandy's number 4 Porsche 963. However, as you commented many a time, Johnny, traffic giveth and it taketh away. Right there, it was the taking away from Robin Frijns, but he's got clearly pretty good pace in his car at the moment. But the last lap, yeah, actually was compromised by, I'd say, getting on for 2 seconds. Really frustrating right at the end of the lap in the Ford chicanes.
Good laps being shown at the moment by one of the Lexus. Robin Frijns team radio.
We boxed this lap, we boxed this lap.
So information to the Dutchman is that the 20 BMW is going to come down pit lane at the end of this lap for the 20 BMW. This will be lap 154 that we are currently working. Just to mention then for Jose Maria Lopez's lap time last time around for the 87 Lexus in GT. It's the best lap that that car has managed, and he's only 8 and a bit seconds away from his teammate Jack Hawksworth in the 78 car. GT3, LMGT3, led by Ahmed El Hati again in the 46 BMW. So Ahmed very comfortable with doing all of these hours early on in the piece. Alessio Rivera 32 seconds further back in Ferrari number 21, and Ricard Leitz, who came into it for a pit stop, feels like not that long ago, 6 seconds away from the Italian in the Manthey first form Porsche. So we've got BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, then Lexus, then Aston, then Corvette. The variety in manufacturers is still there in LMGT3 across the top 7.
It is. It's 5 manufacturers in the top 6, 6 in the top 7. Quite right, Johnny. But I've just been watching Jose Maria Lopez. Both he and Jack Hawksworth are a lap or so down on the front 3, top 3 in GT3. But Lopez constantly chipping away. It's down to just 8 seconds between the pair of them, 4th and 5th in class.
Remember, probably an hour or so ago, I was saying how you chunk the race, or that you race into 13-lap chunks, and I was counting how many laps the number 6 car led in those 13-lap chunks, and it was 2 laps that the number 6 would be in the lead for. The last 13-lap chunk, it led for 3 laps. This chunk, it's already onto its 5th lap in the lead, and I reckon Kevin Estre is still good for another 3 laps, or certainly 2 laps in the car. So this very close race, which is being defined by very slender margins, is just swinging a little way in the direction of Porsche. But as I say, there is, as Johnny said a little while ago, we are now over a third distance, but we're nowhere near half distance, and there's plenty more that can catch us out and surprise us, but no message has yet come up about the review of the pit lane speed limit that was accused of number 51 Ferrari, Antonio Giovinazzi.
His name is on the screen, though.
Well, sort of.
Yes.
Joe Nivazzi, it's
Joe
pronounced.
Nivazzi.
Joe Nivazzi. I'll just say, well, that wasn't me. Anyway, an incident that involves the 51 Ferrari and the 33 Corvette of Johnny Edgar is now under investigation. This was just after 1 o'clock, so about 20 minutes ago. I don't actually remember seeing that, but it's dark and there aren't quite as many cameras around the racetrack either. So clearly those two have potentially made contact, and that will be looked at from various angles. More to follow. Robin Fries pits in the number 20 WRT BMW. That's right at the far end of pit road. But in the meantime, let's get a CrowdStrike pit report from Peter Snowden. You know a little bit more about the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars.
Well, not so much about the cars. It's quite interesting because the number 23 United just leaves behind me there. But the age-old question that you can tell it's the depth of the night, can't you? How many people does it take to change a light bulb? Well, I've just found the answer. It's 3 Porsche Penske Motorsport mechanics who came out into the pit lane because one of their lights came out with a step ladder, went up the ladder. There's a yellow flag with a marshal right behind it as the United car needed to come in and go round it whilst they changed the light bulb on one of their rigs and then swept everything up tight and went back inside again. And I'm not joking, I'm not making this up. I know it's early in the morning.
Well, it's the sort of detail that we love, and yeah, sometimes equipment fails, particularly light bulbs, so there needs to be a strategy for fixing those as well, I guess.
Yeah, you simply can't think of how many, unless you really tried, how many things that could possibly go wrong. And also, let's face it, light not working is semi-obvious, but there are so many parts that are electronic that you probably have a lot of the crews going, oh, I wish I was working on a Bentley Speed 6 from a century ago. You could see the moving parts, and if they weren't moving, you had to fix them.
The thing that worries me about that is the thought of having a pit crew, all right, guarded by a marshal with a yellow flag, but in the pit lane, up a ladder. Now, I can only assume that they've asked for permission to do it, because if not, then I think there might be some kind of infringement, because the regulations clearly state the mechanics are only allowed out into the pit lane immediately before a pit stop. But presumably, if you ask for permission on the grounds that you're doing some maintenance to your lighting gantry, then you can get permission and it'll be all right. But there's just a little bit in me which is thinking, I'm not sure that I would want a man with a ladder in the middle of a live pit lane.
No. We've also been talking about the fact only 3 cars have dropped out so far, so it's still a very, very full pit lane. 59 runners still in this race. That means there are a few gaps. Certainly later in the race, and in races 20 years ago, Paul, there would, by this stage, be quite a lot of gaps. And if it was the garage before yours, you were going, thank you very much. That makes the pit stops easier.
Yeah, true. The nature of stopping during this race is very fluid, and the areas around your garage always affected potentially by other crews that want to make their stop on the same lap. So as the race finds its level, and generally we find that through whatever means cars will slip by the wayside, that could benefit one or two. The 150 Ferrari in GT and the 77 Mustang in GT pushing their tyres, their medium Michelin tyres, reasonably long distance, because 64 laps on the 150 all around, 61 laps for each of the tyres on the Ford Mustang number 77. Remember, one of the retirees is the other Ford Mustang from Proton Competition. Big hit into the tyres at Tête Rouge. There was already a wheel off that car before it then spun. Was that on an outlap? I'm trying to remember now whether it was early on in the stint, but it spun at Tête Rouge. The rear tagged the tyre wall and tore up the back of that Ford Mustang pretty badly. It was not able to continue. The 311 Cadillac Wayland of Jack Aitken is in pit road. Snow, if you could keep this sharp and sweet, I'd appreciate that, because we've got an hourly update on the way.
Yeah, very simple. I'm not sure how long it's been in here for, because it predates my stint, but Jack Aitken's just jumped back into it, and it looks like it's going to be out again in a matter of minutes, so that should be back into the race. They're just prepping the car right now.
Spot on. Thank you for that CrowdStrike pit report. You're tuned to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans around the circuit and around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.com. Paul Trustwell, Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We're also on Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202 for 2025. It is exactly 1:30 in the morning.
We're 9.5 hours into the 2025 Le Mans 24 hours, and Porsche leads Le Mans by 28 seconds. It's Kevin Estre at the wheel of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. He's completed 156 laps with 9.5 hours of the race elapsed. And as I say, 28 seconds is his margin over Robert Kubica in the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. That's in second place, also on 156 laps, of course. In third place, number 8, Toyota Gazoo Racing GR10 Hybrid, Brendan Hartley at the wheel. He is a further 30 seconds away from the Ferrari, so actually very nearly a minute now separates the top three. In fourth place, first of the Ferrari AF Corsa Ferraris, the red ones, Antonio Fuoco at the wheel of the number 50. Antonio Giovinazzi is behind in number 51. So 50 and 51 have slipped back to fourth and fifth places now, separated by 10 seconds and are just 15 seconds behind the Toyota, which is third. In sixth place is Nick Tandy in number 4 Porsche. In seventh place, number 7, in seventh place, number 15, Dries van Toor in the BMW M Hybrid V8. He's just 4 seconds behind Nick Tandy. And in eighth place, number 5, is Michael Christensen in his Porsche. So there are 3 Porsche Penske Motorsports Porsches in the top 10, in fact in the top 8. Ninth is number 20, Robin Freins at the wheel of the second BMW, and in the 10th place is the Toyota Gazoo Racing car of Kamui Kobayashi, car number 7. In LMP2, that's being led at the moment by the VDS Panis Racing Orica, with Frank Pereira at the wheel, car number 48. Second is number 9, the Iron Lynx Proton car, Massimo Capietto. In third place, number 18, is Andre Lotterer, driving the EDEX Sport car, immediately ahead of the other EDEX Sport car, number 28, which is fourth. Fifth is Tom Dillman in number 43 for Inter-Europol competition, and sixth in LMP2, Renger van der Zande in the United Autosports car number 22. Fastest of the Pro-Am cars, incidentally, is down in 7th in the LMP2 class, and that's the AO by TF car with Dane Cameron at the wheel, car 199. LMGT3 is being led by the Porsche, funny that, of Richard Lietz, car number 92, the Manthey First Form car. He is now 39 seconds ahead of the Team WRT BMW number 46, which Ahmed Al-Hati is driving at the moment. Third is the Lexus from the Acodis ASP team, number 78, Jack Horsworth. Fourth, Alessio Rivero driving the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari 296, car number 21. In fifth place in LMGT3 is number 87, the second of the Lexus cars. Jose Mira Lopez is driving that car at the moment. And sixth in GT3, number 27, Zachary Robinson in the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin.
Very pleasant morning so far, with conditions not exactly chilly, but it's a reasonable temperature, with the race engine certainly enjoying this cooler air, and the Mobil 1 track temperature is 23.6 degrees Celsius. We're on to lap 138 for the LMGT3s. LMP2s are currently heading onto the Now, I've started that sentence and I don't necessarily have the answer, but I'll get it to you in a minute. Car 48 for VDS Panis Racing and Frank Pereira is a minute and a half or so ahead of Massimo Capietto and Kevin Estre on lap 158. Here's Bruce Jones.
Well, Peter Snowden in the CrowdStrike pit reporting crew said it'd been a long pit stop for the 311 Cadillac Whelan entry for Jack Aitken. It went back out on the track and it was stationary, or from pit in to pit out, 17 minutes and 47 seconds. So it'd be really handy to find out what it was that delayed that Action Express run car. It's dropped to the back of the pack. It's behind Jean-Eric Verne's Peugeot. 21st position overall, last in the hypercar class. So there's a little mystery as to what they were doing to the 311 Cadillac.
Shame that, really, because that was the best performing of the Cadillacs, and we were giving it credit that it was undoubtedly due. And say after that pit stop, the best of the Cadillacs is now the number 12. Car that started on pole position, but down in 10th place for the number 12 Will Stevens car from the Hertz Team Jota crew.
Cadillac up against number 99 Proton competition Porsche at Arnage, and now leaving the scene there. So the 99 car is being driven by Nico Varrone, and ahead of him Will Stevens in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. In fact, Varrone is the meat in the sandwich between the two Hertz Team Jota caddies run by the Kent squad. And Antonio Giovinazzi under investigation again for a pit lane speed. Now, wasn't that the message we had earlier on?
No, that was Giovinazzi, another driver entirely. No, that was, of course, that's a 5-second penalty coming his way at the to be added to Simon next pit stop, but that was for that contact or moment with Johnny Edgar's TF Sport Corvette about 10 minutes earlier. So car 51 that's been looking so capable in this race, you know, of one of the two works Ferrari AF Corsa entries, and 51 has just been going supremely well. Alessandro Piaghini, James Collado, Antonio Giovinazzi, of course they scored that famous win 2 years ago. Sister car won it last year, but suddenly it's just starting to unravel as that number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car is on the rise.
But the message on the screen saying that car is under investigation for pit lane speeding is a repeat of the message before. So
Almost. The first message said under review. Now it says under investigation. Correct. But the time is the same, as in 01:05:59.
Yeah, sorry, when I said a repeat, it's referring to the same incident. So they're still investigating or reviewing. And I think they probably just repeated the message in order to distinguish it from the additional 5 seconds that they have to spend at rest at their next pit stop for the incident that Bruce just described. So unravelling it certainly is.
Yeah, I just wondered whether it was related to a long time ago and those Alpine speed limit infringements that they had to double check. So it's almost as if the under review bit was the double check, and now they're actually checking whether it did breach the speed limit, or it could be just the same message repeated with different words. Who knows? Let's get to a CrowdStrike pit report and Peter Snowden.
He had a quick word with Chris Mitchum, who's gone for some food and a little bit of sleep, I think, quietly. He led the team of technicians on sorting out the 311 Cadillac. It was a steering issue, but not mechanical, but on the electronic and assist side, they put it. But as he very laconically suggested that, his own words were, steering's not something you want to mess with at Le Mans on a race car, which I thought was a bit of an understatement. So they brought it in and had to change some components and put the car out. That's what took the 17 minutes.
I'm now trying to remember whether steering on a Cadillac V Series R is fly-by-wire, or whether there are mechanical bits attaching the yoke to the steery wheelie bits. I'm going to look that up, because there could be some electrical system which determines in which direction the wheels are pointing, which I'm always uneasy about, but it does exist. So bear with me. But yeah, rather than a mechanical issue, more about perhaps resetting an ECU or similar in order for that to be fixed. Robert Kubica is leading.
Yes, he is, having taken the lead when Kevin Estre came in for his scheduled pit stop, and he did after 13 laps and as I say, he's now completely out of kilter with everybody else because he came in after a stint of just 4 laps in order to get that slow puncture fixed. But whilst he was leading, he had the extra fuel on board. He was able to have, 9 laps in fact, in the lead of 8 laps, if you were 8 laps in the lead of the race. So there was longer with the Porsche ahead than there will be with the Ferrari ahead, because Robert Kubica, although he's now in the lead, he's going to be into the pits within the next 4 laps for his equivalent pit stop. So it's going to be difficult to follow exactly who's better positioned at the moment, because we're going to have around about 4 or 5 laps with Kubica in the lead, or that 83 Ferrari in the lead, and then the number 6 Porsche, which Estra will be driving, I would think. No, this will probably be his last stint. He'll probably be in at his next pit stop, Kevin Estra, to hand the car back to Lawrence Van Tour, who should have been the start driver but wasn't, and for various reasons. And that's why Kevin Estra ended up starting the car.
I've done a little search on this thing called the internet, and a Cadillac V-Series R utilises a steer-by-wire system, meaning there's no direct mechanical connection between the steering wheel and the wheels. Bonkers. I mean, it's fine when it works, but it didn't work, did it, on the in-lap, or presumably there was some sort of error flashing up, and the 311's now back in the race. Jack Aitken's a brave guy, but the team will say, don't worry, everything is back to normal, and you'll go where you want to go. In the dark at Le Mans.
With a little sprinkle of rain or sparrows' feathers, who knows.
At 342 kilometres per hour. Nothing, it's all fine, it's all fine.
I think it was Derek Bell who once said to me about the problem with riding a horse is that you don't have a proper steering wheel.
No, that's a good point as well. True. And a mind of its own, which some racing cars have, I'm told, as well. Brendan Hartley is now heading back onto the racetrack in the number 8 Toyota in 7th position, while Jules Gounon has made a trip to the pit lane as well in his Alpine from 15th spot. We've also just had a race, had a pit stop rather, for the race leader in LMP2, VDS Panis Racing Franck Pereira, and on an outlap, he is still in front of the Iron Lynx Proton car of Massimo Capietto, so that rather means that Massimo pitted before the 48 car, I can only guess. But there's 0.4 of a second between them for the VDS Panis pilot now. That could well change before the end of the lap. They are somewhere in that final sector, which looks very, very busy around Indianapolis and Arnage. If we're to trust my tracker to the left, which has been very reliable up until this point. Actually, having said that, VDS Panis Racing is through that traffic. There's a little bit more towards the end of the lap, just heading into Porsche curves, but they are clear of the congestion behind.
Yes, Frank Pereira has just come out of the pits, as you say, so he's on an outlap. Capietto is due in at the end of this lap.
Oh, so he hasn't already made a stop? Okay.
No. So VDS Racing, number 48, are actually further ahead in that class than perhaps they would appear at first sight, because they've done their same equivalent pit stop. The other car which is in with a shout there is the number 43 car, which Tom Dillman is now back at the wheel of. And Tom Dillman's had a long rest in that car. He did the first 3 stints, so he got out of the car at 5:30. But he's not been in the car since 5:30. He just got back into it at the last pit stop. Kuba Shvikovsky and Yellerly having done the driving in between times, and they kind of skipped Dillman from the rotation. I wasn't quite sure why. I didn't mention it. I thought maybe there was a problem with Dillman, but clearly not. He's just had a longer rest, and Shvikovsky and Yellerly have been doing the driving, and now Dillman is doing lap times which are considerably quicker than those of Shvikovsky, as you would perhaps expect, and much more on a parallel with Nick Yellerly's times. In fact, Tom Dillman at the moment going No, roughly the same as the LLE.
And of course, there's a lot more time now that Dillman can do between now and the end of the race. So he's had, what, about 7 hours rest?
Yes.
Okay. That's good if you can take it. If it's heading your way, then he will have gone straight to bed, I'm sure, if he's any sense, with a mind to a long, long night to come, because we're still 2.25 hours away from even hitting half distance. So having to play the long game, as Robert Kubica on lap 161 leads by 48 seconds, but the busy stuff is behind. He's leading Kevin Estra's number 6 Porsche, but to Estra, just 7 seconds back from him is Antonio Fuoco, and Antonio Giovinazzi now pitting in the number 51 Ferrari from 4th place. But there's only 4 seconds between the two Scarlet Red Ferraris as that pit stop began. So obviously Giovinazzi is now going to be a little delayed in pit road with a standard stop.
And also, don't forget, there's an extra 5 seconds to be added to that as well.
Oh, so it's not a standard stop
no,
at all?
Standard plus 5.
Yeah. So
just been taking a look, Johnny, at the pace of Robert Kubica. He just put in the second fastest lap of the race. That was a lap or so ago. So the margin at the moment over Kevin Estra's Porsche, yes, they're running to different pit stop sequences. Just remember this number for now, 48 seconds. Let's see if it goes up or down. And another investigation coming up, car 101, not from room 101, but that is under investigation. That's the Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing example. We've had the setback for the Whelan Cadillac, but down in 16th place overall in class. Philippe Albuquerque is at the wheel at the moment, but it was a pit stop infringement half an hour ago. So a very busy group of race officials trying to sort out the various misdemeanors or reported misdemeanors.
I'll certainly copy and enhance your remarks about Robert Kubica, lapping very rapidly indeed. The average, he's on his 11th lap of the stint at the moment. The average of the 10 laps he's done so far, 3:29.3. Now, when you consider that the fastest lap is that he's done is a 3:27, then to actually put together 10 laps with an average of 3:29 is very impressive indeed, and is a good second, if not a second and a half quicker than the average that either Phil Hansen or Yiffier. Yiffier actually had one stint which was a little bit quicker at 3:29.3, so exactly the same as Kubica. But that 83 Ferrari, Johnny Molan said this.
Okay, you maximum the pace, but don't try fancy stuff to recover that.
So that's advice to Giovi, Antonio Giovinazzi, as he heads back out into the racetrack. Don't try to recover those 5 seconds, at least straight away, in a kind of banzai move on the outlap. We've had a penalty. We've taken 5 extra seconds to serve that during the pit stop. Put it behind you and focus on the next stint as if those seconds were not served, if you like, if it's just a standard stop. It's important to departmentalise the situation and say, right, that's over there, and I'll crack on. Peter Snowden was watching the Ferrari pit stops. Let's get a CrowdStrike report from him.
Yeah, nothing very dramatic, as you say, but it's rather like buses. Nothing happens for ages, then 3 Ferraris come along at once. We had the 193, and of course the 51, and of course the 83 we're waiting for in a second now. We just had the 150, I think it's fine, right? Yes, the 150 Richard Mille AF Corsa car. The one that served the pit lane penalty, you're absolutely right, just sat there very calmly, served its 5 seconds stop before it did any work. That's the 51 car, and the 50 the crew is ready now, so they're expecting that any minute now. And how long before we're expecting the 83 Johnny Bruce or Trousers?
Well, it's on its 12th lap, or is it now on its 13th lap?
So about now then?
Yeah, about now. Stand by.
Well, about now. He's on his 12th lap at the moment. Now, Phil Hansen only did 12 laps on his last 2 stints, so I'm interested to see whether Kubica will come in at the end of this lap. He's currently halfway down the Mulsanne straight between the 2 chicanes, turning through the second chicane at the moment. So he may be coming in about a minute and a half, or he may stay out and do another lap. But it should be a straightforward fuel-only stop for Kubica. The 50 Ferrari has now reached its pit.
So that car's in. Also a GT Ferrari making a stop. Davide Rigon's brought the 54 Vista AF Corsa 296 in. But Snowy, you won't be far away from Ferrari to witness these stops as they happen. I say. We will get to Snowy in just a tick. 51, now, hang
20
on.
20 seconds
to the
stop
51
and go.
Ferrari.
It's unravelling for Ferrari, and the 51 has been, to my eye, the marginally quicker one of the pairing. So
that's
for
the speed limit
Giovinazzi,
issue in the pits, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the pit lane speed problem, which was being reviewed, it was then being investigated, and now the question is, when does his engineer choose to tell Giovi that, you know, that 5 seconds that you had to serve as part of a standard pit stop, you're now going to have to come into the pit lane completely separate from any work and do 20 seconds stopped in front of the garage. Highly costly incident, and this is what I mean. They weren't being pushed that hard by competitors. Why take the risk either at pit in or pit out?
Because they're racing drivers. I've managed them. It's impossible. I hope they've all gone to bed now. I know they were listening earlier on.
That's the quote of the day, isn't it?
It's a perfectly reasonable question, Johnny. This is, as I say, I'm in two minds here. There's a piece of me that says this is spoiling the racing, but there's a piece of me that says, no, there are rules for a reason, and if you push the rules, you have to be penalised. And there has to be a penalty to be paid for breaking the rules. So Ferrari, we said it was going to be about a race of execution. Ferrari are the authors of their own fate here, their own destiny here, because not 4 hours ago they were running 1, 2 and 3, but so close is this race. I mean, this is the other thing. 20 years ago, giving somebody a 20-second penalty would have had no impact at all. They would have come in, served the penalty, gone on their way. Nowadays, it makes all the difference in the world.
And do you not think also, as the pressure's coming on from the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car in particular, they're just pushing that little bit harder and they've come out the wrong side of the equation, but suddenly for Roger Penske's gang, and Porsche Motorsport, this is looking very interesting.
Let's get a CrowdStrike pit report. The 83 race leading Ferrari is now in for service.
Yes, and we'll be leaving any second right now, and as I speak, there it is, right under my feet. So that's all the Ferrari stuff. And of course, apart from this extra penalty, which was how long for this number 51?
It's going to be 20 seconds, Snowy, so it'll have to come in, stop for 20 seconds, and then go back out again. It's a stop-go penalty.
I'll stay here.
Excellent, thank you. Very, very costly for Ferrari number 51, and now on out laps are the 83 and the 50 sister 499Ps.
Yeah, the sister 83 also getting a couple of litres of oil added there as well, which is another aspect to servicing these cars. They don't just work their way through fuel, but they work their way through oil as well. You can't put them both in at once, so you have to put the fuel in before you put the oil in, and that inevitably takes a little bit of extra time. So the stop time from pit in to pit out for Robert Kubica's 83 Ferrari that time was a 1:23, whereas a normal fuel-only stop should be around 1:17, so 5 seconds extra stop while the oil went in.
Right, I'm just looking, we're getting very close to 10 hours completed out of the 24, and it might be by the vagaries of the timing of various pit stops, and certainly race leader Robert Kubica just having come in to serve his pit stop. The top 13 cars are still on the lead lap. I dare say once the stagger unravels a little bit more, it won't be quite as many, but it does mean that there are 13 cars still in with a bit of a shout. Good news, and certainly looking at the one at the tail of that pack, Toyota are still good on fuel economy, chipping their way back up the order, and Brendan Hartley is running in 5th overall, so they're not out of the equation.
Now, I realise that a stop-go penalty is not really a spectator sport, Peter Snowden, but it's just about to go, I reckon.
Well, it is, and I'm standing right next to it there. It's perfect timing and absolutely seamless. Of course, these cars this season have these number panels on the side of the car where they can actually count the seconds up from you. So even an idiot like me at 2 o'clock in the morning can read up to 20 seconds. The ball turned over at 18, ready to go, and out they went. So 20 seconds penalty served. I just wonder if that's something that might well, they will certainly rue it later in the day, and I wonder if that might well have just cost them the race.
Certainly for that car, I will struggle to disagree with you. They've got 2 other bullets in the gun, if you like, but got to be so cautious on pit in to pit out, and also other things that they're doing during a pit stop, making sure that they abide by all of the rules. You've got track limits to think about. You've got contact out on the racetrack as well. Remember that 5 seconds added to a pit stop was because of some contact with the 33 Corvette. There's always scope for a race to slip through your fingers, Trussers.
Yeah, so the 5 seconds added to the pit stop costs you exactly 5 seconds, because that's all it does. A 20-second stop and go costs you around 45 seconds in terms of your lost time of coming into the pit lane, trundling along the 600 metres or 650 metres of the pit lane at 60 kilometres an hour, and then stopping and then going again. That all adds up, and as I say, Giovinazzi has lost 45 seconds, which is pretty much the whole of the first sector, if you want to translate it into a distance. So all of a sudden, instead of being up somebody's chuff, he's now the whole of the first sector behind him.
Yeah, and a bit more actually, because 33 seconds, isn't it, from the control line to the first split at Tertre Rouge?
Yeah.
So another 10 seconds slapped onto that, but you're bang on right. 78 seconds for the first sector. There is a control line, of course, in the pit lane as well, and Ferrari sit after that. So you go through the line, start the new lap, then stop with the team. Who's gone through the gravel trap at the Dunlop curve? It's an LMP2 car. It's the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car of Massimo Capietto, completely straight lining the. Well, normally the Dunlop curve goes right. The car barely turned right and instead went straight through the gravel trap and rejoined in the second part of the Dunlop chicane.
Someone was saying their prayers. Can I get to the far end of the gravel trap? But Capietto, I must say, has really impressed me so far this race meeting. He's been picking up the pace and running at the front end in P2, but one little slip up, was it all of his own making? Quite hard to tell under cover of darkness.
Yeah, well, there was traffic around, and if he's chosen a slightly different racing line into that corner, and again, got out into the marbles, just like Paul Di Resta did earlier on in the piece in his Peugeot, it's an easy mistake that gets worse and worse the further you go into it. He actually gave it quite a bit of right foot there, I think, to power his way through the stones, and it worked a treat.
Absolutely did. A couple of cars in the pits, the front running cars. Nick Tandy just come in from 3rd place overall in that number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, and he's now back on the track. And Dries van Tor is pitting in 6th place and drops down the order as he too comes back out onto the circuit.
Nick Tandy, another Porsche driver who's able to turn in 13 lap stints. You've watched all the WEC races this year, Johnny, haven't you?
I have.
It's not the same Porsche here at Le Mans, is it?
In terms of its performance in the first 3 races, well, we always knew the balance of performance was going to be different. And it is different.
It is different.
Radically.
But this, I mean, the whole threat, you know, the whole body language of these cars, all of a sudden, I mean, Ferrari are scared of them. First 3 races of the WEC, Ferrari didn't care at all about Porsche. They weren't in the same ballpark.
No, I mean, for Kevin Estre and Lawrence Van Tor, the results were 11th, 8th and 9th. Scraping into the points to the top 10, but certainly not challenging for podiums. And, as we're having here now, your point is well made.
And the other thing about the Hyperpole sessions, you know, 6 chances effectively to get each time 2 Porsches into Hyperpole. It's only happened once to date, whereas it was slightly better with the Hyperpole double sessions on Thursday, but going so much better in the 24 Hours of Le Mans for 2025. We're at a minute to 2 o'clock on Sunday morning. Let's check the weather. Current temperature then is 18 degrees Celsius. We're back down to 2% chance of rain in the next hour, and that figure doesn't really change for the rest of the early morning hours. A low of 14 degrees Celsius at about 6 o'clock this morning, and tomorrow's high under some cloud and some sun is expected to be 24 degrees Celsius. .2 FM, Radio Le Mans around the circuit. We're on Sirius 136 and XM 202 as well. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones actually about to step away from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We'll be back a little bit later on. We've had 10 hours of this motor race though, 14 hours still to go. And Ferrari, there's just a little bit of a chink in the armour now, Paul Truswell, for the Italian prancing horses.
Yes, I would say chink in the armour. There's work to be done. It's not like they're leading the race and somebody else has a chance. At the moment, they're not leading the race. The 83 privately run but work supported car is there in second place, but Robert Kubica, although he's lapping more quickly some laps than Kevin Estre, is over half a minute behind, and the best of the Scarlet Red Ferraris, car number 50, Antonio Fuoco, is 1 minute and 20 seconds behind. That's a third of a lap, not quite. But Antonio Fuoco then is a long way behind and is going to have a lot of catching up to do. Now, if this had been 2024, I'd have said don't worry about it because there'll be a safety car along in a minute and the gap will close up. But 2025, I'm not saying anything else. I'll just leave that one hanging because you can't rely on safety cars to enable you to catch up with the car in front of you. And at the moment, Ferrari don't quite seem to have the pace to catch up with Porsche. However, whilst there's a driver change going on next to me, and that gives me a chance to throw a question, as day breaks, the temperatures come up. This track has a habit of changing, and that will, in its own time, change the performance of the cars. Thinking back to last year, Johnny Molan will remember as well how Ferrari were able to use the tyres and the tyre allocation to their benefit. And once it dried out, the Ferraris were very rapid indeed. Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Paul.
I gave you a long time to answer the question because you had to sit down.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember it well. And we don't seem... I thought we were going to have a bit of bad weather. I mean, I don't want to jinx it and we'll get it later on. But certainly when the race started, it looked pretty grey and it seemed to clear all the way through. I'm not sure we'll get any rain. If it is, it'll be very light this or very short. But certainly not enough to start helping tyre allocation. But interesting point you make. I think temperature is... The car definitely handles differently according to temperature. Into the night, whether you change compound of tyres or not, into the night, always the car handles slightly differently. The track also in itself gets slightly greasy. Maybe not quite, maybe actually about now, 2 in the morning. Between 2:30, 3:30, it can get slightly greasy. It's almost like you start driving, just leaving a little bit of safety margin. In particular, Mulsanne used to get an arnage. The brake zones used to go a little bit greasy into those areas, and you'd have to just err on the side of caution just in case you had a lock-up and went off.
And that's the beauty of the so-called happy hour as the sun comes up, because that just takes all that greasiness away.
It's like a dew, Paul, that sort of filters onto the surface,
and allows quicker times to be set. And I just wonder whether Ferrari, as makes reasonable sense, have looked at that and thought, okay, we get 8 hours of darkness, we've got the other 14 hours, 16 hours are going to be in daytime, so therefore we will set our car up to work on the part of the circuit that is going to be there for most of the race. And as the sun comes up, we may see this pendulum swinging back towards Ferrari.
You could be right. I'm not sure certainly in my experience, and maybe they're far cleverer than the teams than when I was racing, but I'm not sure that you actually are in touch enough with your setup to be able to say, right, we're going to work it well for this bit, that bit will go away from us and then it'll come back again. I think you generally always try and get the car as good as you can possibly get it to the conditions that you got used to racing in, and you don't tend to be out there 3 or 4 in the, well, you're not out there 3 or 4 in the morning other than when you get to the race. And sometimes I think it's just a little bit of luck. You know, temperature-wise, your car works better and slightly cooler or slightly hotter. You know that because you know how you bring your tyres in. But I don't think you quite know until you reach this stage, because obviously the track has changed in terms of rubber. It's a moving, and Martin Brundle always says it, and he's absolutely right, it's like a living and breathing animal. So I don't think until you actually get there, you actually really know what you've got. So
I guess the point I'm making is that the conditions we have at the moment and the balance of power, if you will, which seems to have swung a little bit away from Ferrari, that doesn't mean that it's swung away from Ferrari for the rest of the race.
Well, one very interesting radio message that came up a couple of hours ago was Nico Pino in the 99 Proton Competition Porsche 963. Now that car's not necessarily in the front-running fight. It's in 13th place at the moment with Nico Veroni on board, but it is a Porsche 963, and they were looking forward to the cooler temperatures through the night and in the dark. They thought that the racetrack would come to them at that point. Now, will that apply to the factory Porsche Penske Motorsport machines? Well, we'll find out. But I tell you what, I mean, it's a remarkable story. Kevin Estre at the wheel of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, leading the way at the moment, starting from 21st. That opening stint, Johnny, it was absolutely vintage Estre.
it was, and he drove superbly well, and for quite a while had the fastest lap until Dries Van Toor took it away from him, I think, on his first or second lap of his stint in the BMW. But if we think back to the Penske, or the Porsche Penske at that point, that chassis, if Kevin Estre had started 5th or 6th, he would have led most of the start of the race, given the pace that he was running at, and a Porsche did lead. The number 5 car led for large chunks, and in the very opening stint seemed to have the measure of the Ferraris. So I don't think anything much has changed. I think that the Porsche chassis is definitely a good one. I think potentially it will, the track does evolve. I think they'll be in the hunt the whole way through. Yes, the Ferraris, you could say, have dropped off a little bit, but then saying that, the Kubica 83 car in the Ferrari is second at this stage. So gaps are appearing, but I think that's just the nature that we're now getting close to halfway through the race.
That's right. I mean, the penalties are what's had the effect on both of the Ferraris. The 83 Ferrari hasn't had that penalty and therefore hasn't had to drop away. I think my question is those penalties, particularly the stop-and-go penalty for the 51 car, which has cost it 45 seconds, something like that, whether the Ferrari's power advantage that we saw in the first 3 or 4 hours of the race, whether that will enable it to catch up again, because margins are so tight these days that it's quite difficult to do.
I think you say power advantage. I actually think it was a straight line speed advantage for whatever reason that they had, just in the middle sector, which made it a very raceable car, which made it easier for them to overtake other cars. But if you had ghost cars out there running their best laps, I don't think they were particularly any quicker over one lap than any other car. It ebbed and flowed a little bit. I think it just, they had a really raceable car, which meant that when they got to a car in front that maybe got held up in traffic, it made it easier for them to actually overtake that car than potentially if it was the other way around and they had the legs of the car down the straight and they could then corner through the Porsche curves and places like that, and the other car behind wasn't able to use its advantage in sectors 1 and 3. I think it's going to be fascinating how this all turns out. If we do get a safety car at some point, it'll sort of bring it all together. But I wouldn't say, I mean, certainly for the 51 car, Paul, with Giovinazzi at the wheel at the moment, is what, 2:26, so 2 minutes 26 off the lead. You're kind of getting a little bit concerned at those levels of gaps. I would say for the Fuoco car, the number 50, at 1 minute 20 off the lead, at this point, they're not, I wouldn't say they're getting concerned. Interesting to see that, as I walked just back in, that Brendan Hartley in the number 8 going on at a fair rate of knots at this stage, running in third, and interesting that he seems to have brought the Toyota back into the mix.
Let's get down to the pits then for another CrowdStrike pit lane report with Peter Snowden.
Yeah, a little bit of LMP2 action just with the 23 United Autosports cars just been in and done a driver swap, and now we have the 22 car next to the Fittipaldi, Van der Zande and Hansen car, and I'm just getting out of the way because totally unexpected there. That car I thought was going to be routine and has suddenly been rotated and popped into the box. So the front clip's coming off it. I will keep it posted. I'll just probably back to you guys for a few moments while we just find out what's going on here, but that was totally unexpected.
So we'll keep a close watch on that down in the pits then, with United Autosports running 2 LMP2 cars, of course former winners of this race in that category, and of course running 2 McLarens in LM GT3. Unfortunately, one of them sadly retired, but big things ahead for United Autosports. The Yorkshire-based squad running the McLaren Hypercar, which will be heading the track hopefully very, very soon. We'll certainly be racing in the near future. Looking forward to seeing that.
It's just worth reprising the incidents which befell the Ferrari. There may have been some people who were taking a nap or missed it. The number 51 was actually penalised twice. It was given a 5-second additional time to add to a pit stop, and that was for contact, for causing a collision earlier in the race. And of course, the 5-second added to the pit stop is just a straight 5 seconds loss in terms of time. But then it was also given a 20-second stop and go for pit lane speeding. And that's the one that really cost it the time, because the 20 seconds that you spend with the stop and go is not just 20 seconds, it's coming into the pits and spending time there, and actually costs you something, as I said, in the region of 45 seconds in total. So that's why the 51 fell back. The 50 car didn't fall back quite as much. That only had to do a drive-through penalty. But again, a drive-through penalty is going to cost you 20, 25 seconds, something of that order. And so that's why they've dropped off the leading positions that they were first, second and third. And as I say, 20 years ago, those kind of penalties wouldn't have made any difference at all, because the gaps between the cars this far into the race would have been so large that it wouldn't have made any difference. But the margins are so small these days that it makes a massive difference, and has made a massive difference. And as John Hindhaugh was saying very early on, it's going to be all about execution. You fail to execute and you're going to fail to win.
So true. And one team who are known for executing perfect races is United Autosport. Peter Snowden has got an update on their situation.
Well, the noise you can hear in the background is that 22 car that I reported on a matter of minutes ago that suddenly rotated into the box. It's out again now. It was an ECU change, which is just above the driver's feet. So the front clip was off and an access panel, in they went, and they actually changed the ECU was the easy bit, one off the shelf, quite literally, in they went, and plugging it in was the easy part. It was actually attaching it to the car was the issue, because it was going to flap around in the footwell, which is probably not ideal, is it, having an ECU flapping around by the pedals. So 22 all sorted by United and back out on track.
Thank you for that CrowdStrike pit lane report, Peter. And well, that's a quick repair, quick action by United Autosport. That's their Pro Class entry with Pietro Fittipaldi bringing that car in. Their other car, the Pro Am entry, number 23, has been driven by Ben Hanley at the moment, sitting in 14th place of the LMP2 cars in the back end of the top 10 of the Pro Ams.
Third place car, Brendan Hartley, in the Toyota Gazoo racing car. He just put in his personal best lap of the race. We saw a little while ago Earl Bamber putting in the overall fastest lap of the race. That was done at just after half past midnight. So despite what Johnny Molan was saying about this sheen, this moisture that kind of dew that seems to appear.
It doesn't always. That's what I'm saying. But I was just saying it can get greasy. It's relatively warm still, even though it's cooler than it has been. So it doesn't always work like that. To do a fast lap time also at this stage, it isn't easy. They lit the Porsche curves a lot better than they used to, so you can really see the entries, to put the lights on to spot apexes and things like that. But it just shows you if you can do times at night, the car engine will go maybe a little bit quicker, but in terms of visibility, it's a sure sign that the drivers are really on it if they're doing their fast times, especially sort of at this time of night.
And it could just be something as simple as getting a clear lap, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Very true. Very, very true indeed. Well, the situation is developing down at United Autosports. Let's catch up with another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Well, it was exactly the same issue as the 311 Cadillac, which is just coming behind me now with Jack Aitken that had the issue in that car. The 22 United Autosports car, LMP2 car, also has a fly-by-wire steering system, and it was playing up. He wasn't entirely comfortable with the steering, so they've said rather than look at the mechanical side of it first, they'll change the ECU first as a precaution. So that's exactly what they did, and that car's back out on track to keep an eye on its sector at a time. It's probably about a third of the lap in now, and the 311 car is, of course, just on a driver swap. So I think Jack Aitken's just jumped out of that one. I'm likely to get him, but I will try.
Thank you, Snowy. So it's fly-by-wire steering for United Autosport. Interesting stuff. So hopefully that has fixed it, swapping out the ECU. If not, it might require a
I don't think they mean the actual steering itself fly-by-wire. I think obviously when you plug in the steering wheel, you've got the centre bit that goes through into the plug on the electronics, which controls a whole bunch of stuff in terms of obviously paddle shift and all the rest of it. So if they were having issues with that, it could be sometimes the steering, it could be the ECU, or a combination of the two, because obviously the steering wheel's talking to everything via the ECU.
Things going from bad to worse for Ferrari, because we just had Antonio Fuoco in for a pit stop, and that wasn't on schedule. 7 laps only completed by Fuoco. They changed 2 certainly of the tyres, if not all 4. So I'm guessing there may have been a slow puncture or a TPMS system saying that there was a lowering pressure on one of the tyres. So rather than mess about, they changed all 4 on the number 50 Ferrari. But again, it's a pit stop that they wouldn't have needed normally to have made, and that's going to cost them a bit more time.
How early were they on that?
They've done 7 laps.
Okay, so they were what, 6 laps, 5 to 6 laps early?
Yeah. 6 laps short of a
so that's
full
almost
13.
half. Yeah, that could. It's sort of unravelling a little bit. Early days yet, but these things tend to be like a pack of cards. Once they start, once one goes, it does always seem, for some reason, and I never understood quite why, but it does all seem to start unravelling, like pulling on a thread. But if they can stem that, they need to start stemming it as soon as possible.
And have we seen any of the hypercars go for the soft tyre yet?
Yes.
We have. So are they now heading? Is that as a rule, or is
Ferrari not? But Toyota, yes, and I believe Porsche too are on the soft tyre.
I believe that Toyota did it.
Toyota did it first.
I was still on air at that point, so it would have been about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Before midnight, they already put their first set of softs on.
And the conditions today, weather-wise, have been so different to what we've experienced all week. It's been very hot, very humid in a lot of times, and today it's been very overcast and not. It's definitely not chilly, but it feels relatively so. And as we head into the darkness, that going down, we're expecting a low of actually tonight. Well, of course, that's Sunday. It's actually going to be even cooler after the race tonight, but we were expecting lows of 14 degrees Celsius throughout the darkness hours, where they expect to see the sun come up around 5:30, do we think?
Yeah, I think the sunrise starts and you start really seeing the light, and you kind of start seeing the track again almost around 5:30, 5:45. But it's interesting that the weather, certainly for the drivers, and I would say as long as it doesn't get greasy for the cars as well. It's almost like running a marathon when it's sort of gently drizzling. Those are the perfect conditions when it's not too hot, and gently drizzling. In this kind of situation, these conditions are actually a lot more comfortable for the drivers than it would have been if we had been racing a couple of nights ago when it was almost stifling, and especially last night when it chucked it down torrentially for about 15 minutes.
Oh, last night was really, really sticky and humid overnight.
Sunrise is 1 minute before 6 o'clock.
Well, we talked about the threads unravelling for Ferrari. Let's see if we can glean a little bit more on what's going on, particularly with that number 50 car that's just come in off sequence.
Well, I'm sure Johnny will be, as in Moden, will be all over this one when he hears me say what it is. But it required oil, as in engine oil. It was as simple as that. After, what was it, 7 laps you said?
Yeah.
So there you go. So I'll just leave that out there.
Yeah. Well, I did notice at the previous stop that they put in 2 litres of oil. So after they fueled it, because you're not allowed to fuel and oil it, has to be done as a separate exercise, and it took them about 7 seconds to get that 2 litres of oil in. But if they've then had to come in 7 laps later just for oil, I mean, they did change tyres as well, so what I was expecting Peter Snowden to say was, yes, it was a slow puncture, but maybe there is something where it's eating up oil.
Well, all of these things take oil and eat oil and have to have oil, and they have the little canisters that they put on the end, and that is normal. Having said that, they normally time it, as you rightly said, Paul, to not have to do extra pit stops to do that oil. So it's either one of 2 things, I would say, is either they didn't get all the oil in that they needed to the first time for whatever reason, it pressure locked or something, at which point they were worried that they didn't want to run a whole stint like that, and maybe as a result of that they started seeing oil pressure spikes or something like that and brought it in for the extra oil, or they are already beginning to have problems. I would say it's probably the former. I don't think that they would have necessarily thought topping up oil if they're having oil pressure issues and something like that. So maybe they didn't get enough in the first time.
Yeah, okay. I still think it was a tyre.
But if they did the oil on the first stop, you wouldn't need to do it, because you wouldn't need to do it every stint even.
Yeah.
You'd probably have to do it maybe 3, 4, 5 times max during the race.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I don't think, you certainly wouldn't have to do it every single stop. So if 7 laps later they're putting more oil in, that might be precautionary because they didn't feel that they got enough in, but they wouldn't just do it as a matter of course.
Yeah, agreed.
Busy down in the pit lane is the number 8 Toyota, brought in by Brendan Hartley, comes into its pit box. Brendan staying on board, and we have an absolute best in sector 1. That's from the start finish line to Tete Rouge, set by the sister Toyota of Kamui Kobayashi. Do you know, that surprises me not at all that it's Kamui on board in that number 7 Toyota, running the
not at all
throwback GT1 colours.
But it does point to the fact that clearly the Toyota is enjoying the cool conditions.
Definitely, because it's, regardless of where the pace of the track is, they've been setting their best laps of the race right now. So yes, it's coming alive for sure. And Toyota, you can just never write them off. It's been a quiet week for them. By their standards, it's been a pretty off-colour week actually for the Toyota's been the number 7 car. It qualified 17th. When was the last time? Well, I don't think we've ever seen that.
Well, but Webby put his hand up to that for that, though, didn't he? He said that it was totally his mistake. Probably should have qualified 10th. They didn't have the pace to be any higher than 10th.
In that car. It's generous of him to say it was his fault. De Vries, was it De Vries who was driving it?
Yeah, De Vries came across traffic on his 2 laps.
Buemi's in the Toyota, he qualified lowly down. I don't think he qualified.
He got 11th.
Yeah, he got into the Hypercar session.
Yes.
The number 7 car, Nick De Vries, didn't even get the car into the Hypercar session. Didn't get it out.
No, that's right. Sorry, yes. So my mistake. I was talking about the Hyperpole because when we went off twice, didn't he, going into Mulsanne, and he just basically put his hand up, which was very good of him, and said it was basically his fault.
Having said we shouldn't write Toyota off,
I don't. I still got them for the win. That's what I said before the start of the race.
The number 8 car is in with a chance. The number 7 car, I'm afraid, is off the lead lap now. And these days at Le Mans, once you get off the lead lap,
it's almost impossible.
then I think you can write them off. And Kamui is certainly enjoying himself out there, otherwise he wouldn't be going quickly. But as I say, that car is down in 13th place and is one of several cars that are off the lead lap. We've currently got 9 cars remaining on the lead lap. The first car to have been lapped is the BMW number 20 of Sheldon van der Linde. And because we've had these long green flag periods, it hasn't allowed the field to get bunched up again, so people are falling off the lead lap. So as Johnny said a while ago, if and when we do get a safety car, not everybody's going to be able to take advantage, because only 9 of them are left on the lead lap right now.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point. And I think though is that one, everybody comes here to win. That's obvious. But there is a bigger, there is another narrative at play, which is of course the FIA World Endurance Championship, of which Toyota have been a key proponent since its inception in 2012. So for the number 7 machine of Kamui Kobayashi, they want to get as far up the order as possible, and you just never know what comes your way. Le Mans can be a very funny place at times of what can happen. Now, if it doesn't rain, it pours. Car number 50, Ferrari, Antonio Fuoco, under investigation for cutting the Dunlop chicane. So, what did you say about that thread unraveling, Johnny?
Honestly, it does happen. And it's at the times like this that you really need the engineer to kind of come on the radio, and for everyone to benefit, not just the drivers, the mechanics, everyone say, okay guys, let's regroup, let's refocus, and let's go forward, almost draw a line in the sand and start again, and do a bit of a mental reset, because it can happen. And of course then the desperation creeps in, because you've got the penalty, you're falling back, you've been leading the race, and now suddenly you're a minute or 2 minutes off the lead, and you're like, right, we need to get this back, and we need to get it back in the next hour. That's not going to work. You need to slowly claw your way back up into towards the leading car. You can't do it quickly, and if you do try and do it quickly, mistakes happen.
So 13 hours and 33 minutes to go here at Le Mans in, well, we talk about how the race is a sprint now. This has, I think, been the most sprinting of sprint Le Mans, certainly in the first half of the race, I've ever seen. The attrition at the top class almost 0, and the pace very, very hot indeed, particularly in these darkness conditions. Aston Martin with their Valkyrie, both cars running well at the moment. In fact, the 007, excuse me, running well at the moment. I know 009 as well. Alex Riberas, the leading of the two of them.
It's a real joy watching these cars when you go on board with them. It's interesting when you listen to the down the straights. You can hear the whine of when the ICE cuts out rather, and the hybrid's cutting in. But when you're watching through the Porsche curves, you can hear the throttle, can see the pace that they're using through the long right at the Porsche curves. It's really, really interesting to see how much throttle lift they actually have to have when they're in race trim. But the cars look really nice through the Porsche curves.
No hybrid on the Aston.
No, I was talking in general.
Oh, in general,
yeah.
right.
So.
Yeah. But,
I knew he was going to have you for that, Johnny, but I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. But Paul Truscott lets no one away.
You were talking about the Aston. I was just noticing. I was going from what I was watching Brendan Hartley earlier on. I was thinking, wow, that looks really nice, and he just looked really comfortable. You can tell from a driver's hand positions on the steering wheel. You can tell almost by the way he's gripping the steering wheel when you occasionally go on board with these guys, and you can see how comfortable they are, almost from the body language of the hands on the steering wheel.
Will you do that because you're a driver? Peter Mackay does that because he's an iRacing person, and he sits in his room with his rig and does that. I have no clue, because all I can do is compare it with my wife's Kia Venga, which I take down to the shops.
Do you lift, or do you just keep it
Are you
flat?
lifting and coasting in the Kia Venga? I love that.
I don't have to lift because I was never on the throttle in the first place.
There you go. So for anyone, I'm sure there are many listening on 91.2 FM around the circuit, and indeed around the world on RS1, who have listened to Radio Le Mans for years and have listened to Paul's dulcet tones over the years. And I bet you that's a new piece of information. Paul's wife drives a Kia Venga. There you go, folks. That is why you stay tuned in until nearly 2:30 in the morning. So we're heading towards the bottom of another racing hour with 13 and a half hours left on the clock. Not far away from half distance here at Le Mans, but into full darkness, and often this is where the hard work is done. We've seen many races won and lost through the night, and particularly one. Think back to that amazing quadruple stint for Nick Tandy 10 years ago. Can he win today? Well, at the moment, his car up in the podium positions at the moment. But let's run through all of our classes with our hourly update. So as we hit 2:30 in the morning, it's the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari that leads the race at the moment, with Robert Kubica on board, ahead of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Lawrence Vantor, who's just taken over from Kevin Estre, who took the car from the back of the Hypercar field right towards the front. Then it's the sister car, the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 4 car, driven by 2015 winner Nick Tandy. Then it's Brendan Hartley in the emerging number 8 Toyota, which seems to be coming alive under the cover of darkness. Then in 5th, it's the number 15 BMW M Team WRT machine of Raffaele Marciello. And in 6th, it's the first of the Works Ferraris, the Ferrari AF Corsa number 50 of Antonio Fuoco. Then in 7th for Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5, it's Michael Christensen, chased by the number 12 of Will Stevens for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Then in 9th, it's the number 51 Ferrari AF Corsa machine of Antonio Giovinazzi. And rounding out the top 10 in Hypercar, Sheldon van der Linde in the number 20 BMW M Team WRT. In LMP2, well, it is close right now, because Tom Dillman for Inter-Europol competition, former winners, of course, lead by just 7 seconds from VDS Panish Racing. It's Tom Dillman being chased by Oliver Gray in that VDS Panish Racing car. On the last podium position at the moment, but over a minute behind that leading battle, is Richard de Guerus in the Iron Lynx Proton number 9 machine. Then it's a pair of EDEX sports car, Paul Lafargue in the 28 from the 18 of Jamie Chadwick. They're separated by just 3.6 seconds. Once again, LMP2 providing the closest of battles. Then your leader in Pro-Am, just coming out of the pits, is Dane Cameron for AO by TF, number 199, also known as Spike the Dragon. TDS Racing, Clement Novalak, it's second in Pro-Am, but a minute and 53 seconds in arrears from the head of the lead lap, about a minute and 20 from the class leader. Proton Competition, car number 11, Rennie Binder, sits third in LMP2 Pro-Am. Then it's the AF Corsa 183 of Antonio Felix da Costa. And then rounding out the top 10 in LMP2, it's Nick Bull for Inter-Europol competition. LMGT3, another raging battle there. It's Ricardo Pera for the number 92 Manthey First Form Porsche, leading the way by 51 seconds at the moment from a pair of Acodis ASB team Lexuses. With first of which has just come into the pits, which is Jose Maria Lopez, and it's just been usurped by Jack Hawksworth, who heads through. Then in 4th place in LMGT3, it's Alessio Rivera in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. Kelvin van der Linde is now on board the number 46 Team WRT BMW that's run so strong throughout the race. Then in 6th place, it's the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin of Zachary Robichon. Loic Hartog, the young Dutchman, in the number 90 Manthey car, is in 7th. And then rounding out the top 8, it's the first of the Corvettes, the 81 TF Sport machine driven by Rui Andrade. That is your hourly update here on Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. So track temperature at the moment is air temperature 17.7 degrees, 23.1 ideal conditions. That is your Mobil 1 track temperature. Well, big news here at Le Mans. One of the front-running LMGT3 cars, Kelvin van der Linde, has gone off in the number 46 Team WRT BMW, and just bizarrely, Johnny Molam just runs off onto the gravel. What is going on here?
It's difficult to tell exactly when you're not on board, so I don't want to sort of blame a driver. You don't know what's going on in the car, but it just looked like he went to turn in for the Porsche curves. I'm not saying anything broke, I don't think it did necessarily, but he just got he was a little bit late on turn-in and already was going to miss the apex by a couple of meters, and you get onto the outside there, and as the race progresses, you get onto all the dirt and rubber and detritus and everything, and you lose a lot of grip. I'm surprised. The GT car is more likely to get bogged down in these gravel traps, but I'm surprised that he couldn't actually drive through that gravel trap.
Yeah, because there is an escape road between the end of the gravel trap and where the wall is, and he's not made it as far as the wall. He's not hit anything, but we are implementing our only our second slow zone. This is only the second slow zone of the race, but they will be implementing a slow zone in slow zone 8, and in effect, therefore, you will get a yellow flag from just before the Porsche curves, just where the main road moves off to the left there, down to the roundabout, and all the way through slow zone 8, which is a relatively short zone. It just goes to the bit where the track goes over the road, the main road that goes underneath the track there, and then just when you get to the left-hander before the little kink that Johnny describes, Corvette curve. So it's a short slow zone, and hopefully the implementation of the slow zone won't be too long, and once they can get Kelvin van der Linde out of the gravel, depending on what put him there in the first place, he might be able to get going again.
I mean, it is interesting to see if he comes into the pits or not. When was he due to pit? Because
he'd just gone out.
If he'd just gone out, then it'd be interesting to see whether he does come in. If he does, then the chances are it might have been something that's gone wrong on the car. If he decides to stay out, which would be slightly risky, I guess, with all the gravel that's gone into the car, and you could get it in a brake caliper or it could go into an engine belt, but these things are pretty tucked away these days, and the floor pretty much covers everything, and that is probably their only chance of not going a lap down, if he can actually get back on track once he's back on track and keep going.
He was on his fourth lap of his stint in what was his first stint of I don't know, it was probably going to be a triple. Interestingly, that car has skipped Valentino Rossi in the rotation. Valentino obviously deciding he wanted to drive the car in the daylight rather than the nighttime. So since Valentino got out of the car, Kelvin van der Linde took it over. Then Ahmed Al-Hati did a triple stint, and now van der Linde back at the wheel.
Yeah, it's let's wait and see. I don't really want to start talking, because anything could have happened. It was very strange, actually. On board, as he turned in, it kind of suddenly went left. So again, it'd be interesting to find out what the problem was. Maybe one of our pit lane reporters could pop down and have a chat with Vincent Voss and see if there's. He probably won't want to talk to anyone right now, but he'll probably know. They will know by now, the team, whether it was driver error or something broke. That's for sure.
And Kelvin hasn't got out of the car, so it's something that he feels he can get the car back, because otherwise he would have got out of the car. Kelvin is sitting in it.
Absolutely, but I mean, even for the left rear suspension went down and it just pitches you left, which has happened to me quite recently in a Ferrari. You wouldn't get out of the car, because it would explain why he got stuck in the gravel. Right. If the left rear has suddenly gone AWOL and a toe link's broken or something. But I think it's all conjecture until we can get down to the pits and have a chat with the team.
Well, great work from the marshals to get the car lifted out of that very thick gravel trap on the entrance to the Porsche curves as Kelvin van der Linde drives away.
Looks okay, doesn't it?
It seems like as he's just going along the little access road to the left of the gravel trap and then back onto the circuit. It's still under slow zone. Let's get down to Snowy for an update.
So yeah, I've had a quick rundown because Peter Mackay asked me to go up to the WRT team, and of course I was at the other end of the pit lane, so he was thinking of my health to get my step count in, which was very kind of him. Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome.
That's a pleasure. I'll return the favour sometime. Yeah, it's remember there's power steering issues we've had with a couple of cars already, with the 311 Cadillac and one of the United cars. Same issue with this number 46 car. Basically, the power steering, a technical issue that caused the power steering to fail, hence it went straight on. And yes, he is parking that car. Sorry, not parking, he's boxing that car right now. The crew ready to come and have a look at that straight away, obviously.
Well, there we go. That would explain why it suddenly went left, because in fact it didn't actually suddenly go left, but it stopped turning right quite as much as it had been, because this power steering would have failed on him. It's at these kind of speeds, when that happens to you, especially if there's no warning, it will send you very, very wide of the apex very, very quickly.
Yeah, a big thank you to our pit lane reporter, Peter Snowden, getting that CrowdStrike pit lane report from Team WRT. Paul?
No, I was just expecting the slow zone to end in a minute, because the race director was telling us something, and I assume that he's telling us that the slow zone is about to end.
Yes, he is. Yeah, slow zone procedure will end at 24 inches. It will end now, just as we go back to full green flag racing. So that is not good for the number 46 Team WRT BMW. They were going like a steam train. They really were going so well at the front of the field in LMGT3 and a power steering field. I have to say, from the pictures that we've got here in the For Performance studio, it didn't look like the sort of mistake that Kelvin van der Linde would make anyway, and so there had to be something sinister there, and unfortunately that has proven to be the case. What a shame for this team now. I mean, we've talked about how much of a sprint Le Mans is now. Any delay at all effectively just ruins your chances of winning. You have to have the perfect run.
As Paul alluded to earlier on, in every class, once you've gone a lap down here, it's very, very difficult to get it back, and certainly get it back and then get yourself back up to the front again. There's so many cars that are competitive in each class in this field that I would say that the chances of the 46 car winning their class now are virtually zero.
Which is a shame, because it would have made a good story and good headlines in the newspapers that Valentino Rossi doing well. But as you say, that it's difficult to see how that can be the case now. We've had another slew of slow zone procedure offences under investigation, including one affecting the third place car of Nick Tandy, the Porsche number 4, which is being investigated for going through a slow zone not at the appropriate speed. In addition to Nick Tandy, it's also affected Ore Fidani at the wheel of the number 13 AWA Corvette, Mathieu Jaminet in his Porsche number 5, Raffaele Marciello in the BMW. Those 4 cars then under investigation. Now, the last time this happened, all of them got penalties in the end once the investigations were complete. But we'll see what happens.
It's almost like speeding in the pit lane. They say you're under investigation, but the reason you're under investigation is because you've triggered being over the speed, and therefore once they've had a little bit more of a delve, the chance of them actually going back and going, actually you weren't over the speed, are relatively small.
Exactly. And the thing is, they explain what the procedure is, but as I said before, there is this great temptation as you reach the point where the slow zone ends to start to accelerate just before you get to the slow zone. It's quite interesting. A couple of years ago, I went around the track the morning after the Le Mans 24 Hours, and where the white line is that marks the end of the slow zones, there were all these tyre spinning up marks, like you kind of see on the road sometimes, where the boy racers go out and take their little Ford Focuses up
and
to
Kia Vengas.
Not even at full throttle can I spin the wheels. But no, so you do have to wait until that white line, though, and I suspect that that's where the offence is taking place in arriving at just before the white line, just accelerate a bit too early.
Yeah, it's difficult. We alluded to it earlier, the slow zone situation with the next slow and then going into the slow zone itself. In an ideal world, you have to really err on the side of caution. I remember one race when they first implemented those, I had a couple of penalties for speeding in slow zones, and so the next time I did the race I was particularly careful there, and probably, if I'm really honest, probably gave away a good half a dozen seconds because of it, but I felt like that was better than actually getting a penalty. And I do think you have to really err, a bit like the pit lane speed. If the pit lane speed's, say, 60k, you don't set it to 60k, you set it to 58.
Exactly.
And you kind of have to do the same with the slow zones, otherwise you end up getting caught out.
Let's get back down to the pit lane. CrowdStrike pit lane report with an update on Team WRT.
Well, that noise you can hear is a number 46 WRT M4 BMW going out. The Kelvin van der Linde stayed in the car, and
this is interesting.
It's just gone straight out. It's they've sorted it. I didn't really see what they did, apart from take the bonnet off and a bit of furious activity around on the bulkhead, which I guess obviously would be connected to your power steering area. But they seem to have sorted it, and there was almost a bit of despondency on the faces. And then all of a sudden it was like, suddenly, maybe they found something, and bonnet was back on, it was out, changed the tyres, and off it went.
Very interesting. Well, I guess less time than you would expect them to lose for an issue like that. Hopefully the number 46 Team WRT team have repaired it. Let's hear from the race director.
All cars bear left at Marshall Post 6.
Now that is because we have a full course yellow right now, and there is the issue is between Marshall Post 5 and 6. That's just on the exit of the Forest S's into Tête Rouge, Johnny.
Well, certainly this will play into, I mean, I don't think it'll get them back for victory, but it plays into the hands of the number 46 BMW, because obviously while they're working under a full course yellow, you're losing a lot less time. It's also going to be interesting to see amongst the classes where the class leader is within that pack, if they're a lap down on their own class leader, because there are situations potentially where I believe, Paul, they could actually get some time back.
Not.
Are they running 3 safety cars, but they go to 1?
It's not a safety car, it's a full course yellow.
Of course it is, yes.
But that can be progressed to a safety car.
No, you're absolutely right. In my head I was getting all overly excited because I was thinking this could be something that really shakes up the race again, but you're absolutely right. It's a full course yellow, so you're just running around on the basically it's like having a slow zone for the entire circuit.
Exactly, and normally that's to allow them to clean the circuit, to go out, let the marshals get to an area and take some gravel off the circuit, because most likely that's what's happened. And the full course yellow has now been withdrawn. The only thing that does happen when the full course yellow happens is that the pit entry is closed, and so you're not allowed to go into the pit lane when the full course yellow is applied.
That was so short though, Paul, wasn't it, that I should imagine that I don't think there was very many cars that would have needed to come in and have to do an extra lap. Obviously that could be quite critical, because if you need to come in desperately, then you'd have had to come in anyway and just take the penalty, because otherwise you'll run out of fuel. It
was exactly 2 minutes, so yeah, it didn't take any time at all. And in some ways, I understand why. When they first did this in at the beginning of the race, and we had a full course yellow, didn't quite understand why. But you can actually implement a full course yellow. The marshals can then sweep the circuit or grab the wheel or whatever it is that's the hazard, remove it, and then you remove the full course yellow, and that is far quicker than implementing a slow zone at that particular corner, because implementing a slow zone actually takes a little bit of time, and then having got it into place, you then have to remove it again. It's actually quicker to do a full course yellow. So again, the ACO Eduardo Freitas using the tools at his disposal to ensure that we get maximum racing pace for as much of the circuit as long as possible.
Interestingly, like we saw coming out of the slow zone, the last slow zone where there was many cars under investigation, that full course yellow procedure is also under investigation with car 101. That's the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac of Philippe Albuquerque, and the number 13 AWA Corvette of Ori Fidani. Both cars not running towards the sharp end of their respective classes, but shows you that race controllers are looking very, very closely at these procedures, and if you are deemed to have breached them at all, then you will be looked at.
So much of this is automated these days.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they've got GPS, they can tell the instantaneous speed of any car at any point virtually. So it's quite easy for them, as I say, with the automation, the investigation then comes up. But yeah, it does show that you just have to be so careful about overstepping the marks on these things. That was the 1 to 3rd full course yellow, and as I say, only our 2nd slow zone of the race so far.
That's remarkable. After nearly 11 hours of racing, quite extraordinary how low the attrition rate has been, both mechanically and indeed driver error too. I mean, mechanically, we've seen as a rule set gets more established, the cars become more reliable, their niggling issues get ironed out, but humans are still human beings, and of course racing drivers are at the peak of physical fitness, but human error is human error, but there hasn't even been any great deal of that, Johnny.
No, and the fact of the matter is we're still on that magical 16 laps per hour. Then every time I work it out in my head, I realise that we were 2 laps ahead of schedule about 3 hours ago, and we're now about 3 laps, give or take, ahead of schedule a few hours later. So it's on the cusp, if it carries on like this, of breaking that record. But it wouldn't take a lot of stuff to go wrong for it to disappear again.
Yeah,
and once you're below it, it's going to be almost impossible to get it back.
No, exactly. I don't think it'll happen. Something will happen, and we'll have a delay for some reason. I can't believe it with the way, as I say, when the hypercar laps, and they targeted this lap time of 3.5 minutes, and as long as the target average lap time is 3.5 minutes, you can't reach a record distance. As I say, I think the more interesting record to go for is the hypercar record, which was set in 2022. And I did say what it was, but I've forgotten again. It was 380 laps, which was done by a hypercar in 2022. We've never been near that since. So, let's just keep our fingers crossed, and we'll do the best we can.
Move for 3rd place going on then. Number 8, Toyota did hold on to 3rd place, but Antonio Fuoco has used the superior straight line speed of that Ferrari 499P to make that move. Interestingly, Fuoco on the brakes into Mulsanne, getting a little bit of locking up there into that corner, but didn't hold him back for long, and he moves past Brendan Hartley then. So the Ferrari still quick, even though the Toyota is further up the field than it was in the daylight hours. I mean, the Ferrari, Johnny, just once Antonio's got past Brendan Hartley, just driving away.
You hear drivers mention raceability, and when they say that, to some extent it's obviously how user-friendly is the car, but also when you're in and amongst traffic, having a little bit of a straight line speed advantage makes the car a lot easier to race. And the Ferrari definitely has that one single big advantage over the entire rest of the field. The Porsches can get close. The Cadillac seem to be a chunk further back, and the Toyotas to some extent, again, the same. When I say a chunk, we're talking a few kilometers an hour. But it's very easy, and you used to see it way back in the day in the American Le Mans series with the LMP2s were racing against, you had the Penske LMP2s against the LMP1 cars, and quite often the LMP2s around a circuit like Laguna Seca would actually out-qualify the LMP1s. And I remember this well because I was in an LMP1 at the time in the Zytek. But come 10 laps into the race, we'd be ahead of them because as soon as we started catching traffic, they'd get caught, and then we get onto the straight, we just motor straight past them, and then of course they can't pass us in the corners even though they're quicker. So you're seeing not to that level of difference here, but you're seeing that little Ferrari advantage just really plays into their hand once you get in amongst the traffic.
Well, a penalty has come through for the number 50 Ferrari that just moved up into 3rd place. A lot of gravel at the time. This was about 40 minutes ago. So Antonio Fuoco basically straight lined the chicane at the Dunlop chicane at the beginning of the lap. and he's got a 5-second penalty, which will be, it's not a come in and serve 5 seconds and go, it's 5 seconds added to the next pit.
See, that is where I really disagree with that situation, because watching a replay on the television, if that was the particular instance he got the penalty for, yes, he outbraked himself, got onto the gravel offline, went straight, but he didn't gain an advantage. In fact, quite the opposite. He lost 2 places when that happened. So there's a difference between track limits and gaining an advantage, and there's a difference in track limits when you're literally doing it to avoid an accident. And it's never ceased to annoy me how wrong sometimes the officials get that, and you can go off, have a huge moment, it happens a lot at Spa at Blanchimont, and come back on, and the next thing you know, you're being done for track limits. And if that's the particular instance, I feel very sorry indeed for Antonio Fuoco.
Have you moaned on the radio about a similar situation in the
past?
past?
My God. Don't even get me started.
Don't get him started.
Too late.
I put the case for...
is this when we're going to have our little argument, Paul?
Absolutely.
We've got to have one. We haven't argued yet.
Regular listeners will know that Johnny and I are good friends, fellow BRDC members.
Absolutely. Welcome. Well done.
I wonder what the handshake was for.
But we don't disagree, but we put different sides of arguments. On the side of race control, race direction, they want to know, A, that the drivers are in control of cars and not pushing beyond their abilities to control them, and B, that they're not then going to rejoin in front of another car. Now, it's a small penalty to pay for, as you say, a mistake. I agree it is nothing to do with track limits and trying to gain an advantage, but I think it has to be discouraged in order to ensure safety, which is what race control is all about. And as I say, discouraging people from being out of control and discouraging them from bringing gravel onto the track and that kind of thing is their side of the argument. I see it from your point of view.
But the trouble with that argument, Paul, is if, say, you go off at the Porsche curves and run all the way through the gravel and lose 2 or 3 places and then bring gravel back onto the track, you don't normally get a 5-second penalty for that. Whereas if you cut the chicane and you go through and you're not bringing any gravel back onto the track and you lose 2 positions, because you've gone off, the marshals are triggering, saying, oh, he abused track limits, and the next thing you know, you've got a penalty. And you can't say that he was out of control, because ultimately, if you started penalising every driver for when he has a slight lock-up or runs slightly wide or misses an apex, then you would ruin what is this essence of motorsport. So these drivers are out there absolutely on the limit. He had a slight moment, decided to open the steering wheel, and that, if anything, it's more dangerous if you think you're going to get a penalty, because you're going to think, well, I can't open the steering wheel because I know I'm going to get a penalty, I'll try and stay online, and then you're going to increase the chances of having a spin or something like that, and it'll have worse consequences. So that's my opinion.
I'm going to call that a 1-all draw.
Yeah,
but I feel like that's not
no,
the first round.
Johnny won.
I think so.
You think 1-0 Johnny? Okay, fair enough. While that enthralling debate was going on, Jose Maria Lopez put in not 1 but 2 best laps of the race in LMGT3 in the number 87 Lexus for Accorda CSP. Lexus has been very quick all week. In fact, in practice, across all the sessions, across all the cars, just from the start-finish line to Tête Rouge, both Lexus were taking 2/10 out of everybody.
Wow.
That's a big advantage. Not so much, interestingly, straight line-wise, from Tête Rouge to Mulsanne, they're not featuring as much, but then you get back into Sector 3 and they're 1 and 2 again. So they've showed that pace, and Jose Maria Lopez, former overall winner of this race in 2021, showing just how much of a star he is. And, well, he's absolutely on it at the moment, and doing well under the cover of darkness too.
I'll let Paul correct me, but it does look, maybe it's timings. I mean, 3:56.169, which is the time that Jose Maria Lopez did, is quite astonishing. That's a really good lap time. I haven't actually seen, I'm sure there are others that have done 56s, but I haven't been watching every lap, but the fastest I've seen up until now was a mid-57. But it looks like he's a lap down on the GT3 class leader, the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 21 car driven by Alessio Rivera. but it does look like Jose Maria Lopez, even though he's third in class, is potentially a lap down, or is that just
a minute and 20 behind?
A minute and 20, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it might be something like that, because that's so that's doable. A minute and 20 is doable, definitely.
And of course, it all depends on how much bronze driver time has been taken up by each car
well,
as
this
well.
Is
which
where
well,
Mr.
this is
Trustwell,
why
yes.
Well, I'll tell you what. While Paul takes about 2.5 seconds to figure that one out, and while we revel in his ability at that, let's have a look at the weather of where we are just now, and indeed how things look heading towards lightness hours here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe. So at the moment, the air temperature sitting at a fairly pleasant for nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, 17.2 degrees Celsius. And today, Sunday the 15th of June, expecting a high of 25 degrees. So it could get very, very warm later on as we head towards 4 o'clock and the finish of this 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That is your weather. .2 FM around the circuit, Radio Le Mans. If you are still awake around the circuit, well done you. You are being treated to a fantastic motor race. Hope you're enjoying the experience. And indeed, if you're listening around the world on RS1, thank you very much for your company. If you've never tried our Studiovision and see what on earth we're up to in the studio, you can go onto YouTube, type in Studiovision, and you can watch us in the studio, see how things work in the Ford Performance Studios. It's Paul Trustwell, myself, Peter Mackay, and Johnny Molam in the commentary booth for the next little while. We'll be doing our own driver change in a couple of hours' time.
Interesting that Sarah Bovey in the 85 Iron Dames Porsche, we saw she was under investigation earlier on. I believe it was for a full course yellow infringement, probably speeding under full course yellow, and it has ended up having 5 seconds added to her next pit stop time, or the car's next pit stop time. So I assume that it's only a matter of time. Paul, have we seen the Nick Tandy number 4 Porsche yet receive its penalty? Have we heard anything on that? Because they were also under investigation, weren't they?
They were, and no decision has yet been made known to us, if a decision has been made. So that's still under investigation, and as soon as we know, then it'll be up to Nick to take it. Just because you asked me to about looking at bronze time in LMGT3, there is one driver in LMGT3 who has completed all of their bronze driving time, and that's Celia Martin in the Iron Dames Porsche number 85. She's done her 6 hours, and that means that Sarah Bovey and Rahel Frey can drive the rest of the race between the two of them, if they want to.
Are they still on the lead lap?
That is a good question. I think they are. Are the Iron Dames? They are
I think.
Over. They are a minute and 20. Check that. They are on the lead lap, but 3 minutes behind the class leader. So they're going to have to work hard to stay on the lead lap. But Sarah Bovey is now in the car and will be striving to keep the car on the lead lap. But of course, from now on, they can use the silver drivers of Sarah Bovey and Rahel Frey to keep it there.
That they can, yes. They were. I mean, the Iron Dames, they've been a hugely professional program, and unfortunately lost their star driver in Michelle Gatting, injuring her foot in test day, and not being able to take part, and that's put them on the back foot a little bit. But they're fighting on. Unfortunately, though, the Team WRT number 46 BMW is back in the garage, so that quick fix for the power steering issue has not made it, and Kelvin van der Linde is getting out of the car, and there is just a general look of despondency in the garage. There's a lot of long faces, and there is utter dejection of a team. There's handshakes going on. That's never ever a good sign. Could this spell the end of the number 46 Team WRT BMW's charge? They were right in the hunt for the win. This might be it then for Kelvin van der Linde, Valentino Rossi and Ahmed Harty. This is really disappointing, Johnny.
This is the stage when the other drivers are probably going to be in their motorhomes trying to get a little bit of rest before they're due back in the car, and then you get a team member coming to wake you up and tell you that the car is out of the race, and then you just kind of roll over and go back to sleep, and proper sleep for the first time in the race. Certainly that's what I used to do anyway. Yeah.
But here's a question for you. When you do a 24-hour race, do you book a hotel for the Saturday night?
Oh, well, the team provide accommodation. So, to be honest, the last 7 or 8 times that I did the race, I always came and liked to be actually in the track, and you'd get one of the motorhomes or one of the mobile homes that they would rent you, and literally park my car on whenever it was I came in, a Monday.
I saw where your car was parked.
And literally just stay in, and then if I had to go to the driver's parade, get driven down there or whatever it may be, and not move. And then I would obviously be here I never left before the Sunday.
Well, you see, the team that I work with in Creventic, Red Camel, lovely team, but we never have a hotel for the Saturday night. So when something like this happens, there is nothing to do except kip down in the garage, which you were going to do anyway.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a hotel to go back to. We checked out already on Saturday morning.
That's quite optimistic of them.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're normally a very reliable team.
That's one word to use it. Yes, you're having a very good season at the moment, Paul.
Misano wasn't so good.
No, but apart from that.
Apart from Misano, yes. We've got 2 more rounds of the Creventic season still to go this year. And looking forward to both of them.
Yeah, definitely. Paul Ricard and then Barcelona. That's a series we follow on the Uncover on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. So at the front of the field, the gap is increasing. Lawrence Vantor is having a great stint at the wheel of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, just ahead of Robert Kubica, but the gap is increasing. In fact, Robert Kubica's his previous lap, he's been pinged for track limits. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than Vantor that time by, so actually just responded a little. And then it's in third, Brendan Hartley with the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing Machine. So 3 manufacturers in the top 3 at the moment. The first of the BMWs is in 6th, making it 4 manufacturers in the top 6. And then the first of the Cadillacs in 8th. Johnny, the Cadillacs we saw, and I mean, remarkable qualifying performance from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota and their drivers. Are you surprised that they haven't been able to bring that pace into the race?
I am a little bit, and I keep alluding back to, I think it was Nick Damon who probably asked one of the most pertinent questions that I've heard asked when it comes to performance in the pit lane immediately after Hyperpole, and asked Will Stevens if the lack of straight line speed would be an issue, and Will kind of batted it away as you would, but I think that's been a case for all of them in terms of the raceability that we keep talking about of their car. They've definitely got the ability to do the odd fast lap, as you can see from Earl Bamber's lap in the 38s, but I think over the course of a stint it affects their raceability, and I think that's maybe why they're dropping back slightly, because their averages, I would assume, if I go back to Paul, are not up there with some of the others. But it's so, we're talking about it in a way that you know, they're miles off. It's such fine margins. They're all doing between a 3-minute 29.5 and a 3-minute 30.5 pretty much every lap, with the odd really quick one thrown in the middle. And it's quite astonishing to watch how consistent they are through all of them, really.
Yeah, it was interesting on my way to the circuit, way back to the broadcast centre as after lunch. two journalists came up to me and both of them said that the Cadillacs lacked precisely that, the drivability through the traffic. And that's most likely what's dragged down their average lap times. It's not their ability to do a quick lap time, but there are slower lap times in between there, and that means the overall average comes down. But it's only because their competition is able to bang in very consistent lap times that it's cost them. That and the fact they only can do 12 laps on the allocation. But those two factors working together are what's dragged them so far back. But, you know, I've just said it again, so far back. Both of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota Cadillacs are on the lead lap. No, in fact, Sebastian Bourdais' car, the 38, has just been lapped, in fact, by Lawrence Vantour. So only one of the Cadillacs is still on the lead lap, but is importantly still on the lead lap. That's the number 12 pole position car that Alex Lynn, the pole position driver, is currently in.
A little bit of, shall we say, a little bit of fighting going on, but for 10th place in LMGT3 a few moments ago, but between Lilo Wadou for the Richard Mille Porsche 150 Ferrari and Sarah Bovey in the Iron Dames Porsche. In fact, into the Daytona chicane, they made contact side to side on the way in, and then at the second chicane, Sarah Bovey actually ran on in that fight. So that is the gap there. Wadou now about 3 seconds up the road, but yeah, there's quite a fight going on there between Lilo and Sarah.
Interesting.
Yes, quite so.
You mentioned Jose Maria Lopez earlier on about doing some really fast laps. He's just done another 3:56.4, which has been disallowed for track limits, but he's pushing on, and now second, moved ahead of Simon Mann in the AF Corsa Vista Ferrari, who was leading at the time, and a car that certainly I haven't mentioned too much, but they're always there. And with the Nürburgring 24 coming up next weekend, the Manthey car, obviously very famous for all his performances. Olaf Manthey's team, no longer running it day to day, but obviously it's still under his namesake. As we see,
oh no, there's
quite a big accident.
Big accident for one of the LMP2 cars. This is at Marshall Post 6, which is Tête Rouge. So it's the mascot workwear car.
That's a big hit.
Really big accident. Yeah.
There are actually two cars involved in that, I think, Peter, and we have implemented a safety car straight
so
away.
Our first safety car, so the race control saying that a full course yellow is not going to cover it. So
no, that's huge.
Straight away, that's a quick place to the circuit, Johnny.
It is. It's on the left-hand side. They've hit going in, and you're travelling. There's no way around it at that point. No matter which angle you go off at, you're travelling really quickly, and it's there to protect the wall that actually sort of separates where the public road, where the established constant permanent circuit comes out onto the public road as you head down towards the first Mulsanne chicane, and sometimes you can go a little bit wide there and you skirt that tyre wall a little bit on the left hand side. This car's gone in a good 30, 40, 50 feet before that end edge of the tyres, and behind that there is only concrete wall. So you can see from these LMP2 cars are very strong, but it's a really, really big hit, and the front of the car is completely stoved in. The driver seems okay. He's still in the car. They're talking to him. He's getting out of the car now, I believe. I can see him moving. So the driver seems to be absolutely fine, which is great news.
That's good news. Yeah, it's Jem Boluk-Bassi in the Nielsen racing car that's had that
that's such
incident.
a shame.
Yeah, it is. Now, the WRT BMW, of course, we saw being pushed back into the garage, and Joe Bradley has caught up with Kelvin van der Linde.
Kelvin, you have been around motor racing a long time. It is times like this that make the good times even the good times, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I mean, we had a good time for about close to 10 hours, leading the race for several hours, really in our rhythm. I mean, faultless job by the team. Really, really happy with the performance, and then unfortunately out of nowhere, power steering failed. The engine just turned off. It was a black screen in the car basically, and I couldn't do anything but just go straight ahead. Luckily, it was at a part of the racetrack where there was runoff, so very thankful for that. But yeah, obviously we don't really know what the problem is. It's some kind of electrical issue. We're trying to figure out what it is before we send the car back out. Obviously don't want to risk another accident.
Back in the old days, the driver could influence attrition, the clutch, the gear changes, but these days, as a pilot, you are just not in control. You just do your job, and it's down to the gods, isn't it?
Yeah, it's flat out racing nowadays, and so most of the time the machinery does last, and these cars go through so much, flying over the curbs here in Le Mans, and it really is grueling for the cars. But it still is motorsport, and occasionally things go wrong. So.
I'm not sure you're done. The team are working on the car. Yeah. You may get the knock on the motorhome to get back in, because the team have not given up yet, have they?
No, we never give up. I mean, the goal or the spirit of a 24-hour race is to try and finish it. So that is what we're trying to do. But we obviously don't want to put anyone at risk. And like I said, avoid another incident. If we don't know exactly what the problem is, we don't want to have a similar thing happen again.
Commiserations, Calvin. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, that's very generous of Calvin van der Linde to talk to Joe Bradley there for that CrowdStrike pit lane report.
So this is going to be interesting because we got into the safety car, and I'll defer to Paul in a second, but obviously cars being held already at the end of pit lane when they were obviously in the pits when it went safety, and they go to the end. I believe we have three safety cars, so you have to wait until the safety car line that's behind you and join up on the back one of that, and then they now merge these days. They used to just go green at various different times around the track, but they now merge into one line and then go racing. So this will take a time. I think we can kiss that record goodbye 100% now. But interesting. I'll hand over to you, Paul, and hear some of your wisdom as to how this might shake things up at the front.
Well, what's interesting is that we've had two of the Ferraris in already. Generally, even though you get held at the end of the pit lane, it is a better strategy to bring your car in and then you wait for the safety car queue to go past. And as Johnny says, you then, when the safety car queue has passed you, you join in on the back of the next safety car that comes past. 3 safety cars, and at the moment the pit lane entry is open, and it will, as I say, it's the pit exit that closes, so if people want to pit, they can do, and it will take a time. In previous years, the process, once the incident has been cleared, has been taking around about 15 minutes, because first of all, the 2 safety cars, B and C, have to withdraw, then everybody has to catch up with the first safety car, and then we have the pass-around phase where if the leader of your class is behind you and you're behind the safety car, then you're allowed to pass the safety car and wave or be passed around.
Which goes exactly back to what I was getting overly excited about before when we had a full course yellow, and I was in my head thinking safety car and who was going to get potentially get their lap back. So for some of the classes, this could be, and even in Hypercar, this could be really useful for you because you might be able to get a lap back.
You won't get a lap back. If you've lost a lap, you won't get that back. If you're on the lap, the same lap as your class leader, then you won't lose it.
So if your class leader is in front of or behind you, say you're in the first safety car.
No, all of the pass around only happens once everybody has merged behind one single safety car.
Yes, so if you're in front of your class leader, once you've merged, you will get your lap back.
Yes, but you don't get a lap back because you weren't a lap behind in the first place.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. But you
don't lose a lap.
Yeah, you'll gain right round and come right back round behind them again. Yeah. So you make a huge gain.
You make a huge gain. Everybody who is not the leader gets a huge gain. And we were talking, for example, about the Iron Dames, who were very nearly being lapped by the flying, who was it, in the Lexus?
Ricardo. Jose Maria Lopez and Ricardo Pera, the Mante and the Lexus.
Lopez in the Lexus, who's now got out of the car. Ricardo Pera currently leads, but the Iron Dames car, no, they didn't. They did get lapped in the end.
Yeah, they were a lap. They were a lap down.
So this did go a lap down.
This came about 5 minutes too late for them.
Yeah.
both works Ferraris in Hypercar number 50 and number 51. Bray, of course, taking service and new tyres as well. Medium Michelins for them going on, with some others going had the softs on since the latter part of yesterday evening. So clearly the Ferraris, they like that medium tyre more.
This is where AF Corse come into their own, Amato Ferrari's team, when it comes to strategy. And there hasn't been a lot of strategy to call because we haven't really had much in the way of situations like this. But when it comes to these situations, they invariably get it right and call it spot on. So it'll be interesting to see. Like Paul said, it's better to take a stop under safety car, even if you then drop back to the drop back a safety car, so to speak, because you're still getting a lot of stuff done whilst people are lapping very slowly on the circuit. Not quite so much a few years ago when they had the 3 safety cars and they would then release everybody around the track at the same time effectively, but they no longer do that. They bring everyone behind one before they release them.
So even if you lose a safety car, as it were, because of coming into the pits, you drop back behind safety car 2. Once safety cars B and C go back, then you catch up again. So you're not losing anything at all.
So it's almost a no-brainer. But before, we'd be.
No, you're very worried, Peter.
Yeah, you're
well, I'm very worried because the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing LMP2, they're doing a lot of work on the front right of that car. I wondered maybe, well, we don't know, but there's something going on there for sure. Now, would this...
that car, because the Algarve Pro car had a coming together with another car earlier in the race. The front right was damaged. They put a new nose on, and Joe Bradley, who was in the pits at the time, was very unhappy that they didn't inspect it properly before they sent him on his way again. So I think what they're doing is they're making the most of this safety car. The fact that if they would go, all they'd be doing would be sitting at the end of the pit lane, so they might as well look at the damage, see what it is. If they can fix it now, they might as well.
Now, if this might well be our only safety car, given that this is the first one in 11 hours and 20 minutes of racing, would this be a good time to do a brake change, do you think, Paul? Not necessarily if you're a hypercar, because I don't think you have a brake change on your job list. I'm not sure how the hypercars work, Really?
But I don't think you need a brake change on a hypercar. LMP2 ditto. The GT3s, yes, you will need to put a brake change in at some point, but these guys, they'll be changing the brakes in 45 seconds.
Wow.
So you won't notice it happening anyway.
Wow, amazing how quick that is. Now let's get a quick update. The CrowdStrike pit lane report from Joe Bradley about brake changes. Caught up with Ian James from the Heart of Racing.
Yeah, guys, remember the earlier chat we had with Ian James just about that very subject, and he was the one who told us that certainly on the Heart of Racing Aston GT3 entry, they will not need a brake change for the whole 24 hours, which I thought was amazing. Just shows the technology's advanced so much.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, that is remarkable. Absolutely remarkable, especially on a circuit. I can't think of many circuits, Johnny, that are more heavy on brakes than Le Mans. Are there any others that spring to mind for you?
No, I would say actually it's not necessarily that heavy on brakes here.
Even with all the big, even in the Mulsanne and Indianapolis. And
yeah, but you're carrying quite a lot of speed in. It's not like going into a hairpin. You carry quite a lot of speed into it, and also the technology, as Joe said. Then the technology in brakes has massively advanced in the last few years, and you've got things now where you can have quite hard compounds on the brake pads that still are very effective at stopping the car, but their wear is, fractions compared to what it used to be before, where if you needed to have decent brakes, you had to have quite a soft compound. The only thing nowadays is that you need to make sure that your temperature and you have the ducting on the brakes exactly right, because if you get out of your temperature window, either too cold or too hot, you can suddenly increase that wear rate dramatically. So again, with these cooler temperatures, I wouldn't be surprised if there's been some adjustment on brake ducting going on during the course of this race.
Interestingly, the number 63 Iron Lynx Mercedes AMG has just done a brake change. just there on that stop. It's so yeah.
The
it's interesting.
The technology is expensive, so I don't know whether that enters into the equation for the Grove Iron Links car.
I can't imagine that they're going to have a problem with that, though. They haven't exactly got budget issues, have they?
Right, I don't know.
I think if you're here, I don't think that. One thing that strikes me.
You're going to do it properly, aren't you?
Yeah, the one thing that strikes me, it's my first time here at the Le Mans 24 Hours, and one thing that just strikes me every single time you walk through the paddock is just how serious everybody is, competitively, obviously, but it's the effort that's put in behind the scenes, at the size of the hospitality units, the structures that are built behind the pits. There's nobody doing this race on the cheap, absolutely nobody. They're all doing it to the absolute maximum.
Interesting that a message from race control, Peter, about car 21, Simon Mann, who was in the fight, currently third in GT3, was leading for a little while, lost out to Ricardo Pera and Jose Maria Lopez in the Manthey Porsche and the Lexus, respectively. He's under investigation for exiting the pit lane under the same safety car. Now, Paul was alluding before to, obviously, there being 3 safety cars. You come in, you have to wait until that line's gone, and the next safety car comes along and join the back of that one. Obviously, there isn't really anything to investigate there, except was the light red, because if they let him out and it went green and he went, it's not going to be his fault. Obviously, if he went through a red light, as we remember years ago with one of the leading cars, I think it was a Toyota, wasn't it, Paul?
Yeah.
That he thought he was being waved out by somebody, but he was just giving him a thumbs up. If you remember that?
Exactly. Yeah. I can't remember who the driver was now, but
was it Kobayashi? I think it might have been Kobayashi.
No, it was a driver of a different team.
No, I meant the team that left.
Yes, it was Kobayashi
that left the pit lane. So Simon Mann being investigated, but that's either a slam dunk. If he went through when it's red, then it's going to be a big penalty.
But even then, the team is given the instruction not to release the driver in a position where he could join behind the same safety car, because it could happen if there is a long queue of cars and you're at the beginning of that queue of cars behind one safety car. It could happen that you get into the pit lane, do whatever it is you have to do, and get to the exit of the pit lane and able to rejoin behind the safety car.
And join the line of people that were waiting for that safety car, and then you just follow them out into the same safety car.
But you're not allowed to do that.
Yes.
So
again, I don't see how he's going to avoid that one, because if you're being investigated, it kind of happens.
Yeah, and it is an automatic additional penalty in the pit lane that you have to take in order to put you back to where you should have been in the first place. And it's one of those things which is unnecessary, because, as we've describing, Johnny and I have been describing, because of the merge process now, where safety cars B and C, I refer to the 3 safety cars as A, B and C. A joins from the start-finish line, B joins from halfway down the Mulsanne Straight, C joins at Indianapolis, and B and C will pull off, and then everybody who was behind B and C will catch up onto the tail of the safety car A.
Well, we are still under safety car to clear the incident. A little bit of barrier repair required at Tete Rouge after Jem Polugbazi in the Nielsen Racing number 24 car had an incident. Jem managed to get out of the car and walk away, which is always very good to see, but the team shaking hands and unfortunately having to accept that that is their race over, which would be certainly our 4th official retirement, may well become the 5th if the Team WRT BMW doesn't come out, as also the number 22 United Autosports LMP2 car was held at the pit exit for quite a while with Pietro Fittipaldi on board, waiting for the next safety car train to come around, because it's such a big circuit here at Le Mans, 8.46 miles. We need 3 safety cars, as the Lexus doing a brake change. So now is it the 87 or the 78? It's the 87 Lexus that is right up there in the fight. Jose Maria Lopez have been driving the wheels off it. Well, they're going to do the brake change at coming just past half race, or just coming up to half race distance. So the Lexus, two big front-engine V8 cars doing a brake change, the Mercedes first and then now the Lexus, and getting it done under the safety car.
That right front didn't look like it was going on particularly well.
No.
Almost looked like he cross-threaded the wheel nut. I hope he didn't.
No, that would be really a disaster if that were the case. So, heading towards the bottom of the hour with the field behind the safety car at the moment. And unfortunately, it's big disappointment for Nielsen Racing.
Great
so much
team.
effort, yeah, so much effort goes into this race, not just the preparation, everything. Really, really painful for that crew who have worked hard to get the car on track at all and to run it so well. And just one tiny little thing that will cause problems. So, as we come towards the bottom of another racing hour, let's take an hourly update. After this, we'll pick up about Nielsen.
We're not halfway through the race yet, but we nearly are. 11.5 hours elapsed, 12.5 hours still to go. And Porsche are in the lead still, but we are under safety car. And that, of course, is going to close up all those cars that are on the lead lap. And at the time that the safety car came out, there were 12 cars on the lead lap, which are therefore all going to get bunched up together. And when the safety car withdraws, then we will have a nose-to-tail racing between those 12 cars. Leading, as I say, then, is the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Lawrence Vantour is at the wheel. In second place for Toyota Gazoo Racing is Ryo Hirakawa at the wheel of the number 8 Toyota GR 010 Hybrid. They both completed 186 laps, by the way. What they will do by the time Rio comes through to complete his next lap. 186 laps on the board for Lawrence Vantour, Ryo Hirakawa. And in third place, number 83 is Ife in the AF Corsa Ferrari 499P. Ferrari number 83 third. Fourth, number 4, Pascal Wehrlein, the second of the three Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. He's fourth. Fifth place is number 20, Sheldon van der Linde, driving the BMW M Hybrid V8. Sixth, number 12, Alex Lynn for Cadillac's Hertz Team Jota. Seventh, number 15, Raffaele Marciello is at the wheel of the BMW M-Team M Hybrid V8. And in 8th place, number 50, Miguel Molina in his Ferrari AF Corsa, the first of the red Ferraris. And in 9th place, Alessandro Pierguidi in number 51. So the two Ferraris, 50 and 51, 8th and 9th. And in 10th place, Porsche number 5, Mathieu Jaminet. In LMP2, the leader is number 48, Ollie Gray, driving the VDS Panis racing car. Second, number 9, and he's completed 176 laps. Second, number 9, Richard de Guerres in the Iron Lynx Proton car. In third place is number 43, Kuba Swikovsky in the Inter-Europol competition Orica. Fourth, number 18, Mathias Jobert in the EDEX Sport car. In fifth place, the other EDEX Sport car, number 28, Sebastian Alvarez. And in sixth place, I'll just mention that because that is the leading Pro-Am car in LMP2. Louis Delatraz at the wheel at the moment. He's very much the pro element of that team, the AO by TF car number 199, rounding out the top 6 as far as LMP2 is concerned. And in LMGT3 92, Manthey first form, the Porsche Ricardo Pera is leading the way. Ian James in the number 27 Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin, is second. Third, Rui Andrade in the 81 TF Sport Corvette. In fourth place, 78, Finn Gersitz in the Acodis ASP Team Lexus. Fifth, number 21, Simon Mann, although with a potential penalty hanging over him, in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, that's number 21, fifth. And in sixth place is Petro Umbarescu in the number 87 Lexus, and that rounds out the top six in LMGT3. And as soon as the safety car withdraws, as I say, all of those cars will be absolutely together as we prepare for the merging process.
So track temperature staying fairly consistent, 22.5 degrees Celsius at the moment, with an air temperature 16.3 degrees Celsius. Pretty ideal conditions under the cover of darkness here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe. So, as we go through the pass around procedure, getting everything ready to go back to a restart, hopefully fairly soon.
Yeah, sorry, just to get the terminology correct, this is the merge process. The merge process is when B and C safety cars pull off.
Right, okay.
Everybody then queues up behind safety car A.
And then they do the wave.
Then they do
My apologies.
The pass around.
When I saw people overtaking safety cars, I got excited. I thought,
Yes.
we're going back racing, which is great.
They're just pulling off, though.
Yes,
But it's interesting that we're a little over halfway, and the top 12, I believe, if I got that right,
Yes.
will, in Hypercar, will be nose to tail going at it again, and this has brought Ferrari right back into the mix. They dropped a minute or two away with all their penalties, and now they've got that little straight line speed advantage. It'll be interesting to see if that works during the night, and I think you'll get the answer to your question, Paul, as to whether the temperature has adversely affected the Ferrari or whether it was just really to do with those penalties and whether they're back in the hunt.
Well, you've heard of the 24 hours of Le Mans. We're now talking about the 12 hours of Le Mans,
Exactly.
because in effect we've got a nose-to-tail start.
Yeah, draw a line in the sand and start again. Interesting, we were talking about Ian James in the heart of racing Aston Martin and not needing a brake change. I don't know if that's conducive to the fact that he went from being sort of outside the top six, I believe, in class, albeit still on the class lead lap, and they've moved up to second in class during that whole process of coming into the pits. And we did see a number of people doing brake changes. That might be the reason why.
Yeah. Ian James, another driver who's using up the bronze time, and
I saw actually good point as well. Actually, Paul, I saw that in the 23 car, a United Autosport LMP2 car, that they chose to put Daniel Schneider back in the car, because even if it's eating up 10-15 minutes, because it's going to still be a little bit longer as they do the wave around everything else, it's still useful to do that and keep the eat into the bronze driver time.
The 93 Peugeot appears to have spun behind the safety car.
He might have. I'm not going to comment on that until I see.
You're getting on the fence here.
Well, I don't like saying things that throw drivers under buses, because quite often it's not their fault, as we saw with Kelvin van der Linde,
yes,
you know, which is why I didn't want to.
So the 93 Peugeot coming towards the Ford chicane comes over the curbs, and it just goes away.
So
now
basically,
that driver, just looking through 93, that's Mikkel Jensen.
Yeah, a fine racing driver.
Exactly.
The only sort of thing I would say in this situation, they've been going around very, very slowly. Their tyres are absolutely stone cold. More importantly, their brakes will have been cooling down dramatically, so you won't be keeping the pressure in the tyres, and potentially very easy to drop it in these kind of conditions.
And of course, they're in that merge process where they're having to catch up as quickly as they can with the safety car A, which is the only safety car which will still be operating once this process is complete.
So we're getting word then the incident is now clear. The driver's being told to prepare for that merging process. It appeared like it was beginning already. But
yeah, it is. It's
well, as Paul rightly said, they're trying to catch up, which is one of the reasons that I think he dropped it, because it was on the second part of the last chicane coming through, so he would just got a little bit of a squirt of gas, a throttle, and just lost the rear, turning to the right.
And he was behind safety car C, which meant he had the most distance, as it were, to catch up.
He was heading the train, wasn't he, Paul? Yeah.
What my tracker is showing me is that if that Peugeot is moving, it is only doing so very slowly. The safety car A, the only safety car that's still out there, that's heading down the Mulsanne Straight between the two chicanes at the moment, and
going very, 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 very slowly.
The reason he's going very, very slowly is that the
to
Peugeot
allow them to catch up.
Exactly, he's catching up with the Peugeot, and that will be a problem, and that will effectively mean that we'll have to extend this process in order to recover the Peugeot 95.
We are going back a little bit to the reason for this safety car. We were talking a little bit about the Nielsen Racing team, a fantastic team. Sven Thompson running a really great car here. It's such a shame to see them. For them, the true spirit of Le Mans is all about making, obviously they want to do well, but really about making the end of the race. And I know that they'll all be absolutely devastated that they weren't able to this time around. But glad to see that the driver was fine and getting out of the car. But I really feel for the Nielsen Racing crew. They're a great bunch of guys and girls.
And great supporters of the European Le Mans series.
Absolutely, yeah.
So safety car A has gone past the Peugeot 93, which is ground to a complete halt. So, as I was saying a moment ago, we're going to have to extend this part of the process, even though the incident which triggered the safety car has been cleared.
Well, that just goes to show why I didn't want to be too quick to condemn a driver for effectively looking like he just lost it, speeding up after being released by the safety car. Because if the car's pulled over and stopped, Paul, which it sounds like it has, then he wouldn't, if it was just a simple spin, he wouldn't have just stopped. He would have carried on going. So it looks to me like potentially there was some kind of problem with the car.
What's bizarre is the spin was at the Ford chicane. The car has ground to a halt. Actually, it's not. No, I'm misinterpreting the screen here. Apologies.
Oh, it's moving. It's definitely moving.
Yeah, no, the 93 car is in the queue behind the one safety car. So we are able to continue. My apologies for sending you on a false trail there.
Well, before we go back to Green Flag Racing, let's get another CrowdStrike pit lane report with Joe Bradley.
Thank you, Peter. I'm with Stuart Cox from Algarve Pro Racing. Stu, you've been around motorsport, this side of the fence, been a crew member at the very heights of the sport. We always focus on the drivers and the rigors of an event like the Le Mans 24 Hours from a driver's perspective. But this is an absolute grueling effort from everybody, from your tyre guy to a team principal like yourself.
Yeah.
Why do we do it then?
I've absolutely no idea. No, for sure it's quite a week. Most of the team turned up about 2 weeks ago to get everything built up, set up, and then you get the cars ready, finish off, last bit of preparation, go to scrutineering in the town, do the day. Let's let the cars go past. So there's lots of work and lots of late nights, early mornings that go on to put the cars in a position where they can come here to win a race. But nobody really looks at that when you're working in it. That's what you do because that's what we're here to do and that's what we all love to do. So you're all looking for a good race, and at the moment we're not really having one.
So from that, Stu, how do you keep the girls and boys motivated at Algarve Pro then? How do you keep them pushing on to their extremes?
Well, it's easy when you're all on a high and the cars are at the front and doing well, but you were up there with both cars, and we've had one car had a bit of a small off. Matthias went off and hit the back of another car going into a slow zone. Just a silly mistake, but it's damaged. Bringing the car back to the pits to repair it with a new nose, the tyre went and it's whipped up a bit of bodywork, and that as the tyres flared round, because you know it was being rubbed on by some damaged bodywork, it broke, and then the tyres shredded, and the material inside of the tyre, there's a lot of steel in it, just very fine bands of steel that hold the tyre together, and then whipped round and just smashed all the carbon bodywork, and it took the elephant's foot out and about 9 inches of the front edge of the floor. So I'm actually quite surprised how much pace we've still got left in the 25 car, because it's aerodynamically hobbled. But what we had there, we came in and I was just waiting for. I was waiting for the hiss, because the problem is the air jack pipe runs directly and it's covered by the bit that's now not there. So it's got a tyre that's spinning around doing 200 miles an hour for quite some time, just hurling rocks at it, little bits of dust and the grit that comes off the asphalt, and it's just been hounding it for the past, you know, what are we into the race? It's nearly 12 hours in, and it happened about 4 hours into the race. This thing's been shot peen for the last 8 hours, and we've just plugged the air hose in. Car's tried to go up, and the pipe has split, as you've seen. So we made the call not to just change the pipe, but change the elephant's foot as well, because we have an assembly already built up. Because, like you say, with the preparation, you've got all your parts ready to change. So we've got complete sets of bodywork, corners. You're not just come here with one car. We've got literally everything to fix it. So as long as it's legal to fix it, we've got the parts to change it. Obviously, you can't re-chassis the car or put a new engine or gearbox in, but the rest of it we can fix. So everything was ready, but it was it's annoying it broke where it did, because it was outside, and then you're limited to the amount of guys that can actually jump on it. So it looks like a bit of a melee, but they actually did a very good job with what they had to do to change it in the time we did. So it made sense to change it. The problem is we're still missing a lot of the floor, the underfloor, and that's not a 2-minute job, so we can't change that. We just got to persevere with it.
So why do you persevere with it? I mean, you've seen everything in this sport, Stu. You know, all right, is there a feeling of there's always a chance?
But there's always a chance. You never give up, never ever, no matter how bad it gets, and it gets real bad. So you just keep going. There's 12 hours and 14 minutes left, and not many people have gone off. It's a really odd Le Mans. We've just had our first safety car with the Nielsen's car's gone off, but that could have been one of the cars that was in front of us that would have just gifted us a spot. So it's only a case of keep flogging round, do your job, keep focused, and like you say, motivated, and everybody is. And you never know, you can pick up some spoils.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, bonkers.
Crazy. I'm standing here in the middle of the night talking to you about fixing a racing car. Bonkers. But we love it, mate. That's why we do it. Thanks, Stu.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder sometimes.
Me too, mate. Getting too old. Thank you, Stu. I'll let you go back to sleep.
Stuart Cox there, always a great interview on our CrowdStrike pit lane reports, running 2 cars, the Algarve Pro Racing car and the CrowdStrike Racing car. A real look into what it's like running in endurance racing when it goes badly, and indeed when it goes well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, didn't we, earlier on that he ran into the back, the 25 car ran into the back of somebody, I can't remember which other car it was, and damaged his right front, and then came back way too fast. It's so difficult, because you feel like you're coming back super slowly, but you're on a racetrack, you're still doing 120 kilometres, 130 kilometres an hour, and it just feels like you're at walking pace, but it's still far too quick for the tyre to hold on. And Stuart Cox there doing a remarkably good job of describing what happens when the steel belts inside a tyre let go, and the damage that they can cause. And you just have to come back with enormous patience and slowly, so that even if the tyre does let go, it doesn't whip around and cause that kind of damage, because they'll have lost a good few points of downforce on the front end. And as we've just been hearing, it's ultimately led, quite handy that it led to, while it was under a safety car, but led to the air jack failing.
So hopefully we should be back to green flag racing fairly soon. We've seen the notification from race control that the pass around has concluded. That was just a few minutes ago.
The next message that will come up on the screen will be to say safety car in this lap. And I confidently predict that message will come up when the safety car reaches Mulsanne corner. They're just heading down the Mulsanne straight at the moment, so within the next 30 seconds to a minute, we'll have that message saying safety car in this lap. They do will restart from the start-finish line. So safety car A, I described where the three positions are. Safety car A positions itself at the exit of the pit lane and joins in from there. And when it returns to its position, it goes into the pit lane in order to go back up the pit lane.
So as you said before, we are starting the 12 hours, 10 minutes of Le Mans.
We are indeed, and it's
like a Sebring.
Well, I was just going to use Sebring as an example, because that was, of course, the group of enthusiasts, Alec Ullman, Briggs Cunningham, who started the Sebring Raceway full stop, not just a 12-hour race, but the Raceway in 1950 and the big race in 1952. They came to Le Mans in its very earliest days, and they thought, we need to create something like this in America, and they did, and look where we are today.
Indeed, with the Sebring 12 hours, yes. One thing to make clear is that not all the hypercars are going to be nose to tail, because the cars are not separated by class. So in amongst the hypercars are going to be LMP2s and LMGT3s.
That's a good point, really good point actually.
That was the bit of the whole procedure that was tried out the first time they tried this merge and pass around affair, but they just found separating out the classes took too long, and so we get going again.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
Sorry, Paul.
Oh, that's fine. I was waiting for him to say that. As I said, he was. His message comes up on the screen, and the message is given a little bit later than I thought it was going to be, but nevertheless, there it was. And so we will see them come across the start-finish line with the race-leading Porsche, the number 6 car in the hands of Lawrence Vantour, but Ryo Hirakawa, who is in second place, I think is a couple of cars behind. Yes, it's coming up to the start-finish line now. Lawrence Vantour leads the way. In second place, Ryo Hirakawa is around about 5 cars behind. And then Yiffy Ye in third place is right on the tail of Ryo Hirakawa.
So the green flag shown just before the Ford chicane, and Lawrence Vantour taking the opportunity. In fact, Lawrence Vantour is not the leading car. It's actually the AF Corsa 183 LMP2 just ahead of him, who actually goes over the start-finish line first. Then Vantour will try and get past. It's quite unusual with them all mixed up like that, but it's Lawrence Vantour who leads then into Dunlop Corner in that white-tailed number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Then Ryo Hirakawa got a little bit of time, to a few cars between himself and Vantour, whereas so this is important now for Vantour to try and get the hammer down. But what will the drivers be feeling at the moment, Johnny? Because we've been under safety car for a while in terms of tyre temp, brake temp. What's it going to be like right now?
Well, they say yellow breeds yellow, so it'll be interesting to see if over the next lap, if it doesn't happen within the next lap, it probably won't, but whether someone else has an incident, because the cars will be feeling remarkably sketchy. You saw Yiffy Ye when we were on board earlier on, braking, accelerating. He's currently running 3rd overall, albeit, as Paul rightly alluded to, in amongst all the traffic from the other classes. But just getting the brakes up to temperature, getting the tyres up to temperature, and just working your way through the traffic at the same time, they're going to be fully focused on that.
Ryo Hirakawa making a move on the 99 Proton competition car of Nico Pino, but that's not for position. The Proton car is running a lap behind as Now Ye Fei goes past on the Mulsanne straight, and Nico Pino very cleverly just allowing the leaders through. There's no point for him right now to get into that fight. So it's all about Ye Fei in the 83 Ferrari trying to chase down the number 8 Toyota for second place, as Vantor trying to scamper away at the front of the field. The gap at the first timing point we get 5.2 seconds Vantor has over Hirakawa. So it's number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 from the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010. Then it's the next Ferrari 499P Ye Fei for AF Corsa. Pascal Wehrlein, the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine in 4th, and 5th Raffaele Marciello. Now, oh no, for Team WRT, their number 46 car is looking like it might not rejoin after that power steering problem, and now the 31, Johnny, is in the garage.
Oh, the timing on that is terrible. They could have been in doing all this work while the safety car was out there. So, again, awful timing for them. But the Ye-Fei 83 Ferrari is only 1.7 seconds behind the number 8 Toyota with Ryo Hirakawa on board. So he's really pushing to go through traffic and keep on the gearbox, whereas Laurent Vantor, as you rightly said, after he passed the 183 AF Corsa LMP2 car, managed to put a little bit of distance between him and the rest of the field.
The gap is coming down though, a fraction actually, as Vantor now, the gap is now down to 4.1. So good middle sector there from Ryo Hirakawa, half a second quicker from Mulsanne, so excuse me, from Tête Rouge to Mulsanne. But as we suggested, this has brought Ferrari back into the mix, bunching the field back together, and indeed, it's brought Cadillac back into the Hertz Team Jota cars into the mix as well.
Absolutely, Alex Lynn was 6th. Miguel Molina's got past him in the 50 Ferrari, but the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car now with the pole sitter aboard is running in a 7th place, and literally, obviously with the traffic in amongst, but from first now all the way back down to 11th is only 33 seconds.
Wow, here we are. Well, it is game on here as we are only 4 minutes away from the halfway point here of the 93rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You're listening to Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit as, my goodness me, the number 15 BMW Hypercar of Raffaele Marciello has to go straight through the middle past the Aston Martin Valkyrie. That all looked very frantic, Johnny Bolam.
Yeah, it was really interesting though. Going back to our argument, well, not argument, our discussion, Paul, and I noticed that the Raffaele Marciello car cut through the chicane, the Ford chicane at the very end there, not dissimilar to what we saw Fuoco do at the Dunlop. So it'd be interesting to see if he also gets penalised for track limits, which would be a travesty if he did, because ultimately the only point he had by splitting those two cars was to go through there if he was going to have any chance of not having a massive accident.
I'm not going to argue with that.
I see 2-0. 2-0
I'll tell you, the safety car was out in total for 39 minutes and 21 seconds. Of that time, 17 minutes was taken with the administration and getting everybody into order to get going again. So you can argue that 17 minutes was worth taking in order to get the field into a position from which you can have a nice, fair restart at the start-finish line, and this thrilling prospect now of the 12 cars that remain on the lead lap being very close together.
I actually fully agree that it is worth it, and I'm sure we're all in agreement that, because it is important for the sake of fair and good racing to do that. I'm not an advocate sometimes of safety cars when it's raining and things like that. It does depend on the conditions, but sometimes I think they go a little bit too long. But in particular instances like this, taking a few more minutes in order to have it completely fair on a restart, I'm totally on board with that.
Two Ferrari teammates dueling with one another as they rush along the straight. Number 50 and 51 battling away as we have our yellow flag at Motorsport 16. That's at the second chicane as the two Ferrari teammates into Mulsanne corner they go. and it looked like the number 50 machine, in fact no, the 51 of Alessandro Pierguidi goes through on Miguel Molina for 6th position. So the two Ferraris bickering with one another on this restart here. Fantastic stuff. Just on that point with the safety car, I'm an enormous fan of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and of course that involves the full course yellow procedure. Oh no, the 101 Cadillac is pushing off behind the wall on the straight.
It's at the second chicane on the Mulsanne.
I think you're absolutely right, Paul. Yes. Oh, Felipe Albuquerque has had to back the 101 Cadillac for Wayne Taylor Racing behind the wall. Oh no. It's been not an easy week for them, and it's not been a good race for them so far, but that is just rubbing salt in the wound, unfortunately.
This sometimes happens with racing engines, that having run behind a safety car, you don't get the same cooling, none of the things that the racing car was built to do really works, and all of a sudden when you go back into race mode, I won't say always, because it doesn't happen always, but just occasionally something about being behind the safety car has disagreed with the car, and mechanical failures crop up. Now, we don't know quite what's happened to the Wayne Taylor Cadillac, obviously just speculating, but it looks like it's going to have to be worked on by Felipe himself.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or it's out of the race.
Yeah, and it is very good of Felipe. You're told where all the entry points are and everything else. It's very good that he obviously recognised he had a problem. Someone of his enormous experience, I'm not surprised that he's done that, but it's actually quite unusual that a driver has the forethought to work out where the gaps would be, stop ahead of one so he can be pulled back into it. And then the one thing about Le Mans that I always found amazing was that we'd have a few hours where all the drivers would be gathered around, and there would be a certain number of tools on board, and we'd all be shown how to do the basic things, like if you had broke a drive shaft, shove a screwdriver through the CV joint in order to get back into the pits and things like that. So no doubt they'll be talking to Felipe and seeing if they can do something to get him back into the pits.
Well, while the action is red hot out on track, let's have a look at the weather here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. So tonight facing a low of 11 degrees Celsius, but in the heat of the day on this Sunday, 15th of June, it will be 25 degrees Celsius at the moment. Air temperature 16 degrees Celsius, very pleasant indeed for this time of night. Just gone past 4 o'clock local time here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe. Now, very interestingly, looking at our pictures in the For Performance studios, and Felipe Albuquerque saying the engine is gone. That's it, done. Interestingly, on the dash, there was the oil pressure 0 warning light, but a little sign coming across the dash saying global crypto. That seems like a code word for something. Do you notice that on the dash of on the wheel of the car? There's a little sign that came across saying global crypto.
You sure that wasn't the sponsor?
I don't think so.
Okay.
There could be a fire up logo. So when you power up the car, it comes up with a default logo. But like when you turn your own car on, if you've got a modern one,
my one always says global crypto when I fire it up. No, I didn't notice that. Sorry, Pete.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, quite unusual for the number 31 Team WRT BMW. Joe Bradley has an update, a CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, I've secured the scene. I've taped off the area for evidential purposes. We'll wait for forensics in the morning. The car has basically hit a rabbit. And Pete, I've sent you the pictures via WhatsApp. There's nothing much left of the rabbit. You'd have to watch the Dexter TV series to see something like it. There's nothing much left of the poor thing. It's obviously caused a bit of extensive damage to a radiator and stuff, and the team are going to be taking a little while to clear up the crime scene, to be honest. before they even have a go at fixing the car. So it's going to be delayed a little bit longer, I would say.
Well, we feel sorry for the poor little rabbit, but also for the number 31 BMW for Team WRT. What are the chances of that? Now, big news, because cars number 4 and 5, those are both Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsche 963s, and the number 13 AWA Corvette have been, all 3 of those cars have been given drive-through penalties for slow zone procedures.
Yeah, we saw this earlier, didn't we? And we were waiting to see when it got it. And it took a long time coming. Pascal Wehrlein is currently on board the number 4. He was running in 4th position overall, just behind Yifei. And it looks like, I don't know if he was due a pit stop, but if he wasn't, it looks like they've taken that penalty almost immediately in that drive-through.
He was due a pit stop anyway, and so he's going to have to come in again in order to take his drive-through penalty, because
that's going to drop them way back, isn't it?
So that's going to be a big problem for the number 4. That was the car that it was Nick Tandy who actually offended, and then the other Porsche number 5, Mathieu Jaminet, is at the wheel of that car at the moment. In any case, that car has slipped behind the Cadillac's Hertz Team Jota car. So they will have to take that. It's interesting, as you say, that's only just come up. The irony of ironies, the 101, the Wayne Taylor car, has then been given a drive-through penalty for something that he did wrong under a full course yellow, and the full course yellow was ages ago, before the incident that took out the Nielsen racing car,
but he's out anyway. He's stopped behind the wall, or certainly stopped behind the wall.
Yeah.
Interesting that Alessandro Pierguidi now is literally within half a second of Raffaele Marcello in the number 15 BMW Team WRT car, and absolutely on a mission. And Miguel Molina, having let him through, is going with him and has just done the fastest first sector of that car, of the number 50 car, and is only 1.5 seconds behind his teammate in the 51. So the 51 and 50 Ferrari, as we expected, with their raceability in inverted commas, as in a little bit of extra straight line speed, certainly working their way nicely through the field, currently in 5th and 6th, but on a mission.
And the timing screen is absolutely lighting up at the moment with personal best in the hypercar category. In sector 1, Miguel Molina in that number 50 Ferrari, personal best in sector 1. Sector 2, Alex Lynn, personal best through there, and then sector 1 again for Sebastian Bourdais, quick through there. Likewise in LMP2, several drivers setting their cars personal best. So it is the wick is being turned up here after that safety car as we head into the second half of the race. We thought the first half was a sprint. I think we were, this is sprint 2.0 we're getting now.
Well, of course, what's happened is, because the field has been split by the safety car bringing them all up together, a short delay whilst the hypercars got themselves past whichever traffic they were amongst.
Yes.
But once they got through that traffic, they've now got clear road ahead. So for a couple of laps, we could get more of the same. Rio Hirakawa has just put in a personal best lap time, having put the sectors that Peter Mackay was describing together, and a personal best lap time for Rio Hirakawa at 3:28.9, and
he's hunting down Laurent Vantour, isn't he, Paul? It was about 4.7, it's now down to 3.6.
Yeah, and of course he can see him up ahead as well, which of course is you can feel that gap coming down, and as he hunts down the Porsche, so the Ferrari of UPA, the yellow Ferrari 83, is trying its best to catch the pair of them. The gap, in fact, between Hirakawa and UPA is less than the gap between Lawrence Vantour and the second place car, Rio Hirakawa.
Well, if it doesn't rain, it pours, unfortunately, for AWA Corvette, the winners of the GTD class at the Rolex 24 in January. Unfortunately, well, they've just been given a drive-through penalty for slow zone procedure. They're now under investigation for a stint energy technical infringement. So it's all happening for that Canadian crew at their first Le Mans. They got their invite by Ori Fidani, their driver, winning the Bob Akin Award, which is awarded to the top bronze driver in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and that gives you a Le Mans invite for the following year. Also, Nick Bull competing in the LMP2 category, as he won the Jim Truman Award, which again, same award but for the LMP2 class for bronze drivers. At the sharp end of LMGT3, Finn Gersitz on his Le Mans debut, trying to chase down Rui Andrade in that TF Sport number 81 Corvette. Now, if you want to talk big winners from that safety car, well, I don't think it gets much bigger than the 81 TF Sport Corvette, because Corvette as a whole haven't really been in the mix all day, and yet here they are now in the podium.
Yeah, unbelievable. We still see Simon Mann in the Vista AF Corsa number 21 Ferrari there, and I don't remember seeing if he's received his penalty yet. Paul will correct me or to let me know in terms of him, obviously, with the joining the same safety car we were discussing earlier on with the 3 safety cars, and obviously he somehow managed to join the line and go back out potentially into the same safety car that he had been in when he first pitted. So if that is indeed the case, I assume that the penalty will be handed to him, probably a drive-through of some sort. But it seems to be taking, in some cases, not all, but in some cases, Paul, it seems to be taking quite a while for these penalties to be handed out. You mentioned earlier on there was one in a full course yellow.
Yeah.
It happened ages ago, like hours ago.
Yeah. So there is a message saying safety car procedure under review, and since then there has been no reference to safety cars. So all of the penalties we've just had were the race with race stewards. They're the ones that decide the penalties. The race stewards clearing their desks of all their existing penalties, so they can then see if there was any offences whilst the safety car was out. And we do have that one that you've just mentioned. Anything else could be to do with using the pass around when you weren't entitled to it, but I think we'd have noticed that on the timing screen with somebody suddenly appearing at the top when he shouldn't be there.
Finn Gersitz trying to use the pace of the Lexus RCF to try and get by the number 81 TF Sport Corvette of Rui Andrade as they come up now towards the second chicane. Andrade goes a little bit to the defensive line. Gersitz weaving back and forward on the braking zone here, trying to make the move, and he's going to go for it, and Andrade gives him the space, and through goes Gersitz. Not a big fight there from Andrade, I wouldn't say.
That was a nice move, actually. You've got the line going around the outside there. You actually got a shallower entry line, so you can actually make that work, especially in the second chicane. I don't know why it works in the second chicane. Everyone says they're mirror images. As a driver, they don't feel like it, and in fact, steering angles don't necessarily on the data say that either. But for some reason, you can go around the outside of someone into the second chicane. Not easily, but it is possible. Very, very rarely do I see it happen in cars in the same class in the first chicane, but that was a really nice move there from the Lexus driver and getting in front. It's difficult when you've got the lights so bright behind you, Peter, to actually judge exactly where the cars are, and especially if you've got the car behind moving left and right, it all just goes bright and you can't really tell exactly where the car is. And this is where the radar system that a lot of the GT cars now have, which got developed, gosh, back in the mid sort of 2010s. I think Corvette were the first to use it, where you can actually see a car coming and it tells you what class of car it is, and then it has a little arrow pointing on the screen to tell you which side that car is passing you.
Yeah, it was Corvette that came up with that, and of course the very latest C8 will have it as well. Really clever stuff from Finn Gersitz.
This is a replay of the nice move around. They've got the brakes, release the brakes, run it into the apex. As soon as you've got the apex, the corner's yours, and then you can just accelerate out using all the road on the exit out of the second Mulsanne chicane, almost up to the Armco barrier sometimes there. You're allowed to go right out there. They don't do you for track limits there anymore. They used to.
Well, that's good. At least you and Paul won't argue over that part of the circuit anyway.
Absolutely.
The rest of it, yes. Let's get down to the pit lane, because Joe Bradley has some more for us with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, guys, I'm just down at Wayne Taylor Racing, and I'm just waiting to get a chat with Wayne. My usual middle of the night chat is going to be very different. They've basically had a torrid time. I'm tempted to just talk to Wayne about his previous Le Mans history rather than this one, because this is probably one he wants to forget. But for now, he's just dealing with some team personnel at this point where the car has gone out. So I'll give you a quick shout when I have win, and we'll have our middle of the night chat as we normally do at any long distance motorsport race, motor race.
Yeah, with these Joe and Wayne always have some good chats, so looking forward to that. So we'll bring you that as soon as we possibly can.
Great battle going on between the 4th, 5th and 6th placed hypercars. The Raffaele Marcello BMW Team WRT car, number 15, closely followed by Alessandro Pierguidi and Miguel Molina in the 51 and 50 Ferrari AF Corsa hypercars respectively, and Molina just sitting there 7/10 off Alessandro Pierguidi, and Alessandro Pierguidi in turn 7/10 off of Raffaele Marcello, and I think they're hoping probably that when he gets a run on the BMW at some point that Miguel Molina will be hoping that he'll be able to follow Alessandro through, and that they can turn it into a 4-5 rather than a 5-6 for Ferrari.
What's interesting is that Raffaele Marcello in the BMW has fallen 15 seconds behind the Ferrari, which is ahead of him. And remember, make the point that it's only 10-15 minutes since we got the green flag. So Marcello hasn't caught up quite as much, and now to add insult to that injury, he is now being reviewed, and that means basically that a report has been sent to the stewards to read to say that he didn't respect the race director's instructions at the pit exit, and that was during the safety car. So Raffaele Marcello, more specifically the BMW team, are going to potentially have a penalty to pay there as well. And I can only assume that not respecting race director instructions at pit exit means going through a red light.
Which there would be a fairly significant penalty for.
Well, it will be at least a stop and go equivalent to the lap that he would have gained by going through the red light.
Well, keep a watch on the screens then to see what happens there as VDS Spanish Racing take a pit stop. They've been running at the sharp end of the field all day. Great to see the Mark VDS involvement now in endurance racing again. We saw it in the late 2000s, early 2010s, where they backed several teams and drivers in endurance racing, but they've always been a constant presence in the MotoGP paddock. Mark van der Straten, Belgian brewing magnate who supports motorsport in a great way, and great to see them fighting. Well, we promised you a chat with Wayne Taylor, and indeed we've got one now with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
It's usually this time, Wayne, that you and I have a lovely middle of the night chat. I've had some trepidation about this one though. You've had a torrid week. I kind of want to say, are you glad it's over? At half distance, indeed.
I can't really say that, you know.
I know you can't.
I just can't. This was an opportunity that Cadillac gave us, especially me, my kids, and the chance to do what we did it in America in 2017. I can't say enough about my guys. Never been here before. We had an engine let go second day, changed it in an hour and 27 minutes, normally 3 to 5 hour job. Got it out, did exploratory layup, got it into the race, and we felt comfortable, you know. The Cadillacs were all pretty close, and it looked really strong coming into the race. And then at the start of the race, we had an incident. Somebody hit us, did some damage to the car, and the first 2 hours were really rough. But once we got clear of that, we seemed to be able to run at the same pace as the leaders, but we were just that far back, and we kept hoping for a yellow, and every time a yellow came out, it came out at the wrong time for us. When I say yellow, I've got to remember I'm in Europe, so it's just...
it's the same thing, Wayne. We know what you mean.
Yeah, I know, I'm tired. It's the... And then the slow zone, so we were just in the wrong place and lost a lap, and hopefully the Georgia guys can bring it home for Cadillac.
Well,
luckily, we're going to race again next week and make this history.
Yes, bad memory. I mean, when we spoke at Daytona and Sebring, and I said to you, there's something right about seeing Wayne Taylor and Cadillac back at Le Mans. You know, I mean, I'm old enough to remember the Cadillac North Star program. You know, I wanted to talk to you about 1995. You were here in a BRM. I mean, what on earth was that?
Can you believe it? I was in that guy. I think I was the only guy that qualified.
Right.
And so we were never going to race. It was the weirdest weekend ever.
Remind me who your teammates were, because there's some big names that you've raced with.
Harry Toivonen. I can't even remember the
No, I know. I had it in my head.
I can't even remember who the third guy was.
It's a long time ago, 30 years.
It's a very long time ago.
I mean, you said to me at Daytona and Sebring that you were really, really, you know, really looking forward to get back here with Cadillac. And just give us some of the memories that you have being here as a driver.
You know, I did this race 13 times, and the BRM was clearly the worst, the worst result race event that I've ever had. But I had a lot of good times here. You know, winning the class in the Ferrari 333 in the sports car, in the sports class, and so I can say I've stood up on that podium. And then, you know, the years with Cadillac were great, but then also the things that I can remember best about coming here was really in '86 when I came over for Leighton House in the 962, when there was no chicanes. It was like you saw Le Mans with Steve McQueen. It was a hell of an experience. And then coming back and driving for Vern Schuppan with Hurley Haywood, Rickard Rydell, James Weaver, you know, all the guys. And then also coming over at the last second to drive with Martin Brundle and Jorg Müller in the Nissan, in the C2, in the C1 Spice 3.5 liter class in 1991, I think it was. Le Mans, I've loved my whole life and still love it. And it's not over.
I was about to say, it's not over. All right, I mean, the sort of things that have happened to you this week, it's not something that you know, the team hasn't done anything wrong. You haven't done, you know, you haven't put something over there when it should have been over there. I mean, how can you then take from what you've learned this year into next year? Because you already knew it, Win.
Yeah, you know, there are certain things that we don't know about how WEC and Le Mans works in comparison to, because we've been so isolated in IMSA. Coming here as a team, there's stuff we've learned this weekend, that is for sure, and we'll come back much stronger.
And does all of the peripheral stuff, you know, the scrutineering down in town, the testing, and then the really long week with the driver parade and all of that, that does have an effect on everyone, doesn't it?
It really does. By the time you get to the race, you already felt like you've done 24 hours. Yes. So, but it's all part of the mystique of this place.
Of course, wouldn't have it any different, would we?
No.
We need to feel knackered on Sunday, don't we?
The word is no. I won't use the word.
No, don't use the word. Don't keep us on air. Wayne, have a great Watkins Glen, mate. I know Motorsport, you always think about the next one. You're already probably thinking, when you put your head on the pillow in a couple of hours, you'll be thinking about next weekend, I'm pretty sure.
100%. Yeah. And then next weekend, this will be history.
Absolutely, mate. Great. I wish we were talking on more pleasant circumstances, but hey, you've been around long enough to realise this is also, it makes the great bits greater, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Commiserations, my friend. See you next time.
Thank you very much, Joe, for that CrowdStrike pit lane. Like calling it report would be underselling it. Sit down with Wayne Taylor. That's become a bit of a tradition here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We've done it at Daytona, done it at Sebring, and indeed here at Le Mans.
It was Richard Jones, the third driver of the BRM, back in 2000, whenever it was, when Wayne had one of his less successful weekends. Johnny, what have you seen on the screen? Because
I've just been really enjoying looking at the timing and scoring screens, and then riding on board currently with the 51 Ferrari with Alessandro Pierguidi, getting more and more frustrated. I must admit, I thought he would have cleared the BMW of Raffaele Marcello a while back. He's now 3/10 behind him. They're catching LMP2 traffic, heading down towards the Porsche curves, and Alessandro Pierguidi doesn't seem to be able to get quite close enough coming out of the Mulsanne chicanes to really make the move stick. He gets within literally a half a car length on occasion of the rear of the BMW, but not enough to really sort of lick the stamp and send it into the brake zone. And if anything, he's backing off the throttle a little bit, doing almost like he's doing a little bit of lift and coasts into the brake zones, potentially. But I do think he wants to get past that car in front, because he has definitely got more pace in that Ferrari, and the BMW is holding him up. And all the time, Miguel Molina holding a watching brief, as it looks like they're both into the pit lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a race on pit road it's going to be WRT versus AF Corsa, two powerhouses of endurance racing. Yes,
half a second apart, if that.
Well, who's going to win that race on pit roads as one of the Alpines comes in as well?
There's going to be a rush to the pits now, because all that fuel that was taken on at the beginning of the safety car has gone now. And so we're going to get, as we did at the beginning of the race, everybody coming into the pits.
Confirmation then that the number 13 AWA Corvette, a 100-second stop and go for their technical infringement for stint energy usage. So the day goes bad to worse for AWA, for they're running in 10th at the moment in LMGT3, but that will drop them significantly down the order. Also pit stop for the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car. We just heard from Wayne Taylor, team owner of Wayne Taylor Racing, that Cadillac entry unfortunately will go no further. Another engine failure for them. But the Hertz Team Jota car is going reasonably well at the moment. And off goes the number 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. And I agree with you, Johnny, that the sort of several lap duel between the 15 BMW of Raffaele Marcello and the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, that's part of the reason why we come here, seeing that kind of battle. And indeed, that race on pit road has been won by the AF Corsa crew. They've got their car out ahead of the WRT BMW. Pit stop wise, the Ferrari just only a second quicker, but that's all it needed to be.
Yeah, he came in literally, I think it was 3 or 4 tenths between them, and now 1.2 seconds in front. So the AF Corsa team doing a sterling job, as you would always expect from them in the pit stop.
That they did, yeah, fantastic stuff. And there's a kind of emotional side to it as well, because Marcello, of course, was part of the Ferrari F1 Young Driver program. It didn't quite work out, and moved across to sports cars, which has really defined his career. And what a career he has had. I mean, at Macau, he is one of the absolute best drivers to ever compete on that circuit. And yeah, he's certainly showing his worth here. And just on that point, on that car, that number 15 BMW of Raffaele Marcello, no further investigation for the alleged not respecting race direction instructions. So nothing to be called there, and that'll be a sigh of relief for Team WRT, whose both of their GT cars hit two completely different issues, but both fairly challenging. I mean, the number 46 is showing as a retirement now, their GT3 BMW, and the 31 is still in the pits taking repairs after the rabbit strike.
And the Miguel Molina car, the number 50 Ferrari, which is only 7 tenths behind Alessandro Pierguidi in this fight to try and pass Raffaele Marcello. He went a lap longer, but on that lap he has set his fastest first sector of the race. He's set a sterling middle sector as well. So he's trying to do effectively do an overcut so he can get into the pits and then also exit ahead of the Raffaele Marcello number 15 Ferrari. It might even put him ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi if he has a really good lap. And that obviously will then move the Ferraris effectively into what will be a net 4th and 5th position when all the pit stops pan out.
Well, the top three are now in the pit, so let's get down to Joe Bradley for another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
I'm with the number 6 Porsche, who has come into the pits from the lead of this race. And if this car is still in this position in 11.5 hours or so, what a fairy tale story that will be. disqualified from qualifying, remember, didn't get a chance to go for Hyperpole because of an underweight infringement in tech. And that's such an easy mistake to make when you are absolutely sharpening a razor blade to get the utmost out of these cars. We've got a driver change. Laurent Vanthoor has climbed out. It looked like Matt Campbell who's got in, and it's already underway. Fuel, driver, tyres. And these cars really do spin those rear wheels. I'm pretty sure that's deliberate, at least try and get some surface heat into them. And as the number 6 pulls away, the number 5 has come in, and that looks like just fuel, maybe. Nope, I've not got tyres ready for the number 5, so a complete different type of pit stop for the number 5 in comparison to the 6. But the number 5 will very shortly have its fueling done, and that will be getting on with it as well.
Thank you, Josie. Yeah, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, and number 5 also from Porsche Penske Motorsport there in the pits, as the number 8 Toyota Gazoo racing machine of Rio Hirakawa has carried on and now takes the lead in the motor race. And
Interestingly, Miguel Molina did not make that work. It's panned out. He pitted and then he came out. Alessandro Pierguidi is now 4th. Raffaele Marcello, difficult for me to say, is still in a net 5th in the 15-team WRT BMW, and Miguel Molina is now 4 seconds behind that. So either they had a slow pit stop, which I'll hand over to Paul to see if that happened, or he had a really, really bad 3rd sector in lap, because his first 2 sectors were looking really strong.
Seemed like on the pit stop he was a couple 2 to 3 seconds slower in the pits, and that's all it takes when it's as close as this in the kind of immediate aftermath of the safety car, with everything bunched together. These little things make such a difference, don't they? Oh, Paul, you.
Let me turn the microphone on.
There you go.
I was agreeing with you, Peter, that it was a slower pit stop for Molina, only a couple of 3 seconds, but so close it all is, that was enough. But the one that was considerably slower was Matt Campbell with the number 6 car. That car, of course, was leading and has now dropped down to 4th place. Matt Campbell was at 1 minute 33.9 on the pit lane, compared to Rio Hirakawa 1 minute 16.0, exactly the same time for Ifie in the Ferrari, 1 minute 16. Alessandro Pierguidi's Ferrari, they turned around in 1 minute 14 seconds. So that was very rapid. The one that surprised me as Joe was talking was, yes, it was the number 6, Matt Campbell. Even the fact that Matt Campbell got into the car, because Laurent Vanthoor hadn't been in the car that long, considering that most of it was behind the safety car. Laurent Vanthoor had only done 2 stints, and the majority of the second stint was behind the safety car. Let's have a bit of a driver's interview again. When you're sitting behind the safety car, does that help or does that hinder?
Horrific. I don't know why, but you sit behind the safety car going slowly and your bum goes to sleep, and you ache more driving slowly than you do when you're driving quickly.
Yeah, it may be that Laurent Vanthoor decided
that he was cramping or something, but I don't know that. Or you tend to drive slightly longer stints in the night just because you want to give each other a bit more time off.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, it is so tight here in the 93rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Let's take an early update. Well, at the front of the field, it is so close. 2.5 seconds separates your leader, Rio Hirakawa, for the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing Squad from the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari of Ye Fei. Then a further 9 seconds for the back It is the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa machine of Alessandro Pierguidi. The first of the BMWs is in fourth, car number 15, Raffaele Marciello. Then in fifth, it's the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Matt Campbell. Then Miguel Molina on the number 50 Ferrari AF Corsa. In seventh, it's the first of the Cadillacs, Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, number 12. Alex Lynn, the pole sitter, sits in seventh. And then rounding out the top 8, it's René Rast in the number 20 black, yellow and red BMW M Team WRT. In LMP2, once again, this is the battle to look out for, because Oliver Gray is in his Le Mans debut for VDS Spanish Racing, is trying to hold off a charging Louis Delatraz in Spike the Dragon. So Spike the Dragon is circling around the lead there for AO by TF, and indeed leads the Pro-Am category quite convincingly at the moment. But they've said several times this week they're going for the overall, not just the Pro-Am. Then in third, it's Reshad Deguerus for Iron Lynx Proton in car number 9. Then it's a pair of IDEX Sport cars, number 28, Sebastian Alvarez from number 18, Matthias Schaubert. Then in sixth in LMP2, it's Jakub Smichowski in the Inter-Europol competition car. And second in LMP2 Pro-Am, seventh in that class, AF Corsa, Mathieu Vaxivière. And rounding out the top 8, it's Matthias Bech for TDS Racing. Then LMGT3, well, very, very tight here as well. Ryan Hardwick is at the wheel of the Manthey First Form Porsche, number 92. And then it's Simon Mann in the 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. Making it 3 manufacturers in the top 3, it's Finn Gersitz for the Akkodis ASP Lexus team. And then make it 4 manufacturers in the top 4 in LMGT3. TF Sport Corvette, number 81, Charlie Eastwood on board. Corvette have talked, many of their drivers talking about how they're a little bit behind the 8 ball on pace, and yet they fight on. That is what it's all about here at Le Mans. Then rounding out the top 5 in LMGT3, it's the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari 54 of Francesco Castellacci. In 6th, it's Ian James for the Heart of Racing team. 7th, Akkodis ASP number 87 Lexus Petru Ambarescu. And rounding out the top 8, a car that's just come into the pits, it's the Iron Dames, Sarah Bovey, bringing in that Porsche 911 GT3R. That is your hourly update with 11 hours and 25 minutes to go. Your Mobil 1 track temperature at the moment is 22 degrees Celsius, air temperature 15.8. Well, as the sun begins to come up in a few hours' time, we may see some proper golden hour. That is your Mobil 1 track temperature. So, the battles rage on through all of the classes. Yifei is now very close to the front of the field. He's only 1.4 seconds from Ryo Hirakawa. Hirakawa in the number 8 Toyota, who they just slowly but surely plodded away. And they could have done what Toyota have done. You know, Toyota went through an era where they won a lot of Le Mans 24 Hours, Johnny, but they were not anywhere like as contested as they are right now. No. And yet they were always known, even in those days, for just executing so well, even when they weren't under the most intensive pressure. And here they are again. And yes, I don't think they have the fastest car, but
I'm not sure I would agree with that. I think even when it was just them against Porsche, I think there were times when they made decisions like sending a driver out, pumping him up and then sending him out on a new set of tyres rather than used tyres, things that put pressure on the drivers. They're fantastic. I actually have them pegged for the win here. I'm not quite so sure, having watched this first half of the race, but they're there not on pace, they're there actually on having executed with less errors so far, although I must admit I'm pretty sure we're still due to see an investigation culminate from the number 8 car that took place, I believe, Paul, under the full course yellow, which could have an impact on this. But it certainly played into Ferrari's hands, that, Peter, that last safety car brought them right back into the mix.
It did, for sure. And the 83 AF Corsa machine is, I mean, it's known as a privateer entry, but it's not really. It's kind of satellite entry, if you like, and they've been the car that, when it's all clicked together, the pace has been almost unbeatable. I mean, some of the laps that we've seen through the week of what they do, particularly with Robert Kubica on board, has been quite remarkable.
Somebody on the inside told me that the 50 and the 51 cars were expecting the 81 car to break, the 83 car to break. So, so they weren't really worried about the 83 car. But of course, wouldn't that spite them if they did manage to get it to go through to the finish? It's certainly been given a harder time, but cars can survive being given a hard time these days. What I'm interested in is you described those two just separated by just over a second, first and second. But in third place, Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 Ferrari, having got past Raffaele Marcello. Remember I said that Raffaele had dropped back 15 seconds. Alessandro Pierguidi is now only 10 seconds behind the FIA Ferrari. So he is closing in. He may not be doing it hand over fist, 3 seconds a lap, but he's doing it.
Yeah, 2-3 tenths, and it all adds up. And you're, like you rightly say, Paul, the pace between them now is so competitive. And Peter also said with the Toyota now, the pace is so competitive. So you cannot make up seconds at a time unless you have traffic, and then that ebbs and flows. But Paul, I'm interested to know on the 8, what was the penalty that they were being investigated for?
It was a pit stop. It just says pit stop under investigation for the number 8.
Ah, they might get away with that.
So yes, there'll be video evidence being looked at. It's not a speeding offence or anything like that. So it all depends what they think might have been wrong with the pit stop. But they won't put the message up under investigation unless there's something to be investigated.
So at the moment, Alex Lynn, who set that incredible lap time in Hyperpole on Thursday, trying his best to chase down the Ferrari AF Corsa number 50 that sits in 6th place right now with Miguel Molina on board at the moment. Alex has really been that lap on Thursday, just amazing to watch.
Yeah, it was very, not taking anything away from it, an awesome lap. Obviously, Earl Bamber was only a 10th and a half behind him in the sister car, and a 10th and a half around Le Mans. That's not a lot of lap time either, so I think both of them did a phenomenal job. Will Stevens also working his magic to get them into that final part of Hyperpole as well. So very much a team effort from everyone, and fantastic for Hertz Team Jota to be front row starters at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Now, one crew that are having their first attempt at the 24 Hours of Le Mans have certainly been given a baptism of fire. That is the AWA Corvette squad, and their team leader, Ori Fadani, has caught up with Joe Bradley for this crowd strike at Liverpool.
We're actually doorstepping Ori when he's just literally trying to get out of his overalls, a very sticky set of overalls. It may have cooled down, the ambient temperature that is, but I bet you didn't notice out there, Ori.
Not too much. It helps a little bit, but still hot inside. Working hard.
How were the tyres towards the end of the stint there? Were they all right?
Tires were starting to go off. Car had quite the understeer.
And was that the tyres' first stint as well?
No, I was 3 stints for me, and I'm not sure if they were stinted before that as well.
I really felt for you trying to get out of your overalls. I'm the same getting out of these things. It's a tough race, this one, there's no doubt. I mean, that's why it's legendary.
Yep, exactly. That's why it is what it is. That's why everybody wants to be here. That's why it's the big race.
It's a big one for the team, isn't it? Coming across to Le Mans and being part of this.
Yeah, first one for everybody here except for Mr. Bell. And yeah, we're enjoying it. We're having a good time. Hopefully we can do something half decent and come back next year as well.
So what exactly what was Matt able to tell you? If you could understand him, because he's from the northeast of England, so you probably struggle to understand him. But what did Matt bring to this? What did he tell you, exactly when you were coming here?
Nothing in particular. He's just a very, very good coach and very good friend, and helped me get up to speed here, or close to it. That's about it.
You've gotten out of the car already in the middle of the night. What are your plans now? Might seem like a stupid question, that.
Maybe eat and take a little bit of a nap.
All right, man. Thank you for talking to us. In the circumstances, guys, could you hear under his breath how wrecked he was then? Really, really working hard in that car, and I really felt for him trying to get out of his sticky overalls.
Yeah, it does sound difficult, particularly for the Ori Fidani, the bronze-graded driver in that car, not a full-time professional racing driver, and those when you can dedicate your entire week, your entire day, whatever way you want to put it, that's going to put you in an advantage. But it's Johnny, in your career, you were on both sides of it. You've drove in all pro cars, but also drove in cars where you were the professional alongside a non-professional driver. I mean, give us an insight to that, what these guys go through to take on such a fierce event like this.
Well, it's a really good point, because Red River Sport, the agency I set up when I retired from pro-level racing, took amateur drivers as far as they wanted to go, and Bonamy Grimes, who would be well known to everyone here, was one of the first, our first sort of guinea pigs, so to speak, and became our poster boy. And we took him from literally just having done a couple of track days all the way through to racing at this great race back in 2020. Unfortunately for him, it was a COVID year, so we didn't get to experience the full spectator and driver parade and things like that, but it didn't change the fact that when you're in the car, it's equally as draining. And it's incredible for those guys, because to get to the point that they can drive and focus, and Joe rightly said, you could hear the sort of exhaustion in his voice, because the mental focus for those guys is colossal. We were talking about Valentino Rossi. He's got it in spades just because of his sporting background. For them, going into something like this, it probably takes 85-90% of their mental focus just to do the driving and deal with the car itself, and then to have to deal on top of that with traffic around you, dealing with slow zones, dealing with not speeding in the pit lane, all the myriad of things that we're seeing top-level professional racing drivers make mistakes with. It really does mean the mental focus, and it's mentally draining race this. Not particularly physical, as we mentioned before, but mentally draining anyway, even for a professional driver. For those guys, my hat goes off to them, because they come through it, and quite often they don't put a foot wrong and they don't go off. And that in itself is a huge achievement.
And it was a long old stint for Ore. Just looking back there, he got in the car at 2 o'clock in the morning and only got out at about 4:30. So that's a big long stint.
2.5 hours of full focus, and you can't afford to let up.
And on top of that, they then got the penalty for overusing their stint energy allowance. Which
would be nothing to do with him, by the way.
Nothing to do with him, but represented it, because they gave him 100 seconds, 1 minute and 40 seconds in the pit lane as a stop and go. And you kind of, that in itself is kind of a slap in the face. You've just given your everything to go as fast as you possibly can, and then they take away 1 minute and 40 seconds of your effort for no good reason. And I can imagine why Ore sounded so drained, because it's an emotionally draining experience. So meanwhile at the front, the battle's continuing to get very close, and we can hear from the pits.
Yeah, 54, the number 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, the 296 car out of GT3 is into the pits, and it's gone into the pits, being wheeled in backwards up on the stands. They've brought out a rear drive shaft and rear upright assembly, so something gone wrong in the drivetrain. Whether it could well be just a drive shaft, because they're only working on the left-hand rear corner underneath the wheel arch, and they've got the new drive shaft assembly just being greased up now with some little bit of grease, just to offer the unit up to its place where it's going to live for the time being. Hopefully take this car to the end of the race. They take the opportunity as well. You might as well change the brake discs and pads while you're on with such a big job. But at the moment, team going to work and this car being delayed somewhat.
Thank you, Joe, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. What a pity for the number 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. Now, quite interestingly, Johnny, the number 21 Vestae, of course, Ferrari, the sister car, was under investigation for exiting the pit lane under the same safety car, but...
Yeah, we thought that was a slam dunk. And again, just as we were talking about it, the car 8, no further action for their pit stop infringement, which, given the fact that the car Toyota number 8 is leading this race, albeit only by 9/10 of a second from the FIA and the AF Corsa 83 Ferrari, is incredibly important to the overall result of this race. But going back to you mentioning the car 21 GT Ferrari, we thought that was a slam dunk, because if you go out, you go out. But clearly there were mitigating circumstances.
And I think the mitigating circumstances probably that the next thing that happened after he went out was that we had the merger round, the merging process, which
So
would
no
have caught them up
advantage.
anyway, so
Yes.
there was no advantage gained. And so as long as he's told that he's not allowed to do that,
But normally, even if there's no advantage gained, going back to what we were talking about before, that doesn't stop them giving you a penalty. But anyway, I'm glad for them that they haven't got one, and I'm particularly glad that the car number 8 Toyota hasn't got one either.
But you say FIA is trying to get through, but look at the way that Alessandro Pierguidi just tucked, or not tucked in, but in third place, is continuing to close that gap. Last time I mentioned it was 10 seconds, now it's down to 7 seconds. Last time around, Pierguidi wasn't as quick as FIA on that single lap, but on most laps, Pierguidi is closing the gap on his team neighbour. We don't call it teammate, but the team neighbour in the yellow Ferrari 83.
Yeah, this satellite 83 Ferrari challenging for the race lead here, right on the back of the number 8 of Ryo Hirakawa. They were dueling through the Porsche curves, and Ye Yifei, the Chinese driver, has been in the lead of this race before. 2 years ago, crashed out of the lead in the Herstein Joda Porsche as it was then, but he's wanted to set that right in this 93rd running of the great race, right on the back of Ryo Hirakawa in the Toyota.
Interesting that Ryo Hirakawa, from the onboard when we were watching earlier on with the FIA car, he seemed to sort of move left and right, sort of snake a little bit just before the brake zone as he went past the pit entry, and then turn into the first part of the Ford chicane. It looked a bit strange, almost like he turned the steering wheel probably 10 degrees left, right a couple of times. Almost I initially thought he was diving into the pit lane, but then he continued. But they're coming through the traffic, and as Paul rightly said earlier on, Alessandro Pierguidi now only 6 seconds behind this battle. He is coming. The reason the times are changing up and down a little bit is because as they catch traffic, as the leaders go through it, they lose a bit of time, then Alessandro Pierguidi arrives and has to go through it as well. But this is turning into what I think in the next few laps will become an epic fight for the top 3 for the overall lead.
Yeah, and in that, just the first sector from the start finish to Tete Rouge, Ye Yifei was 0.2 of a second quicker through sector 1, and here he goes. He's right in the draft of the Toyota as they head down towards the second chicane, and through he goes. That was mirror signal maneuver for the Ferrari number 83.
Went very deep into the corner though. He's going to get a slow run out, so this is where the Ferrari power, we'll see if the Toyota, when it's in the slipstream, can actually get past Peter, because he really went deep, and the Toyota will be coming back at him on the right hand side as they head down into Mulsanne. It's so difficult to see with the lights. You can see from the cameras when you're looking at them how hard it is to see where the cars are. When you're in the car, it's equally hard to see exactly where the cars are, but I think the Ferrari managed to hold on there, held the inside going into Mulsanne.
Now, will Ye Yifei pull away from Ryo Hirakawa, or will Hirakawa be able to answer back here? I mean, in the straight line speed, yeah, those Ferraris are they've got the edge, shall we say? It's not much, but it's enough to make it a real advantage as they head up towards the Porsche curves towards Indianapolis yet again, and Ye Yifei holding on to the advantage, but Hirakawa very good on the brakes in that Toyota GR010.
Yeah, it's just the natural concertina effect as you go into a brake zone, Peter. The car behind sort of closes up, and then as you get on the throttle leaving it, that gap extends itself again. I noticed though that Hirakawa did seem to be able to tow up a little bit to the Ferrari in front of him coming up to Indianapolis, but it's just not enough to really make that stick into a brake zone.
And of course, it's you can be as good on the brakes as you want, but if you've just had a long straight where you're getting pulled away from it, you can't use that advantage. But this is a long race, 11 hours and 7 minutes left on the clock, and it's just going to rage on. And you know, I'm delighted that we have, and this is why I love the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, is when you have the full course yellows and it bunches everyone back together, and you have these great fights all the time, and it keeps a lot of people in the fight for the win. That's what's happened with that safety car, and the move into that second chicane. Hirakawa held the inside line, but there's just no holding off that Ferrari.
It's difficult. He went in very wide. He left a lot of room at the apex, the Ferrari, so that he wouldn't clip the Toyota, because you don't know where they are. You can't see with the bright lights. You have no lateral vision out of these cars. I must admit, here I thought that the Toyota was going to get a run down the right-hand side, but Yifei was probably weaving a little bit more than was necessary at that point to make sure that the Toyota didn't go around the right-hand side of him, and Hirakawa actually had to get out of the throttle ever so slightly and lost his momentum. If he'd kept his foot in, actually, he would have had the pace to go down the right-hand side there, but the way that Yifei was acting, he would have actually been scraping down the Armco while he did it.
Well, and that's pretty much exactly where that exact car, the number 83, ended up in a race-ending accident with the BMW as it was then last year. So, yeah, it can happen. As the number 199 AO by TF LMP2 machine that was really in the hunt for the lead with Louis Delatraz on board fighting with Oliver Gray, has pitted, but I would imagine we'll see the VDS Panish racing car of Oliver Gray pit from the lead soon, and it will be then a race on pit road really between those two outfits, because they were inseparable on track.
And interesting that also Miguel Molina has managed to clear back Campbell in the number 6 Porsche. Alex Lynn closing onto the back of Matt Campbell in the Cadillac, Team Jota Cadillac number 12 car as well. And so again, the Porsches at this point sort of falling back a little bit. Cadillac seemingly coming in their own, certainly in the hands of Alex Lynn, and as always, the Ferraris seeming to work very well at this stage. But I'm really impressed as well with Ryo Hirakawa there in the number 8 Toyota. He's really keeping it as consistently as he can and keeping himself in the hunt. He's dropped behind the lead now, Peter, but he's within 1.7 seconds still of the lead. Only 2.8 seconds, however, ahead of Alessandro Preguidi in the 51 Ferrari.
Still very much in the mix. Car number 38 for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota comes in. Jenson Button on board. Back off into the action. Meanwhile, his teammate number 12, Alex Lynn, really driving well and on the case of Matt Campbell. And you're spot on, Johnny, how everybody's had little phases of the race where they've had the edge. We've had a point where we've had several points where Ferrari have had the edge.
Yeah.
We've had points where Porsche have had the edge. BMWs have, you know, the front-running BMWs been up there at a point. And is this the point where we see Cadillac enter the chat, as the kids say?
I think that's inspired thinking. We'll see, yeah. Jenson Button, as you say, taking the mighty 38 back into the race, having taken it over from Sebastian Bourdais, who did a triple stint, including the long safety car period. But as a result of triple stinting, in fact, Earl Bamber, the previous driver in the car, actually did a quadruple stint. So Jenson Button's had a good long rest, and this is another thing that by doing these long stints during the night, it does give the opportunity to the other drivers to have a slightly longer rest. But so Jenson then in the number 38, resuming in, well, it'll be 11th place, I think, by the time the pit stop has its full effect. Meanwhile, Alessandro Pierguidi closes again, made a second and a half actually on Ryo Hirakawa that time around. Makes me think that Rio is coming to the end of the useful life of the tyres that he's on at the moment. He would have taken new tyres when he took the car over, which was, interestingly, they got caught just before the safety car came out. So they had been in the pits just before the safety car came out, so they didn't come in under the safety car. Rio stayed out, but now he's done 9 laps since his last fuel replenishment, and so I just get the feeling that the tyres are beginning to go off a little bit because Rio's last few laps are 0.3, 0.4 of a second slower than they were earlier on in the stint.
And Paul, you're absolutely right. And looking at the times now, as you glance up at your timing and scoring screen, you remember you mentioned Alessandro Pierguidi being behind Raffaele Marcello, some 16 seconds off the lead. And if you glance up now, you'll see that he's only 2.8 off the lead. So he's definitely coming. He's even catching the privateer Ferrari of Yifei.
And he's left Raffaele 11 seconds behind. So, you know, it's not like he's dragging Raffaele with him, and it's all about Hirakawa going slowly. It's all about the pace of Alessandro Pierguidi in this stint.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, John.
Morning, John.
Morning, Johnny. Morning, Paul. What have I missed then?
Is it breakfast time yet?
Sorry?
Is it breakfast time yet?
Not yet. After my stint, it will be.
You missed the full course. No, sorry, a safety car. You missed the safety car, which, as we were all talking about, has turned it into the 12 hours and 10 minutes of Le Mans, and it really has reignited the race and rejuvenated it, I think.
And what was that for? Who had the issue?
It was the Nielsen car, unfortunately. The LMP2 had a really big accident on the left, early on into the left barrier, coming out Tetra Rouge.
Cembol Bassi was the driver at the time, and he was okay. He got out of the car. Well, it took him a while to get out of the car.
It was a big hit, wasn't it, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, no harm
on his own?
Well, as far as we know, yes. Initially, I thought there were two cars involved, but I think he was on his own. But such has been the reliability. There's no such thing as being on your own, because you're always in traffic. But no, it didn't involve anybody else's accident, at least. In the end, we spent 39 minutes behind the safety car, which was equated to about 5 laps. And nearly everybody took the opportunity to take pit stops. The merging and pass-around process worked well, and let's say they got the race underway again. As Johnny has been saying, it's really come at precisely the wrong time for Porsche, because the number 6 car seemed to be, I wouldn't say in control, but seemed to be able to maintain the lead more often than it lost the lead. But since that safety car, the number 6 car has faded away. And where does it sit now? Matt Campbell is currently in 6th place in the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963.
And again, I know I keep talking about it, but this is epic, because now Alessandro Pierguidi is only a second off the lead, and 1.7, off the lead, a second behind the Rio Hirakawa in the Toyota, and this is turning into a really good fight for the overall lead at Le Mans.
Let's take a look at the weather as we head closer to the end of the race here at 91.2 FM. Well, mostly clear here in the early hours of the morning. Current temperature around about 15, 14 degrees Celsius, climbing today to a high of 24 or 25 Celsius. With sunshine, little bit of cloud, but it shouldn't worry us here at the race. And for tomorrow and the drive home, I'd say that's going to be a bit of a warm one, actually. 27 degrees Celsius on Monday. Just under 11 hours still to race. 91.2 FM is Radio Le Mans for 2025. Good morning for those of you perhaps coming back to the circuit, or maybe you're beginning to think, if you've been here right from the start, that it might be time to just crawl back and have an hour. But how dare you? How dare you even think that? And I don't mean that in a bad way, when we have got this fantastic race at the front of the field and through the classes as well. with Vista AF Corsa and Simon Mann leading in GT3 for the number 21 Ferrari. The Lexus just 16.2 seconds behind for Akkodis and Finn Gersitz. And then in third, just pitting actually, Ryan Hardwick and Charlie Eastwood in the Manthey First Form Porsche and the Corvette for TF Sport. That will let Ian James back through in the Heart of Racing GT3 Aston, the number 27. And Petru Umberescu in the second of the Lexus in sixth position. In LMP2, Jakub Smikowski for Inter Europol leads in the green and yellow number 43 from Louis Delatraz. Trying to chase him down at the minute. Took a couple of seconds out of him last time around, making a little bit of an inroad into that 57-second lead. And Sebastian Alvarez in third place for E-Deck number 28. The 18 E-Deck car, Mathis Joubert, is just 4 seconds further back. So 3 cars within 6 seconds in that battle for third place.
Yes, and it's a very confusing class because Jakub Smikowski in the 43 car is due a pit stop. So even though he has that lead of nearly a minute, I won't say he doesn't deserve to be there, because he does, and depending how the race pans out, it may well be the right place to be. But when he comes into the pits, he's going to lose that position, and the lead will revert back to the Louis Delatraz car. But they're still owing us quite a lot of bronze time in the 199 car, because it's a it's one of the Pro-Am cars, and
right.
PJ Hyatt still has quite a lot of driving to do in that car, whereas some of the other Pro-Am cars have already done their 6 hours minimum drive time.
Yeah, and I say this about this time every year, but we don't know. We can interrogate it, but quite often the bronzes will be the drivers. In fact, the bronzes are the drivers in that category that make the difference. I think even to a greater extent than in the GT3 category. And what we've got at the moment is a situation whereby when you have got your bronze in, he might not actually be racing the drivers who are out there at the same time if they aren't bronzers. So we've kind of not got the stagger unwinding yet, Paul, and knowing who is working through that 6 hours that all of the bronzers have to do. It's just an hour for the other drivers to be classified, as it were, and that's a pretty easy task for them. The team that we thought we were going to have to watch.
Not exactly, because silver and bronze have to do 6 hours.
Oh yes, that's a good point.
In a Pro-Am LMP2 car, you've got both a silver and a bronze, so both of those have to do 6 hours each as an absolute minimum. In that 199 car, PJ Hyatt has done 4 hours, so yeah, they've done quite a lot of laps there. 4 hours completed by Dane Cameron, and the third driver, Louis Delatraz, currently at the wheel, has done nearly 4.5 hours. So they've split it nicely between them, but we're not so far into the race yet that it's a problem. You can choose when you put your bronze or silver driver into the car, and quite frankly, I think I'd wait for it to get a little bit lighter than it is right now before I start heading in that direction.
Change over in the pit lane as well, as Ryan Marine has rejoined us and brings us this CrowdStrike pit lane report as the GT3 leader is in the lane.
That's right, Simon Mann brought the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari 296 in. He had built up a 16-plus second lead prior to relinquishing it to come in for this service, and his drive time is done. He's been replaced by Alessio Rovera, who has just climbed aboard a moment ago, and right now the fuel is going into that race car, and very soon they'll be putting a set of sticker Goodyear Eagles on the car. Now, it's not such good news for the sister car, the number 54, which has spent some time in the garage with a suspected driveline issue. Whatever the problem was, it has been dealt with because the car came out from the garage shortly after I got down here and has rejoined the fray, but has lost significant time. Pit stop for the 21 is complete, and the erstwhile leader rejoins the track now.
Welcome back to the pit lane, Ryan, and in this next segment of the race we will have the sunrise, of course. That is at 5:59, I think I wrote it down somewhere. Yeah, couldn't find that piece of paper. So this is where the track comes back to life in some respects. Very interesting, even just being around here in the TV compound, which is at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit. All is quiet, everything has gone still. Even lots of the cars here have disappeared. The track just chills down a little bit before people come back. Toyota in the pit lane is the number 8. It's the black car,
which was leading the race, but when the safety car withdrew, but then has had not quite the pace that it had earlier on. And that's what I was about to say to you, John, because it's been quite interesting. In the daytime yesterday when we started the race, the Ferraris all looked to have a little bit of a pace advantage. Johnny Molam called it a drivability advantage, that they could eke out 13 laps on their energy allocation, and B, they could do so at a speed that was going to keep them at the front of the field when they got there. However, when we got into the cooling off of the night, Porsche suddenly seemed to find their feet, and whether it was their tyres or whatever, Ferraris kept on the mediums, Toyota and Porsche went on to the soft tyre at that stage, and all of a sudden the Porsches just seemed to have control of the situation. And until that incident which brought the safety car out, it looked as though the number, and Joe Bradley was saying, the number 6 Porsche looks to just have the advantage. But then once the safety car had bunched the field up, all of a sudden there were cars right behind Lawrence Vantour, who was in the 6th car at the time. And as the morning has progressed and we've kind of got towards where we can look forward to that dawn, which is coming up in 45 minutes' time, all of a sudden the Ferraris are bubbling their way back to the top. So it's been a fascinating way, the way this... It's not just a swinging pendulum in 2 dimensions, but it's a swinging pendulum that kind of goes in 3 directions as it swings between Ferrari and Porsche and Toyota. But all of a sudden you're sort of thinking, well, what has happened to that number 8 Toyota? Because it was looking comfortably in the lead as we came out of that safety car period.
And who won and who lost in the safety car period? I know we try and make it as equitable as possible, but quite simply you can't. And it's not just about the 3 cars, it's about where you are on the track. As Yeti Fei comes into the pit lane, he will relinquish the lead for a moment at least to Miguel Molina. In fact, no, he won't, because he's
Molina
followed her in,
and
so is Matt Campbell.
Everybody is in, yes.
So now, does Jaminet come through and take the lead? Not so sure. Let's have a quick word with Simon Mann, who's just out of the car. Here's with Ryan down the pit lane.
Right, before he jumped out of the car, he was leading the class by about 16 seconds, Simon. So tell us, how is the Vista of Corsa Ferrari 296 running at this stage in the race?
Yeah, I think we're doing our race, which is what's important. Yeah, the car feels good. Team's doing a great job. We just have to keep chipping away at it. You can start to see some of the light, so that's always a nice feeling. But yeah, the car feels good, so we'll keep doing our race, and hopefully we're there at 4 o'clock today.
What are the emotions as the dawn does start to break off in the distance?
Oh, for sure, it's a big relief, because it means you made it through the night. For sure, it's not like in Daytona, for example, where you're almost at the end of the race. So we still have a long way to go. But for sure, that first sunlight on the Sunday morning is a nice relief.
Well past the halfway mark, so you've had a chance to assess your competition. Who else looks strong at LMGT3?
It seems to be the Porsche, I think it's a 92, and Lexus. Both Lexuses are really fast. So it's tough. Between those 3 cars, it's pretty tough. The Corvette's there too, so I don't know what's gonna happen. We just keep doing our race and we'll see.
Big smile on your face though when you talk about the competition. You love the fight.
Yeah, it's good fun. I had a nice stint. We were able to undercut, go ahead in the pits. So then we were able to create a gap. So yeah, it's good fun, but it's not easy.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Ryan down there, catching the drivers. Drivers are tending to run off very quickly this year. It's sort of been happening for the last few years, and the huge edifices at the back of the pit lane means that once they've gone, it's absolutely impossible to get a word with them. So well done to Ryan to pick off Simon Mann there. It's the first person I think we've spoken to from that team since the race started. Alessio Rivera then behind the wheel of the number 21 cars that headed back out.
You were asking about winners and losers, and in terms of the overall positions, then yes, number 6, the Porsche, was definitely a loser because it had a margin on the field, and of course that was squashed down completely. In the LMGT3 class, I have to say that one of the big winners was the Iron Dames. They were about to be...
That time they had some good luck.
They were about to be lapped and were, yeah, I mean, they were 3 minutes and 40 seconds behind the leaders. They managed by the skin of their teeth to stay on the lead lap. And Sarah Bovey is now in the Iron Dames car number 85, and she is currently running 5th in LMGT, 19 seconds behind the car in front of her, and just over a minute behind the overall class leader. So she's gained 2 minutes through the safety car procedure.
At the exit of the Daytona chicane, an errant bollard, one of the more substantial green ones actually, was knocked onto the track by the Inter-Europol. I think it was the 43, Nick Yellowly. Yes, it was. It has since been cleared, not obviously of its own volition, but a few drivers have been moving it around. And now we've got a double yellow there, so I thought that had been moved off the track. Nick De Vries carving his way through traffic down to Indianapolis at the moment. So a yellow at MP10, which is just before the first chicane, and Marshall's Post 11 is just through it.
And they've now been taken away.
Yeah, I think
that was just up to the marshals to cover the fact that a marshal was putting the bollard somewhere safe.
And that was really smart, because there was a couple of cars that just went through there, and then there was a long gap until the Kessel Racing Ferrari, which is arriving right now, 13th in class, the number 57 car, with Daniel Serra behind the wheel, comes on the scene. Let's go to Toyota, where Mike Conway is just out of his Toyota GR010, and Ryan Marine picks up another CrowdStrike interview for us.
And his is the number 7, which right now is running 11th, I believe. Actually, yeah, still 11th, with Nick De Vries now behind the wheel. Mike, you've been kind of chipping away at it all race long, just on the outside of the top 10 at the moment. How would you assess the run to this point?
Yeah, it's been quite a tough race, I would say. Really kind of been at the back, kind of struggling to stay on the lead lap, and then I think we got some luck with the safety car coming out at the right time, and luckily the leader was behind us, so we managed to cycle back. And yeah, it's definitely brought us back in the game a little bit, reset things, and car 8 is up there now as well. So yeah, it's been hard because we've not got great straight line speed, and yeah, just have to survive sometimes, but yeah, hanging in there.
The sister car, though, has run towards the front at times in this race by virtue of speed and or strategy. Does that give you some hope that if you could get there, that you might be able to run with some of the front runners?
Yeah, they've had good pace really all the way through. We've not really had good pace. So
what accounts for that, the difference between the cars?
Yeah, the balance seems a bit different. So yeah, just at times they've they've got a different balance to us. So yeah, not 100% sure why, but yeah, we'll try hang in there anyway, see what we can do.
Last thing for you, you had to sit this one out a year ago. As frustrating as it is, I'm sure it's still good to be back here at Le Mans.
Yeah, kind of, you quickly forget about it, but yeah. Here we are anyway, at the next one, so all good.
Best of luck the rest of the way.
Cheers, thanks.
Very tired sounding Mike Conway there. The fatigue levels directly and I think I would say directly proportionate, but inversely so, to how well the car is doing. Because if he jumped out of a second or third place Toyota, or maybe even a fifth place car like Ryo Hirakawa, his teammate is at the moment, I think he probably would sound a little more upbeat there. At the front of the field, the battles continue with the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6, Matt Campbell, that car that started at the back of the field, making a move in the second chicane, but then going too far into the chicane and right across the apex, and then having to let the Ferrari of Miguel Molina back through. That was just a moment or two ago. Whilst we were talking there, then how many are still on the lead lap at the front of the field, Paul? Is it down to the Mick Schumacher Alpine, or he's off the lead lap?
Yes, Mick Schumacher is the first car that is lapped by Yifei. The number of cars lapped is a bit of a moving target, because of course as the leading cars come into the pits, so they allow more cars onto the lead lap that weren't on the lead lap before, and that's why what Mike Conway was meaning about struggling to remain on the lead lap, but importantly they managed to get through on the safety car back onto the lead lap for them.
If you are following BMW, the number 31 car in the pit lane, Ryan is watching work going on, which is by no means a standard pit stop, Ryan.
Correct. They brought that car into the pits and didn't even bother to refuel it. They immediately pulled it back in the garage. They're looking at the right rear of the car, and I just saw a mechanic make the X sign with his arms, which is never a good sign, I think it's safe to say. Remember, the sister car, the 46, was a front runner in LMGT3, but it dropped out with a technical issue after a really strong start to the race. Hopefully nothing similar has befallen the 31, but I have to say the omens do not look terribly positive at this stage. Meanwhile, from the WRT prototype side of the camp, the number 15, which is the front running of the two BMW M Hybrid V8s, just came into the pits. It looks like it's Robin Freins who's climbing aboard. They put a full set of Michelin softs on that car, or they're about to, that is. It's been running on softs. They're about to put softs on again, just waiting on the energy replenishment, and otherwise a nominal pit stop for that machine. Actually, it's the number 20, excuse me, not the 15.
Thank you, Ryan. Just looking at the second page of timing and in the studio here, but you can of course follow along with Al Kamel. Get all the data that we see in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Listed on the timing screen as retirements, just one hypercar, and that's the 10-1, the Wayne Taylor Racing. I did hear Joe talking to Wayne Taylor earlier on. It's not been a banner year for Wayne, although he was excited to be here. The IMSA season has taken a while to get up and running, and they've not had great results there since returning to the Cadillac brand. We talked about Jem Bulakbasi and the Nielsen car, number 24 Pro-Am LMP2. Team WRT, the number 46 BMW, United Autosport, number 95 McLaren. That was Darren Young who ground to a halt with a driveline issue of some description on the far side of the circuit, and before even that, Lorcan Hannaford retired the Iron Lynx number 60 AMG with Gianmarco Leverato, and the Proton Competition Ford Mustang going out with a loose left rear wheel was the cause, not the effect, of that very scary looking accident when the car pitched sideways going through Tertre Rouge and ended up facing the traffic.
What's interesting with that list of retirements, John, is that of the 6 of them that you went, it was 6, wasn't it? Only 2 were crashes.
Yeah.
Now, in past years, we've seen mechanical reliability being quite high and accident damage, mechanical issues being quite low and accident damage being quite high. This year, I have to say, I mean, probably due to the weather, track conditions have been very, very good. But the cars have tended to, despite the busyness of the circuit, keep out of each other's way.
Yeah.
We've had numbers of little incidents, yes, but they've not been major crashes that have caused retirements, just the 2. The other ones have all been mechanical. And we, as you say, with Darren Young stopping out on the circuit, the other mechanical issues, there has been more attrition this year for that reason.
Nick de Vries has caught Jenson Button for 8th place as they go under the Dunlop Bridge and down into the Forest Esses. Traffic ahead of them and quite a clutch of traffic. Jenson loving life again. Managed to catch up with them this year. I normally have a chat with them down at Scrutineering, but for some reason I didn't manage to bump into him this year. The Cadillac Hertz Team Jota pair of cars, looking resplendent. Here's the WRT team video.
Tyre wasn't there, maybe got one oars. Sorry, Will. I don't think it's badly damaged, but there was just no kiss.
Copy that. So auto kill ready, stop on the board. Or guys, we just check the car, whether we touch the wall, and then we go again. If it's all okay. Auto kill ready, stop on the board.
Auto kill, interesting. I think that's what he said. I'm sure he didn't say auto cue, but so that was Yasser, the driver, Yasser Shaheen, the man behind the bend. Motorsport Park, what a fabulous facility. Wonder when we'll get ACO rules racing back there. That's certainly the plan. The conversation I had with Yasser at Scrutineering a week ago past Friday was that those conversations were ongoing in the background. And let's nip down to that area of the pit lane where Ryan has got some answers, we think. What do you know?
Let's see what Yasser Shaheen, he's out of the car. Crew is taking a look at the car right now. Yasser, what can you tell me about what has you guys in the garage?
Look, we went out for an outlap after fixing it after the rabbit incident, and could be anything from the car spraying more coolant or just a pickup on the car still there. Porsche curves, the car just ran wide and made a small amount of contact, but it doesn't feel like it's comfortable to drive, so we'll look through all the suspension again after the first repair, and then we'll decide whether it's worth going out again or not.
All right, sorry to see you in this situation, but good to see you still have a chance to smile a little bit.
Yeah, cheers, thanks.
So a rabbit incident as well earlier on for that car.
It was quite a significant impact, actually, and it cost them, I'm trying to remember, it was around half an hour, I think, in the pits when the car came in, which was a tragedy for the team, because having lost the Valentino Rossi car, they then had the disaster of having that car come into the pits as well. So it's been in the pits for 8.5 minutes. It was actually over an hour in the pits, being repaired after it hit the rabbit. It did a fair amount of damage, I think Joe Bradley managed to get right in there and was able to take some pictures of the incident, at least when the car came back.
He does like a rabbit pie, does
I didn't want to say that.
Yeah, he does. Rabbit and black pudding with a little bit of chopped onion in there and a proper pie crust. He does enjoy a bit of lapin, does Bradley. Ifeye leads by 4.7 seconds. Perguidi in second place with the number 51. Ferrari 499, Miguel Molina in the number 50. That's your top three. And then just another 1.2 seconds further back is Matt Campbell with Ryo Hirakawa right there now. So Campbell and Hirakawa battle rejoined between the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, the car that lost all its times, remember, from qualifying, and therefore started right at the back of the Hypercar field some 13 hours and 27 minutes and 9, 10, 11, 12 seconds ago. So 5 hours 27 and get that this the right way around. Yeah, 13 hours ago I got that the right way around. 10 hours and 32 minutes and 30 seconds to go. I was looking at the time in the morning. Hello to Jerry Z in Florida, just coming up to midnight. He said, this is the hardest part of the race for me. It's nearly midnight in Florida, but I can see flecks of light on the camera. We are starting to see the first vestiges of a lighter blue.
Quite a lot of information. Just at very high speed, I keep fire.
I've got to tell you, that's the calmest I've ever heard a driver. That was Alessandro Perguidi saying, at high speed I can see fire. Does he mean sparks or does he mean flames?
Or here just a barbecue on the campsite.
Well, indeed. And vibration as well.
That's a worry, because that's the leading red Ferrari, and the one that's actually going very well, because before you went to that, I was just looking at that battle that you were describing as Ryo Hirakawa and Matt Campbell close in upon one another, and Matt Campbell is not very far behind big old Molina in the number 50 car. So there's a good old battle going on there for third place between the 50, the 6 and the 8, Ferrari, Porsche and Toyota respectively. And then it's only another further 7 seconds down the road before you get Norman Nato coming into view with the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota.
Yeah, Jensen Button did lose that position to Nick de Vries for Toyota Gazoo Racing, then up into 7th and pulling away from the world champion, Formula 1 world champion. Matt Campbell's Porsche V8 engine singing away in the background as he goes through Tertre Rouge and heads onto the first part of the Ligne Droite Nadier, the Mulsanne Straight, with that little right-handed kink and down towards the first chicane. And it's there's definitely a little bit of lighter blue. It's kind of that inky blue at the moment in the sky. I love this time of day. And as I do the rotors, it's no surprise that I often end up at this time of the morning as the track is coming back to life. The sunshine not that far away. Some 29 minutes away. So if it's 29 minutes away and that's 5:59, that means it's 1/2 the hour and time for an update. Good morning to you all. It is just on 5:30 Central European Summertime. Good morning to Simon Hoff, who says there's another night without sleep while trackside at Le Mans. Well done, Simon, and all of you who have been in since the start. Here's how it stands in the classes. First of all, Le Mans GT3 TF Sport leading with Charlie Eastwood in the Corvette by 21 seconds from Alessio Rivera for Vista AF Corsa, the number 21 car. In third, Ryan Hardwick for Porsche and the Manthey First Form team, the blue car, the light blue car, that's the number 92. The two Acodis ESP Lexus going well. Arnaud Robin is ahead of his teammate Petru Umbarescu. They are separated by about 16 seconds and are 40, the better of them. Arnold Robin is 40 seconds away from the podium battle. 78 and 87 there. 6th position for Iron Dame, Sarah Bovey. Late replacement for Michelle Gatting when the car was dropped on her foot on Sunday at the test. Wishing the best to Michelle Gatting for a speedy recovery. That's your top 6 there. In LMP2, it's one of the Pro-Am cars at the lead. It's Louis Delatraz. EO by TF, the 199. That's Spike the Dragon, of course. And second place, EDEC Sports Matisse Jobert. 8.1 seconds in arrears. Esteban Masson is now behind the wheel of the number 48 LMP2 for VDS Panis Racing, excuse me. Into Europol's 43, Nick Yellowly still in the fight as well. That's in 4th position, another 24 seconds further back. Jonas Reed, Iron Lynx Proton in 5th position, and just pitting Chop von Uitet in the number 28 EDEC Sport car, but he'll be in and out before Mathieu Vax-Villiers for AF Corsa in the 183 comes around. And at the front of the field, it is Ferraris, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. They've shared this race with the 2 Works cars in the last 2 years, but at the moment, it's the number 83, the more yellow car, with Chinese driver Yi Fei behind the wheel. He leads by 7 seconds over Alessandro Perguidi in the number 51 Works Ferrari. The 50 car, Miguel Molina, another 16 seconds further back. Then it's Porsche and Matt Campbell, the number 6. Ryo Hirakawa not letting him get away, and that battle continues there. Just 3/4 of a second apart as they head through the chicane at Daytona. In 6th position is the best of the Cadillacs. It's the Hertz Team Jota number 12, the car which started on pole position 13.5 hours ago. We have still got 12 hypercars on the lead lap, down to Porsche Penske Motorsport number 4, Felipe Nasser in that car. The leaders have completed 217 laps, and it's 5:34 Central European summertime here at Le Mans. Now, we can only go by the numbers that we are given by the ACO and the FIA, and incredibly, track temperature is still listed at 21.6 Celsius, and this might explain why we're seeing a little bit more pace out of the cars with the air temperature at 16.2 Celsius. Straight to the pit lane, and Ryan Marine.
Top 2 in LMP2 are in. These are the leaders in their respective subclasses as well. From the overall lead of the LMP2 category, we just saw Dane Cameron come in, gave way to PJ Hyatt. That's the AO by TF, Spike the Dragon, Orica. Meanwhile, for EDEC Sport in the Genesis Magma Racing entry, Matisse Jobert, the Frenchman, just climbed out. Andre Lauderer has climbed aboard, bringing his veteran experience to that crew. Really clean stop for the AOITF team. Spike roaring as he leaves the pit box, and very soon giving chase will be the 18 with Andre Lauderer now installed as well. We already saw the sister car in on the previous lap, and that was another clean stop. Tires for all 3, which were running in the top 3 prior to this sequence of pit stops.
Great sound from those Gibson engines as they're gunned off the line. I mentioned that conditions are good. They are very good indeed, and particularly for Toyota Gazoo Racing, with Nick de Vries Paul in the number 7 car in 8th position, trying to chase down Kevin Magnussen for BMW's M-Team WRT, the Shell car, the number 15. New fastest lap of the race.
3:27.370, yes. I can't say I'm surprised. Nick de Vries is a very rapid driver. He's got nothing to lose. You heard how downbeat Mike Conway, his co-driver, was when we heard from him a little while ago. And so Nick is, as I say, nothing to lose. He might as well drive the wheels off the car. And he just set the fastest lap of the race. It is the right time of the day for the fast laps to be set for about another hour, I think, before the temperature starts to rise. Track condition is perfect. The rubber has been going down all night and improving the grip. We saw a couple of fastest laps set in the middle of the night. One just after 12:30. The other one was set then. It was Earl Bamber just after 12:30. And then Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8 Toyota set a fastest lap of what was his time? 3:27.8 to be the fastest. So it's the right time of day.
Penalty for Proton Competition, and Neil Yanni will have to serve a 5-second time penalty at the next pit stop. So don't have to come in especially for that. That was a pit stop infringement for the Proton Porsche 963. In and out for the mighty 38, Jenson Button. Looked like he might have got a new set of tyres there for JP as he went out. Dave Alcock, morning David. Don't know if it's the headlights, track illumination or camera technology, but the night session didn't seem as dark as usual. The image seemed brighter. The drivers are finding this.
There are some extra lights around the circuit, I'm told, this year, which does help.
I think it was just the relative lack of cloud overnight. It was quite clear, but bizarrely the temperature just hasn't dropped. But I know what you mean, Dave. I'm watching the pictures now. We're still 10-15 minutes away from sunup, and it's getting light very quickly. But it's the right time of year for that, of course, Paul. That's why we're doing this at this time of year. And we've got an LMP2 car moving slowly. Oh dear, this is the Genesis Magma number 18 that's just been in the pit lane. Andre Lotterer, 3 wheels on his Magma. The right rear is not attached. That was his outlap. They came in with the AO by TF Spike, the Dragon, and he is just between the 2 chicanes, nearer to the second chicane. He's not going to get that home from there on the diff. So that car is out of the race after showing well and being right at the sharp end, running in the top 3 until that last pit stop. This is the time of day. It's fast, yes, for the drivers, but the fatigue can set in, and it might just have been a little bit of finger trouble there with that wheel and Goodyear Eagle tyre going on the right-hand side. It's now departed, and there's utter dejection down in the garage because they know that that car is not coming back, and any kind of outside assistance here at Le Mans, Paul, means you're out. No, it's different here at Le Mans. Just a reminder, this is the Grand Prix of endurance, and therefore, unless the driver can fix it, it's all over. If you stop out on the circuit, you can't get a tow back, you can't get assistance. The Goodyear tyre was rubbing against the right rear bodywork and sits, fortunately, well out of harm's way. Actually, that I think is out. That's come off at the second chicane, whereas where's the car come to a halt?
He's just past the second chicane, just at the kink.
Right. Yeah.
So
slow zone coming, Paul.
It all makes perfect sense, and they not only have to move Andre Lotterer's car, but although the wheel out of harm's way, it's not completely out of harm's way. So it does need to be recovered as well.
7 Toyota Gazoo Racing in the pit lane. Nick de Vries was, I think, was out of that car there, wasn't he?
That was de Vries getting out, and Mike Conway getting in.
Yeah.
It had been quite a long stint from Nick, to be fair to him. Just going back to the Jenson Button pit stop, I would be surprised if they did give him new tyres, unless they sent him out on old ones, because I think they were probably just the same set, and they had a spare set just in case lying by the side of the car there.
And that is confirmed by Ryan Andre Lotterer having to use all of his experience there. He tried to keep out the way. He must have known that something was wrong, and the wheel flicked off just as he was being passed by another car, actually. And they had to take to the gravel trap at the second chicane. The marshals now, well done to Lotterer, because he's managed to get it into neutral. Just showing how stiff these cars are. The right rear is nowhere near touching the ground, even without the wheel and tyre on it. Whether it was pit stop time or not, I am not sure, but Paul will look through. But in the pits, the AF Corsa number 183 LMP2, United Autosports Renger van der Zande in the 22, TDS Racing in the 29, Clement Novalak, and Iron Lynx Proton, Jonas Reed, as well as both of the Algarve Pro Racing, Theo Porcher and Alex Quinn in the pit lane.
All due pit stops anyway.
And Charlie Eastwood from the lead of GT3 as well.
So, yes, all of those due pit stops anyway. And so, although the slow zone is an opportunity to box and save a bit of time, it only saves time if you come in anyway. If you were coming in anyway, because the strange thing with slow zones is that some of them are longer than others, and the benefit of stopping behind a slow zone only comes really if you get two consecutive ones on two different parts, or either on two different parts of the track, or two neighbouring slow zones. But this is just a single slow zone 5, or are they doing 4
and 5?
Okay, they are doing 4 and 5.
So they've extended it back, so it's all the way from the entry to the Daytona chicane, now to the exit of Mulsanne Corner. And we should say the reason for the slow zones being different lengths is the track is broken up into various slow zones, and they are designed so that as you are coming into a braking area, so for example at Marshall Post 11 into the Daytona chicane, the first chicane, the one that goes right first on the long straight, that will be the start. The end will be in an acceleration zone. So they are in natural areas where you slow down to start with and speed up afterwards.
And Miguel Molina in the number 50 Ferrari has done exactly what I was saying. We get two slow zones together, then it becomes worth coming in. They've come in after a 9-lap stint, so they weren't due in.
Interesting.
But they've come in anyway. Ditto Ryo Hirokawa with the number 8 Toyota.
And they've changed drivers in that car, in the number 8 car.
Not surprising, because Rio had done a triple stint, all but 2 laps. So they brought the car in after 10 laps rather than 12. Rio actually had been in the car a lot longer than that, because he got into the car just before the safety car came out, which seems like a long time ago now, but when was it? It was 2 hours ago when the safety car came out, just after 10 past 3. And it's now 5:45, so it's 2.5 hours ago the safety car came out. So Rio has been in the car since then, so it makes sense for him to get out now. And we'll see whether the Ferrari number 50 ends up actually making up any ground as a result of the slow zones.
It's Nicholas Nelson in the number 50 car. Seb Buemi jumped in to Toyota number 8. So Ferrari F course number 50, Nicholas Nelson, Sebastian Buemi in the 8 Toyota. Porsche Penske now second with Matt Campbell. Phil Hansen has taken out the AF Corsa number 83. So Ifeye has vacated the seat. Norman Nato in the Cadillac Hertz Team Toyota number 12. So those are the cars at the sharp end of the field. Julian Andlau still in the Porsche. Number 5. Kevin Magnussen has been in and out. Mike Conway, despite only recently taking over that car, has had a splash of fuel at the very least. I presume they gave him new Michelin tyres. And we're seeing now whole hosts of pit stops right through the field, because basically we've got 2/3 of the Mulsanne Straight now under slow zone conditions, and that's because we have got a track services vehicle, a snatch tractor, basically out there. Now down at Proton and the Ford Mustang, they are doing a brake change on the front end. What I didn't see is whether it was discs and pads or just pads. I would think the latter. Only caught the second part of that. Ryan Marine is in the pit lane, and I'm sure he will go and ask. I only saw them finishing on the left-hand front, Ryan. I know you're listening in. Peugeot in the pit lane as well is the Loic Duval-driven Peugeot Total Energies 9X8 number 94. And with a little help from its friends, the sad sight of the E-Deck Genesis Magma car being lifted very carefully and gently through one of the orange overlaps. Now the Peugeot team going to work with new Michelin tyres on that number 94 car in the pit lane. Slight recalcitrance to the right front coming off, and something going on underneath the wheel arch on the left front of that car. Now that tyre's not gone back on, so what's going on there? Have they got a rubber build-up behind the front wheel? Could be. So a few little questions to be answered here.
Race leader comes in as well, Alessandro Pierguidi. This will almost certainly be a driver change as well. So
is this a tad early, or is this on time?
It is one lap early.
Okay.
So again, taking advantage of the fact that the slow zone is slowing everybody's pace down sufficiently to mean that the time lost in the pits, I mean, you're getting 90% of a tank full, so it's still worth doing. And
Why?
it is indeed.
Sorry, Paul, come on.
Yeah, it is indeed James Collado getting in, so that is Pierguidi out, Collado in for the number 51.
What's Matt Campbell's status there? Because he's staying out. They're, what, 9-10 laps into a stint. They've gone around again, and not sure what they feel that they're gaining from this. Just coming into the pit straight now. Surely they'll pit this time for Porsche Penske Motorsport, or they're staying on their strategy. No, they're staying on their strategy. Campbell has stayed out and will therefore take the lead of the motor race with everyone else in the pit lane. There is another lead change on the track, and Matt Campbell from the back of the grid has once again put the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 number 6 in the lead. Down and away for the number 51 Ferrari. Into the pits for Norman Nato. He'll pit from 4th position with all those pit stops. And this slow zone still in effect, as the E-Deck Genesis Magma was craned away with Andrea Lotterer on board as the right rear wheel parted company, and looks like it was the number 15 BMW, Kevin Magnussen, who had to avoid that wheel and tyre, go through the gravel. And that car has been in the pits last time around. That also on an out lap now.
I'm always fascinated by situations like this, because I never know whether teams are making these decisions at the last minute, or whether they've thought about it beforehand and said, under what conditions will we box? And do we have windows to consider, such as when we've completed 8 laps, 9 laps, 10 laps, and there are 2 slow zones on the circuit? You go green again,
which we just have done, and Matt Campbell's due in this time or next time around. He's mired in a huge line of traffic, some of which are people coming out the pits, quite a lot of which are people coming out of the pits actually, and they did not make their scheduled pit stop as they had the opportunity so to do. Now they're lost out under safety car, you were telling me earlier on.
Yes.
When they had built up a lead.
Yeah, that was through no fault of their own.
Indeed,
really.
indeed so.
Normally, only just by the way that safety cars work. This one, as you said, they had the choice to come in, and for whatever reason, the choice was not to. And as I say, it was Howden Haynes, H, who said to me a long time ago, any decision made on the pit wall is never a good decision. You want to try and make all your decisions before you get to that stage.
Yeah, absolutely right. The gap is just 3 seconds between Matt Campbell and Phil Hansen, who did do a stop. He took over the AF course number 83 from EFA, of course. Let's take a CrowdStrike update from the pit lane. We set Ryan a couple of different questions to answer, but Peugeot was one of them and the Ford Mustang was the other. What can you tell us?
Well, not a whole lot, because actually that was what I was trying to check in to ask you. I've got a request in for the information from the Ford camp to get to the bottom of what was going on with the with that brake change, and then I missed what the other one was, but now I know it's Peugeot, so we'll go check on that in a moment. I was trying to set up an interview with Charlie Eastwood, who had just got out of the TF Sport Corvette, but he pointed out that he hadn't slept in quite a while and only had maybe an hour or so of sleep, and so I decided it might be best to let him go get his rest, considering how well the run has gone to this point for them. And Tom Van Rompuy, who was absolutely fantastic in the qualifying session that got them through to Hypercar, he's in the car right now and knocking out some of the last of his drive time at this stage. Anyway, I'll go try and track down answers to your questions.
Just before you knock that mic off, how are you enjoying your time in the pit lane at Le Mans as part of the CrowdStrike pit lane team, Ryan?
Well, words fail me, which
That's
is unfortunate because I'm paid for that not to happen, at least allegedly. But look, it's just the magnitude of the event. It's fantastic. The atmosphere has been tremendous. Walking through this paddock, it's been such a chore because there's so many people here, and I love it. I love the fact that you have to fight your way through the throngs. It tells you that you're at an event of monumental significance, and it is a truly special privilege to be here talking with you guys.
And we're loving having you here, Ryan. Thank you very much indeed. We'll miss Ryan as part of our IMSA coverage next weekend because he's heading off to Formula E, one of the mere 223 different championships that he seems to be popping up on at the moment. A very busy lad, and delighted that we were able to add him to 2025 squad. He's been a great asset, and it's been fun having him around. Still some 10 hours and 5 minutes of this race to go. You get the sense that there's still plenty of headlines to write. Battles still going on, including for 6th place in Le Mans GT3, where Mattei Drudi has Clement Schmidt for Akkodis sitting in behind him, and that is the 27 Aston Martin and the Akkodis Lexus number 87. Good morning to Drew Adamson. A lot of cables. Hello, Drew Adamson, who is iRacing Special Events. He says a lot of cars on pit lane look like they have a pair of jump cables attached to the rim or the mirror of the car. What's that for? That is to ground out the car when they are refueling, mainly, Drew, just to make sure that there's it mitigates static electricity and any issues whilst they are fueling. And a couple of you, including Ian McCarthy and Dave Alcock, saying they definitely saw a brake disc as well as the pads on the front left hand side of the Proton Mustang. 3 minutes to official sunrise, and we'll get those great shots of the sun coming up behind the Dunlop Bridge as we approach 6 o'clock in the AM, Central European summer time.
Matt Campbell, I think, coming into the pits at the end of this lap, John. He's just coming into the Ford.
Will that be a 13-lap stint?
It will be a 12 if he comes in at the end of this one. And the car has done 13, and with the slow zone, he may be able to eke another lap out of it, and he's choosing to do exactly that. So
I think he has to, because, well, I was going to say, he'll want to make the best advantage of the light car. A moment or two ago, a run on at Mulsanne. There seemed to be more than it usually there. That was Tristan Vautier in the CLX Pure racing car. About Matt Campbell, I was thinking he was trying to gain back some of the time that they have given up by not pitting under that slow zone, but Phil Hansen is actually catching him. It's down to 2.6 seconds now, the gap at the front.
It's interesting because again, there's two views on what you do with strategy here. Do you try and be different from everybody else in order to try and gain an advantage, or do you copy everybody else in order that they don't gain an advantage over you by doing whatever they're doing?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And as I say, there are two schools of thought, and it depends how likely safety cars are, how likely the neutralizations are, as to which of those views happen. It was interesting, when we came to the first set of pit stops after the safety car had been removed, people had obviously come in at slightly different times during the safety car, but what we saw was some different length stints under the safety car. For example, Alessandro Pierguidi under the safety car only did 14 laps, whereas Ye Fei in number 83 did 15 laps. Lawrence Vantour in the Porsche number 6 did 15 laps. Ryo Hirakawa did 16 laps. So they seem to be copying each other at that stage. But now Penske have made the decision to push Matt Campbell, keep him out through the slow zone, the double slow zone, and now because of the fuel saved or the energy saved during that double slow zone, he's able to stay out for 13.
At 14 Celsius at the moment here at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit as we head through into the early morning. Check that, actually, it's 16.2. I'm telling you complete lies at the moment. As we look forward into Sunday, a high of 25, sunshine and a little bit of cloud, still showing that 25% chance of showers as we run to the checkered flag at 4 o'clock. Exactly 10 hours still remain in the 93rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our Sacred Coffee breakfast time in the early morning here at Le Mans. I've not yet had my morning brew. I'm saving it, like many up and down this pit lane, sort of keep the caffeine intake down in the week beforehand. Phil Hansen has overtaken Matt Campbell as Matt peeled into the pit lane. So that's yet another lead change, albeit on the pit stop cycle. So it's now AF Corsa as back in the lead as that Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6 comes to a halt in front of our Ryan Marie.
And Matt Campbell has hopped out, so his stint is complete. The Penske crew going to work right now, putting the fuel in and also installing a new driver. Didn't quite catch who it was. I was making my way down here still, so you guys can tell me when he trips the beacon at the exit of the pit lane. We think it's Kevin Estra. That would check out. It was a pretty lanky frame climbing aboard, so I'm willing to go along with it. Big day, of course, here for the captain, Roger Penske. This car started at the back, of course, and is charged forward. And Roger is here, which gives you an idea of just how important this race is to him. His IndyCar team is racing just outside of St. Louis. His NASCAR team is racing in Mexico City, but Roger is here in France, watching on. This is the jewel in the crown that has eluded him to this point, but the number 6 looking to change that here at the end of the day.
The 6 is the car with the white pinstripes. I'd say what's very interesting to me is, and I'm not sure what's happened with this, whether somebody's been out with a big can of bug spray, but the fronts of the cars are nowhere near as dirty as I was expecting them to be, and the mechanics and engineers who put on the windscreen tear-off sheets have done a great job. How many are left, I'm not sure, but the car's looking pretty good nick at the moment.
Yeah, there was only a short period when the bugs were a problem.
Yeah.
From about 6 until 8 or 6 until 9. And
I heard Johnny Molan talk about them having to wipe the back wings so that they didn't sort of build up and make an additional gurney flap.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was on the gurney flap, so if it was a rear, it depends whether you had a gurney flap on your rear wing or not. But it was those wings that had a vertical element to them was where the bugs were hitting and ruining the profile and spoiling the airflow over the gurney flap.
Just to confirm, it was the red and white helmet in the red and white Porsche. Kevin Estre back out in that car, and it's Neil Yanni who's continued in the Proton competition, entered 963, the number 99 in 14th position, and Nick Damon has joined us in the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. Good morning, love.
Morning, everyone. I'm replete after my 3.5 hours, I think, in the fabulous Q8. You see, that's where you need a car that big when you're trying to get a kip at Le Mans. So that's absolutely front and centre of all the advertising. Well, I left the race in a good condition. You kind of ruined it. We had double slow zones, yellow flags, a complete safety car, and several more garage doors shut than I remember.
Well, I don't know. We've added one recently. Andrea Lotter as Edex Sport lost its right rear wheel and Goodyear tyre when he was on an out lap.
I don't remember the 101 being broken when I went to bed.
Okay, right. What was that, Paul, for the 101?
For the Wayne Taylor Cadillac. It stopped out on the circuit with Philippe Albuquerque at the wheel, and he had a complete loss of drive. Wayne Taylor suggested to Joe that it was an engine problem, but whether it was engine or ancillary, we don't really know. But it was a very downbeat and disappointed Wayne Taylor. That is the only hypercar that has retired.
Kevin Magnussen trying to make up some ground at the moment on Kevin Estre. Thank you, Nick. Back to you in a wee moment. And this is a great 3-car battle at the moment. Norman Nato, Kevin Estre just out of the pits, so trying to warm up his Michelin tyres, and Kevin Magnussen, Cadillac, Porsche, BMW, 5th, 6th and 7th for the 12, 6 and 15, coming to the end of the lap now, through into the side of the grandstands, which are beginning just to fill up. Even when I was coming in a little bit over an hour ago, there was the beginnings of the smells of breakfast beginning to be prepared. That wonderful smell of cooking sausage and bacon. Another new fastest lap, this time by Nicholas Nielsen. Thank you, Paul. In the number 50 Ferrari. This battle now climbing up the hill through traffic under the Dunlop Bridge. And Kevin Estre has weathered the storm and managed to hold off Kevin Magnussen for the time being. 3 cars in just over 3 seconds. Norman Nato, Kevin Estre, Kevin Magnussen. Ollie Jarvis is doing a good job according to his team and saving some fuel. The Robin Frines BMW number 20 is in the pit lane. And there must have been something being looked at as well from race control for the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing Teal Porsche. Whatever it was, it's been cleared. No further action. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Now, you see, you were talking to us about leaving everything in a good situation, and what are you going to tell me now?
Well, with the 54, one of the Vista Racing's become Miller. Lamborghini, Ferrari 290. I think it's quite red. But Davide Rigon's just out the car. Davide, there's a lot of hugging going here. I take it, therefore, the car's being retired.
Yeah, we decided to retire it. We were going very well until 1 hour ago, and then we had the FIA sensor. From what I understand, that will start to have a spike, and either we get a big penalty or either we stop the car. So we tried to fix it. It was longer than expected, I think. Now we check the data, but was not a problem of. Looks like not a problem of the car, but it was the FIA sensor that give the power, the BOP power. And nothing bad, because 1 week here, we prepared this race, I think in 1 year. I want to thank the team, because we really work well. We have a good car today. We really enjoy to drive. Together with Francesco and Thomas, we were doing very good job. It's like this. I think podium was possible today. Now we need to give up. Yeah, like this.
That must be incredibly frustrating. You're retiring because of a sensor problem that's not of your own making.
Yeah. It's a rules. It's like this. We need to stay on the rules. Honestly, it's the first time that happens to us. We don't know. Now we need to investigate. It was too many laps. We were 7 laps behind now, and it was not possible to make any point. We were 1/10 slower, 1/10 faster. It's impossible to recover so much, even if it's 10 hours to go. But like this, frustrating. But we think for next now.
Federico, thank you for speaking to us, and very bad luck. That's the VistaJet 54, a victim of the rules in many ways.
And an update on the 77 Proton Ford Mustang that had that brake change, and I also thought they had only done the left-hand side, but the official word out of the Ford camp is that they changed both front brake assemblies, and in fairness, I got there kind of late, so perhaps one side got done ahead of the other, and I did see 2 sets of brake assemblies sitting spare in the garage afterwards, so chances are that they did do that, and the word is as well that this was planned, so I think they just were trying to take advantage of the slow zone to get some of that work done. They felt like they needed to do it around this time anyway. Might as well do it when at least part of the track is neutralized.
Nick Damon, then Ryan Marine, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. A quick in and out for the Iron Dame. Sarah Bovey brought the car into the pit lane, full service. Oh, and contact a moment or two ago. Porsche on Porsche. Works Porsche on the Proton number 99 at Mulsanne. And the 99 in the hands of Neil Jani. And so who was that coming through? That car already a lap down, and is that the...
It's the 311 Cadillac.
Oh, it's the Cadillac. I thought it was a red Porsche. Thank you, Paul. I was trying to work out what colours I was seeing there. So that would be Fred Vesti in that car. We do have a Porsche in the pit lane in the shape of Felipe Nasser in the number 4 car, getting service. Michelin tyres laid out, but are they going to change them? They're having a good look at the medium tyres, which are back on that car.
Should be fuel only for Nasser, because he's just come to the end of his first stint of this shift. Car fell back a little bit with a couple of drive-through penalties earlier on in the race. One when Nick Tandy was at the wheel, another when Pascal Wehrlein was driving. And note to students of strategy, which is what I'm trying to do, Matt Campbell is now in 6th place. Before the double slow zone, he was in 4th place.
Right.
And that's taking into account everybody having had one pit stop in that time to refuel. So I think it was probably the right decision to do what everybody else did, and somebody at Porsche maybe had a perfectly good reason, and maybe it would all turn right for them in the end. But it's lost them a couple of positions based purely on the race positions at the moment and the way they were before that double slow zone.
Just going back to Davide Rigon and the VistaJet 54 Ferrari. What he was talking about there is the mandatory torque sensor on the drive shafts of the GT3s and indeed the hypercars. They are all from the same manufacturer and they are common to IMSA and to the World Endurance Championship. Not unheard of to have had problems. We had a failure a couple of seasons back where Toyota had to change a drive shaft at Portimao, and that cost them 21 minutes in the pit lane from memory. They are very robust. It sounded though to me as though he was saying that it hadn't failed, but it was giving out spurious information, and it's watched in real time.
Yes, but it's the same thing, isn't it?
Well, yes, I suppose
it's giving
so.
out spurious information, then it's failed.
Yes, true. The earlier issue that I was talking about with Toyota, that had actually stopped sending information altogether, although it was still being recorded on the car's data recorder. But of course, the powers that be couldn't see it in real time and therefore asked for it to be changed. I think the issue with what Davide Rigon was saying was that they were told that they were using too much power, and they went to look to the car to see what could have been causing that, and of course we couldn't find anything because it wasn't, and that cost them all the time. So exceptionally bad luck for them.
Just going through Nick's closed doors, as he was describing, and one that I don't think we officially said that I don't think we said it has been officially retired, is the number 31 Bend BMW, which came into the pits having had the rabbit incident and then went out, did a lap, and has since come back in again. And we heard that they probably wouldn't go back out again, but they have now confirmed themselves as retirements.
So the only hypercar is the Wayne Taylor Cadillac 101 as listed as an official retirement. We know we're going to get the 54 Vista AF Corsa once the paperwork goes in, and everyone else is bar Nielsen Racing, which had that incident at Tertre Rouge, the number 24 LMP2. All the rest of the retirements are GT3 cars, including the Ben Team WRT, Yasser Shaheen. After the Rabbit, they still had some issues, that car out. So that is both Team WRT cars out, with Kelvin van der Linde earlier on in the number 46. Daryl Young for United Autosports, powertrain issue in the McLaren number 95. Iron Lynx, Lorcan Hannafin in the AMG number 60, and Proton Competition Gianmarco Leverato with a loose left rear wheel that pitched him into a lurid slide and ultimately into the barriers at Tertre Rouge. Now here come the penalties for the last slow zones, and one of them is significant. It's PJ Hyatt's AO by TF number 199 car that has been right at the sharp end of LMP2, the purple Dragon livery. So that will be a drive-through. Also somewhat less impactful in terms of the overall. Lucas Stoltz for Iron Lynx in the number 63 GT3. The AMG sitting in 54th position is the last of the running cars at the moment. And by the way, Valentin Asclot, Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston, is in the pit lane for service at the moment. One of just two cars in the pit lane. The Job van Uyted Edex Sport number 28 also taking service.
Yeah,
right now.
the Spike the Dragon Orica, the 199 PJ Hypercar, has very nearly a lap lead in the Pro-Am class. It's over 2 minutes. So I think they'll be able to do that drive-through penalty without losing the lead of the Pro-Am class. They're currently 5th in the standings as far as LMP2 is concerned, but I don't think that's their target. Their target is very much Pro-Am honours.
Problem for the number 99 Proton Porsche at Arnage. Neil Jani had a little lock up, half a spin there, and sets off again. Another Porsche went by him. One of the works cars. They've had a quiet Le Mans, haven't they? The Proton competition car, one of just 2 cars in the World Cup now that Jota have been for the last, this is their 4th race as a works team. And the privateer element of Hypercar being diluted by all the works entries at the moment, but the initiative announced yesterday for the Asian Le Mans Series looking to reverse that trend.
I'm a big fan of the Proton 99 car. It's a boring white Porsche.
Yeah,
it's the
white
closest.
Green, yeah, absolutely.
It's the closest we've got to one. And you said the words perfectly there, John, because it has not drawn attention to itself up until now, and kept out of most people's way, and just got on quietly with the business of doing endurance racing.
Now I just went straight in on Nas with the vibration. It's too much vibration.
That's a very bumpy braking area into Arnage. Remember, we've seen this before down there, and he's getting a lot of vibration as well. It's just to finish off that point for the Asian Le Mans Series. They will accept Hypercar entries from non-works teams with, one presumes, some form of Pro-Am driver entry. Now, Ferrari, there are known to be a couple of customers for Ferrari in that part of the world, but AF Corsa would still have to run them. And Ferrari have told a number of people, including me, several times, that the 499p is not a car that can be run by a private team. So yes, you can buy a Ferrari, but you need to buy into AF Corsa to run it for you. So Ferraris possibly. Porsche have sort of said, I need to grab Urs Karatel about this, that they actually can't see that they would supply any further customers with 963s. So not sure what their stance would be out in the Asian Le Mans Series. So it might just be a Ferrari category. Certainly no Cadillacs, no Aston Martin Valkyries from Hartner Racing for a short amount of time, at least. BMW, no, they've not shown any interest or talked about it. Alpine, see above comment, and Peugeot the same. So Asian Le Mans Series and Hypercars might be a bit of a Ferrari Cup and more work for Amato Ferrari. So just add 2 or 3 more cars perhaps. The draw for that, as always, Paul, is the potential of an entry to Le Mans for winning the championship. And in a ever more crowded scenario for here at Le Mans, where 62 cars for the moment at least is still the upper limit, and where we've got as many hypercars as we can have in the WEC getting automatic entries, that might be a way into Le Mans. It's a question of whether you can get a manufacturer to give you a car and who would run it for you, or to sell you a car.
Well, yes, and if you are, how do I put it, sufficiently wealthy to be able to do that, is that the way that you would choose to go motor racing, or would you choose to go in one of the other categories and maybe get more value for money, because you're undoubtedly buying a very expensive yacht there when you might be just as happy with a slightly less expensive canal boat.
Yep. I'll have my cabin cruiser, thank you very much
Yeah.
indeed. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ferrari have done a great job in selling their track-only versions of the 499. I think they're into the mid-20s of those now, believe it or not. Can't race them anywhere, they're not homologated, but unbelievable. Now, the other problem is that here at Le Mans in the WEC, and Right Turn Lovers just popped this up as well, and this is what I was going to come to next, and I hadn't realised that I hadn't actually, I had realised, I just forgot. You're not allowed bronze drivers in Hypercar. However, they will be mandated in the Asian Le Mans series. So if you do win your way to Le Mans, then you can't actually drive the car that you've bought and entered to get your entry.
Unless they create a new subclass, as in LMP2, where you have a Pro-Am
yeah,
subclass.
Suppose so.
You could have a Pro-Am subclass. But I don't know, I think sometimes it happens with all creative people. They have a lot of great creative ideas, and then sometimes you think, actually, no, that's not such a great creative idea. I don't know, you can think of examples over the years, but one that springs to mind, John Webb was a great source of creative ideas at Brands Hatch in the 1970s, 1980s, and was the man behind the whole idea of putting Formula Ford onto the circuit. He had something which was called, there was a Formula Talbot which ran for a while, went nowhere. Back in the 60s, I think he invented F100, which was a Firestone tired sports car series. And again, that went nowhere. But that's not to take anything away from John Webb's creativity. But you have to accept that some of your great ideas aren't so great, and the ACO is doing an awful lot. And somebody else was saying earlier yesterday, that the great thing about Le Mans or the ACO is that a lot of the money being made is being invested back into the circuit.
Yeah.
And that is a good thing. But as I say, there's a limit to what you can do new.
Michi asks, does the LMS Hypercar expansion, the Asian Le Mans Series expansion rather, come with extra Le Mans slots for the Asian Le Mans Series, ASLMS teams? Well, they already get some. Whether they will get extra or whether they'll just be split among with the extra class. I think that problem that we've just mentioned, that if you went through as a bronze driver right now, you could come here and drive. And Le Mans is a very specific circuit, and they've been excluded in the past and for safety reasons. So what does that say? I don't know. Now, there's obviously, this is the answer to a question of, we want to go hypercar racing in the Asian Le Mans series, but who's asked that question, and what would be the take-up? Because if it's only going to be 2 or 3 cars, it's not worth the effort, is it? Let's be quite honest. And this, I'm not criticising, but it needs to be a meaningful class if you go there. Otherwise, what will happen, in fact, it even still may happen like this, is that you'll get offshoots of the manufacturers going to do it under different names anyway, because of what I said earlier on. These cars are very, very complicated cars to run, and in some cases contain proprietary software.
Another fastest lap of the race, whilst that discussion is happening, just to make a note, Nicholas Nielsen already set fastest lap of the race a couple of 3 laps ago. Car number 50 has now put in a further improvement at 327.095, 327.095, which is, we'll see what the fastest lap of the hypercar is around Le Mans.
Well, while Paul does that, the battle for the lead in LMGT3 is going through Tertre Rouge, and it's Ferrari versus Porsche, being passed by hypercars at the moment. And Nick Damon can update us on a couple of recent pit stops.
Yeah, we've seen the AO by TF spike P2 twice, once trundling down doing the the drive-through penalty for the yellow flag infringement, and once just for fuel. We've also seen the 38 with Jenson Button coming in and starting another stint. We're obviously about a stint since we had the slow zone, because everyone is preparing. See that all three of the Hypercar Ferraris are preparing to come in over the next couple of laps. All mechanics out in the standing on the edge of the apron as well. So we're going to get a flurry now of stops of all types. We've got that sort of period since the last kind of collective stop they all make.
Thank you, Nicholas. Dave Alcock says, not wanting to be negative about privateer hypercars in Asian Le Mans Series, but we've got at least 6 more hypercars coming to the WEC and therefore Le Mans in the next 3 years. With a 62-car grid, where is the space coming from on the grid, or do we lose LMP2s? Well, we've got a new LMP2 category coming as well, so I suspect, no, we're not losing LMP2s, Dave. I suspect some of the spaces will have to be, the automatic entries will have to be rationalised. Battle down at Mulsanne between Toyota number 8 and the Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen right behind him. So that's Buemi and Nielsen. And Jesse Young says the other concern of adding hypercars to Asian Le Mans Series is it becomes potentially a bigger draw for some competitors in which to partake in that series. I think that's why they're doing it. That's not a concern for them. However, Jesse points out it could hurt other big endurance races around their calendar season, like the Dubai 24 Hours and the Bathurst 12 Hours. Now, they are both GT3 top-class races, and I suspect it would be a different type of competitor and certainly team and manufacturer that would be in those. But I do take your point, Jesse, that early part of the year is very, very congested, and it's made worse next year by where Ramadan is, and the fact that the WEC have committed to being in Qatar for the prologue and the first round, and that is part of their contract with the Lusail circuit. And as we were discussing with the president of IMSA earlier on, John Doonan, they do work hard to do this, but there are certain things that are set in stone. Nick Damon, more pit stops.
Yeah, the 83 has arrived, the yellow AF Corsa run Ferrari rather than Ferrari AF Corsa. No driver change from Phil Hanson. There was a major problem though, and that's that the lollipop man's broken his lollipop. The 83 bit has fallen off the end of the, so it doesn't dangle anymore. He's holding it now rather sweetly. That's a major repair on the lollipop for the 83 at the next stop. We've had Mike Conway in the 7 already. He's obviously benefiting greatly from the yellow flags. He's actually in competition. Now the 8 stopping to my left. That's the car that is currently running 3rd place, which is beyond Toyota's wildest dreams before the safety car. The 50 cars come to a halt. This is also getting a clean up and a bit of fuel. Again, there are always tyres on the apron. The tyres that are only used sparingly to now and again, but they have them out there in case there's a puncture on the others. So we've got a much closer field than we have before. I went to bed, but it's usually shuffle up, but certainly the winners, it seems to me, out that whole sit have been Toyota.
Still a mix of tyre compounds out there. Toyota are on the softs, Ferrari are on the mediums, and have been since I came in a couple of hours ago. So there's still no total consensus about what tyres to be running in the hypercar class.
According to a graphic I saw a little while ago, it's only the front right, which is a soft on the Toyota. They've got a mixture.
The right rear on the number 8 Toyota that has just gone back out had the white sidewalls as well.
Okay, so the graphic was wrong.
Yeah.
That was a suspicion I had yesterday as well. But
it's not 100%. That's information. It's one of the reasons we don't use it in IMSA, actually, although it is available to us because they use the same RFID technology to measure the tyres as they're going out of the pit lane. That battle for the lead in GT3 has been broken up as the Manthey first form Porsche has come in and Richard Leeds is taking it back out again now. Tom van Rompuy had already left the pit lane for TF Sport in 3rd. So Alessio Rivera left in the lead in the remaining Ferrari of Vista AF Corsa. And it's just on 6:30 in the morning, so let's take the opportunity to look at the standings.
.30 in the morning, 14.5 hours of the race elapsed, 9.5 hours to go. And once again, the state is in a state of flux. The order is in a state of flux as the cars go through a pit stop cycle. But on the screen at the moment in the lead is James Collado with the number 51 Ferrari. But as I say, with pit stops happening, that will change. Second is number 83 Phil Hansen. And in third place, having just set a new fastest lap of the race, number 12, the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R of Norman Nato. And that lap time of 3:27.043 is the fastest ever hypercar time around the Le Mans circuit. Fourth is number 6, Kevin Estre at the wheel of his Porsche. In fifth place, number 8, Sebastian Buemi for Toyota Gazoo Racing. And in sixth place, number 50, Nicholas Nielsen, who had been setting fastest laps up until his most recent pit stop. But as I say, whilst he was getting a new tank of fuel, so Norman Nato set a faster lap. 50, Nicholas Nielsen in sixth place. In seventh place, Julian Andlauer's Porsche. Eighth is number 15, Kevin Magnussen with the BMW. Ninth, number 7, Mike Conway with the Toyota. And in 10th place, Jenson Button in the other Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Both those cars still running strongly. In LMP2, the leader is the VDS Panis racing car, as it has been for a while. Number 48, Esteban Masson at the wheel. He's got a 14-second advantage over the Inter-Europol competition car, number 43, which has Nick Yellerly behind the wheel at the moment. And that car is only 12 seconds ahead of the third place LMP2 car, number 28, Job van Outert in the EDEX Sport Orica. Fourth is the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton Orica with Jonas Reed behind the wheel. He's a further 30 seconds or so behind. And then in fifth place is the leader of the Pro-Am category, PJ Hyatt, in the AO by TF Spike the Dragon car, number 199, which is over a minute and a half behind the car ahead of it, the LMP2 fourth place car, but is also very nearly 2 minutes ahead of the second place Pro-Am LMP2 car, which is 183, Francois Perrodo at the wheel of the AF Corsa Orica. In LMGT3, Eliseo Rovera leads the category in his Ferrari 296, run by Vista AF Corsa. That's car number 21. Second in the class is Richard Leitz in the Manthey First Form Porsche 911, car number 92. And in third place is Tom Van Rompuy in the TF Sport Corvette, car number 81. Fourth, number 27, Mattia Drudi in the Aston Martin. Fifth, number 78, Arnold Raban. And sixth place for number 87, the other Lexus from the Akoda ASP team, car number 87. That's your update with 9.5 hours still to go.
Still showing an incredible 21.3 Celsius, and it's been pretty constant right through the evening hours. Sun has risen. Expect that track temperature to rise. Let's take some updates from the pit lane. Ryan Marine is alongside Nick Damon. Ryan, what can you tell us?
Yeah, just saw the 007 Aston Martin from the Heart of Racing come in and make a pit stop. They've been just plugging along, mostly trouble-free, which is their stated goal here this weekend. Harry Tinknell just climbed aboard. However, there is perhaps the sign of something starting to go just slightly amiss. One of the pit lane officials came and notified the team that the right rear tail light was not functioning. It's basically the running light that wasn't functioning. I could tell when Harry hit the brake pedal that it did light up. So they have the left rear light that works as usual, and then the right side will only light up if the brake pedal is depressed, and that may be something that has to be attended to at one point or another. Other than that, though, a nice clean stop for the Heart of Racing team.
Thanks, Ryan. Rahel Frey in the gravel at the second chicane. And that's the Iron Dames Porsche, of course, who'd fought their way back into contention, just failing to go a lap down when the safety car came out, and that was looking much better for them. Now, there were a couple of other cars in the vicinity there, but I've not seen quite enough evidence to suggest there was a touch there. Rahel is doing her very best to get that car out of the gravel by rocking it backwards and forwards.
She just set her personal best lap of the race.
Yeah.
Full course yellow in 30 seconds.
Race direction there. Full course yellow is effectively a code 80. Everybody slows down to 80 kilometers an hour, holds position, no overtaking.
The thing I love about the way Eduardo does this, or race control in general, because you sort of think, well, shouldn't they be using a slow zone? Well, actually, if it's something like this, you don't need a slow zone because it takes time to put it into effect. Full course yellow takes no time at all to put into effect. You deal with the incident, and then there's no barriers to repair or cars
Correct.
to tow away. The car gets going again. You immediately can remove the full course yellow and get on with the race.
And nobody is advantaged or disadvantaged.
Exactly.
Yeah. We've got the snatch tractor coming over. Rahel was very close to getting that car out of the gravel. I think it might only need a push backwards, to be honest, because the rear left wheel is still on the tarmac. Now, I can't see the rear left wheel, so this suggests to me there might be something broken in the driveline on the left rear, because I thought she was going to get that out of there. Nick Damon down in the pit lane was watching a couple of pit stops. What can you tell us, Nick?
Yeah, we obviously, the star of the show was the Collado stop. He came in and just took some fuel, no tyres. Same for Kevin Magnussen. We had the leader from GT3, which is the other VistaJet AF Corsa car. That came in. Alessia Rivera got out and Francois Herrault got in. So, but I think they actually got in and got out and stayed in the lead. So they obviously have had a very good time overnight. Yeah, so that's basically, we've not seen any driver changes apart from that Alessia Rivera one for some time in front of me.
Francois Herrault did indeed get out in the lead ahead of the team car to the car that is in the gravel at the moment in the second chicane. The Manthey first form car, Richard Leitz in the number 92, Rahel Frey in the gravel. I've noticed that there's a bit of the wrap, I think, peeling off that Manthey first form car on the right front. Now, Rahel is airborne, but watching what is going on, she's still in the car. Now, let's have a look at the left rear. Could you spin that round a little bit, please, Marshals, so I can have a look at the left rear, see if that suspension's gone. So it was a very odd slide into the gravel by the white and pink number 85 car. Thank you. Well, it's going to be put down on the grassed area there. You know, I think that's all right. I think Rahel will be able to drive away from this, and that's why she stayed in the car. There's a bit of sand and gravel. You might just be able to hear the telly loader. Was there a touch on that car? You know there was. It was the right side, though. It was the 87 Acodis that tipped Rahel into a spin. Clemens Schmidt in what is at the moment the 6th place car. It was the lightest of touches, but it was a touch.
And it was a battle for position as
yeah,
well.
It was.
And the Alpine number 36 was also involved there, John, although he got going again without getting it into the gravel.
Oh, yes. You're absolutely right. Sympathy spin for Fred Makowiecki. Rahel's back underway. Here's the race director.
We will be removing full course yellow in 20 seconds.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
It's fewer, by the way. That needs re-recording. It really annoys me every time I hear that. We're going back to green flag, and the battle at the front of GT3 is at Tertre Rouge, and they're absolutely together. They're passed by the 51 prototype Ferrari, and right in behind them, Tom van Rompuy is there. Top three in LMGT3 together and side by side for the lead as we come off that full course yellow. So with 9 hours and 17 minutes and 36 seconds still to go, the top three in LMGT3 are all heading down to the braking area now for the Daytona chicane, and there's a new leader. And Porsche lead in GT3. Ricard leads, jumping off the full course yellow, slightly quicker than Francois Heriot. And Tom van Rompuy just beginning to drag up to the back of that Victor AF Corsa Ferrari. Ricard leads using all of his experience and making sure that he was ready to go at the very gut of green, and that has netted them the lead. It's the Sacred Coffee breakfast hours here in the early morning at 6:45 Central European summertime, and battle for the lead in GT3 just gone to Porsche. Battle for the lead in Hypercar is between two Ferraris, Phil Hansen and James Collado. So actually that must have been Nicholas Nielsen who was passing the GT3 cars earlier on. There's a couple of Ferraris lengths between them, and the works car of James Collado comes up behind the AF Corsa entered machine. Can't get through. Really great interview that Johnny Morlam did with James Collado on the as part of our Le Mans Memories season of programmes. Getting on for 40 hours of specific programming for Le Mans, aside from the lives that we've done as well. Real commitment by everybody concerned. Thank you to all of our guests as well. Through the second chicane then, the battle for the lead, half a second. Kevin Estre in third position is another 8.5 seconds further back. Then the bigger gap is 35 seconds to Seb Buemi for the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 8. Julian Andlauer in the pits at the moment in 7th position. Ferrari on Ferrari. Mulsanne and that glorious run down the southern loop of the circuit.
You mentioned Sebastian Buemi there, John. He's quite a way behind Kevin Estre, but he's got Nicholas Nielsen in the Ferrari closing in on him. So the Toyota there in 4th place can't afford to hang around, because although the Toyota looked quite strong earlier in the when it was dark, now it's got daylight. The Ferrari's coming back into their own, and this was something that I suggested to Johnny Morlam might happen, and something about the tyres and the way they work just seemed to suit the Ferrari better as the temperatures rise, and the Porsches and Toyotas just seemed to work a little bit better when it was dark.
Change for the lead then, going into the right kink before Indianapolis. The drag up behind James Collado, by James Collado rather, on Phil Hansen, and Ferrari number 51 leads the race. CrowdStrike pit lane reports Nick Damon has some bad news, I think.
Well, yeah, certainly not good news. The Ziggo Sport Tempesta 193, another one of these Ferrari 296, has been wheeled into the garage. Oddly, they are taking various non-connected bits off. They've taken the rear deck off. They're also trying to change the passenger side door as well. Now I'm not sure whether they've had a... no, I think they're just changing they're taking the opportunity to change the wing mirrors. So they're taking the wing mirror off a spare door and putting it onto the real door. Didn't you guys? I spoke to Jonathan Hui, just about 5 hours ago, and he was saying that he couldn't see what was going on behind him because all the mirrors were shaking too much. Going back to the business end where the actual real work's being done, let's see what they're looking at there. They're taking, I think, is this going to be an alternator change? They're unwiring various things at the back, so certainly sort of an electrical problem. I'll keep looking at this. Ryan.
Got my eyes on the car that had been running third overall. It's the number 6 from Porsche Penske Motorsport, Kevin Estre, just completing the first stint of what we presume to be multiple consecutive stints, and it's definitely clear he's staying aboard with the medium compound Michelin tires on that car. The crew just working on cleaning things off. They have another set of tires on standby just in case, but it doesn't look likely that they'll use them. No visible changes, just a new water bottle for Kevin, and he rejoins the fray now.
And another positional change in the top 10 as the BMW of Robin Freins goes past the Porsche. Now, actually, was that a positional change? It's not the Porsche, of course. It's the red Toyota in my favourite colours. So that was indeed a positional change as Robin Freins went past Mike Conway for 8th position. You see red and immediately think of Porsches. Toyota Gazoo Racing number 7 running that tribute livery to the brilliant Toyota GT1. I think one of the bonniest cars ever in Le Mans. It might actually be my favourite Le Mans car, that Toyota GT1. Certainly in terms of the prototypes. And something about it, the way that rear wing was mounted as well. Through across the line then, James Collado has gone through to complete 236 laps. The gap is a second back to Phil Hansen, then 42 seconds now after that pit stop by Kevin Estre to Sebastian Buemi, who assumes 3rd position for Toyota Gazoo Racing in the GR010. That's the black number 8 car. Ferrari AF Corsa, Nicholas Nielsen in 4th, 5th. Out of the pits, Kevin Estre on his 2nd stint. And 6th still, Norman Darto, the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, some 90 seconds now away from the leader. Then it's the 2 BMWs running 15 and 20 for Kevin Magnussen and Robin Freins with 22 seconds between them. In 9th is Mike Conway, having just been relegated to that position by Robin Freins, and Jenson Button makes up the top 10 in the mighty 38. Still plenty of battles going on in LMP2. VDS Panos racing by about 16 seconds at the moment, with Esteban Masson having the advantage over Nick Yellowly for the for Inter-Europol competition, and in 3rd place EDEC Sport. Now Clemens Schmidt under investigation after that tap on Rahel Frey at the 2nd chicane. Meantime, no further action for the Cadillac versus Proton incident at the, what was that? It's 8 minutes past 6 this morning. So some 42 minutes ago, when the Cadillac ran into the back of the Proton Porsche and pushed it on through Mulsanne. So no further action on that one, and the Schmidt-Frey incident being looked at.
I've found a screen, John, that...
What, after all this time?
Absolutely, yes. Still learning. You know the little yellow lozenges that you get on your screen every time there's a track limits,
yes.
Offence. Well, I found one that adds them up.
Oh, excellent.
And
are we going to have a pool and an over and under on this?
Well, my understanding is that it's now done this year by driver and car, not just by the car.
Right.
So they have the ability to do it by driver, which is a bit more fair. And my understanding is, again, that you're allowed 9 before you get into trouble. Now, but they don't do, as some other series do, wipe the slate clean at any point. It's my understanding of the way the rules work. So far, the most offensive track limit driver has been, would you believe it, Nick Tandy, sharing the offer with Matt Bell. I mean, all the drivers that you would think would behave themselves, they wouldn't. But they're only up to 6, so heave a sigh of relief. But we do still have 9 hours to go. We did have a situation in the race 2 years ago, I remember though, where Toyota actively decided not to put Sebastian Buemi into the car because he was too close on track limits and they didn't want to risk getting a penalty. So what I'm kind of saying is that the situation is perfectly under control at the moment, but it's something that we might need to start thinking about as we get into the last 6 hours.
Yeah. So Nick Damon down in the pit lane. I'll get to you in a second. There's a battle for third place on the track, third place overall, into the Mulsanne right-hander at the golf club. Held at the moment that position by Sebastian Buemi. Nicholas Nielsen for Ferrari AF Corsa is right there. And in fact, I think, no, it is. I thought we were getting close to it. We are getting close to it. Nielsen dragging up behind the matte dark grey paint livery of the number 7 into the banked left-hander at Indianapolis and down towards Arnage. I was thinking earlier on, actually, when Neil Jani went straight on there, he'd have been in the wall a few years ago there. Used to be much, much closer. Coming through to the start of the Porsche curves, resurfaced from about where they are now through the kink before they turn right-handed into the Porsche curves. This is the battle for third overall, and now they run out of the new tarmac onto the slightly lighter stuff. They're coming up against the Kessel Racing Daniel Serra Ferrari and having to go around the outside, and that's nicely done by Buemi, and he gains himself a second or a second and a half. And is the number 99 going to come and play as well? That is Neil Jani still in that car as they come to the end of the lap, and the track positions remain the same. We'll take some reports from Nick Damon in a moment after an interview down in the pit lane conducted by Ryan Murray.
Quick chance to catch up with the Canadian Zachary Robichon from the Heart of Racing Aston team, the car that started on the pole at LMGT3, and every time I've looked at timing and scoring, you guys have been somewhere around top 5. Any trials and tribulations so far that we should know about?
Nothing major. As far as 24-hour races go, it's been relatively smooth up until this point. You know, I think this is sort of where we thought we would be, and I think we have the pace to kind of be at the front. We've gotten a little bit on the back foot on a couple of the slow zones and stuff. It seems like, I'm sure everybody else says the same thing, though. It seems like it always falls outside of your favor. So, you know, it sort of feels like, yeah, it's still a long way to go. It feels like we've been here for a while, but still a long way to go.
What would it take to get you guys in contention to fight for a win?
I think if we can get the track position through anything, you know, if we can maybe get lucky on a slow zone or a full course yellow, that maybe helps us out. If we can get to the front, I have all the faith that we can fight with anybody out there. So, yeah, hopefully kind of something falls in our favor and then we go racing.
Zach was on his way to get a coffee when I interrupted him. We'll turn him loose. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And that interview gave me a chance to have another sip of my sacred coffee in the breakfast hours. More issues for the Iron Dames, excuse me. Battling for position in the top 6 just a few moments ago. Rahel Frey spun around by the number 87 Clement Schmidt driving a Cordis ASP Lexus, and now the car is ground to a halt, driver's right. Now, is that as a consequence of that contact at the second chicane? Rahel did get going again. She was pointed in the right direction.
And never came into the pits.
Oh, so she's all right. Okay, sorry, yeah. So she went straight by the pits and continued, and now has pulled up just out of the Mulsanne corner and Control-Alt-Delete. Not sure what she's done. She waved away the marshals very politely as she was talking to the team, and she is moving, albeit not at speed, Paul.
That's right, yes. Coming down from Mulsanne corner into the through those very fast sweeping right-handers. Not at speed, but she speeded up from how slowly she was going.
Yeah, she's not crawling. She's not at race speed either. So that's an odd one.
She's on the 10th lap of which should be an 11-lap stint. So fuel or energy should not be a problem, seeing as that is all measured by torque sensors anyway.
Yeah.
Then you don't run out of fuel, you run out of your energy allocation.
Well, you can still run out of fuel if you don't put enough in.
I suppose that's true, because you don't want to be carrying around excess fuel.
Correct.
If you don't use it. So she should be all right on that score in any case.
Let's take a CrowdStrike update from Ryan.
Well, as you would expect, the Iron Dames Manthey crew is expecting that car in as soon as she can limp it around. And they've got the fuel hose ready to go. They've already been rehearsing what they're going to do to get that car into the garage. They've got the fuel hose that will need to be swept aside once they put that car on the dollies to back it in. Right now there's a lot of consultation going on, trying to come up with the plan, but we expect that to begin here very soon. Now, whether it's cause or effect, we don't know, but the contact that happened earlier with the 87, that has been adjudicated on penalty to the 87 of Clemens Schmidt, which is frankly not all that surprising given the nature of that incident. That will be a drive-through penalty for the Lexus.
A couple of things happening whilst all that excitement was happening on track. The main one of interest in the front of the field is the number 20 BMW came in to do a complete service. Sheldon van der Linden has taken that one over from Robin Freins. Interestingly, that car moved off softs and back onto mediums. So we've gone onto mediums as the temperature goes up. And just to finish off what's happened with the Ziggo Sport, the 193 Ferrari, they didn't replace the alternator, they replaced the main cables that run from the alternator to the electrical system. So they pulled out 2 chunky cables, chucked them out, put 2 new cables back in again, changed the door mirror and went off again. That's the Ziggo Sport 193 Ferrari.
Dames have made it back to the pit lane in the meantime. Toyota now in 3rd position. Sebastian Buemi chased down and past Nicholas Nielsen in the Ferrari AF Corsa number 50, and he's been encouraged by his teammate Sebastian Buemi. Only 43 seconds to the leader is what he's just been told, so they're feeling that this racetrack is coming to them as we come on to another race hour completed. It's 7 o'clock at Le Mans. Well, after the overnight, and we're now into the sunshine. Sun up just over an hour ago. The forecast for today is of a high of 25 degrees. Clear and sunny tonight. And the chance of rain is still at 25%, but I'm not seeing where that's going to come from, to be honest. Currently, the air temperature here at the end of the Bugatti circuit is 16.4 Celsius. Good morning to you. If you are just joining us, this is John Hindorf along with Paul Truswell. The Iron Dames are back. Rahel Fry is back. The car is in the pit lane. we'll keep an eye on that. Let's introduce an early morning guest, but first here's Paul.
Yeah, just very quickly to say that Clemens Schmidt, who was involved in the first incident with Rahel Frey, has been given a drive-through penalty for his involvement in that.
Yeah, Ryan did mention that in his update. Hello to Neil Smith, who joins us this morning.
Good morning, John. How are you?
I'm very well. The last time I spoke to you, there was the Atlantic Ocean in between us when we had you on Midweek Motorsport a couple of weeks ago.
There was, yeah. Managed to make it over here from California. Last-minute decision, but
good for you.
Here we are. Yeah.
Now you are wearing a very lovely Silk-Cut Jaguar T-shirt.
I am.
Yeah, that is very impressive, and that is particularly apposite because of your book, your weighty tome, as I described it. What did you say it was? 3 kilos? 4 kilos?
It was 4 kilos,
4 kilos, yeah.
8 pounds for my American friends.
Yeah, very good. Now, this is a book that has the title of The Definitive Guide to basically Jaguar Racing, the TWR.
TWR,
years.
yeah, exactly.
And I suppose if you're going to call something definitive, it's going to be a weighty tome, isn't it?
Yeah, it was kind of towards the end we decided we were going to call it definitive, only once we knew that just how enormous the thing was going to be.
But it did start out as that kind of project, did it? It kind of took on a life of its own.
That's right, yeah. It was a little bit of a passion project. I think a lot of people listening right now will understand the passion of Le Mans, and those of us who have a little bit longer memory, particularly around the passion around Group C as well. So that's much of what this book is really about.
Was that an era that really attracted your attention to sports car racing?
Well, it
You're
did.
a bit younger than me. But
Yeah, but you know, I was 9 when I first went to see a Group C race, which was in 1985.
That must have made a heck of an impression to you.
Well, here we are talking about a 500-page book as a result of that.
Did that really ignite your passion at that point?
It did, yeah.
Your dad was into motor racing,
he
wasn't
was
he?
there, yeah. He would take me to races, but like the first big race I went to was that Brands Hatch 1,000 kilometers in 85, and just seeing the 962s and the Jags and all of the other, the crazy Group C2 cars that built up the back end of the field. It was just so exciting.
And we'll see some of those at the Le Mans Classic in early July. It's one of the invitation classes, and we've had the news, of course, that we'll be reliving some of those glory days even more often because they've extended the Le Mans Classic eras. So we're going to have a Le Mans Classic and a Le Mans Heritage on alternate years as the event itself becomes annual rather than once every 2 years. And at the same time, the Peter Auto Classic Series becomes the Le Mans Classic Series for the rest of the year. So an opportunity for people to come and see some of the cars that you've been writing about and researching.
Mm-hmm.
So why, out of all of those cars that you saw as a 9-year-old and then followed through your teenage years, why Tom Walkinshaw Racing? Why the Jaguars?
Well, I think it's because it's a story. I think that the Porsche story's been well told.
True.
The Jaguar story maybe a little bit less so. And when you have people like Tom Walkinshaw involved, and he's such a big character, and then all the stuff going on with Jaguar in the background, John Egan.
I was going to say, we often think of the Porsche story as being fairly one-dimensional, and it's not. There was all kinds of intrigue going on in the background, but frankly, that is as of nothing compared to what was going on at Jaguar, the car company, as well as the racing team at the time.
Yeah, I mean, the Porsche story is very German, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The Jaguar story is just classic British industrialist kind of nonsense in the background, to be honest. Although Walkinshaw was highly, highly professional, there was definitely...
And very clever and very business-like, Tom, as well. People saw him as this big, brash guy in the pit lane, but he did deals on business ideals. He had a big heart, no doubt, and he was a very passionate and emotional guy. We spoke to him many times on these airwaves down through the years. But man, he did some good business.
He did do some good business, and certainly winning Le Mans 1988 and 1990 helped him and helped his business move forward for sure.
1990 was my second year here. It was the Sauber year in '89 that I was I was first here.
Yeah.
When you started this project then, what did you take as a starting point, and how quickly did it become obvious that this was not just going to be a quick flick through whatever it was you were meant to start with?
Yeah. The starting point, I think I just did a little essay about the Silverstone 1,000 kilometers in 1988, which I went to again with my father. And it was just a very evocative race. The Jaguars won. They were up against the Saubers, as you were talking about there. And it was just a little writing assignment I gave myself. And I thought, well, you know what, this is actually this went quite well. And then I thought I'll go back and take a look at what was happening with the Jaguars back in the 50s. And so I did a chapter of that, and that's how it really kind of took off from there.
Neil Smith is with us in the For Performance Global Broadcast Centre at the end of the Bugatti circuit. We'll be back with him to talk about the definitive history of TWR and the Jaguar racing cars, while Nick Damon at the moment is watching the leader from LMP2, or the erstwhile leader at least, the VDS Panos racing machine. Esteban Masson brought that car in, Nick.
And somebody else has got in it, but I can't tell you who it was. I was running down, well, I say running, I was moving at pace.
Oh, come on, Nick.
I was moving at pace. I was sashaying, perhaps, as they came to this point. The very attractive deep bronze, yellow and black panelist machine. It's now getting a complete set of new boots as well, so this is the full service. It has two lights on the side now, so it's lost one of its positions. Two positions, and they are now about to drop the car and go.
Esteban Masson out of that car. Nick is right by that. Well, he's already disappeared out the back. You really do have to catch them very quickly this year. Also in the pit lane, Alpine number 35, Ferdy Habsburg, brought that car in. In fact, Nick Damon has sashayed even quicker, and now we have Esteban Masson from the VDS machine.
You're just finishing a mouthful of something. It's a well-deserved snack after a long run. I mean, just a question, how hungry and thirsty do you get actually during a stint?
Honestly, yeah, quite hungry, but depends what time you drive. I got a few night stints, so yeah, obviously didn't really eat during the night, so quite hungry now. I will get a nice breakfast before my next stint, so yeah.
Long stint, I mean, you know, this one was interrupted a bit by yellow flags and full course yellows. Does that break your concentration, or do you kind of like to have a little bit of a mental rest?
I mean, it doesn't change anything because we are so focused every corner that, yeah, when it's yellow, you know, it's just like a small break, but you focus on your driving as well and speaking with your engineer about the situation, the strategy, so you never really rest, so yeah.
And you got that, you got the track at its best, and you got to see the sunrise as well.
Yeah, it was quite nice, but you can't see much in sector 1. But yeah, it was super nice. The transition between day and night, so yeah.
So we've got to think, what, about 9 hours to go. When did you get back in the car? Would it be another long set of stints?
Yeah, I think Frank is doing now his stints, then Oli, and then I will drive a lot to the end. But yeah, let's see. I don't know. Still a long way to go. We are in a good position, but yeah, let's see.
On this, on these long stints at night, I mean, you were multi-stinting the tyres. How did they hold up?
Honestly, it's a big part of the setup. The team made a really good job this week. We set up the car right. So yeah, I think we managed them quite well, and then the Goodyear tires are nice. You know, you can triple stint here. So yeah, it's really nice.
Espen, thanks for talking. Go have some breakfast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Damon, speedy Nick Damon, as we're going to be calling him from now on, to be able to corral that driver. Esteban Masson from the number 48 LMP2 car, VDS Panos Racing. Frank Pereira, by the way, it was that got into that car. A little bit further back, PJ Hyatt just went out the pit lane. He's still leading the Pro-Am category, but now by only a second and a half. They had a penalty, remember, recently. Luca Giotto is chasing him down. I'm just trying to work out whether Luca owes us a pit stop in that number 34 into Europol machine. Pietro Fittipaldi not too far away either in the number 22. In fact, as I say that, Pietro peels off into the pit lane, as does Nick Yellerly from the lead of that class, Paul.
And Luca Giotto is due in as well.
Yeah.
So as we saw at this time 40 minutes ago, everybody coming in P2 pretty much at the same time.
We set a new record a few years ago for pit stops without any problems in LMP2 since the fuel tank was drastically reduced. And talking to some of the teams this year, I heard a little bit of chat backwards and forwards earlier on about no rest for the P2 teams. Basically, if you're 3 laps into your stint, the window is open for a pit stop strategically. So you're barely getting 12 or 13 minutes where you can chill out just a little bit, Paul.
We've had 23 pit stops from the class leader in LMP2 so far, and they're going to be up to 40 by the end of the race, I think. I think we had 38 one year, and that car didn't have any problems. So that would be about right. Neil Smith still with us, author of the definitive history of TWR. It's called On the Prowl. And so we were talking about how these things take on a life of their own.
Yeah.
So you call this, it was a passion project. How much of your life has it taken up now by the time you got it published towards the back end of last year?
It took up a lot once we knew that it was coming out. That was where all the work really happened. I mean, you can plug away and write an hour here, a couple of hours there, but as soon as a publisher says, we're going to put this thing out, now the pressure is on. So that was definitely, it was a lot of late nights for sure.
You've got your other half with you. Please introduce her.
This is Kristen Nelson. She has been very supportive in this whole endeavour, and is here at Le Mans as well. Her second time.
I presume you must have lost him for a little while, Kristen. You quite a bit. Yeah, absolutely. When you look at the book now, Neil, how do you feel about it? It's a bit like going motor racing. I ask engineers, how do you feel about the car? Are you ready to go for Le Mans? And Dieter Gas brilliantly said, well, we have to be, really, don't we? And that's kind of the same thing. When you deliver the book, it has to be ready. If you'd had more time, would you have done more? Would you have added pages? Because I guess for you, with such a big subject, it's more about what you leave out than what you put in.
Yeah, there were definitely things that we had to leave out. There's only so much that you can put into a single volume book, and it is one volume. It could have been 2, but...
could have easily been 2.
Yeah. But I feel okay about everything that's in there. The bits that were left out were kind of what would be kind of sidebars or just fun anecdotes or something like that. But we tried to capture a lot of those kind of interesting things in there anyway.
Don't go too far. I want to ask you a couple of more questions about this. Nick Damon is doing well getting these drivers rounded up. I'm not sure whether he's got a collie down there that he's basically sending out, but he's now down in the LMP2 area of the pit lane. What have you got, Nick?
Well, that's the CrowdStrike pit lane team. I actually do have the CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. I do have the CrowdStrike driver with me. It's Alex Quinn, just out of the 45. Alex, I think it might be wise to say, how's the race going so far? Give us the first 16 hours, then there'll be more. We'll dial down more.
Yeah, so I mean, honestly, it hasn't quite gone to plan so far. During the night, George struggled a little bit, but he's back on the pace now. It's difficult in the night for the bronzes. So we've gone a lap down, but we've got good pace. We're actually just getting stuck behind the cars that are on the lead lap. As we get clear from them, we're able to set some really good lap times. So it's a long way to go. We'll just keep plugging along and see where we end up.
Has George done all his drive time now?
Oh, honestly, I don't know. I've just been I've done 5 stints on my first one, 4 stints then. So I don't really know what's going on, to be honest, but he must be pretty close, I'd say.
How difficult is it to get into a rhythm? Because with the P2s, because the stints are really short now. You've got tiny fuel tank, like a Fiat 500, really, and you're coming in, going out, coming in, going out. You're getting yellow flags. Can you get a rhythm?
No, it's really difficult, obviously, with traffic as well. And like I said, getting stuck behind other cars are actually ahead of us in the race. So it's really difficult to get into a rhythm. But once you get clean air, it's feeling really, really good.
It's a good point, really. I mean, obviously, overtaking another P2 car that perhaps has got a slightly slower driver, he's not going to be slower down the straights, though, is he?
Exactly, and I won't say too much, but there's a certain team that's extremely quick in the straight, and for some reason I've been stuck behind both their cars in the last 2 stints, so it's made it difficult. But yeah, like you said, it's we're all very equal in the straight, so it's not easy in that department.
Thanks, let's go and have a rest for another 54 stints.
Thank you.
So the number 7 Toyota just came in for its stop a few minutes ago. That car heavily battle-scarred on the left-hand side. You can even see through the side pod into the radiator there from earlier combat. As the number 8 now leaves, but far more efficient is number 8 Toyota leaving the pits. The number 7 did not want to leave, as in 3 attempts to even get it to go out. So it just didn't want to start effectively. So I don't know that that's a portent of something to come. And the number 50 Ferrari has also just done its stop.
Mike Conway took back out. That was Peter Snowden there, rounding off our CrowdStrike pit lane report. Peter nursing his voice to the end of the race in the way we used to nurse cars to the end of the race. Be careful there, Peter. Don't strain it. Nicholas Nielsen back out in the number 50 Ferrari AF Corsa. Seb Buemi multi-stinting in the number 8 from Toyota Gazoo Racing. Kevin Magnussen has just gone back out again in the number 15 BMW. 5th, 6th and 8th. The GT3 leader is in the pits at the moment. This will be service, but Richard Leeds will stay behind the wheel, I'm told by Nick Damon in my ear. And Ollie Jarvis has just pitted in the United Autosport number 23 as well. Paul?
Yeah, quick answer to Nick's question about George Kurtz. No, he hasn't done his 6 hours. Only done 3.5 so far, so he's got another 2.5 hours of Bromstein to get into the Algarve Pro car, number 45. And another slew of investigations have just been thrown across the race steward's desk.
And yes, have a look at this, lads, will you? And the first car number is significant because it is the better placed of the 2 Toyotas. Sebastian Buemi's number 8 car. These are all for yellow flag procedures at Marshall Posts 21. So that will be when Rahel Fry was parked at the side of the road on the right-hand side in the Iron Dames Porsche after that incident. My goodness me. Also the 007 of Harry Tinknell, the number 93 Porsche, Paul de Resta, the 83 AF Corsa of Phil Hansen, which is just pitted at the front of the field. The 51, which has just gone to the lead of the race with James Collado, all under investigation. And we've seen, Paul, latterly when those have come up, that it's not exactly a slam dunk, but it's as close as you can get.
I think the only thing that we can draw as a conclusion is that at least the first 2 cars are both under investigation for the same thing. So it would make a lot of sense if they both get the same penalty or none.
And meantime, Kevin Estra is in 3rd position going, well, my number's not on that list, so I'm actually very happy about that. A little bit more work for you to do on driver time. This from right in the centre of Europe, as Right Turn Lover has asked if David Ennemar Hansen has done his drive time in the number 22 United Autosport car. I'll leave Paul to crunch those numbers.
4 hours and 9 minutes.
Okay, there you go, RTL. See, in the old days, Paul would have gone back through his exercise books when Paul and I were in the chicken coops on the other side of the track, and we could see down into the pit lane. And I always used to bring a pair of binoculars. Both of us used to have a pair of binoculars, and we left deafened. No wonder our ears have taken a pounding over the years up there on the ACO Tribune. And that would have been the time that TWR Jaguars were pounding around. On the Prowl is the definitive history of Jaguar racing in those TWR years. And Neil Smith is sitting just off to my right here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. So the book's been out for getting on for 6-7 months now.
Something like that, yes.
Available both in the US and Europe through the UK, and you've sort of, with your publishers, you've kind of palled up with a couple of different ways of getting that. Of course, it's going to be on all of the sites, but there's two particular outlets that I know that you're keen to mention because they're taking such good care of the packaging of the book. And as we said, this is a 4-kilogram parcel that's going to come to your house. You can't just throw it over the back fence.
No, some of the, let's say, larger
we know
distributors
exactly who you mean. Yes.
are not very good at packaging up large books like that. And so in the US, the publisher, David Bull Publishing, they will send it out and it will be in primo condition. Same thing in the UK with Horton's books. So Ben Horton, who is a stalwart of books related to motoring in the UK, Ben and his team do a fantastic job.
Leaders in the pit lane, we'll keep an eye on that. The copy you kindly sent to me came from Horton's.
Yeah.
I have got more bubble wrap now than I'm going to use in 10 years.
Yeah.
It all came off brilliantly. Eve's been using, we'll use some of it during the winter around their plants and stuff like that, which is getting stuff out. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And it was beautifully presented, not a crinkle, not a crease or anything. A battle for 5th and 6th position, Sebastian Buemi and Julian Andlau. We'll get back to a final question with Neil in a moment. Out of the Mulsanne right-hander, now running down that tree-lined avenue towards Indianapolis and Arnage. It's the Porsche just gaining a little bit as we come to the right-hander. Traffic ahead. It's one of the TF Corvettes that just got in the wrong place at the wrong time as far as Andlau was concerned, but Seb Buemi doing a real good job of hiding that. Oh, there's a little touch as Andlau went down the inside, and I think that was Tom Van Rompuy. That's the third place car in GT3. He was not happy with that Porsche pulling back in front of him just before Arnage, and there was actually a tiny little rub right in front of the Corvette to left front of the 963. The GT3s, of course, with ABS braking, and in the slower corners, they are as, if not more efficient, and have a very similar, if not better, minimum corner speed because they've got more mechanical grip as well. 3 wide coming out of karting and into the Ford chicane as this battle continues through traffic, and this has been relentless at the front of the field. Battles within the top 10 for the last several hours. Lights ablaze for Seb Buemi as he comes through more LMP2 traffic, but for the moment has a little bit of breathing space. That could disappear like ice on a summer's day if he just catches the traffic wrong, or indeed Andlau gets it correctly. I'll go down for another CrowdStrike pit lane report in a moment. Just want to finish off with Neil, who's kindly spent some of his breakfast with us in the Sacred Coffee breakfast hours. So a couple of places to get it, and what are you working on now? Because now that your appetite has been whetted, there must be some more projects coming down the pipe.
I have a few in mind. There are actually 2 that are ongoing, though. One is just about to come out, so I've been helping with a book called Twice Around the Clock, which is about the...
I'm just going to hold you for a second, Neil, because Norman Narto just out of the car with Peter Snowden. Let's get to that straight away. Peter?
I'm sure you want to go and get some breakfast. Good stint.
Yeah, all right. I mean, we're in a good position in top 5 at the moment, so we're just trying to maximize everything. The car is working pretty well, so yeah, we push. We're all pretty tired. We survived the night, so which is already good, but still 8 hours to go, so we're gonna push until the end.
You're looking smiley and relaxed, which is a good sign.
Well, no, I'm tired. I've just jumped out of the car, so now I'm gonna go get changed, have a shower, and try to have some rest before to jump back in the car in a few hours.
Norman, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Norman Narto there, another driver to tick off our list. Sorry, Neil, I rudely interrupted you there, but obviously Norman was wanting to get away. Just check in with Nick Damon at the other end of the pit lane as well.
Yeah, I'm down with Nick Bull, who's I think waiting to get in the 34. I must admit, you look very rested. Every driver I've spoken to for the last hour or two has been covered in sweat and looking quite bad. You're looking like you just come out of a hair advert.
Better lucky than good, I think, sadly. I can't say I got a ton of rest, but I feel good. Itching to get back in the car, to be honest.
You got here through an entry through IMSA, the Griffin Award. I mean, it's a fantastic situation. You can race as a bronze driver in IMSA and find yourself at Le Mans.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a dream come true. Last year, the chance, everything came together. I ran a great championship with Inter Europol. Funny enough, I was with Tom and Kuba last year in IMSA. We won the championship, and now we're both running. We're running in separate cars, but everybody seems to be running strong in class. So hopefully we can each stay there through the end now.
I understand you made it a family affair and everyone's come over with you?
Yeah, we've got a lot of supporters and guests with us. We've got about 25 people. I had earphones in, sleeping on Friday night, but I think they stayed up and partied till 2:30 in the morning to prepare for the race yesterday and today.
As they've been good Texans, they're all wearing cowboy hats. Just more generally, you've got Luca Giotto currently piloting the car into 6th place. You're actually in the mix, aren't you, for the podium?
Yeah, it looks like we're running strong in the Pro-Am class, and I think we're pushing hard to maybe get a top 5 and overall in P2, so we'll see.
How much of your drive time have you got left?
I think about an hour. So it'll be a double.
Nick, thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nick Bull from the number 34 LMP2 in the Europol car. Porsche pit stop as well is for Julian Andlau, who finally has been crowbarred out of the 963. He's been doing a good job, Paul, keeping the cars ahead of him. Honest, 2 Porsches in the top 6, 2 Ferraris, 3 Ferraris in the top 6, and Sebastian Buemi keeping the flag flying for Toyota Gazoo Racing, going back and forth on the pit stops of cycles at the moment.
That's right, yeah, the number 5 car, Julian Andlau, getting out after a triple stint. Mathieu Jaminet was in the car before him, so it's Michael Christensen's turn by RACEDAY. What I'm interested in is that the 13-lap stints we were seeing yesterday are not happening this morning.
No.
That sometimes happens as the weather gets warmer, the pace heats up a little bit, but they end up using the fuel a little bit more or less efficiently, I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Might have heard the electric motor of the Porsche leaving there. That was the number 5 car, and the rear wheels, the cooled Michelin tyres on slightly colder apron of the pit lane, which is actually concrete. They were scrambling for grip like a puppy on a lino floor. It was incredible.
I think the sound sounded a bit like the washing machine on spin.
Yeah, well, yes. I'm going to put that to one side. Nick, very quickly, because I've got to do the hourly update. Give us a quick rundown on your 2 projects you've got coming down the pipe.
Yeah, so twice around the clock, Yanks at Le Mans. It's
nice.
A bunch of authors have come together to get that project across the line because the former author, Tim Considine, passed away, sadly. So we got volumes 4 and 5 of that coming out. And then I'm working with my co-author, John Nikas. We're helping Bob Tullius from Group 44 get his final full autobiography out.
That's another Jaguar connection there, of
Jaguar
course.
book. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
And on the prowl, the definitive history of TWR. Again, just mention the 2 ways that people can go and have a look at it and get a copy ordered.
Yep.
Get your copy ordered before Classic Le Mans so that you can read up on it before we do the TV broadcast.
Exactly,
basically.
yeah. So Horton's Books in the UK and David Bull Publishing in the US. Those are the 2 places. Yeah.
Nick, thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Lovely to meet you as well. Thank you for loaning us him to do the book. I have worked my way through it. It's outstanding. I know it started as a labour of love. I feel the passion in every page.
Yep.
And that we haven't even talked about the pictures, which are outstanding. Nick Smith, thank you very much indeed for making the effort to come and see us here at the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Time for an update at 7:30 in the morning, Central European summertime, as Nick goes off to enjoy the rest of what has been a super exciting race.
A slightly more stable situation for this rundown than for the last, because the sequence of pit stops has happened and an outlap has already been completed. So the pattern is emerging just a little with 8.5 hours remaining. It's 7:30 on Sunday morning here at Le Mans 2025. James Collado it is at the wheel of the number 51 Ferrari 499P. He has a lead of just over a second. Say that again, just over a second after 15 and a half hours of racing from Phil Hansen in the 83 AF Corsa yellow Ferrari 499P, and that gap is coming down as they go around this lap. 51 and 83 first and second, nose to tail. In third place is the number 6 Penske Motorsport entered Porsche. Driven by Kevin Estre at the moment. He's 14.7 seconds behind the two Ferraris up ahead, and he's 28 seconds ahead of Nicholas Nielsen in the third of the Ferraris, car number 50, which is in fourth place. Fifth is number 8, Sebastian Buemi, at the wheel of the Toyota Gazoo racing car. He's a further 26 seconds behind. And then Will Stevens in car number 12, the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R, a further 30 seconds down the road. That's in 6th. 7th is Kevin Magnussen's BMW, number 15. 8th, number 20, similar BMW, number 20 in the Shell Helix colours. They are 7th and 8th. And 9th, number 7, Mike Conway's Toyota. And in 10th place is number 38, Earl Bamber. That's why we're doing it. We'll go through the other cars that are still on the lead lap. Michael Christensen in Porsche number 5 and Felipe Nasr in the Porsche number 4 are also all still on the lead lap in the hypercar class. In LMP2, Nick Yellerly leads at the moment for Inter-Europol competition, car number 43. He has a 23-second lead over Frank Pereira, who's just taken the VDS Panis Racing Oreca out in second place, car number 48. In third place, it's the EDEX Sport Oreca number 28 in Job van Outert's hands. And in fourth place is number 9, Matteo Capietto in the Iron Lynx Proton entered car. Fifth in the LMP2 category is also the leader of the Pro-Am class. That's PJ Hyatt, putting in his bronze time. And I think by the end of this stint, he'll have done his 6 hours. So he'll be able to go off and have breakfast and have a well-earned rest, as I say, having done his 6 hours in the first 15 of the race. He leads the Pro-Am category, but second, and not that far behind him, just over a minute behind him, is Luca Giotto in the Inter-Europol competition, Oreca number 34. Those are the top 6 in the LMP2 class. And in LMGT3, 92, the Bantai First Form Porsche is in the lead there, with Richard Liet still at the wheel. In second place, Francois Herriot, number 21, is the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari 296. And third in LMGT3 is Tom van Rompuy, number 81, in the TF Sport Corvette. Fourth is yet another manufacturer, the Lexus from the Acodis ASP team, number 78, Jack Hawksworth at the wheel. In fifth place, number 27, yet another manufacturer, the Aston Martin, except that Zachary Robichon in the Aston Martin just lost that place to Paquito Lopez in the second of the Lexuses. So they're having a battle for fifth and sixth places in LMGT3.
Sun's been up for a couple of hours now, and it is gradually creeping up on the track. It's got up about a tenth of a degree Celsius, and at the moment the official track temperature is 21.5 degrees C. So 7:35 in the morning, 8.5 hours to the checkered flag. Paul Trustwell and John Heidorf on the sacred coffee hours in our breakfast coverage at Le Mans, and we go straight back to the front of the field where James Collado is defending against Phil Hansen. Phil Hansen coming through, and between them is Now, is that one of the Porsches this time? I think it is. And that is the number 4 Felipe Nasr car, I think, going a lap down. Or is that the 5 car actually going a lap down there? As they head through into the Porsche curves.
It would be the 4 car.
It is the 4,
down, I think.
yeah.
But I don't think he's that far. Yes, he is. Sorry, he is that far back.
Yeah. So that is 12th position for Felipe Nasr. Sheldon von der Linde has pitted in the number 20 BMW Hypercar, as has Fred Vesti in the number 311 Whelen Cadillac. Paul is looking perturbed. I don't like the look on your face there, Paul. I mean, you know, it's the only face you've got, but...
I couldn't make the best of it. No, what I'm checking is that Nicholas Nielsen has moved into 3rd place.
Yeah.
So he's moved ahead of Sebastian Buemi to get us back to that situation of a Ferrari 1, 2, 3. And that is because Nicholas has only got past Buemi a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So, yeah.
And that Porsche Penske Motorsport number 4 for Felipe Nasr has pitted. And there's a driver change there. Nasr is out, and Nick Damon can tell us who got in.
It was another Nick. It was Nick Tandy who hopped into the number
I'm calling
4.
everybody Nick at the moment.
Realistically, that's the best name to call everyone. It does make me, keeps me awake. You say, Nick, oh no, it's not me, it's the author. Now, anyway, yes.
Yes, except he was Neil. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, wow, this is impressive. Okay, anyway, right. It's late. We've all done that. Anyway, that is the sound of the Force sliding away, as it, as you say, has no grip whatsoever on the tarmac. Kevin Estre has hopped out of the 6 and was replaced by Lawrence Van Toor at our end. And I'm pretty sure that Snowy has a damaged or broken or in the pits 311. I saw it. So the Wheeler Cadillac was swept into the pit lane.
Well, let's find out. Snowy, what can you tell us?
Yeah, that's exactly where I am. And the driver stayed in on that car for the moment, but it's having a brake change, which is quite a laborious process. It's having rotors and pads certainly on the front, and it looks like they're doing the same at the rear. But say, driver staying in at the moment. Yeah, that's all I can really say at the moment. That's they're just about to. They seem to want to synchronise to do this at the front, either side at the same time. Left-hand side, near side, you want to call it, is being tricky, not wanting to play its part properly. That disc has now just come off, so we're now swapping over to the right-hand side as well. It looks like the rear's been done as well. So, discs and pads, basically, on the 311.
So, Snowy, just a little bit of incidental information for me. Does that look like they've basically pushed it in the garage so more people can work on it? Or is there something more sinister going on than just a disc and pad change?
Well, not at this. Very good question, John. Not at this point, no, but it most certainly is so more people can work on it. Nothing at the moment. I will stay rooted here unless anything else happens outside and see if anything sinister evolves.
Thanks, mate. Snowy down in the pit lane with Nick Damon and our CrowdStrike pit lane team heading into the stretch up until lunchtime, as we all are here, with 8 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Not long, really, is it? The investigations into that yellow flag incident at Marshall Space 21, the exit of the Mulsanne corner when Rahel Frey pulled up on the right-hand side of the circuit. We told you that there was the investigation into James Collado, Phil Hansen, Sebastian Buemi and others. Well, not satisfied with one slew, they've actually put 2 more slews of cars into that. 183 Francois Perrodo, number 16 Patrick Pilet, 11 Giorgio Roda, and 9 Jonas Reed in the first set of cars that defended. And then there's 57 Daniel Serra.
Oh, there's more.
33 Ben Keating, 92 Ricard Leeds, 13 Leo Kern, 27 Matteo Drudi. How long have we got? 90 Klaus Buckler and 77 Ben Parker. So I didn't actually count how many there were there, but there must be 12 cars who all are being investigated. Now, Johnny Molam said this earlier on. When you get that number of things to investigate, there is a good chance that something procedural was done wrong.
Just break off for a second because we've got the mighty 38 right on the tail of Mike Conway, Earl Bamber. They went side by side for a moment and it looks, oh, had to just lift off there. You just heard the Cadillac engine. Now down through Indianapolis and Arnage. They went either side of one of the GT cars. Let's get to the pit lane. I'll keep an eye on that. Kevin Estre is out of his Porsche and Nick Damon can have a chat.
Well, Kevin, you're pushing as hard as you can, but you're not really closing down those Ferraris at the moment.
Well, we're not closing down during the whole race, to be honest. They are a bit quicker than us, and yeah, when we are on the same strategy, they are a bit faster, so we try to do something else, but yeah, difficult at the moment. Since the beginning of the race, we saw that they have a bit more pace than anyone else, so yeah, let's see. Still a long race, but at the moment, we are running out of ideas.
Was that the reason for not bringing Matt Campbell in during those double yellows earlier?
No, I think we are just exploring the strategy, trying to do our race. Yeah, there was a slow zone, but you don't know how long it's gonna last. It's not easy to predict what race direction is doing. Sometimes slow zone, sometimes full course yellow. So yeah, just try to do the best for us, and also depending on where you're on track. We lost like I don't know, 30-40 seconds to some people because we got the slow zone and some didn't. So that's tough, but that's the.
You're hoping that the luck runs over. How's the track developing now? Because obviously it's been run on for a while after a complete thunderstorm cleaned it earlier.
Yeah, it's to be honest, the track is very similar to when we started. Maybe a little less grip in the chicanes, but the lap times are quite similar to the beginning of the race. I think early morning is always the quickest time of the track. So we've seen some good lap times, but track is okay. Quite some gravels out there.
I noticed that there's kind of a mixture on the Porsche, but some teams use the softs, some teams. I mean, did you guys use the softs?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I was asleep in the night, but I think we kept the medium.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, I think they did as well. Well done, Nick, and thanks to Kevin Estre for standing by with Nick there. This has been an intriguing race. I feel I'll only really know what has gone on during the night when I go back and look at the data. I know you like to do that, Paul, and look at it. We do have great battling right throughout the field, including the Alpine at the moment, right up the tailpipes of a Peugeot. Now, I don't think that's a pass for position.
It is. It's for 15th and 16th place. Malfi Jacobsen.
Oh, yes, yeah, you're right.
Is
Sorry,
in the 94 Peugeot.
Yeah, thank you.
Charles Malaysia in the Alpine, number 35.
Coming through the Ford chicane at the moment. Thank you to the lovely Samantha, who has furnished me with another cup of sacred coffee in our breakfast.
Why do you get coffee?
Because I asked, I think. Oh, problem for the Aston Martin down at the Mulsanne roundabout, and another car that's gone straight on. For a moment, actually, I thought there was a right rear failure on that 009 Hypercar. It's Marco Sorensen who goes all the way around the roundabout in the correct direction and rejoins. I was up there earlier on in the 10 days or nearly 2 weeks that we've been here, 10, 11 days. Never been down all the way into the Mulsanne village itself, and it's a lovely spot, some smashing places to sit down and have a coffee and a bit of pastry or whatever.
I'll tell you what, if you keep going through Mulsanne village,
yeah,
and keep going for about another 2 kilometres, there's a lovely restaurant on the left-hand side. At least it was more than 10 years ago.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Paul, for that up-to-date gastronomic recommendation.
I don't get out much these days.
I know that feeling. Peter Snowden has been watching the developing story down at Cadillac 311, or the 311 as I've been calling it, as that's the 31 is their number. It looked like a brake change. Was it a brake change, Peter, or was it something, as we were saying earlier, slightly more worrying?
No, nothing more worrying than that. It's about to go out to the box now and be put onto the pan and ready to go out. They put the same tyres back on it, and here it comes. Now, it was quite simply just a very methodical, carefully calculated brake change for all 4 discs and pads on the 311. No more than that.
It took 12 minutes, Snowy, so that was actually, that would be classed as quite long. And I don't know if we were expecting brake changes on those cars. It's back on the apron now, and the trolleys are taken out from underneath it. Down it goes, and fires up with a little help from the electric motor side by side for Peugeot and Alpine for the honour of France. Down into Indianapolis Arnage behind the delayed Iron Dames now, which has dropped well down, in fact to the back of the running GT3 car. Still Rahel Frey behind the wheel of that car. Ask and thou shalt receive, by the way, in terms of a breakfast sacred coffee. There you go, Paul.
It's lovely, isn't it? She's great, Sam.
The lovely Samantha. I think we should play a little jingle every time you walk in. Like,
all I was going to say is that battle going on between Malte Jakobsen and Charles Milesi, 14th and 15th place, it's 2 laps off the lead lap. Such has been the pace in this race. I mean, we're still going to have a large number of cars finishing on the lead lap, I think. But indeed, it may turn into as many cars as we had last year, which was 9. But I just think it's a shame that we've got this, as you say, battle for the glory of France between Peugeot and Alpine, 2 laps down on the rest of the field.
Let's just pay off that story that we were talking about. Peter Snowden has done some more digging and has this CrowdStrike pit lane report for the Cadillac number 31-1.
Well, without wishing to invoke the wrath of the engineers and saying that took a while, which is probably not going to be your best response, is it?
No.
I just said, basically methodical, etc., etc. And they said, yeah, no, absolutely that. It is. It was just rotors and pads. Obviously a check around things there, and they said, look, we were fully expecting to do it at this time. That's the cycle we're on. Yes, we just check around everything else while it's there. It's tired. It's the first bit of daylight. Basically, it's a chance to have a look at the car and just service it and put it out on its way. In actual fact, 12 minutes isn't that bad, is it really? It's 4 minutes a corner.
Yeah, true enough. True enough with those dry brake systems that they have nowadays. So 8 hours and 11 minutes and 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. Don't forget our Studiovision. Nick Damon's been working hard on that, and that's got the countdown clock on it as well as a little bit of a timing update. And you can watch Paul and I drinking our sacred coffee this morning. Hi to Tubbs and the rest of the team. Thank you again for your excellent support through our motor racing season, and particularly during the long race. We did pack because we've got plenty of room, and we were driving, not flying, so we've got one of your coffee machines and a stash to take down to the Nürburgring as well, which is just as well because we've got double bubble down there. Here's Marco Sorensen on the radio. Or maybe not. Well, I heard the Aston Martin. That sounded good to me. Still, that battle continues.
Two cars in front, number 35 and 94. They are for position. We just need to stay close. And we will work our strategy to overtake them. Okay, we need to just stay close, and we will work our strategy to pass them.
Stay close, but not too close, because they're almost running into each other at 175, 180 miles an hour, coming down into Indianapolis and Arnage, probably a little bit more than that now. That's the fastest part of the circuit. And this is this enthralling battle that Paul was talking about for minor places, really, but right up there. And the Peugeot continuing 14th, 15th and 16th for Malte Jakobsen, Charles Milesi and Marco Sorensen right there. They're side by side again, the two French marks, and this time round the outside in the Porsche curves, the light blue of Alpine prevails and goes through. That was brave. There was some very close moments, and Sorensen hoves into view now behind the number 94 Peugeot Total Energy team. Now that was an interesting little exchange, and then straight into the pit lane. Now, why would you bother doing that? I'm sure people are saying that, but you do that because you want to prove a point, but you do that because even if you're coming into the pit lane, you don't know what's going to happen behind you. The pace was there, the opportunity was there, you take that opportunity, so long as it's not too risky. So that Alpine now into the pit lane for Charles Malézy, and they will go to work, putting the fuel in first. And Nick Damon is watching, and it looks like the young Frenchman is staying on board that car, Nick.
Yep, they came in. It's interesting, this whole argument, do you push like that in the last lap when you're coming in? Well, you don't know the guy in front's coming in. So, and therefore, even you gain half a second in track position. I have seen some ridiculous situations where people will battle on that last lap like crazy animals and lose both the cars 5 seconds, which is pointless. Just a bit of a vignette, a bit of information. The Alpine is on soft still. So they're still on soft. So Malaysia's been running this entire on the softs. The temperature's really odd. I don't even read the temperature out. It seems like it's been completely flat the entirety of the race.
Thank you, Nick. Williams Adonis, Billy. Hello, Billy. Hope you and Moni are enjoying this. He says, looking at the front of the Aston Martin Valkyrie, their Harter racing car, looks like there's a lot of clearance. I'll come back to that in a moment, as we've got another Peugeot incident, or at least action, with Peugeot and Ferrari side by side going past the AMG of Iron Lynx, and the Ferrari goes through into the second chicane. The Aston Martin's still there, so that would be the leader, was it, coming through, Paul? The 50? No, it's the 50 car, it's the third place car, and Nicholas Nielsen.
But it's the same Peugeot, and now with Marco Sorensen just behind it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Marco, I think rather than having to have a strategy to get past it, Marco's going to have to come into the pits as well at this point. But certainly shows you how keen they are, even though they're 2 laps behind, keen to have a battle.
Well, I think that if you'd said to the Harter Racing team that their Valkyrie, that project that they have been pushing so hard to get completed, if they would be battling with the might of Peugeot and Alpine, at the start of the season, that was a pipe dream. Alpine have been really good this year, and those Valkyries have just got better and better, faster and faster, and are closing the gap to the rest of the teams.
Well, I was saying to the others earlier on, I had an email from our good friend David Ingram the week before we came out, saying that he was looking forward to the listening to the Aston Martin Valkyries, keeping us awake all night. Well, they've achieved that. They've got us into Sunday morning. They've only got another 8 hours to go. I wanted to mention another fastest lap of the race as well, because Earl Bamber has now got a best lap, which is... Oh, now was that a track limits?
Oh.
Because when it was on the screen... Oh, no, there it is.
330...
No, I thought he was in the 326s.
Right.
But that's disappeared off my screen again. So... As you were, we'll go back to the
he's just come into the pit lane. He's just come into the pit lane, so it would have been showing for a moment his best lap and his best sectors, wouldn't it? It does that when you come into the pit lane.
But the best lap of the race is now held by Will Stevens, at 3:27.043.
Williams Adonis, as I mentioned, said he's been looking at the front of the 009. It looks like there's a lot of clearance. The splitter is quite high up compared to most of the others. Is it an optical illusion, or am I saying it right? Sort of yes and no, because what's going on behind that splitter is what's important. Now, the Aston does... You're only allowed in LMH one tunable, i.e. movable, wing surface. Conventional thinking would normally say you use the rear wing plane, the aerofoil at the back, as your tunable surface, and you can move that up and down. We've all seen people moving it up 1 hole, 2 holes, etc., etc. it's not unique that Aston Martin have chosen to eschew that, but they have. And their tunable aerodynamic device is a front wing. And that then sits behind the front of the car. And if you look very carefully, you can see how brilliantly sculpted the front of that Aston Martin Valkyrie is. Particularly if you're looking at the front fenders from behind the front of the car and looking sort of forward from a 30 to 45 degree angle, you can pretty much see right through the front of the car, and it looks like a single-seater. It really does. It really evokes car designs of the past to me. We went away from that in sports car racing for a little while, and it seems that we're coming back to it. It's a genius bit of design. It's running heavy at the moment because it's running at the same weight as all the hybrids, although of course it doesn't have a hybrid, and the advantage of that hybrid system. And they are battling, genuinely battling. Got into Hyperpole, of course, and Sorensen now, well, I've bigged him up, so he better go past this Peugeot as we come towards another racing hour. And they're down to Indianapolis and towards Arnage. And while I take a quick sip of coffee, Paul?
I can tell you the mystery of the Earl Bamber fastest lap. It was a track limits lap. It was a 3:26.944. So we did get into the 3:26s, 3:26.944 for Earl Bamber, but it was a track limits lap, which is why it was on the screen. In fact, it still is on the fastest lap screen. Is that? Yes, that one down there. It says fastest lap Earl Bamber 3:26.944.
Yeah. On lap 253, which was three laps ago.
But 253 was a track limits lap.
Okay, so that wouldn't stand.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Well, let's keep an eye on that. At RSL_studio, our hashtag this year is 20RLM24 because it's our 20th Radio Le Mans at 24 hours as Radio Show Limited. And that Marco Sorensen battle with the Peugeot is indeed interrupted by the pit stop, which is perfect timing because we can now take a short breath and look forward to what the rest of the morning and into the afternoon has in store as we check on the weather for Le Mans 2025. At 14 degrees at the moment. Actually, I think that's come up a little bit now. I'm looking at 17 degrees in the air here at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit as we go through the day. Partly cloudy with a top temperature of 25 degrees, dropping down in clear skies tonight to a low of 11. And for your drive home tomorrow, if you're heading north, fairly toasty, 27 degrees, but at least there will be a little bit of cloud cover.
So with 8 hours exactly remaining, we've had 2/3 of this one, 1/3 to go, and it is a pit stop for Niklas Nielsen. He's coming to the end of his triple stint, and so by the normal Ferrari rotation, we'll be getting that car with Antonio Fuoco getting into it. We've also got Sebastian Buemi coming into the pits in the number 8 Toyota, which was in 4th place, but he's now losing positions as a result of that pit stop. And Sebastian Buemi will be vacating that in order to hand it over to Brendan Hartley, who will be the incoming driver there. Those two pit stops will herald the pit stop next, I reckon, of Phil Hansen bringing the number 83 Ferrari into the pits. Then we will get Will Stevens coming out of 3rd place, where he has managed to work the number 12 Cadillac Team Jota car up into, but as I say, he'll lose that position when he comes in. And then after that, the race leader, James Collado, will be coming in to the end of his 3rd stint, but he's still, because they've managed to stretch the Ferrari's stint lengths once again. We've got back to a 13-lap stint for James Collado, not on this stint, but on the previous one. And so looking to see whether James is going to be able to manage a further 2 laps on this tank of energy, or whether he's going to need a third one. Worryingly, looking out over the circuit, we've got a yellow flag zone over at Marshall's Post 2, which is before we really get to the Dunlop chicane. And the number 311, I can tell you, is the car that's come to rest. That's the Whelan Cadillac, which had that very carefully done brake change a little while ago. Just trying to work out whether it was on an outlap. No, it had done a couple of laps already. Fred Vesti was at the wheel. He'd done, in fact, 4 laps of his stint. And now the 311 has had a moment, and he's in fact still stationary just before the Dunlop chicane. I look up from the screens, and there is a bright, young, refreshed, not quite shaven, but he looks a lot better than he did last night. Johnny Palmer. Hello, Johnny.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Johnny Molan.
No.
Young.
Yeah, well, that's why.
You're still very young.
He wouldn't be that kind to me, but yes. Yes,
well, he's already stated that you might be 90 kilos.
I know.
What's all that about?
And he took away my LMP1 and LMP2 records. Cool.
I'll take all of those compliments, Paul, very warmly indeed. The 311 has indeed stopped right at the end of the lap. So this is Fred Vesti, as you say, frantically trying to restart the car. It's right at the start of the lap rather than the end of the lap now, so that was probably me mishearing, and he's just maybe getting some advice from his engineering crew as to what to do next. But it's not a nice place to be sitting, this, at the end of a fast straight and on the curb, and that's why there is, well, it's double yellow. We haven't got a slow zone yet, have we, Paul?
Yes, we have.
Well,
we've got to prepare for slow zone.
Okay.
It will come into force at 8:03,
which is now. And there we go. So the slow zone is at Marshall Post. The next slow, as it's called, next slow, is at Marshall Post 35, the final Marshall Post on the track, and then the slow zone up through MP1. And the bit after it as well. So that will just calm the nerves of Fred Vesti, who was nervously looking in his rear view mirror, waiting for the next car to nip by and hopefully stick to the racetrack, which everybody was doing, and obeying those yellow flags. 311's been in the wars. They had that steering issue, I remember, where because the steer-by-wire technology had failed, and it meant that the car was in the pit lane for just under half an hour. And as you said, Paul, there were other bits of work taking place as well. There was a time when the 311 was actually the best placed of the 4 Cadillacs. One of them's no longer in the race. That's the 101 Cadillac WTR car from IMSA. The others, the Hertzstein Jota caddies, one of them is 6th and now heading back out from a pit stop, Will Stevens. The other one, the 38 car, is in 10th place with Earl Bamber at the wheel, as the number 15 BMW heads out of the Ford chicane. Normally that would be a foot to the boards part of the racetrack, but in the acceleration area, Dries van Tor obeys this 80-kilometre speed limit now for the first sector. So, Paul, I've been away for 6 hours, so
right.
There have been it probably doesn't feel like that to you. There have been changes, but Ferrari having, well, I'll tell you what was happening when I was last in. The 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi was having to sit in the pit lane for 20 seconds with a stop and go and serve another penalty because of an incident with a TF Sport Corvette. And we were just saying, is this just a little bit of a wrinkle appearing for Ferrari? But then as I came in, they were 1, 2, 3 again.
So had we had the safety car 6 hours ago,
No, I had realised there was a safety car because just as I was about to head off to sleep, the volume of the cars decreased significantly, and I thought that's got to be a full course caution, as it were.
And that was a full reset, as Paul and I were talking about. We were banging on about this now becoming the 12 hours of Le Mans, and obviously, as Paul rightly pointed out at the time, not quite the same because there was a lot of class traffic interspersed amongst the top, at the time I think it was 12 hypercars that were left on the lead lap, but they went at it hammer and tongs, and that definitely brought the Ferrari back into it. And obviously I've been off for a couple of hours, Paul, but I've come back in. If anything, they've got stronger since I left.
Well, that's right. I'll try and come on to that. I describe what's going on. So the safety car was triggered by the Nielsen Racing LMP2 car, which finished up in the wall at Tertre Rouge. And as you said, it bunched the field up, but it also seriously disadvantaged the number 6 Porsche, which seemed to be getting itself into a position during the night where it was certainly lapping as quickly, if not quicker, than anything else, and it was looking in quite good shape. But the field bunching up and various other things that then happened, where possibly the number 6 made a bad call later on after the safety car had withdrawn. We had a double slow zone on the Mulsanne straight, so we had a slow zone running all the way from the first chicane all the way to Mulsanne corner. Now, everybody except the number 6 Porsche used that as an opportunity to come in and top up with fuel, a sort of free pit stop, if you will, while 2/3 of the Mulsanne straight was running at 80 kilometers an hour. And that further hampered the progress of the number 6 Porsche. In addition, as the night wore on, so the Ferraris began to assert a bit more pace again, and have now moved themselves up to the top of the field. Although there are some penalties in abeyance, we've had 15 cars, I think, reported for an incident that happened just coming out of Mulsanne corner, saying in passing that the Iron Dames Porsche, Rahel Frey at the wheel, was first of all nerfed into the gravel by Clemens Schmidt. He was penalised for that with a penalty. Rahel got going again, but then further around a couple of laps later stopped on the circuit at Mulsanne corner. And as I say, the yellow flag that covered that then led to 15 cars all having to be investigated for yellow flag infringements. And what hasn't yet happened is the result of those investigations. Meanwhile, a quick update of what's going on at the moment, because you've been able to observe that we're no longer in the slow zone situation. We're back to a fully green racetrack because the Whelan car is out of the way.
Yeah, that's been lifted to the safe side of the concrete barrier, which is to driver's left on the process of the Dunlop curve. So quick work there. And at the moment, still close enough to the car is Fred Vesti. So that car's not necessarily retired, but it's awkward to get it back to the racetrack. We'll wait to see what happens to the Cadillac Whelen car. And the other thing I just noticed is that the 15 BMW, Dries Van Tort, ran out of brakes heading into the Mulsanne corner, had to go through the gravel, use the escape road at the far side of the gravel track, but has returned to the racing surface and remains in 7th place, trying to hunt down Will Stevens. But that little off-track moment won't have helped with that. We can also say, by the way, it's Paul Trustwell, Johnny Molam, Johnny Palmer in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And looking after the CrowdStrike pit reports, good morning to Joe Bradley.
Good morning, guys. What a beautiful morning it is as well. You can feel the heat just beginning to build as well, so make sure you've got plenty of suntan lotion out there. While Paul was giving us that lovely update, I can tell you that the number 6 Porsche into the pits from 3rd place, staying in contention and really sharpening the razor blade with a fuel-only pit stop there. Laurent Vantore staying on board and not taking tyres, so really are pushing those tyres to just to eke a bit more time, saving a bit more time at the cost of a set of tyres, which is what we expected to be precise. I can see Snowy's disappeared into the back of the Whelen Cadillac pit. and he's probably on a bit of a research mission as to see if we can get an exact reason why that Cadillac has ground to a halt. So be prepared, Johnny, for Snowy to shout up when he's got someone.
Okay, thank you for that. Very busy at the moment on the run down towards Indianapolis with 3 abreast prototypes and one of them diving up the inside of a couple of LMP2s. That was the number 12 Cadillac, in fact, swinging its way out of Indianapolis and down towards Arnage. It's still very busy out there. In places I could be forgiven for thinking, Johnny Mullum, it's the start of the race again.
Well, it's incredibly busy, and we're still limited to, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 retirees, I think that is, if my eyesight isn't failing me. One thing I've noticed, because I always like to keep an eye on the fastest lap of the race.
Yes.
As a driver, you like to see that. And it's only, what, 5 or 6 laps ago, which is about right, because it is kind of around the time. It's getting warmer. Maybe about 45 minutes ago is the absolute perfect happy hour. But Earl Bamber, once again, has lowered his fastest lap to a 26.944, which is a really, really impressive lap time in the number 38 car. And that...
No, go on. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, and I was just about to say that we're talking about the pace of the Ferraris and the number 6 Porsche, but over one lap, that number 38 car, especially with Earl Bamber at the wheel, seems to be able to rip off a really quick lap time.
The problem with that fastest lap time, and because I interrupted John Hindhaugh to tell him about it, and then when I checked on the screen, it wasn't there anymore. It was a track limits lap.
Oh, so you had it disallowed.
So I don't know if it's allowed or not allowed. So it's on the screen as the fastest lap, but
he held the previous one, didn't he?
Yes, but it's gone through a number of iterations since then.
We'll carry on discussions about fastest lap with a bit more time, but next let's head to the pit lane for a CrowdStrike report. Here's Peter Snowden.
Yeah, I'm just about to catch up with Chris Mitchum, who's the team manager of the Whelen 311 Cadillac. Chris, we had all that work I just reported on regarding the brake change, and then about three laps later, it all come to a halt.
Yeah, just super unfortunate. We went for a precautionary brake change, really just to try to learn. We're obviously a multi-car team here, and we hadn't had the day we wanted. So the brake change was precautionary to get an idea where wear rates were, and all that actually went fairly straightforward as you can for an unplanned in-race brake change. Unfortunately, the issue that the car has now that's going to cause us to retire is completely unrelated. Somehow we've lost drive, but it happened quickly. We haven't been able to investigate, so we don't have any details yet. Just unfortunately, the car lost drive, and where it happened, there's no way to recover it. So that'll be day done for us. So unfortunately, not the Le Mans we wanted, nor the Le Mans we prepared for. But we'll still be here at the track cheering on the 12 and the 38. Hopefully, they can salvage something here.
We've learned a lot during this time with this car, well, all cars, haven't you?
Yeah, for sure. You learn every time out. I mean, this is our 3rd year with the car, but one thing that never stops is the development. You're always pushing the envelope. You're always trying to find more. And I think we proved in qualifying and throughout the race that the Cadillacs definitely showed up and were prepared to fight. But unfortunately, it looks like we've got a little bit more work to do.
Chris, thanks very much, and time for an early bath, as they say.
Yeah, I wish so. The way our schedule works, the brain's already on Watkins Glen for us. We got to pack everything up, make sure it ships tomorrow, and that's the only good thing about the schedule is we don't have to wait long to try again.
The boys don't get a break now; it's just straight on to Watkins Glen.
Yeah, no, we'll get a breather, maybe a cold one or two, and then get right to work and get packed up. It looks like, unfortunately, we won't be in scrutineering like we had counted on. So we'll have Tuesday as a breather here in Le Mans, taking the atmosphere, enjoy this place. We all love coming here. And then we fly Wednesday and walk straight into property on Thursday morning for Watkins Glen and give the 6-hour a go.
Well, with the result aside, it sounds the best way to go motor racing. Thank you very much for your time, Chris.
Thank you, and look forward to seeing how the rest of this one ends.
Thank you.
Yeah, 6 Hours of the Glen will be covered right here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, RS2, IMSA Radio. That's the beauty of sports car racing at this time of the year, Johnny Molam. If you have a bad race, there's going to be another one probably next weekend to get it out of your mind.
Yes, absolutely, and obviously we've got the Nürburgring 24 as well next weekend, which you boys will also be heading straight to and not even managing to go home for a change of underpants, I should imagine.
No, I would hope we would get that, but not at home. And we're going to stay, I believe, much like the Cadillac guys, on Monday here in France. So do the travelling on Tuesday. But yes, I mean we can't necessarily claim that it's as brutal as being involved in a motor race as the engineers, the mechanics, and the drivers are. We're the fans. We're the fans with the microphones, as we often say, and back-to-back 24-hour races. There are, of course, 3 in a row in June, which is a rare thing. And I think 5 drivers in total, planning to do all 3 24-hour races. Antonio Giovinazzi leading after 16 hours and 16 minutes. So we're into the final third of the race now. He's in the number 51 Ferrari, leading by 7 seconds over Robert Kubica's AF Corsa Ferrari. But there are some other rivals to the Italian brand not that far away. Laurens Vanthoor in his number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 running in 3rd position. And the Toyota number 8 still in 5th and just a minute back from the race leader. So with 7 hours and 43 minutes to go, we're talking about 12 cars on the lead lap still, Paul?
I think that's right, yes. Let me go back to the other screen. Yes, it is 12 cars on the lead lap. And both first and second, this is before we've had it notified. I did say there were a large number of penalties being investigated. Well, both the 51 and the 83, James Collado in the lead car, it's Antonio Giovinazzi now in the lead car, and Robert Kubica in the second place car, have both just done a drive-through penalty. We haven't been notified on the screen that decision has been taken, but they've both just done one.
Yeah.
But because they've both done it, the gap between them is still the same as it was before.
And I'm not sure how entirely accurate my information is, but were those drive-throughs exactly the same time, pretty much? You would expect them to be.
You would expect them to be.
I'm just wondering.
32.3 seconds in the pit lane for 51 and 32. Well, you have to go down to the hundreds. 32.365 for the 51, 32.304 for the 83.
Okay, yeah. So pretty much. And again...
And what were they for, Paul?
For a yellow flag infringement at Mulsanne Corner.
Both of them are the same infringement?
Yes.
Right.
Although, interestingly, I've got a message now that says that cars 009, 8 and 93, as I said, I think it was 18 cars that were all under investigation for the same offence.
Yes.
009, 8 and 93 have been told that there was no further action for that offence. So maybe some have got away with it and others haven't.
That's helpful for the number 8 Toyota in particular.
Well, yeah, I mean, anything will help that car at the moment. It's currently running in 5th place with Brendan Hartley trying to play catch-up.
They're a minute off the lead.
That was a good lap from Robert Kubica, the best that the 83 car's done all race, 327.331. Still not quite as quick as what might have been an illegal lap by Earl Bamber on lap 253, but it's still flashed up on our screen as the fastest lap of the race so far. So at 20 past 8 in the morning, 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans around the circuit and around the world on RS1. Might not be a bad idea, Paul, to just whip through the retirements to this point, because as I left at 2 o'clock this morning, there were only 3 on the board, and I actually think now there are 9 in total.
I'll go along with 9 in total.
10 now because the 311 has flashed up as a retirement. I was hopeful that Fred Vesti might be able to still drive that car away, but because it's been put the other side of the barrier and he's walked away from the car now, 311 is also out.
Right, so the ones that you missed, the 24 Nielsen Racing LMP2 car, Cem Bolukbaisi had a crash at Tete Rouge. That was what triggered the safety car. He became our 4th retirement. The 5th retirement was a very emotional one because the number 46 Valentino Rossi BMW M4 from the WRT team, Valentino was away having his rest, but Kelvin van der Linde came into the pits with some kind of mechanical problem from which the car was then retired. Not quite sure exactly the nature of that mechanical problem.
It was electrical, Paul, because if you remember, he went off at the Porsche curves because, and we were discussing at the time, one, why he'd gone off, and two, why he stopped in the gravel, but he had a full shutdown and lost all his power steering and also the engine cut. So he was stranded in the gravel, but then they managed to get it going again. Obviously did one of those master resets, got back in the pits, but they weren't able to solve it.
Exactly. Following that, we lost the 101 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. Again, that stopped out on the circuit at the Mulsanne chicane, the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, and it was Felipe Albuquerque in the car at the time. Again, some kind of total shutdown. Joe Bradley spoke to Wayne Taylor about it, and Wayne couldn't really shed much light on why it had broken down, but something electrical or something like that was probably the problem. We lost the EDEX Sport LMP2 car number 18, Jamie Chadwick's car, although she wasn't in it at the time. It was Andre Lotterer who had just taken the car out of the pits. It got as far again as the Mulsanne straight, and the wheel fell off. That was a second chicane on the Mulsanne straight, and so Andre Lotterer was out of the race, and that was what triggered our double slow zone, because where he stopped, the wheel was in one slow zone and he was in the other slow zone, so we had to have two simultaneous slow zones while that was tidied up. The 54 Thomas Floor Ferrari, the Vista AF Corsa entry, Davide Rigon brought the car into the pits. The torque sensor, the FIA supplied torque sensor, started playing up and reporting that the car was using far too much energy, according to Davide Rigon, and they couldn't replace the torque sensor, or wouldn't replace the torque sensor. It's an FIA supplied part, and Davide Rigon was understandably a bit miffed that that was what had caused that car to retire. So 54 is out. Then the second WRT BMW was into the pits, the number 31 car, which Yasser Shaheen brought into the pits, and that car had hit a rabbit on the Mulsanne straight, suffered from some damage as a result of that. Despite having fixed the damage, the car was back into the pits a little later with a probably related kind of problem, which eventually caused the car's retirement. And finally then retirement number 10 becomes the 311 Whelan Cadillac, which you've just reported on.
Now, another favourite part or another favourite bit of the race, potentially, for Johnny Molan, because we were a bit iffy about Earl Bamber's fastest, in inverted commas, lap of the race, but we've got a new one now.
Yes, fantastic. It does seem that Dries van Tor and Earl Bamber, for that matter, do seem to, I know there have been a couple of other times and other cars having fastest laps, but they do seem to like exchanging fastest laps, those two. And this time, Dries van Tor in the number 15 BMW Team WRT car has set a 3-minute 26.930, only marginally faster than the, was it or not, fastest lap of Earl Bamber, but this one, as we can see on the timing screen, hasn't got any track limit warnings next to it, so I think that one, for now at least, will stand. But I noticed that there are a few people out there setting the fastest laps of their cars at the moment, so clearly the track is quick right now, especially if you can stay online. Offline, there seems to be an awful lot of tyre marbles forming up, which is totally normal. I remember at the end of one race in particular here, literally the racing line, the track was literally as wide as the racing line, give or take, apart from maybe down the straights, but certainly through the corners like the Porsche curves, if you went more than about a metre offline, you were literally into a sea of rubber, and it tends to end up that way quite often at this race.
Especially when we don't have lots of safety cars or other interruptions, because it doesn't give the marshals a chance to even get on the circuit to clear things up.
When the safety car came out, well, first of all, has there only been one safety car period?
Yes.
And how long did it last for?
That's written down there. In total, 39 minutes, of which 17 minutes was the procedure that takes place after the incident has cleared.
The merge and wave by.
We merge and pass around, merge the cars behind one safety car, and then pass around the cars that have their class leader behind them in the safety car queue. And that turned out to be an awful lot of cars. I think of the 50-odd cars that were still running at that stage, or that were out on the circuit at that stage, at least 30 of them did a pass around. So there were a lot of cars doing that. But they did it quickly and they got on with it. And as I say, it did what it was supposed to do, which was to bring all of the classes close together, which is fine unless you happen to have been the class leader, as the number 6 Porsche was at the time, and they were shortly then to be passed by the 2 Ferraris, 50 and 51.
So we're talking quite a large lead for the number 6 Porsche, and was that a legitimate lead, as in it wasn't because of pit stops?
Exactly right, yes. I mean, it was a 20-second lead. Okay, you can't say that's exactly right, yes. I mean, it was a 20... Okay, you can't say that's a large lead, but
No.
by the standards of hypercar racing these days, it was kind of a lead that they were able to use, and I mean, Johnny was there at the time. You had the feeling that it was a lead that they were going to have to do something wrong in order to lose, because they weren't being caught by the Ferraris, whereas now it looks like the pace is hotting up again, and that number 6 Porsche isn't actually going any faster, whereas the cars around it are.
Yeah, absolutely, and clearly, I mean, you were asking me the question earlier on in the night as we were going into sort of the real cool part of the race, sort of from sort of 1-2 in the morning as it really starts cooling down, about cars suiting different ambient temperatures, different track temperatures, and it certainly looked there that the Ferrari had lost a little bit of its edge, but then again, as soon as we went back to racing after the safety car, and they were sort of all line astern, their raceability, in other words, their speed in Sector 2 down the Mulsanne Straight of the Ferraris, that is, seemed to sort of come to the fore again. So I think it was more to do with spacing and traffic than necessarily the car setup, but certainly the Ferraris do seem to be slightly happier as soon as it warms up slightly compared to the Porsches.
We'll do an hourly update in about 90 seconds, but partly to get us there, let's go for a CrowdStrike pit report. And Peter Snowden, you've just watched a pretty quick change for the number 48 car in LMP2.
Yes, very slick actually. The VDS Palace Racing. Ollie Gray now plugged into that, and no more than that, to be honest. Just a very, very simple, slick turnaround, but a remarkably quick driver change. I'm sure Paul's got times how much these are doing, but super, super quick, it's seen from the outside.
And Ollie Gray taking that car over then, staying in second position. Paul Lafargue's also made a stop in the third placed LMP2 car, which is the remaining EDEX Sport entry now. Remember, the 18 car with Andre Lotre, who was at the wheel at the time, is no longer in the race. So that had been our most recent retirement until the 311 Cadillac stopped at the Dunlop curve and needed to be craned to a safety. Earl Bamber just returning to the race now in 11th position in car number 38. But it is still a Ferrari 1-2, and we'll give you the fuller rundown in just a tick. You're tuned to 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans around the circuit and around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.com. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre at 8:30. Let's get the update. So we have 7.5 hours still to go in the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it's the number 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi leading on lap 265 by 3.5 seconds over the 83 Ferrari, the AF Corsa example of Robert Kubica, Phil Hansen and Ye Fei sharing that car with the pole. And then we have Laurens Vanthoor in the chasing Porsche in third position, car number 6 from Porsche Penske Motorsport. It is a further 39 seconds back, 42, nearly 43 seconds adrift of the Giovinazzi leading car. Antonio Fuoco is just 13 seconds further back down the road in the number 50 Ferrari. So of the top 4, 3 of them are 499Ps. Strength in numbers at this stage as we've just hit the final third of the race. Fifth position is the number 8 Toyota of Brendan Hartley. He's about 5 seconds away from the Fuoco-driven Ferrari. So Ferrari, Toyota, then Cadillac, the Will Stevens number 12 car in 6th from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, half a minute behind the Hartley car. Best BMW is in 7th for car number 15, Andries Vanthoor, the BMW M Team WRT. There's another Porsche Penske 963 for Michael Christensen in 8th for car number 5. The second of the Toyotas, which was well adrift only a few hours ago, but that's now into the top 10. Car number 7, driven by Kamui Kobayashi, running 9th ahead of René Rast's BMW number 20, also from the Belgian squad WRT. Alpines are 13th and 14th. That's 36 ahead of 35. And the Aston Martins 15th and 18th. 009 and 007 with one of the Peugeots in between them. That's Stoffel Van Dorn in the number 94 car running in 16th place. LMP2, top 5 are all non-Pro-Am cars, which is what we would have expected on the balance of the driving squad. So it's 43 leading, Tom Dillman, for Inter-Europol competition, ahead of the 48 VDS Panis Racing car, fresh from a pit stop, and Ollie Gray taking over. Also, 28's just been in for a stop, running 3rd, Paul Lafargue and Edex Sport. Massimo Capietto for Iron Links Proton, car number 9, is running in 4th position, ahead of the 22 United Autosports car of Pietro Fittipaldi. The top 3 in LMP2 Pro-Am, who are 6th, 7th and 8th in the LMP2 rankings. It's Dane Cameron for AO by TF, number 199, leading, ahead of the sister Inter-Europol competition car. So they've got one LMP2 car, one LMP2 Pro-Am car, and it's Nick Bull in the 34 car, second in the Pro-Am division, ahead of 183 Antonio Felix da Costa for AF Corsa. LMGT3, Manthey First Forms Porsche, Ricardo Pera still leading the class. That's number 92 by 48 seconds over Francois Herriot. Back in again as the bronze in car number 21 for Vista AF Corsa. Tom Van Rompuy, also a bronze for TF Sport and their Corvette program, number 81, running in 3rd, ahead of Jose Maria Lopez's Lexus from a Codis ASP team, number 87. 5th place for 27, Heart of Racing Teams, Aston Martin and Zach Robichon. Actually, that's about to change now because they are absolutely side by side. So Jose Maria Lopez, yeah, still just about ahead of the Aston Martin, but set to change at any moment.
That's Jack Hawksworth. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yes, no, it is. You're right. Beg your pardon. So Hawksworth and Robichon fighting one another, and they are separated by, well less than a second, and now Hawksworth up to 5th, ahead of Robichon down to 6th position. Air temp is steadily building, and with it, the Mobil 1 track temperature, which is now 22 degrees Celsius. So Johnny Palmer on the update with a little bit of a sprinkling of Johnny Murnham. I kind of quite like that. We can share the next one.
Yeah, okay.
7 hours, 25 minutes to go, 91.2 FM, and yeah, you just look away from the screen very briefly, and all of a sudden a couple of GT cars are side by side with Jack Hawksworth pushing like crazy. Jack, for the second year, actually plugged into a Toyota brand, Toyota family car because of injury. Ben Barnicoat actually would have been fit for this year's race, but the checks and the OK had to be done weeks out, and he wasn't fit according to the doctors. So yeah, nice little bonus drive for the Yorkshireman.
Yeah, he was having a fantastic battle as well, and still is, with Zach Robichon in the heart of racing Aston. And it was taking him a while to sort of get up there. He was right in the slipstream and couldn't make it work down the Mulsanne straights into the chicanes. But coming out of Mulsanne, he seemed to get a lot better traction, which seemed to then carry him all the way down towards Indianapolis corner, and he finally made the move stick. So Lexus is now running 4th and 5th in... now Jose Maria Lopez, beg your pardon, because Charlie Eastwood's just pitted. So Jose Maria Lopez in the other Lexus is up to 3rd, and Jack Hawksworth running 5th in the Lexuses, with a sandwich of TF Sport and the Corvette in between them in 4th place in GT3.
Another new name appearing as a fastest lap of the race, with Antonio Fuoco now setting a 3:26.817. So the previous time was from the 15 BMW. That was a 26.930. Yeah, so over a further 10th shaved off there by Tony Fire, as he's known within the Ferrari camp, I think. Antonio Fuoco in car number 50, and he is trying to close that 10-second gap. It's down to, yeah, it's about 10 seconds to Laurens Vanthoor's number 6 Porsche.
Yeah, this is all the cars obviously coming alive. The track is clearly at its best in the race so far. You're seeing so many, especially, for example, Jose Maria Lopez has just set his fastest lap of the race with a 3:55.887 for his GT3 Lexus. That is a really good lap time, and you can tell the track's quick because obviously traffic a little bit having some impact, but there's a lot of consistently quick lap times happening where they're lapping within a few tenths of themselves, and each time looking quicker and quicker.
And it's important perhaps to make the point, these Hypercar fastest laps are the fastest ever Hypercar fast lap. So the previous best was set in 2022 and was a 3 minutes 27.8, I think. So since about 4 o'clock in the morning, when the time started dropping, we've been into absolute best ever Hypercar times. So the other thing I've been just looking down is to check on drivers in the LMP2 Pro-Am class who have already completed their 6 hours of drive time. And in the Pro-Am class within LMP2, Giorgio Roda in car number 11, Daniel Schneider in the United Autosports car number 23, and PJ Hyatt in the AO by TF Spike the Dragon car, the number 199. Those 3 bronze drivers have all completed their 6 hours already, so no more drive time for them to do. The rest of the race can be completed by the silver drivers at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, that's good information there, Paul. Unfortunately, especially for the likes of, say, the 23 United Autosports LMP2 in the Pro-Am class, which currently has Ben Hanley at the wheel, they've dropped, I think, 2 laps off the class lead, so it's going to be almost impossible to come back from that.
Let's just dive into the LMP2 Pro-Am battle, because it is really frenetic, and CrowdStrike pit report from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, the number 183, the Vista EF Corsa, sorry, not that one, next garage. The EF Corsa Orica, Francois Perrodo has just got into the car. I'm not sure who got out as I was stuck. I think it's Mathieu Vaxivière. You might tell me I'm wrong, because they look from the back. Yes, I was about to say, it looks like Antonio. It was a straightforward service. I will try and grab a word with Antonio, or try to at least. I'm going to have to go off there though, Johnny. I'll come back to you because I've got to disappear to the labyrinth at the back of the garage.
All right, give us a shout when you've managed to grab the Portuguese for a quick interview. We're just being contact at the Ford chicane between the sole surviving Ford Mustang, which is number 77, and the number, it was the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin car 10, Derek de Boer, who has come across the line in 15th position, whereas Bernardo Souza runs 11th. So they weren't on the same lap, but that was the Aston Martin getting a firm old tap from the Mustang behind.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they weren't on the same lap might have some bearing on it, although it shouldn't. But based on consistency, if the officials are consistent, based on what we saw earlier on in the race, very early on in the race, between Ben Keating, if you remember, in the Corvette going into the second Mulsanne chicane, I think it was, I think you'll see a penalty coming the way of the Mustang.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because there was a smallish gap there, but Souza, for me, wasn't fully alongside in order to make the pass.
It's an area going into the last left-right onto the little pit straight is an area where even a hypercar passing a GT3, you can't really make that move stick. There's not enough space, not enough distance between the two chicanes, not enough of a straight to get a run down the inside of someone. So it's a very, very difficult place to overtake unless the person in front is being held up massively by another car.
Just noticed the big gouge in the side of the number 7 Kamui Kobayashi Toyota, and the team just checking that. Has that been there for a while?
It's been there since the first hour.
Okay. I did remember the car being damaged. I didn't realise it was quite as bad as that.
Yeah, it is. I don't think it's got any worse as such, but it was inflicted in some of the early battling in the first stint of the race, and the Toyota PR people have been on to say that it's not affecting anything. It looks bad,
yes,
but the car is continuing on its way, and apart from not quite having the performance that Toyota wanted, then it's going all right. Kamui Kobayashi has managed to keep himself on the lead lap. I can't remember which of our Kreidstrike pit reports said so, but we had one interview with Mike Conway, who was a very down-in-the-mouth Mike Conway, and was really describing how the car had been struggling to stay on the lead lap, which became critical, of course, when the safety car came out, and they did just achieve that being able to stay on the lead lap.
And we're having a fastest lap again, this time Robert Kubica in the number 83 AF Corsa private Ferrari. 3 minute 26.562, Johnny, set on lap 268. And you can see why, because he's only 1.7 seconds off the lead, which is Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari. And Robert Kubica, we saw him getting a little bit feisty earlier on in the race. He doesn't really have an off switch, Robert. He's a fantastic driver. Fantastic story. We mustn't forget. I know we don't really talk about it anymore, but the fact that he's out there doing what he's doing is nothing short of incredible. And he doesn't have any other setting other than flat out, it appears, which is why I think it was Paul was saying that he heard from an inside story that the other Ferraris expected the 83 car to break, but it shows no signs of it at the moment.
Joe's been working hard in the pit lane for a CrowdStrike pit report we'll get to in just a tick, but you're referring to that absolutely awful accident that Robert Kubica suffered in a rallying event, and as a result now, I don't think he exactly drives one-handed, but he has a lot of strength in one arm and one hand and not so much in the other, and there's been some adaptation, I think, to the cockpit at least when Robert Kubica takes over, but you wouldn't be able to tell on the timing screen with a 326.562.
I mean, incredible. And now the gap to the lead is down to 1.3. It's obviously one thing catching and another thing overtaking. At the same time, Antonio Giovinazzi is not hanging around because he's done a lap time on that last lap that would have been quickest lap of the race if it weren't for Robert Kubica's lap. He's just done a 3 minute 26.826.
Yeah. Huge amount of fans as well, particularly in Poland for Robert Kubica, and one or two people of the collective asking, have we ever actually had a Polish Le Mans winner? And as far as I can tell, it would be a first if
Well,
Robert Kubica can pull this off.
Well, you're looking to your right at me, Johnny, and actually you should turn your head to the left and
Oh,
look
yes.
at Mr. Trustwell.
This
'cause
guy over
that is
here.
a question for Paul.
Well, I've gone through my records, limited as they are, and I can't see a half red and half white flag. What do you reckon, Trussers?
I think you're probably right. And it also means, of course, that we haven't had a Monegasque winner.
That was my other thought. It depends on which order the colours come, of course, but no winner from Monaco before. That does surprise me.
Actually, I think, wasn't Louis Chiron from Monaco?
I thought he was French.
I'm going to have to look that one up.
Well, whilst you do that, we can go for a CrowdStrike pit report because Joe Bradley's been working hard on this one. It's an outgoing driver from an LMP2 car, Joe.
Antonio, you guys, tell me, are you looking at the LMP2 class overall, or are you focusing on Pro-Am?
To be honest with you, I think before we started this race, let's go from the beginning. It's been a tough week for pace. We've been struggling a little bit for pace. And yeah, like we started the race, and that's always the goal, to go for overall. You know, Francois has been doing a good job, even though he's a bronze, and but the race has been so much at the green flag. So we needed a couple of safety cars to kind of bunch up the field every now and then, but we've had one, and you know, so the pro cars have taken a lap on us, a couple of them. So I think we have to forget that one. We are indeed in the fight for the Pro-Am class, so that's our focus now.
Yeah, and when you mentioned a bronze driver in the form of Francois Perotto, that must fill you with a lot of warmth. He's an ace driver.
I mean, I was very lucky to spend the last 10 days with him and his crew, and you know, just the passion he has for the sport. And he won the Spirit of Le Mans award this year, so he represents exactly what this race is. So it's I'm very privileged to be here with him this week and to see how it's the right balance between fun and seriousness, you know, when we go racing, and you need that. So
I've never ever heard Antonio Felix da Costa say it's a balance between fun and competitiveness.
I don't think you'll ever see me at the racetrack without having a smile on my face. Exactly. You know, yes, we're tired, but we love this, you know, and it's the best race in the world. I unfortunately had to skip it last year, but I'm so glad to be back, and I'll never take it for granted.
Well, we're glad to have you back. I overheard in your previous interview that you're now going to prepare to get back in the car pretty quickly, is that?
Yeah, this wasn't supposed to happen. Francois just finished the double, and we wanted to get him out of the car. So I was going to go for a quadruple stint, but I did only a single, and he's gone back in the car for a double. We're going to get his time done now, and then I'll get back in.
And what sort of preparation were you describing there? Are you going to have a nice massage?
Well, ideally I'd go back to the RV and close my eyes for a bit, but I think it's just a bit too short on time, so I'll just stay up here in the garage. We got a couple of cool physios here. They'll kind of try and relax my neck muscles, and then we go back.
They'll revamp you. Thank you, Antonio. Great stuff.
Yeah, it was just a load of Aston update information for you. 009 and 007 just now have had a driver change. And, I did check up for you, by the way, that Louis Chiron was indeed Monegasque.
You've stolen Truss's thunder there because he gave a punch of the air when he realised that was the case. So I don't know why he doubted him, to be honest. But yeah, sorry, go on.
I never did doubt him.
You said, wasn't he French?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Nobody heard that, and there's no existing recording of you saying that.
Absolutely.
I did have a Monegasque winner down, but I can't find Chiron as... He was an overall winner, was he, Trussers? Or is that...
That was no. It was...
No.
It was a class winner.
Yeah.
Right, that's why I can't find him
That's definitely one back to Trussers, so...
Yeah.
He's dragging himself back in the game.
No,
terrific.
Louis Rosier is the other one I'm thinking of, but he is French. Was.
Right. Well, I have definitely a driver down that has won this race who is Monegasque, and I'm now desperately trying to struggle to find him.
And while you're doing that, shall we head back to the Ferraris coming into the pits? We're going through the round of pit stops. It's been happening for a little while now, and both of the 51 car and the 6 of Laurent Vantor, the Penske Porsche Motorsport car, both in the pits. Robert Kubica out. It'll be interesting to see how this all pans out, because Robert Kubica was very close behind Giovinazzi in the 51 car before he pitted.
So let's get the update on the 51 Ferrari with this CrowdStrike update.
Still no sign of a driver change or indeed a tyre change. Just fuel. Nice clean of the windscreen and headlights even, and it's back out very, very swiftly.
And Kubica literally coming through under the Dunlop Bridge, probably now about 2.5 seconds behind the 51 car, the 51 Ferrari. It does seem to be looking like, I always thought potentially early on in the race, and I can't remember who it was now, but I thought maybe an overcut might be the way to go, but it doesn't seem to work. If you pit before the person you're chasing, invariably you seem to come out a little bit further ahead of the person if they stay out one lap longer. And I guess it has a lot to do with traffic that you encounter on that lap, but it didn't work for Robert Kubica then. He was about 1.1 seconds behind when he pitted. He pitted a lap before Giovinazzi in the 51 car, and he's now 1.8 seconds behind the 51 car, so he's lost about half a second.
There's an Alpine in the gravel. Number 36 has spun away from...
And he's beached it.
He beached it, yes. It's not going to go any further. This is Jules Gounon, so it's not going to go any further. He can be helped out of there, but this is Marshall Post 20, so it's at Mulsanne corner, and outbraked himself perhaps, or maybe had some contact with another car. We'll try and find an answer for you on that, but the yellow flags are now being shown at Mulsanne. No, it was entirely on his own for Jules Gounon, fully locked up.
It's a tricky corner, Mulsanne. He was coming through GT traffic. He'd cleared it, but he was only 2 or 3 car lengths ahead of them. I don't know if that had a bearing on it, and he came in slightly wider, locked the wheel, and then spins as he goes through. So he locked the fronts and then got harder onto the brakes because he could see he wasn't slowing down enough, and then the rears locked up, bearing in mind that obviously we have a situation with regen occurring in the brake zones with these hypercars, so that can sometimes unbalance or imbalance the brake bias that you would normally have to try and get the front to rear braking to be stable for you, to give you stable braking. It does seem to be a tricky corner. The number of cars, I can't remember actually seeing quite so many cars of the same class. It seems to be the hypercars that struggle with that corner in particular, going into that corner, going through, not beaching like this in the gravel, but definitely either going through, either into the gravel and then turning left and going the long way around, or sometimes getting away with turning right but bouncing through the gravel.
It's a similar corner to Arnage though, isn't it, where you're arriving, although you're not arriving quite as quickly as Arnage.
Oh, Arnage is like nowhere near as fast. Arnage is a tighter corner though and can be tricky. They've made a lot more runoff on the left-hand side now at Arnage. So it used to, if you remember, there used to often be people buried in the wall on the left at Arnage, but no longer.
Full course yellow, which seems to be the race control's response for a car they think should be able to be retrieved quickly. When there's no barriers to inspect or anything like that, purely because, although it affects the whole racetrack, it does so quite quickly, and we get the incident dealt with reasonably quickly, and we get on with the race quite quickly. So
this isn't a way of tending to some of the debris that might be littering the track. The gaps aren't sufficient probably between still a lot of cars in this race, 52.
Exactly so, and we saw this happen just before you came in, Johnny and Johnny, when the 311 car appeared at first just to be beached, and we didn't quite realise how serious it was. But again, a full course yellow can just be implemented instantly and equally taken away instantly, so you don't have to have all of the countdowns and setting up that you have to do if you have a slow zone. And just go back to Johnny Molam's point about how Antonio Giovinazzi managed to jump Robert Kubica. I think it's because...
No, he never jumped him. He was always ahead of him.
He was always ahead of him, was he?
Yes, he was always ahead of him. So Kubica got very close to him, and then dropped only about 5-6 tenths of a second. But Robert Kubica, actually, the 83 car, pitted the lap before the 51 car.
Yes, well, no, they both. Yes, I suppose they both did do 12 lap stints in the end because they both took that drive-through penalty. I was going to say it was because they did slightly different stint lengths, because the stint length was 11 for Giovinazzi and 10 laps for Kubica, but they'd done a drive-through before that.
Because earlier on in the race, Paul, wasn't it the other way around? We were seeing the 83 going a lap longer than the 51 and the 50, and now it seems to have reversed.
In that, yes, except that in the case of Collado, he did a 13 lap, Phil Hansen did a 13 lap, and that's been today, this morning. So they don't seem to be able to settle on 12 or 13, and I suspect it's one of those things where it's right on the edge and depends if you can fuel save during a stint.
Yeah.
Or not.
That extra litre or that you're either saving or not, if it's, like as you say, Paul, if it's falling, they always say if the light comes on, I can't remember where you say if the fuel, well, in our day, if the fuel light came on around anywhere before Indianapolis, you had to box. If it came on after Indianapolis, you could do a full lap.
Well, that just depends on how you set your fuel light to come on. Things are a bit more sophisticated these days with energy usage.
Insulted me again, Johnny.
Yeah, it was only a very sideways insult, though. You know, blinking you'll miss it. It was there.
It was there, yes, yes.
I could get upset, but I won't. The point being, things are very sophisticated on these cars, and they should be able to tell, I would think, with a fair degree of accuracy, whether they've got enough on board to do another lap or not, because it's not fuel being sucked. It's not totally fuel being sucked out of the tank.
Yes, it's down to some of the hybrid as well.
It is down to the energy.
10 hours. We let them buy it twice. We short our stint to give the priority, and now
they are on it. They are on it. We will come back to you.
I think I'm clearly faster. What I have to waste time.
Interesting.
Copy, copy. You are clear. Your point is clear, and we have forwarded it.
So he's saying that I'm wasting time sitting behind Antonio Giovinazzi's car.
Even more interesting, it's quite opportune that we were just speaking about this, is that he clearly, or that car clearly, pitted a lap early to give priority to the 51. He's now obviously a little bit miffed because he was, to be fair, he was quicker, only by about 2/10 in terms of fastest lap, but he caught the car in front. He caught him from about a 3 or 4 second gap down to around 1. So Kubica right now is as quick, if not quicker, than the 51 car with Giovinazzi at the wheel, but obviously he's getting a bit miffed that he's feeling like they're giving priority to the factory car, which in essence is okay, but right now he feels like he should just be able to allow to attack him, pass him, and go off and do his own race. And I can see his point.
And in terms of the, you say he brought that gap down, the average lap time I'm showing for Kubica in the 10 laps, a 3:27.64, for Giovinazzi, a 3:28.27, so 0.6 of a second of a difference over 10 laps.
So he's not lying.
He
knows his stuff.
Well, he's never been backwards in coming forwards, Robert Kubica, and the message was clear on the radio. Just to finish our point from a little earlier on, our little discussion within this half an hour about the Monegasque flag being similar to the Polish flag, just the other way around. And
not going to let this go, are you,
thank you,
Johnny?
Peter Snowden, who brings to the argument Stefan Ortelli, who won in 1998.
God. How could I forget that?
Alan McNish
and Lauren Aiello.
Correct.
In the Porsche.
In the Porsche 911 GT1 98. So we have had a Monegasque
car.
We know. Yeah, indeed. Yes. Were you here in 1998?
Actually, I came down because Alan's one of my best friends, and I actually came down and watched him do pre-qualifying in 1998, in the good old days when you had a bunch of cars in the morning and a different bunch in the afternoon, and you got rid of, I can't remember how many you got cut, 5, 10 cars from each group, and that's how you decided who was actually going to go to Le Mans. It wasn't about invitation. In those days, it was about pure performance at pre-qual, which happened normally about a month or so before the race itself, and Alan was quickest in pre-qualifying in his group, I remember that.
It's 8:09. It's 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans. It's time to check the weather. Currently 18 degrees Celsius here at Circuit de la Sarthe. It's going to steadily climb the temperature. Very limited chance, no chance of rain, I'm going to say now. We had the scare of a passing shower in the night at 1 or 2 o'clock this morning. The high this afternoon, as the sun tries to work its way through a little bit of cloud above the circuit, should be 24 degrees Celsius. Johnny Palmer and Johnny Molam on Radio Le Mans for 2025 as we enter hour 18 of this year's, the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Very interesting discussions on the radio in the break when we had a full course yellow out to deal with Jules Gounon's Alpine, which had found its way to the gravel at Mulsanne Corner, and Robert Kubica was arguing his case that he should be in front of the red Ferrari number 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi. I am the faster car.
I think more than arguing his case that he wanted to be in front, I think he was just arguing the case that his race is now being compromised by the car in front, and he got the gap down to 0.8 of a second. It's now running at about 1.1. And obviously, when you've got two very evenly matched cars in terms of where they're doing their lap time, as you do with these two Ferraris, it's difficult to overtake because you can't sort of slipstream past them that easily. So you're going to have to take a much higher level of risk in the brake zone to overtake a car of the same performance to your own. And I think that's where Robert Kubica now is saying, I am faster, at least let me try and race him. Rather than just sort of run line astern, because I think if I cleared him, I could disappear down the road to the tune of a few seconds.
Yeah, but
and certainly the stats support that.
Is that testament that sort of discussion's being had, just how comfortable Ferrari are with these leading two cars? I mean, I know they're run by different programs.
Well, they didn't actually. They say that his engineer said, we're listening, that your message has been passed on, but that will be going to Ferrari, as in probably Mr. Coletta and the guys there, and they'll be the ones that take the decision. We haven't heard the response yet. I suspect we won't hear a response, and Robert Kubica will probably take that as a no. He might then labour the point on the radio, but it'd be interesting to see if there is any comeback on his request, but I suspect it might be radio silence.
Yeah, or maybe, well, the conversation might be had. Whether we get to hear it, we will find out in due course. Obviously, anything that is broadcast to him
and don't
should
forget,
be made public, because everything on the team radio is accessible for us.
It is. It's just a case of whether
it's done. Here's some more.
You buy, and let's trust the system now. Let's trust the system. No arguments anymore.
So we did hear it, and I think he said he's going to let you buy.
He said something about let you buy, but we only caught the end of it.
Something let me buy. Yeah, well, 1.1 seconds is the gap. Let's find out in a moment or two whether the yellow Ferrari is going to get ahead of Antonio Giovinazzi. He might have said he won't let you buy, I suppose. We only caught the back end of that, but the answer will be forthcoming. They're going to look at the incident at the Ford chicane between the two GT cars, which was 77 Bernardo Souza and the number 10 Aston Martin of Derek de Boer. So that's just being investigated now. But fascinating situation politically, I suppose.
I can't imagine Giovinazzi letting him buy. I mean, having said that, we've still got 7 hours to go, but I don't want to run into one of these situations where we'll let him buy now and later on in the race, if it hasn't worked out and he hasn't managed to pull away, then they'll reverse the positions, because that's something that Formula One seem to do between teammates a lot. These obviously, if it...
Let's try to do our best to open the gap.
Yes.
Try to do our best to open the gap. Again, no risk. We are here for points. No risk, but we are trying to open the gap, please.
So that's the best way that the engineer can say to him, pull a gap, don't allow him to get back on the radio and say that you're holding him up. Yeah. And at the same time, interestingly, well, not that interestingly, but interestingly, we've been thinking about this as the Le Mans 24-hour race in a standalone event. But as you heard him say, we're here for points. And this is a round of the World Endurance Championship. Having said that, nearly every driver I would say every single driver I know, if you offered them a win at Le Mans 24 or winning the WEC, they would take the Le Mans 24 every time. So this is the jewel in the crown, and this is the one that everybody wants to win. Obviously, Giovinazzi's already had one in his pocket. Robert Kubica doesn't.
Indeed. And also the way that the manufacturer points work this year in the World Endurance Championship, it's about where both of your cars finish. However, the 83 Ferrari will not score manufacturer points because that's a privately entered car, in inverted commas. So it's about where the 51 and the 50 finish, ignoring the 83. So that's still 1-2, and you get 50 points for a win here at Le Mans. 38 points, I think it is, for second place. They could almost have the manufacturer's title sewn up at half distance before we go to Brazil in the World Endurance Championship, because it's going to be a huge lead. Having won the first 3 races round the outside of a Lexus, that looked briefly a bit hairy for Antonio Giovinazzi, but I think all was under control.
He actually caught that Lexus going into the first Mulsanne chicane, had to wait. He'd actually pulled a reasonable gap actually to behind him in Robert Kubica in the 83. Had to wait, went very, very wide there. It was the only option because he couldn't wait then, and Kubica getting a run on him and bringing the gap back down to 1.4 seconds, 1.5 seconds, and that's how it's going to be. It ebbs and flows with the traffic. It really does depend a little bit on where you catch them, because sometimes the GT3 cars are in a race of their own. They can't just vanish when you get there, and it will be really fascinating to see if now Giovinazzi can eke out another. I reckon if he can get it to like 2 seconds and keep it there, then that will sort of quell any possible radio calls from Kubica.
And regardless of whether that was the 87 or the 78 Lexus, didn't quite grab an ID on that, but it's the pros at the wheel of each. So Jose Maria Lopez, Jack Hawksworth in 87 and 78 respectively, so they will be driven very frantically indeed. Within the programme, I mean, it might be that those Lexus are having to save a bit of tyre wear, maybe save a bit of energy as well, but look to be right on it coming out of the Daytona chicane there.
And where Giovinazzi's got a little bit of an issue is he's got one of the Porsches in front of him, which I believe he's about to put a lap down. So is it the number 4 Nick Tandy car potentially that's in front of him? It certainly looks like it's a Porsche in front of him.
On my tracker, yeah, that would tally. The number 4 car just heading into Porsche curves now. So about to take another car off the lead lap. We have 12 at the moment. That will go down to 11.
But Nick's not going to be wanting to go a lap down. Because obviously if we get a safety car, so that's going to be a battle for Giovinazzi to get through. He is lapping quicker than Nick at this time by about a second a lap. In fact, the last time it was 1.8 seconds quicker on the last lap. But when he catches Nick, it's going to make it tricky. And when he's got Kubica breathing down his neck at the same time, it could get interesting.
Yeah. And if Giovinazzi gets through, then I'm not sure Nick will make a big issue about Kubica, will he, once he loses that lead lap, or will he want to try and hang on to every single place?
Well, I don't think he'll want to let anyone pass.
I mean, I do know Nick Tandy pretty well, so, yeah, elbows out throughout. They're only 1.2 seconds away. The danger is, I suppose, Kubica's close enough to actually, if Giovinazzi can prize the opening on the Porsche, Kubica might be close enough to just benefit from that whole situation. And need to close in a bit more for that to happen as they motor their way through.
Giovinazzi is catching traffic in all the wrong places, just going into Tertre Rouge there, had to lift on an LMP2 car ahead of him, and now Kubica got a clear run through Tertre Rouge and a really, really good run down the straight, and is gaining all the time. The gap down to 0.9 of a second now between the two of them.
Well, used that LMP2 car, did Kubica, to just pick a bit of a toe before he got onto the back of Giovinazzi's red Ferrari. He has a little look up the inside just before the braking area for the Daytona chicane. Right with him now. And this opportunity for Giovinazzi to open the gap, it was there. He was making use of it, but all that hard work has gone now for the last 3 or so laps.
Yep. In clear air, to be fair, he did pull about 1.8 seconds, almost within half of a lap on Kubica, but now the traffic is just not falling right for him.
Twice. We respect the orders. They didn't respect it twice.
Down into the second chicane. Now a Mercedes from the GT class will briefly separate them, but getting the jump pretty well, the Polish driver. So he's lost maybe another 4 or 5 car lengths.
I think it's Kubica's turn now as they head down into Mulsanne behind there. He's got the Inter-Europol LMP2 car behind them. He's going to dive down the inside, but the Europol car cuts across him, and he's going to have to wait. So this time it's Kubica's turn to get held up through the Mulsanne corner, and Giovinazzi can stretch his legs and pull away. On the screens it's showing as an interval of 0.9, but it's way more than that now.
Yeah, we'll get an update in just a tick. 1.2 seconds, maybe even more than that, as they pass the 34 Inter-Europol competition car. That is being driven by Nick Boole, who's the bronze in that Pro-Am lineup. Very important that no contact was made on Kubica's car. So easy to just pluck a dive plane from the front left corner if he'd forced that issue. But with 6 hours and 50 minutes to go, you've still got to be thinking, keep the car in as nicer condition as possible.
And it's interesting that you heard them say earlier on to Kubica, you know, no more discussion, team radio.
He's back behind you, we swap position.
So
Giovinazzi
being told there.
Yeah, that was a few minutes ago, though. So remember, they're delayed those messages, and I think it might have been if Kubica stays right behind you, we will swap positions. So Giovinazzi might be being given another opportunity to open the gap as they loop their way around the outside of an Aston Martin at Porsche curves out through Corvette corner, and now heading towards the Ford chicane to complete another lap. But Kubica is still right with Giovinazzi. Is that Nick Tandy pitting?
Yeah, I think it is. That Giovinazzi would be pleased to see that, because it's definitely clear a potential issue that he would have had. The gap is to second now. I think we heard Kubica, even if it is delayed, we heard Kubica saying that he had respected the rules, the team orders twice, and I think this is all to do with when they pit, and that the other car had ignored them twice. So clearly this is ongoing and might be an interesting conversation to have at the end of the race if you have a chance to interview Kubica, to maybe ask him that question, and you'll probably get a reasonably straight answer.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. He'll
well, he's not a factory Ferrari driver, is he, Johnny?
No, precisely.
You know, so he has no skin in the game, so to speak, which is why I think you're hearing him being so forthright about it.
Yeah, doesn't have to toe the party line, does Kubica, and he's not really got a reputation for doing that anyway in his splendid racing career through the years. So bumping around in the cockpit, entirely focused on the tail lights of Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari, and the gap really did close up last time around through the Daytona chicane. It stayed pretty close for the rest of the Mulsanne as well, and then the wedge was driven in between these two Ferraris a bit more, as there was a round of applause a short time ago from the number 83 Ferrari crew.
I think that might be sarcastic applause.
I see. Yeah,
potentially.
Okay. Well, maybe they're just happy that Kubica's making it very obvious on the team radio and, fighting their corner, if you like. Let's grab a CrowdStrike pit report with Ryan Marine, who we welcome back to the pit lane.
Hey, thank you very much, Johnny. The 28 EDEX Sport LMP2 entry, which had been a front runner in that class, had a lengthy pit stop just a moment ago. They took the front and rear body work off of that car before putting another set of Goodyear tires on the machine. Not entirely sure what the cause of that would be. It was Paul Lafargue who brought the car in. Not sure if there was a driver change or not. We'll have to get to the bottom of exactly what transpired, but this is a car that's been contending in the LMP2 class, at least within the top 5 since the get-go, and has been migrating up towards the front in recent hours, even inside that top 5, up closer to the top 2 or 3.
I think Kubica made a little bit of a mistake going into Mulsanne corner there. The car really twitched. He didn't run out wide into the gravel, but that gap's opened up a bit more now.
He just ran a little bit deep, Johnny. Went in a little hot on the brakes. Didn't really lock up, but just ran a little bit deep, which then means that you actually have to make a tighter angle as you turn back, and compromises how early you can get to throttle, and that costs him about 6-7 tenths of a second, and he's dropped now to 2 seconds behind Giovinazzi, who also managed to clear 2 GT3 cars heading into the Porsche curves, and now Kubica's held up by those 2 GT3 cars. He's going to go round the outside of one of them, but it's going to be tricky to get down the inside of the other into the left. He manages to do it into the exit of the Porsche curves. I always forget what that left-hander's called. It's a tricky corner. It used to be off camber.
Used to be called Corvette, I thought. Or sometimes it's called karting. Or
Karting, that's the one.
There you go.
So,
right by the kart track.
And so now the gap's gone up to 3.3 seconds. So Giovinazzi's broken that slipstream and now beginning to put traffic between him and the chasing Robert Kubica.
We're going full course yellow in a few seconds.
That's because of debris. Marshall Point 28 between Arnage and Porsche curves. I've cut you off, Paul, because we've got another CrowdStrike pit report and a driver to speak to, Joe.
Just out of the number 34 in the Europol car, and certainly in contention overall, 7th place in the LMP2 class. But you guys are well placed for the class win.
Yeah, it's been a good race so far. Not perfect.